Chapter 171. The 31st day of the game. The number of NPCs from Country C visiting the Doomsday Resort City began to surge, and they flocked in to buy. The official NPCs of Country C worked diligently to strengthen the shelter, resume production, plant a large number of high-yield plants, and produce food with a long shelf life. Foreign countries began to borrow aircraft carriers and starships from Country C to continue fighting against aliens. The 32nd day of the game. The enthusiasm of NPCs from Country C for the Doomsday Resort City remained unabated, and many of them even opened live broadcasts, which were very popular on the internet, and the videos were spread overseas. Official NPCs of Country C continue to produce, preparing for the war. Foreign countries continue to launch a siege against aliens. Game Day 33. NPCs of Country C continue to pour into Doomsday Resort, and overseas survivors express envy and hatred for the existence of Doomsday Resort in Country C. Official NPCs of Country C continue to produce, preparing for the war. Foreign countries continue to launch a siege against aliens. Players appear in foreign areas, and after learning about the situation of Doomsday Resort, they condemn Doomsday Resort for being biased on the internet. The 34th day of the game. NPCs from Country C continue to pour into the Doomsday Resort City. Survivors from overseas are jumping around on the internet, expressing dissatisfaction with the Doomsday Resort City, and a war of words breaks out between the two sides. Official NPCs from Country C continue to be produced, preparing for the war. Foreign countries continue to launch a siege against aliens. Gu Weiwei knows about the foreign players, but does not intend to respond. Setting different areas and different backgrounds is the fault of the Doomsday game. The 40th day of the game. The enthusiasm of NPCs from Country C for the Doomsday Game City has slightly decreased, but the number of them entering the Doomsday Resort City is still large. The official NPCs of Country C continue to produce and prepare for the war. The NPCs of Country C see from the official NPC actions that the war between aliens will not really end in the future, and they also begin to prepare. Foreign countries continue to launch a siege against aliens, and countries with rapid progress have achieved certain results. Foreign players disappear on the internet and begin to concentrate on the game. The 41st day of the game. The official NPCs of Country C continue to produce and prepare for the war. The NPCs of Country C enter the Doomsday Resort City. In addition to playing and visiting here, they also begin to redeem a large number of points and act as purchasing agents. Foreign countries continue to launch a siege against aliens, and more countries are beginning to make progress. 50th day of the game. C Country's official NPC continues to produce, preparing for the war. C Country's NPC's purchasing business is getting wider and wider, starting from domestic to overseas. Foreign countries continue to launch a siege against aliens, and some powerful countries have disappeared from their domestic aliens, and have begun to learn from C Country's pace to quickly engage in production and construction. Some energy-based countries vigorously develop energy, develop military strength, and hoard goods. Game Day 51. The official NPCs of Country C continue to produce and prepare for the war. The number of warehouses built is increasing, covering multiple shelters, with high walls and abundant food. The NPCs of Country C are increasingly aware that the situation is not simple, and they start to run purchasing agents to earn points, while also hoarding various living supplies, and even weapons and equipment. Foreign countries continue to launch a siege against the aliens. More and more countries have cleared out the aliens, and a few weak countries have sought refuge from other countries with energy. Game Day 59. Country C's official NPCs continue to produce and prepare for the war, and have achieved certain results in researching aliens. Country C's NPCs keep an eye on official developments and continue to stock up. Most foreign countries have completed the cleanup of aliens, and all alien starships have been destroyed. The starships have begun to be divided up by various powerful countries. These countries have begun to vigorously help weak countries and divide up their energy. Game Day 60. Another month has passed, and Country C is still very satisfied with the results it has achieved in this month. The only thing that makes them feel sad is that the Doomsday Resort that has supported them is about to leave. They all know that the Doomsday Resort has played a certain role in their internal stability during this period. They all feel at ease with the Doomsday Resort. On the internet, many people are already crying. Wow, I don't want to leave the Doomsday Resort. He's leaving us tonight. It's so sad. Yes, I really don't want to let him go. Actually, as long as I can buy the goods in Doomsday Resort, I think it's not bad. Yes, I hope he can be fine in other places. As long as the vending machine is there, I think there is no problem at all. But I still want to cry. And don't you think that something is wrong with our country in the past month? The shelter has been reinforced, the factory has been in operation, warehouses have been built one after another, vegetables have been planted one after another, and even many have been dried into vegetables, and a lot of food has been made into dry food. Isn't it true that something will happen later? I feel like the country has already made it clear to us. Wait for the country's official announcement. Yes, and I look at the city wall, the warehouse, the aircraft carrier, and the food in my home, and I feel very safe. Even if the aliens come back, there is no need to be afraid. Don't set any flags upstairs. Give me an example. I think the country is preparing so much now, most likely because of the Doomsday game. By the way, have you deviated from the topic? Shouldn't you be talking about Doomsday Resort? After chatting for a while and climbing the stairs, I feel that my mood has improved a lot now. As for Doomsday Resort, in one word, let's part ways in peace. Yes, I hope we can be well in our respective worlds. Everyone will be well in the future. The netizens' thoughts are also the thoughts of Huang Yutao and others. They hope that Doomsday Resort will be well, and they also hope that their future will be well. As for the separation, it's no big deal. Now the public probably guesses that there will be a new disaster. Is it time to announce it? Sure, Ziyuan asked Huang Yutao. A month has passed in a flash. This month has really been like a year for them. Fortunately, their efforts have not been in vain, and they have made progress in all aspects, especially in the study of aliens. And now, they still have 4 months. As long as they continue to work hard, the probability of success is still very high when they encounter a large group of aliens in the future. Therefore, he felt that it was time to announce it. It also saved everyone from focusing on the internal affairs. Only by being united against the outside world can we exert the greatest strength. It is indeed time to announce it. Huang Yunao agreed. As for other people, they had no objection. After all, this matter had been agreed a month ago. The most important thing is that the aliens abroad also know everything. Then this matter is finalized. Let's have another press conference. Huang Yutao made the final decision, but soon changed the subject and mentioned another matter. Now there is another point about the progress of xenomorphs. I received news that many biomedical institutions abroad are also studying xenomorphs, but their methods are relatively cruel, and they are even conducting human experiments. What do you think about this? We can't control them. Now the strength of foreign countries is also increasing. If it weren't for the xenomorphs, I'm afraid they would want to rob us. We have to be on guard against their evil ambitions. We must invest a lot in the military, not only to deal with alien species, but also to deter them. Huang Yutao listened and pursed his lips. I want to share the current results with them. After Huang Yutao finished speaking, the others were silent. They have put so much energy into this matter, are they just sharing it? Only by sharing can they conduct research on a higher basis. If they can get results faster, it will be beneficial to all of us humans. However, sharing is not free. Similarly, let them exchange resources. If they are willing, it will be a win-win situation. If only some are willing and the other part is not, will they trade privately later? Then it won't be the only one, so the price will be different. Huang Yutao said directly, and do you think we are more trustworthy or some other countries? The international credibility of Country C is recognized. Many countries have expressed their gratitude for the alien battle this time. Although it may not be sold to all countries, there will definitely be many countries that buy it. No one wants to be stuck in the neck, and no one wants to fall behind. Now is an opportunity to reshuffle the strength of a country. For example, with the current national strength, some countries that were originally at a disadvantage can take advantage of sufficient energy to take off. They will be the original new forces. This part of the country will want to gain more voice. Afterwards, everyone discussed it one by one, and in the end, they agreed to Huang Yuntao's proposal. Indeed, one more person means one more force. Up to now, everyone is a community of shared destiny. As for the future, let's think about it in the future. At least for a long time, their goals are external. When they advance to level 2 civilization, they have reached a new height, and their knowledge and experience are different. How can they look down on the small piece of land on the blue water star? In this way, a new decision was made. After everything was discussed, the official held a press conference again. When this press conference was held, the attention of the world was focused on it. Ladies, gentlemen, friends, the last press conference officially announced the existence of aliens and declared war on them. The purpose of this press conference is the same. Yes, the aliens have not completely disappeared from our world. After the aliens invaded our blue water planet, they had already sent a message to their people in outer space. According to the information we know, the alien army will arrive at blue water planet in 4 months. We will have a fierce battle, but fortunately, we are no longer powerless. We have aircraft carriers, starships, and various preparations. We can even use aircraft carriers to enter space and fight with alien forces in space. Huang Yutao spoke word by word, and gradually many people calmed down. Yes, the situation is different now. Woo woo, I knew that the alien species is not over yet. A large army. How many are there? Anyway, we have experience. So what are we afraid of? And we have strength. There are a lot of aircraft carriers in the world. That's right. They have weaknesses, and we will defeat them one day. We are afraid of being invaded again and disintegrated from the inside. What can we do then? We have a perspective mirror, so we are not afraid. We are afraid that the perspective mirror will not be in time, and they will use the human wave tactic. When the new problem was put in front of people, Huang Yutao had already said this. There is also good news. The news that some people will not be invaded due to special reasons is true, and for their special genes, we have already invested in research in the Doomsday Resort City and have achieved certain results. We will continue to study in the next few days. Similarly, we are willing to share this part of the research results with the world and work together for the fate of mankind. The public was excited when this statement came out. I said that the country would announce the news only when it was sure. I feel relieved. I was wondering if there would be any human experiments before, but now I feel relieved when I see that the research is being done in Doomsday Resort. Yes, the crime detector in Doomsday Resort makes us feel most relieved. What if someone has ulterior motives after Doomsday Resort is gone? We suggest buying a crime detector and putting it in the Research Institute so that people can feel at ease. Yes, yes, yes. Although I know about a disaster, I am not so worried. Yes, on the contrary, I feel at ease. After all, I know what our country has been so anxious to do in the past month. Yes. It is really generous that there are countries willing to publish the results. But it should not be published for free. I think there should be some rewards. I think so too. Why? For the sake of all mankind, we must share. Haha, the people upstairs are foreigners, right? Don't try to show off your presence here. We can do whatever we want with our things. You don't need to tell us what to do. After publishing all the content, Huang Yutao smiled happily after seeing the words of sympathy from the public. They are indeed from the same country, and their ideas are exactly the same. As for the foreign voices, he didn't care. He just told people to continue guiding, and then prepared to complete the last task of the day. Go to Doomsday Resort. At this time, Doomsday Resort. Gu Weiwei was also watching the press conference. After reading the content, Gu Weiwei was still very relieved. She felt that with a group of reliable leaders, like Huang Yutao, Shou Langxing would definitely defeat the aliens. Aliens can only develop a little wisdom by invading the human body, and their wisdom is not so reliable. After losing their hidden advantages, humans seem to have more advantages. This point can be seen by watching the battle between aliens and humans. The aliens have not really grown up on this planet. Perhaps if they were allowed to develop on the blue water planet for a while, the situation would be different. In this way, to a certain extent, she should be grateful to the Doomsday game for sending her here early. It can be regarded as indirectly saving a world. That's great. Just as Gu Weiwei was about to spend the rest of her time in an inconspicuous place outside the Doomsday Resort, she had received a message from Huang Yutao. Meet? It seems to work. A moment later, the two met in the Doomsday Resort. Thank you. Huang Yutao's first words were thanks, which came from the heart and represented a country, or even a world. You're welcome. It's just a coincidence, and the effort here is still up to you. Gu Weiwei replied. Whether it was the last world or this world, she was pleased with this. They would all work hard on their own, and never pin their hopes on others. If we can't succeed in this world, who can succeed? If it weren't for you, our efforts would be useless. Huang Yutao said directly, don't underestimate yourself. Gu Weiwei saw this and said directly, I take it. Then, the two smiled at each other. Then, the two chatted. Huang Yutao asked more about the Doomsday game, and also talked about the game area and players. In the end, he directly pointed out Gu Weiwei's identity problem. Gu Weiwei knew about it a long time ago, so she was not surprised. She said frankly, I am indeed the player. So tonight, you will most likely return to your original world, Blue Star. Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded. It's just that the hope is great, but the certainty is not 100%. I hope you can return. Huang Yutao responded, and after thinking for a while he said, have you considered the issue of your identity being exposed? Gu Weiwei listened and nodded. Yes, I think it is basically impossible to hide it, and after returning, our world will probably have to go through the difficulties just like here. What about after you get through this? Huang Yutao continued. What do you want to tell me? Gu Weiwei already understood that Huang Yutao came to talk to her about this topic. I just hope that you can leave yourself a way out after everything is over. Huang Yutao said, you have too much hope and too much possession. When the dust settles, you will be the one who will be remembered the most. Putting aside the Doomsday Resort, you are just an ordinary person. Some people can't do anything about the Doomsday Resort, so they will start with you. Girl, don't test human nature. Gu Weiwei was silent. Yes, apart from the Doomsday Resort, she was just a little girl. I will remember your words, and don't worry, the world I live in is very similar to this one. Gu Weiwei said seriously. There will also be people like Huang Yutao in her country. However, no one knows what will happen until the end. Besides, she will leave a way out for herself. She has grown a lot along the way. She can never go back to the past, and she didn't expect to go back to the past. After experiencing so many worlds and knowing higher existences, who can say that there is only one way for her future? Huang Yutao listened, looked at Gu Weiwei, and smiled. He was relieved that she was an understanding person. What he said to Gu Weiwei was his advice as a national leader. When you are in a position, you often cannot help yourself. Thank you. This time, it was Gu Weiwei's turn to thank Huang Yutao. I accept it. Huang Yutao said so. After a while, Gu Weiwei left the Doomsday Resort again and continued to spend her time. Huang Yutao, under the guidance of Zhong Feiyu, visited Doomsday Resort for the first time. Time passed by minute by minute. With the announcement of Doomsday Resort, everyone gradually left Doomsday Resort. No witnesses, no farewells. After leaving Doomsday Resort, everyone left. This is the best for both parties. For Gu Weiwei, the countdown has begun. For players in other game areas, the countdown has also begun. Ah, so excited. This time, are we going to enter the next game area, or go back to Blue Star? We must go back to Blue Star. Yes, please. I hope our efforts will not be in vain. Go back to Blue Star. Blue Star, Blue Star, Blue Star. Countless players were silently chanting on the Doomsday Forum. Gu Weiwei was also silently chanting in her heart. Although she didn't know why the Doomsday game didn't make trouble again, Gu Weiwei was more willing to believe that there were still pits waiting for them on Blue Star. When the countdown was over in 10 seconds, the system notification arrived on time. Congratulations to the host, you have cleared Doomsday Disaster, Biology, Alien Zone, Advanced Field, Zone 1 and obtained 10,000 points. There is one player in this game zone, and there is one player left. Congratulations to the player, you have completed 8 disasters including extreme heat, extreme cold, meteorites, natural disasters, mutations, geology, gamification, and biology, covering 3 levels of primary, intermediate, and advanced fields, and cleared the game. This is easy. The system is disturbed. Reconnecting data. New level. Special, unable to clear the game. Please play the last game. You have been assigned to Doomsday Disaster, National Destiny Survival, Blue Star Zone. There are 553,877,428 players and 3.5 billion NPCs in this game zone, generating the scene. The scene has been generated, and the 9th game has officially begun. Gu Weiwei listened to the announcement, and the scene around her had changed. There is another idea in my mind. As expected, the Doomsday game that sucks, at the same time. Countless players who prayed for the last game also received the notification of the Doomsday game. Congratulations to the host, you have passed the level. This game area exists. Congratulations to the player, because the player Gu Weiwei successfully completed 8 disasters including extreme heat, extreme cold, meteorites, natural disasters, mutations, geology, gamification, and biology, covering the 3 levels of primary, intermediate, and advanced fields. The level was passed. This is easy. The system is disturbed. Reconnecting data. New level. Special level, unable to pass the level. The player will play the last game. You have been assigned to enter Doomsday Natural Disaster, National Destiny Survival, Blue Star Area. This game area has 553,877,428 players and 3.5 billion NPCs, generating scenes. The scene has been generated, and the 11th game has officially begun. All the players looked at the notification and were really amused. How could they not hear that the Doomsday game was plotting a conspiracy and temporarily added a clearance level? The only thing to be thankful for was that this level was on Blue Star. All of their players were able to return to their homeland. However, some players still paid attention to one thing. What What was the name of the player who cleared the level? Gu Weiwei. Isn't that the boss of Doomsday Resort? When did she become a player? Damn, it turns out that she is really a player. Chapter 172. Return to Blue Star. After the scene was changed, Gu Weiwei found herself in a new place. When she thought she was back to Blue Star, she went out immediately. The scene she saw was the same as before. This was the area near her previous home. Is this Blue Star? System? Gu Weiwei asked the system. She wanted to get the system's confirmation before she could feel at ease. Yes. The system responded to Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei listened and took a long breath. She really returned to Blue Star. However, after the excitement, she found something different. That is, there was a giant screen in the sky, which was cut into different pictures of different sizes. When the line of sight touched it, it could actually turn this big screen into a small screen, and then choose the player you support from it. This is the game that the system mentioned before, which is being played in Blue Star. It is also the National Destiny survival mentioned in the Doomsday game? Gu Weiwei looked at the screen, quickly familiarized herself, and soon understood what was going on. Then she directly checked the live broadcast room of the players from Country C according to their nationality. The result is that the players of Country C are living as illegal residents in a mechanized world. They have to keep an eye on the patrolling robots. Once they are caught, they will be sent to the garbage dump without an identity. If one of them dies in this mechanized world, a random robot will descend on the blue planet and kill people randomly for 10 minutes. The more people die, the more robots will descend, and the longer it will last. Now, there are 100 players from Country C in this world. They have just entered this game area, including 12 old players, and the remaining 88 are randomly selected from Blue Star. In addition to them, there are players from other countries. The number of players from each country is also 100, and there is a certain degree of competition between them and the players from Country C. The performance of the players in the game area is directly broadcast live to people all over the world. People outside the game can only watch them die, and then watch the disaster befall their own country powerless. No, this game also gives the live broadcasters the opportunity to directly reward objects to enter the game area. But the players basically go to the higher worlds, and many things on the Blue Star are simply powerless in the face of the dangers they encounter. In addition, in order to control the Blue Star, the Doomsday game directly blocked all the supplies on the Blue Star. People on the Blue Star need to observe a certain live broadcast time every day, or provide certain resources to the game, in order to get enough food to barely fill their stomachs. They were extremely suppressed mentally. Although most people were able to survive, they were also worried and afraid for a long time, especially those with elderly and children at home, who had to find ways to exchange for energy supplies, otherwise they would not be able to hold on for long. After Gu Weiwei figured out the rules, she could no longer hide her anger. Most of the players who were drawn away lived a life of near death. On Blue Star, there were obviously more vulnerable groups, but they were still not let go. The Doomsday game is really a sin. In his eyes, humans are just ants. An ant that will not feel sorry no matter how many people die. Calm down. After taking a long breath, Gu Weiwei directly selected the live broadcast room of one of the players. Lu Xiuxia is the longest-lived player in Country C so far. She has played 4 games in total. The reason she survived is not because of her high martial arts value, but because she is smart. She survived by being cautious and careful, and also materialized countless supplies for Country C. It's just that in this game, the situation is also quite dangerous. System, if the live broadcast room can give rewards, the things I give should be sent in. Yes. Then I want to give rewards for backpack grids, vending machines, purification trash cans, and a tourist card with 10,000 points, and give one to each player in Country C. At this moment, she is still rich, and she can afford this little bit of effort, so there is no need to worry about it. Whether to give more rewards in the future depends on the situation. Okay. The next moment, the things that Gu Weiwei gave as rewards appeared in the live broadcast rooms of all C Country players. When the C Country players, who were playing the game, received the things, they were stunned for a moment. But knowing that they were rewards from the audience, they began to explore without hesitation. When they finished exploring, they were all shocked. These things are so good, is it really what their country can supply now? Lu Xiaxia and other players didn't want to investigate in detail, and quickly used these things to get themselves out of danger. Survive first. As for the countless viewers, who were watching the live broadcast, they were all confused. What are these? Just when they were confused, all kinds of things began to appear on the barrage, and there were even reward points. Obviously, this part was done by the returning players, However, the people of Country C don't know. Subconsciously, barrages were launched in the live broadcast room. What are these? I haven't heard of them. It suddenly appeared. Fuck, can I actually use points to buy food and drinks at a vending machine? Where did it come from? Is it a live broadcast room entered by aliens? Too abrupt. It doesn't seem like something we can have. When countless people were confused, someone spoke up. No, we are also from Blue Star, we just returned. It feels so good to be back. I didn't expect that after returning, Blue Star was also controlled by the damn Doomsday game. After seeing the current situation of Blue Star, I'm really angry. Wow, Boss Goo, you've deceived us so much. Are these the missing people from before? Is it true? Really, my father is really back and brought us a lot of food. My relatives are back too. Have they all come back? My 2 children haven't come back. Those who haven't come back can be assumed to be dead. More than 3 billion people entered the Doomsday game, and now only 500 million people have returned. What do you think? 10 months, nearly 3 billion people died? Isn't that too scary? Our native Blue Star has also lost 500 million people. The Doomsday game has killed nearly 3 billion of our people. When the naked number came out, everyone in the countless live broadcast rooms was silent for a few seconds. This number is too horrifying. What exactly did these people who were taken away by the Doomsday game experience? Not only were they paying attention, but all the countries in Blue Star were also paying attention. The missing people returned, and so many people died, but from what they brought back, it can be seen that they also got a lot of good things. All of a sudden, the countries on Blue Star began to urgently check their extra population. The reason why they could judge so quickly was because of the convenience provided by the Doomsday game. The population of each country can be seen on the virtual screen. If a person dies, the name will disappear. In addition, the number of surviving people in each country is updated every day. How could they not know the extra population? Before the country could investigate, some civilians had already figured it out quickly. With a population of 500 million, 300 million people survived in Country C. Country C is awesome. Did the people of Country C do something bad in the Doomsday game? Not only did so many people survive, but they also got so many good things. Yes, there are no vending machines or points in the live broadcast room of our country's players. What the people of Country C get outside should be shared. Bullshit, you countries are all cheating people when you meet people from other countries. What have you cheated us players from Country C? Why should we share with you now? It's still the same as before, it depends on your ability. Most of our people from Country C survived because of their hard work. Even if they brought back a lot of things, many people are not qualified to be generous. Because of the discovery of the return of these players, various voices continued in the live broadcast rooms of various countries, and the most lively one was the live broadcast room of the players from Country C. The players from Country C received rewards from the returning players from Country C, and the situation was obviously much better. There were all kinds of equipment in the vending machine. One of the equipment could evade the robot scanning. It was like using a cheat. How could foreign audiences not pay attention to it? Many people even asked their own returning players why the players from Country C had something they didn't. The foreign players, who had just returned from a near-death experience, hadn't recovered yet. I was questioned by a large group of people. How could they know? A survivor from one country spoke up. The players from Country C definitely cheated. They have a plugin called Doomsday Resort. In my last game, this plugin helped the blue planet Country C, which has the same background, and ignored us foreigners. Doomsday Resort? I haven't heard of it. I've been through 10 games and survived by myself. Who is that Gu Weiwei? When we were all in the intermediate level, she actually passed the advanced level. It feels like Doomsday game is playing tricks on us, otherwise we would have definitely passed it. Actually, our enemy is Doomsday game, isn't it? Originally, if we passed it, Blue Star would be able to return to normal, but in the middle, a special game area was created, and it was our homeland of Blue Star. Do you know what those of us who were taken away experienced? Don't mess with me, or I kill you all one by one. Yes, you are not qualified at all. Some players, who were driven crazy by the Doomsday game, also went crazy in the live broadcast room. Although not much information was revealed, many of them were remembered. Especially Doomsday Resort, Gu Weiwei, and Boss Gu. Some perceptive people have connected these 3 pieces of information into a line. Among them are the officials of Country C. They immediately began to look for Gu Weiwei. And Gu Weiwei, after giving the reward, found that the other party had indeed found something that could be used, and quickly checked her control panel. Because she wanted to obtain the conditions for passing the game from the panel. She thought that if this game could be passed, there would be absolutely no reason for the Doomsday game not to let Blue Star return to normal. Chapter 173. At this time, the content on the panel was refreshed again. Player, Gu Weiwei. Mission, complete the last game to restore Blue Star to normal. Points, 212-356-0837. Extra points can be obtained in the game. Negative points are considered as a clearance failure. Mall, open, shopping items available. Backpack, 10 slots, up to 99 per slot. Game, 10, Doomsday Natural Disaster National Destiny Survival Blue Star Zone, Special Field. Building, Doomsday Resort City, upgradable. Level, Level 1. Owner, Gu Weiwei. Description, within the building, the owner has absolute control and is immune to damage. Wealth, points 212-356-0837. Mall, open, goods available for purchase. Facilities, 12, signboard, front desk, rest area, toilet, vending machine, room, washroom, restaurant, recycling cabinet, cobblestone road, green belt, road sign. Tenants, 0/2544490. Buildings, Landmark Buildings *4, Gregory Hanging Gardens, Colossus of the Sun, Terracotta Warriors of Qin Great Wall, Special Buildings *32, Ice and Snow World, Trading Hall, Activity Center, Hot Spring, Tailor Shop, Blacksmith Shop, Hospital, Library, Pond, Commercial Street, Sentry Tower, Arrow Tower, Ancient City Wall, Amusement Park, Arena, Grain Processing Plant, Network Center, Shopping Mall, Cinema, Internet Cafe, Cultural Center, Machine Factory, Music Square, Park, Air Defense Center, Sniper Tower, Bunker, City Defense Artillery, Armory, Defense Trap, Military Fortress, Military Reserve. Doomsday Apartment *2995, Tent Area, Integrated Planting and Breeding Garden, Bus Station, Parking Lot, Warehouse. The task content is changed, there is no accurate time information, and even the countdown is gone. So, what is the standard for completion? Is the Doomsday game a word game? System, is there a way to report the Doomsday game? You are not Interstellar Life, you have no rights. The system told the truth. So, we can only slowly get through this level, and advance to level 2 civilization to get rid of it completely. Gu Weiwei asked. She had already thought of the worst possibility. That is, the Doomsday game is stuck with a bug behind the scenes. The primary field, intermediate field and advanced field may have operating rules, but this special field is definitely human interference, and the rules are set by him. Yes. The system gave Gu Weiwei a positive answer. They had no other choice but to break the situation. The reason why the Doomsday game did not consider levels above the advanced field was that it believed that no one could come out alive from the advanced field. It was only when Gu Weiwei and the Doomsday Resort City became a variable that the rules were changed abruptly. I can only say that I can't afford to play. Then you said that if I run the Doomsday Resort City well until the end, it can help Blue Star advance to the second level civilization. Can this be counted? Gu Weiwei continued to ask. Since we have no choice but to do it, we should work hard to the end. Yes. The system nodded. Everything you have now can upgrade Blue Star to a level 1 civilization. Gu Weiwei understood that what the system was looking for was the aircraft carriers, starships, and various books in the library in her hands. Those books were prepared for the world she had visited. Now they can also be used on Blue Star. Thank you, Gu Weiwei said to the system. Although she knew that the system had been following her because it was profitable, if there was no system, she might not have survived from the beginning. She was sincerely grateful to the Doomsday Landlady system. Regardless of her heart, she was grateful for her deeds. After going through so much, the value of this sentence continued to rise. The Doomsday Landlady system had never harmed their lives, and because of its existence, it had saved many people. Such a system deserves gratitude. You're welcome. You should run the Doomsday Resort well. Developing more tenants and selling more goods is the greatest gratitude to me. The system's voice was serious, but obviously much lighter. Gu Weiwei smiled. That's a must. Now our country has a market of several hundred million. The next upgrade of Doomsday Resort City is probably not far away. I wonder what will happen after Doomsday Resort City is upgraded to a level 3 city? Gu Weiwei thinks that there may be a big surprise. After all, the Doomsday Landlady system did not mention the problem of overload, which means that he did not think that Doomsday Resort City could not bear it. So, the future development of Doomsday Resort City is definitely not just a city. She just take her time. Then, Gu Weiwei opened the Doomsday Forum. Everyone must be very happy to be back on Blue Star. But when she saw the content on the Doomsday forum homepage, Gu Weiwei was shocked. Because she found that her vest had fallen off? But how did it fall off? Fuck, Boss Gu is actually a player? Too scary. If the Doomsday game hadn't pointed it out, how long would we have been kept in the dark? Those who swore before that Boss Gu couldn't be a player, come out, are you embarrassed? I also think it's too coincidental, especially when it was the advanced field, the Doomsday resort suddenly disappeared. And then the administrator said that she was in the advanced field and encountered the Doomsday resort again. When I doubted it, many people said it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. What happened? Haha, the more details you dig, the more you find. Boss Gu is really too patient. He pretended to be an NPC for so long. When we were digging horses, Boss Gu also watched calmly, and then appeared as an administrator. Now think about it, Boss Gu is a double vest. IND Boss Gu. You can clear the first few game areas in Doomsday Resort City. Now IND Boss Gu for lying down every day. Boss Gu finally failed in the last advanced game. I suspect that she spent 2 months in the advanced game because of Doomsday game. Only when she got to Doomsday Resort City can it be counted as game time. Damn, is Doomsday game so bad? It's not normal. If Doomsday game didn't cheat, Boss Gu would have led us to clear the game. Why do we have to go back to Blue Star and continue suffering? This is really... The death rate of Blue Star is just too low compared to us, but many people died. It's okay. Now that we have Boss Gu in Doomsday Resort, the crisis on Blue Star is nothing. By the way, has Doomsday Resort returned with Boss Gu? Where is it? It's definitely back. The vending machine I brought back is still usable. I used it right away. Fortunately, my family is still alive, and I have fed and watered them well. I want to live in Doomsday Resort. No one can give me the sense of security there. I want to go there too. At admin, give us an address. No, the fact that Boss Gu is a player is just over. It's over. Anyway, no matter what, Boss Gu's help to us will never change. I will always be grateful to Boss Gu, and although Boss Gu looks relaxed, he has also made a lot of contributions secretly. That's right, by the way, at the administrator address, we will go to you. Browsing through the posts one by one, watching the players go from shock to understanding to acceptance, Gu Weiwei felt as if her heart was filled with something swollen. At least, most of the players have accepted her identity as a player. But Gu Weiwei now understood that her vest was revealed by the Doomsday game. If she had not used her real name when she used the Doomsday Resort boss, she could have kept it a secret now, right? Gu Weiwei thought subconsciously. It was just a flash of thought, and she suppressed it. The vest is gone, so be it. It's nothing shameful anyway. Maybe she can help the players more openly. Helping Blue Star to reach level 2 civilization can also be more direct. As for the harm from others, as long as she is in the Doomsday Resort, she is invincible. She is the only one who can harm others, and no one can harm her. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei became more calm. And during this period of time, the post on the Doomsday forum was updated again. The discussion is about the ongoing National Destiny survival game. The control panel did not say when this game will end. Will our Blue Star ever recover normally? I have watched the National Destiny survival game. It may not be as dangerous as the one in our previous game area, but it is like cutting meat with a blunt knife, which makes people suffer huge physiological pressure and unable to live peacefully all the time. Just look at what happened in the previous game area. If you advance to level 2 civilization, the Doomsday game will be out of control. Yes, only by advancing to level 2 civilization can you truly get rid of the Doomsday game. Otherwise, who knows what other tricks there are in the Doomsday game. Fortunately, we have returned to Blue Star, returned to Country C, and on the territory of my hometown, I am willing to give everything. Hope is still on the Doomsday Resort. Seeing that the player's attention has shifted to the Doomsday Resort again, Gu Weiwei prepared to buy ads without hesitation. The result was that the level of the ads was upgraded. Previously, it took 10,000 points to cover the entire city, but now it takes 100,000 points to cover the entire province, 1 million points to cover the whole country, and 10 million points to cover the world. When she saw 1 million points and 10 million points, Gu Weiwei's eyes flickered. She felt that this was more like a reminder. So should she spend 1 million points or 10 million points? In the end, Gu Weiwei still chose 10 million points. First, she didn't lack these points, and second, the upgrade of civilization has never been the business of Country C alone, and Country C doesn't need to take on the responsibility of the whole world. Just like the last game area, when it comes to aliens, everyone is responsible for their own business. In the end, those countries got a lot from the Doomsday Resort. Even if she advertises now, they still need time to enter Country C, Just let them know that such a place exists. Earning points abroad is also earning. Do you want to spend 10 million points to advertise in Doomsday, Natural Disaster National Destiny Survival Blue Star District, Special Field? Yes. With her answer, the improved version of the advertising slogan flew to the world at lightning speed. Of course, the people of Country C were the first to receive it. Especially the players. They were so happy when they received it. They knew that the Doomsday Resort was still there. Q City. They were going there. Chapter 174. That is the holy land in the minds of all players. And it is late at night now. Most people have fallen asleep, and the advertisement can only be seen in the morning. The few who are still awake are attracted by the Doomsday Resort City on the advertisement. Many people search directly on the internet. There are quite a few people discussing it. Has this Doomsday Resort City appeared in the live broadcast room before? Yes, it is said to be from our Country C, the one that saved many players. It looks really good. But it will take a lot of resources to get there. Q City is too far away from us. Now prices are soaring. It's not easy to travel far. Let's take a look first. The safety is still very attractive. What about the players who came back from other game worlds? Can you tell me about the situation there? It's just like what the advertisement says. It's great. You won't regret it if you go there. We have decided to go there. Some players appeared sporadically, but they just popped up and disappeared. After all, they still had a lot of preparation to do. In addition, there were 300 million players, and the competition was already fierce. If more people came, the competition pressure would be even greater. With some careful thoughts, many people planned to delay the time. As time passed, the discussion about the Doomsday Resort gradually subsided. But that night, countless people tossed and turned. Of course, there were also many people who attacked Doomsday Resort City at night. The first day back to Blue Star, countless players, who had experienced the convenience of Doomsday Resort City, did not hesitate to go straight to Q City with their families. Fortunately, although the supplies were controlled, the state machinery did not stop running because of the strong official control, and people's daily lives were still maintained, so the population could be migrated through public transportation. It's just that compared with the huge flow of people in the past, it is much less now, so the number of flights has also been reduced a lot. However, what is different today is that the high-speed train tickets to Q City were sold out directly, and not just one or two cities, but all of them were sold out, and there were no tickets for the next few days. Many cities' high-speed rail stations have not had a large number of people for a long time. A large number of people appeared at this time, and the scattered staff at the high-speed rail stations quickly began to organize. At the same time, the news was reported. Then, some media reporters also came. In fact, early this morning, many people woke up and saw the advertisement of Doomsday Resort City, which directly caused an uproar. It has to be said that no one is unmoved by the content mentioned in the Doomsday Resort advertisement, especially the food. Since all edible things have been locked by the Doomsday game, many people have not eaten normal food, let alone snacks, which have become luxury goods. Of course, for some people who have a lot of resources in their hands, even if they are under the control of the Doomsday game, it does not affect them to exchange food with the Doomsday game through their resources and live a life of superiority. The reason why I know this is because there are still many people showing off on social media. When most people only have a small piece of compressed biscuits, they can eat seafood dinners, red wine and fresh fruits. Those are out of reach. In such an environment, the only fair thing is death. When the natural disaster of the Doomsday game comes, it doesn't matter who is rich or poor. Therefore, when most people see the Doomsday Resort City providing these things, although they are tempted, they are numb deep in their hearts. They thought that they couldn't afford such a place, and they couldn't survive there. Of course, more people were watching. As for the reporters, they received orders from their superiors to go to the Doomsday Resort for an interview, but they met the players who were crazy about going to the Doomsday Resort. The reporters were also curious about these players, who returned from other worlds. Now that the opportunity came, they must seize it. At this moment, the station was full of people, and the reporters randomly found some players. At first glance, the reporters noticed that the players were traveling light. After all, if they were going to the Doomsday Resort, it would be normal to bring at least some luggage. Thinking of this, a reporter started to ask questions based on this. Are you all going to the Doomsday Resort? Are you planning to stay for a long time? What about your luggage? Are you thinking of buying new ones? When Wan Simeng asked, her expression was a little curious. Zhang Jingze, who was asked, looked at the reporter in front of him and said calmly, I plan to live here with my family for a long time. As for our luggage, we put it in the backpack compartment. What is the backpack compartment? Won Simong asked subconsciously, and then she started to guess in her heart. Why does it sound so much like a game? Could it be? The next moment, she saw the small backpack on Zhang Jing's shoulder move, and a suitcase appeared in front of Won Simong. The moment it appeared, Won Simong's pupil shrank unconsciously. It's actually a space. Won Simong's interview was live. At this moment, the live broadcast room also exploded. Backpack grid? This is a space. Is my eyes dazzled? This is a game prop, it must be. It seems that these players have a lot of good things when they come back from other worlds. Who said that? I'm a player too, I don't have it. The one above is a foreign player, because the backpack grid is sold in the Doomsday Resort. Did you buy it casually? Yes. This Doomsday Resort is so powerful. I'm so jealous. Zhang Jingze didn't know the audience's reaction in the live broadcast room. Looking at Won Simong's shocked expression, he continued, this product is not the most precious in Doomsday Resort. There are other better ones. Can it only be sold in Doomsday Resort? Won Simong also sorted out her mood at this moment and asked. Not really. You can buy it anywhere there is a vending machine. Is it the vending machine that Mr. Gu gave to the players from Country C yesterday? Won Simong immediately thought of what she saw in the Tianmu live broadcast room yesterday. Speaking of which, it was too late at that time, and her attention was diverted by the 500 million players who returned later, so she really didn't see what those players from Country C did specifically. Yes, you can buy a lot of goods in it, you just need points. Zhang Jingze said directly, as for points, you need to exchange them with gold, scrap iron and other resources. I believe that someone will post the specific exchange details on the internet soon, so just pay attention to it when the time comes. Won Simong listened and asked anxiously, so how many points can you get in exchange? Are the goods in Doomsday Resort expensive? Speaking of which, Doomsday Game also gave them a mall, but it only sold a variety of food, nothing else, and the prices were shockingly high, which was really not affordable for ordinary people. Most people entered the mall to receive the daily free portion, or the cheapest multigrain biscuits. The goods in Doomsday Resort are not expensive. A simple example is that one gold ring can be used to buy several meals in it. Zhang Jingze said, compared to the exchange rate of the Doomsday Game, the Doomsday Resort is really too conscientious. But how many people can travel thousands of miles to the Doomsday Resort? Won Simong muttered to herself. Although the Doomsday Resort is beautiful, it is unrealistic to let everyone in the country enter such a place. For some people in remote areas, just coming to Q City may cost countless resources, and those resources may allow them to live for a long time. There is no need for them to come all the way here. As for resources, they are also urgently needed by countless people. If the population is concentrated in one place, it means that they will concentrate on grabbing resources, and bloodshed will occur. No matter how you look at it, the result will not be good. Listening to Won Simong's words, Zhang Jingze was silent for a while, and then said, I don't know about other players, at least, when I left this city, I put the castrated vending machine and purification trash can I had at the gate of the community. The things you can buy there are the same as those in the Doomsday Resort, but the variety of goods is relatively small, and needs to be replaced frequently. Won Simong listened and asked in surprise, is this kind of vending machine easy to get? Well, the price is not high, it's like half selling and half giving away. Zhang Jingze said, Doomsday Resort City is a unique business, but the price is always very low. This is also the reason why all players quickly accepted this fact after knowing Boss Gu's vest. Because whether Boss Gu is a player or not, it is a fact that she has helped many players. So do you think that players will place it in the city where they are? Won Simong asked. Zhang Jingze thought for a moment and said without hesitation, yes, because in countless game areas, players have placed them. Those are not our homes. We have done it. Now Blue Star and Country C are our homes. How can we be reluctant to leave? Maybe everyone can see them if they go out for a walk. Won Simong listened and his eyes lit up. And the audience, who were checking the information in the live broadcast room, also had their eyes lit up. Maybe they can't go to the Doomsday Resort, but they can buy things through vending machines. In a short time, countless people rushed out of their homes and began to search near their homes. At this moment, Won Simong began to continue interviewing Zhang Jingze about his experience in the game area. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jingze, who had originally looked relaxed, looked heavy for a long time when he mentioned this topic. We have experienced a total of 10 games. The latter few games were helped by Doomsday Resort City. But even so, more than 700 million people from our country went there, but only 300 million people returned in the end. There are more than 4 billion people in the world, but only 500 million people came back. You should know how cruel the game is. I don't want to recall it. Every day in the game area is like a year, and they are suffering. After they came into contact with Doomsday Resort or bought Doomsday Resort products, their world had a faint light. I'm sorry. Wan Simong apologized quickly. Suddenly, he also thought of the crazy words of those foreign players in the Tianmu live broadcast room yesterday. What they experienced was definitely unimaginable to them. It doesn't matter. Zhang Jingze breathed a sigh of relief. He was lucky to encounter Doomsday Resort in his first game. Although I have experienced a lot, it is better than many players. The audience in the live broadcast room also felt the same. Although our days are also difficult and often tormented, most of the time it is over, but what these players have experienced is unimaginable. In just a few words, you can feel the suppressed madness here. I suddenly understand the significance of Doomsday Resort to the players. It is definitely a holy place. It is also their hope. And he also said that it was the boss of Doomsday Resort who brought them back to Blue Star from the game area, and the buff was fully stacked. No need to say anything else. I was impressed by this boss after hearing this. If I have a chance, I also want to go to Doomsday Resort to have a look. I came from other live broadcast rooms, and every player's attitude towards Doomsday Resort is really too damn respectful. I think it's great. If Doomsday Resort can have a good impact on so many players and the game world, then it can also be on Blue Star. Within the ticket sales period, all the tickets to Doomsday Resort are sold out. Damn, they acted too quickly. Ah, so excited. Suddenly, I feel like the world is saved. Didn't you notice? Everyone's attitude towards speaking is different. Yes. At this moment, the ticket inspection time has come, and Zhang Jingze said to Wan Simong, I should leave. I wish you a safe journey, and see you again if there is a chance. Wan Simong said sincerely. She was now glad to have accepted this mission, which gave her the opportunity to go to Doomsday Resort City later. She must see it with her own eyes. Okay. Then, Zhang Jingze took his parents, wife and children and walked towards the ticket gate step by step. Finally, he was going to see Doomsday Resort City again. This time, he hoped to stay there for a long time. Chapter 175. At the same time, Doomsday Resort City. When Gu Weiwei woke up in the morning, she had already seen information about many people moving in. Among them, players were specially marked. Gu Weiwei did not expect that there were so many players in Q City, and they actually came here last night. In addition to players, there are many ordinary people. Some of them probably received advertisements and came to take a look with the idea of giving it a try. They did not choose to live there, but chose to eat in Doomsday Resort City and buy mineral water and other supplies. As for the other part, Gu Weiwei is more inclined to believe that it is an official. Knowing her name, it is easy to investigate her identity, and with the positioning, it is even easier. Then, Gu Weiwei began to wash up. While washing up, she checked the virtual screen in front of her. So far, the virtual screen in front of her has been folded into 3 parts. The Doomsday Game System, the Doomsday Landlady System, and the Sky Curtain Live Broadcast Room. In this case, she felt that even if she didn't use her mobile phone, she wouldn't feel bored. Gu Weiwei checked the Tianmu Live Broadcast Room at this time. She originally wanted to check the situation of Tianmu's Sea Country players. At first glance, she didn't see any players died yesterday, which was a good thing. The second time, she clicked on Lu Xiaoxia's live broadcast room. When it was daytime here, the mechanized world they were in was dark, and there was no light. Because in the mechanized world, robots operating outside have night vision functions. The night at this moment is actually the most dangerous time. The whole world will become quiet at night, and any movement will be detected by patrolling robots. In addition, the temperature at night is very low, and will suddenly drop to below 0. The indoor temperature is suitable, but without legal identity, you cannot enter the room. Outdoors, if you do not have enough warming measures, you will probably freeze to death. In the new world, in addition to the death rules, other information needs to be collected. At least, Lu Xiaoxia has collected this information, and has found a loophole to enter the room temporarily. Just because of her reward, I found the existence of the cold-resistant clothing, so I wore the cold-resistant clothing near the location she chose, hid in a dead corner, and ate a hot dinner beautifully, and the main point was not to treat myself badly. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room were also sending barrages. This cold-resistant clothing is so awesome, it shows off to me. I think it's really worth buying. If you encounter a natural disaster such as ice and snow, you can definitely survive it. As a northerner, I want it. As a southerner, I want it too. Is this the product of Doomsday Resort? It feels like the most direct advertisement. I came back from the live broadcast room in other countries. Some people who were well prepared were fine, but some were too cold to bear it. However, there were cold-proof clothes sent on site, but it seemed that it was not enough. Speaking of which, the players in our country are still happy. I just want to know if Boss Goo can give me a little reward. I didn't know the value of 100,000 points before, but now I know, and my eyes are red with jealousy. Speaking of which, I want to go to Doomsday Resort right now, but I can't buy a ticket. Yeah, a bunch of crazy guys. I'm in the next city, I'm going to ride my bike there. I must go to Doomsday Resort too, and pan for gold on the way. It's fine to pick up trash, so noble. But speaking of it, gold is still hard currency. Luckily I saved some, and with Doomsday Resort, I never be desperate again. If it's too far away, just ask online to see if there are any castrated vending machines and purifying trash cans placed by players near your home. The principle is to go to the nearest place. I want to buy a backpack grid now to pick up trash. While watching, Guweiwei was also thinking that there should be a lot of people watching the live broadcast room of the Sea Country players. Then the cold-resistant clothes they wear are the biggest advertisement for the Doomsday Resort. But later, when she saw them discussing the Doomsday Resort and there was a certain admiration in their tone, Guweiwei paused. Normally, it is impossible for ordinary people to be interested in Doomsday Resort so quickly. At least they need some time to adapt, and even need to understand the products and prices of Doomsday Resort. It seems that the players may have said something. Guweiwei took out her mobile phone and checked the information. At present, the network on Blue Star still exists, which is supported by the official Blue Star. As for resources such as electricity, their use has long been restricted. There is a fixed time for electricity use every day. If you miss it, you will never have another chance. In a word, save what you can. Therefore, most people in Sea Country have learned to surf the bullet screen provided by the Doomsday game, and use their mobile phones sparingly. Of course, no one wants to save money at this moment. The interview videos released by the media have already attracted most of the attention. Everyone is shocked by the sudden appearance of the Doomsday Resort. Many people understand that from today, their world will become different. Especially with the blessing of the players, the vending machines that pop up one by one are their hope for survival. Looking at the vending machines that kept popping up, Guweiwei let out a long sigh. This feeling of indirectly helping others is really great. In fact, in addition to the castrated vending machines, the shelters in the hands of players are also a trump card. Although there is no news yet, they will definitely appear later. With the existence of shelters, the ecological environment of the entire Blue Star will become better. It's just that it would be better to focus on construction than to have shelters everywhere, and it would be even better if it was national construction. After all, the energy required to supply the shelter for a long time is not a small amount, and there is a possibility of encountering natural disasters in the Doomsday game. Of course, small shelters also have advantages. At least when the Doomsday game is hit by natural disasters, more people can be sheltered. Guweiwei still hopes that the players will contribute more. After all, so far, with the scale of the Doomsday Resort, it really cannot accommodate so many people. Too many people coming here will easily cause public security problems, and it is even possible that the Doomsday game will find loopholes. Guweiwei still felt that the Doomsday game was still intent on stealing and must be waiting to make a move. Thinking of this, Guweiwei continued to click on the interview videos with the most hits, which were obviously all videos at the train station. When she saw the person being interviewed, Guweiwei was stunned for a moment. It was still an acquaintance. In the first and third game areas, she ran into Zhang Jingze. The other party had worked for her. It was really hard for her to forget him, but she didn't meet him again after that. I didn't expect he was still alive. It's great. I have to say that seeing the familiar face appear in front of her, Guweiwei was very touched and thankful. Afterwards, listening to his solemn words when introducing Doomsday Resort City, and seeing his respectful look when he mentioned himself, Guweiwei's heart was filled with something swollen. And when she watched the videos one by one, seeing the faces of countless players full of respect and nostalgia for Doomsday Resort City, Guweiwei felt that her eyes were also very sore. Especially when I saw the news headline Doomsday Resort City, the holy land in the minds of all players, my eyes were moistened instantly. There was a sense of relief that my efforts were not in vain. System, I want to give players discounts again. Guweiwei couldn't help but speak. You give me a discount, and I will give you a discount too. The system was generous at this moment. Forget it, there is no need. My fees are not high in themselves. The points now seem to be high, and it may cost a lot later. Guweiwei finally said calmly. It is obvious that Doomsday Resort City will continue to develop. If it really reaches the third-level city, the landmark buildings included in it will cost at least 800 million yuan. She should take it easy. Doomsday Resort City is not only her safe place now, but also the hope of many people. This kind of hope is not about how important the status is, but often a kind of spiritual support. If there is no such spirit, it is really dangerous. Gu Weiwei looked at the active netizens now, and felt good in her heart. Gu Weiwei didn't agree, and the system didn't reply. Then, Gu Weiwei started to check resumes. After Doomsday Resort returned to Country C, it still needed to recruit people, and she even planned to recruit more. Compared with the situation where it could only stay in the game area for 1 month, it would exist for a long time in Country C, so it would naturally be able to recruit more people. It could also solve the survival problems of a large number of people. Especially the food crops in her farmland. It was the harvest season now. Many people were needed to harvest. System, help me pick out those who have more family members, and increase their ranking. Gu Weiwei said to the system. There are many family members, and the burden is heavier. In addition, the family members are more responsible, and most of them have good character. Because those with bad character have only felt that their family members are a burden in the past 10 months, and they may have starved to death. Human nature is too easy to be tested in the face of life and death. When the system responded, the list in front of Gu Weiwei was refreshed again. Gu Weiwei did not hesitate to sort the resumes, cut off the names, and then hired them, and then posted them on the screens of various apartments in Doomsday Resort City, and other large screens that could be seen. Gu Weiwei's release was soon seen by the people guarding in Doomsday Resort City. After seeing the recruitment notice of Doomsday Resort City, they submitted their resumes one by one in silence, and then asked their relatives to rush over from home overnight. They knew the prices of Doomsday Resort City, and with food and accommodation included and a few hundred points, it was enough for them to live very well in Doomsday Resort City. The most important thing is, it's a safe zone. Mom, your name is on it. I was chosen. Woo, that's great, finally saved. Son, you can stay here from now on. Wife, that's great, I can support you now. Dad, Mom, let's go have a good meal. Oh, I didn't get chosen this time. If you don't get chosen, wait for the next chance, and you can go out to collect scrap metal. There are plenty of opportunities. Anyway, it's no problem to save up a day's food, drink and sleep. Yes, even though we spend most of our time outside, as long as we spend money, we can stay here for 6 hours, which is enough for us to sleep peacefully. Yes. That's great. Yes, even if I'm not selected, I'm still very happy for some reason. Joy and hope spread in every corner of the Doomsday Resort City. Mayor, it seems that this boss Gu has woken up. In a team in the corner, one person spoke excitedly. When they knew that the Doomsday Resort was in their Q City, they were really excited. According to what they knew, the probability of death in Q City would be much lower. Not only because of the Doomsday Resort, but also because of the influx of countless players. All of these players who survived were elites. Before the Doomsday Resort was discovered, the country had already said that it would try to invite players to join the official organization. Q City is now in an absolute advantage. Shi Ruixiong, who was called the mayor, listened and nodded, feeling a little excited. Then he said, let's go and guard it. According to what they knew, this boss Gu was basically in apartment number 1. When there were enough houses, apartment number 1 was not open to players. This way, it was definitely easy to identify. In addition, they already had Gu Weiwei's previous information in their hands. The group was guarding outside apartment number 1. As for Gu Weiwei, she went out after finishing breakfast in the hall. As soon as she went out, she could see that the streets were full of people, some of whom were walking between the snack street and the beverage street. Even if they didn't consume anything, they had bright smiles on their faces. Looking at the panel again, the points earned by the recycling cabinets were also rising continuously, indicating that many people were now exchanging resources for points. There were even several large sums of money. Gu Weiwei was sure that the person who could take out so many resources at this time would definitely not be an ordinary person, and it was very likely that he was an official. Just as Gu Weiwei was thinking about it, she saw a group of people walking towards her. Gu Weiwei paused. Here they come. Chapter 176. When Shi Ruixiong saw Gu Weiwei's eyes fall on him, he knew that she might be aware of their identities. He walked directly to Gu Weiwei and took the initiative to say, Boss Gu, hello. This is the most appropriate address he can think of. Hello. Gu Weiwei also replied politely. It's not that she wants to be arrogant, But she has the key existence of Doomsday Resort behind her, so she can neither be arrogant nor too humble in the face of the official attitude. She always remembered what Wang Yutao said when he came to her, so she could only be careful. The country is the country, and the individual is the individual. It is enough for her to ensure that what she does is worthy of the country. As for other aspects, it is best to control them in one's own hands. Shi Ruixian looked at Gu Weiwei's attitude and said solemnly, I was very excited when I learned that the Doomsday Resort City was in Q City, so I rushed here overnight. At the same time, I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the country. Thank you for rescuing the players of Country C after your return, and thank you for saving countless lives for the country outside the Blue Star. This sentence was specifically told to him by the big boss. Gu Weiwei's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. It must be said that such words moved her. After all, from another perspective, she is also AC countryman and is also the one being protected. She didn't think Shi Ruixian said these words on purpose. She could feel his sincerity. After a long sigh in her heart, Gu Weiwei continued, I didn't think so much. I just wanted to live at that time. If there was no Doomsday Resort, she would really be an ordinary person. Even if she returns to Blue Star, she will not exalt herself. She has only one goal to survive, to help more people survive, and to help Blue Star get rid of the Doomsday game. As for what to do after achieving the goal, let's talk about it in the future. Things will work out when the time comes. Yes, in any case, there is hope as long as you are alive. Shi Ruixian nodded in agreement. You have given hope to many people. No, it should be said that the Doomsday Resort has given hope to many people. Gu Weiwei said directly. She didn't like to be given the title of savior anyway. It would add a lot of burden to herself. Shi Rui listened carefully, and he had already judged Gu Weiwei's character in his heart, and he also knew how to cooperate with her. Then, he said directly, can we sit down and have a good chat? Sure, let's go to apartment 1. Gu Weiwei said directly. Then the group entered apartment 1. The two sat alone in the rest area, while the others were checking the situation in the apartment hall. They had a lot of things to record, and it was also their job to hurry up and do things. Gu Weiwei also noticed this. As if he noticed Gu Weiwei's gaze, Shi Ruixian said directly, the Doomsday Resort is too big. We have been observing and collecting information to learn more about it. Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded. It was normal. All the game zone officials did the same thing. I heard that when you were in the game zone, you often cooperated with the game zone officials? Shi Ruixian said directly. Obviously, before they found Gu Weiwei, they had learned about the past of the Doomsday Resort through some channels. I'm afraid you've been busy all night. Gu Weiwei listened, was stunned for a moment, and then said, yes, because we found that the world where the game area is located is also a real world. If their officials can know the disaster in advance, they may be able to protect more people. Shi Ruixian listened, and looked at Gu Weiwei with a little appreciation. So, after you return to Blue Star, are you willing to cooperate with us? At this moment, Shi Ruixian asked what he wanted to know the most. Going around in circles was just to find out the bottom line. Once the bottom line was found, it was time to get down to business. Gu Weiwei listened and nodded without hesitation. Of course I am willing, but I prefer the old way. I don't really want to show up. The operation of Doomsday Resort is already very perfect. Even without me, you can get enough support through it. And the players, they are all very experienced, even more powerful than me. The players rely on their real skills to pass the level, and those who can survive are definitely not simple. She just has the Doomsday Resort cheat. Let's not talk about other things. Let's just talk about the players from Country C who are playing the game. As long as the country knows all the products in Doomsday Resort, it can find a way to overcome the difficulties based on the information of the world where the players from Country C are. She has no way anyway. She is very self-aware. After listening in detail, Shi Ruixian continued, do you need our help? For example, Doomsday Resort continues to upgrade? Gu Weiwei listened and said frankly, according to the current situation of Doomsday Resort, there will definitely be many players coming. Once they come, I will be able to upgrade quickly. The points I have now are enough for the next upgrade, not to mention that not only this world, but also many worlds are buying products from Doomsday Resort. Last night, her account had 2.1 billion. But when she woke up this morning, she should have 2.3 billion. Without spending any money, her points were really rising wildly. Upgrade, no worries. Originally, she just wanted to rescue those game worlds, but she didn't expect that after returning to Blue Star, these would become seeds, grow vigorously, and support her. Good people are really rewarded. Then do you know what will happen after the Doomsday Resort is upgraded? Shi Ruixiang asked back. Gu Weiwei shook her head. I don't know, but according to previous experience, if it expands further, it will exceed the city. If the Doomsday Resort is bigger, I think it will be a burden. The probability of opening a branch is higher. Although it has not been finalized, Gu Weiwei still thinks that the probability of opening a branch is higher after her own estimation. If she was not facing Shi Ruixiang, she would not say her guess. We just need to wait and see when the time comes. We think so too, so we came to you. We hope that when you set up a branch, you can tell us so that we can make some preparations in advance. Shi Ruixiang said directly. No problem, even letting you decide is fine, but I know that at that time, it will be up to me to choose, or there will be a designated location in Doomsday Resort City. Gu Weiwei said helplessly. Why do you say that? Shi Ruixiang looked serious. You should have noticed several abrupt buildings in Doomsday Resort City. Gu Weiwei was talking about the Great Wall, the Terracotta Warriors, etc., which are indeed unique in Doomsday Resort City, but they are also a little out of place. One or two is fine, but so many together are really strange. Shi Ruixiang nodded. Especially with two similar buildings on their blue star, he felt like watching a pirated version. Many of the backgrounds in the worlds that the players went to were similar to Blue Star, and they were shocked when they collected information. In the end, they could only conclude that they were in different galaxies in the entire universe, or even another universe. The world outside the planet is so bizarre. So far, these landmark buildings have not yet taken effect in the Doomsday Resort, but each building cost me 100 million points. Gu Weiwei still felt distressed when she said this. 100 million? Shi Ruixiang was shocked. According to the prices of Doomsday Resort City, how many people can this support? Yes, 4 buildings are 400 million points, which is a necessary condition for Doomsday Resort Town to be upgraded to Doomsday Resort City. To upgrade Doomsday Resort City to Level 2 City, 4 more buildings are needed. To reach Level 3 City, I am afraid that 4 more buildings will be needed, a total of 1.2 trillion points. I don't believe they have no function. I guess it is related to the next development of Doomsday Resort City. Gu Weiwei expressed her own opinion. Since it is related, it means that if a branch is really opened, the location may be designated. It's just that this designation has room for manipulation. After listening to Gu Weiwei's words, Shi Ruixiang paused, and then said, You still need such landmark building drawings to supply future promotions, right? Yes. The country will prepare it for you. We will definitely get enough for you. Shi Ruixiang promised. Gu Weiwei listened and twitched the corner of her mouth. This thought was too obvious, so obvious that it was a direct hint. However, what could she do? Naturally, she agreed without hesitation. Okay. At this moment, Shi Ruixiang's eyes showed a bit of smile, and his whole body exuded a unique elegance. Obviously, he had helped Gu Weiwei treat her as his own, and then he recovered some of his nature. As an old man, he liked children like this the most. Heart honesty. This quality is more important than anything else. Then it's settled. We will try to disturb you as little as possible, and we won't let some boring people disturb you. If you encounter them, you don't have to be polite. Anyway, no one can do anything to you in the Doomsday Resort. Shi Ruixiang said immediately, which was a reminder and a guarantee. It was guaranteed that the people who dared to disturb you were definitely not from the country. If Gu Weiwei was offended, she could handle it completely according to her ideas. This also indirectly proved that the country might be in a difficult situation now. Yeah. Gu Weiwei nodded, which was also her confidence. In the Doomsday Resort, she is invincible. After understanding Gu Weiwei's personality, Shi Ruixiang was not polite and continued to talk about the next topic. In addition to cooperation, there is another thing we want to understand clearly, that is, only by advancing to level 2 civilization can we get rid of the Doomsday game. This is right, the Doomsday Landlady system told me. Because only level 2 civilizations are recognized by interstellar civilizations, and are willing to be included in their protection. Gu Weiwei was a little upset when she said this. But the rules are like this, what can they do? If they can't change the rules, they can only adapt to it. After getting the promise, Shi Ruixiang let out a long sigh. Our planet has not been promoted to level 1 civilization for so many years, let alone level 2 civilization. Even if there is so much theoretical knowledge in the library, it will take time to conquer it. I wonder if we will see that day. At this moment, Shi Ruixiang's emotion was real. Looking at the difference in numbers, they will spend countless manpower, financial resources, and even the earth, and there may not be any results. But no matter what, they will fight. If this generation doesn't work, the next generation will work, and if the next generation doesn't work, the next generation will work. In short, there must be a day when it works. Hearing this, Gu Weiwei silently raised her hand. Well, I have 2 aircraft carriers and 5 starships, all ready, and can enter space. I think, with these, it should be no problem to reach level 1 civilization, and as for level 2 civilization, it should also be something to look forward to. Most of the starships were sent by people. The biggest problem for their country now is how to move freely in space. With aircraft carriers and starships, there will be no problem. Being able to go out, plus the various materials provided by the library, the difficulty is much smaller, isn't it? Although it will take a long time, it is not far away. She fought so hard in the game area. Wasn't it just for this day? When Shi Ruixiang listened, he almost choked on his own saliva. They naturally noticed the aircraft carrier on the vending machine, which was several blocks ahead of the products behind it. Although they wanted it, they couldn't buy it immediately. After all, the most urgent thing at the moment was not this matter. But Gu Weiwei had it, and he hadn't heard the players mention it. No, the players did mention it, but they didn't know it so specifically, so this loophole occurred. Is it a harvest from the advanced field? Shi Ruixiang said confidently. Well, the world of Country C on the Blue Water Star was invaded by aliens. Gu Weiwei briefly explained the situation, including the counterattack later. After listening, Shi Ruixiang's mouth was pursed into a straight line. If it weren't for you, that world would be completely occupied by the alien species, and they would be unaware of it. Shi Ruixiang sighed. Different worlds, different disasters, ruthlessly controlled by the same existence. This feeling torture. Before I left, the alien army hadn't arrived yet, and I don't know what the final result will be, but I hope they win. Gu Weiwei said, not only them, but also those other worlds. I hope they can advance to level 2 civilization and completely get rid of the Doomsday game. Perhaps, after they all advance to level 2 civilization, there will be a day of reunion. Yes. We will too. Shi Ruixiang said firmly, his eyes full of determination. They once had so many predecessors, who fought for the country's future without knowing what the future would be like. Now, they already know where the difficulties are and have mastered such favorable conditions, so they will not give up. Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded. So I am willing to lend these aircraft carriers and starships I have to the country for free. Then I thank you on behalf of the country. Shi Ruixiang's expression showed a bit of gratitude. Their country took advantage of the little girl. If there is a chance in the future, they will compensate her well. Even if their compensation is only a drop in the bucket compared to what the little girl has, the attitude must be shown, and the hero must not be discouraged. No, I should do it. Gu Weiwei said quickly. Then, the two continued to chat, each trying to get closer to the other in their own way. In other words, they were looking for the balance point of cooperation between the two sides. Trust also needs to be slowly established in cooperation. While the two were chatting enthusiastically, the first batch of players outside Q City had arrived outside the Doomsday Resort. Looking at the still towering city walls, the players' eyes were unconsciously red. Then, they stepped into the Doomsday Resort step by step. They are back again. Chapter 177. Dad, the walls here are so high. The walls are high, they can protect us well. Mom, will we live here in the future? Yes, here, our little baby won't be hungry. Dad, Mom, we will live here in the future. Don't worry, I can support you. Don't worry about any burden. Yes. If you have to work, it's not impossible. There are farmlands in the Doomsday Resort City. If you need someone to support your family, you can definitely do it, Mom and Dad. Really? Yes, I worked in Doomsday Resort before. You've suffered. As long as you're here, everything is worth it. Different players brought their loved ones to the land of Doomsday Resort, introducing it with a smile. Under their determination, their families went from being nervous to being full of curiosity about Doomsday Resort. And they took their families to the station with familiarity, bought tickets, and got on the bus, ready to take their families to visit Doomsday Resort, and finally go into the apartment to have a good rest. At this moment, they were relaxed. In fact, most of the players had not slept well since returning from the game zone. They could not sleep well even when they returned to their former homes, not to mention that they did not forget that even if they returned to Blue Star, this was still a game zone. The difference was that the dangers in this game zone were random. So they were really awakened from time to time, fearing that they and their families would be in danger. But the Doomsday Resort was different. As long as they were in this city, they can sleep peacefully. Zhang Jingze was one of them. The first thing he did when he arrived at his destination was to find an apartment. He first applied for cards for his family members, transferred a lot of points to them, and then booked a room so that his family members could move around freely as long as they did not leave the Doomsday Resort City. Only then did he sleep peacefully. As for his family, they watched him fall asleep quickly on the bed, and they all walked lightly and went out. As more and more people came, the Doomsday Resort City became more and more lively. The streets and alleys were full of people. The most people were in the snack street and the beverage street. In the past 10 months, they had not been treated badly in terms of their status, but they were extremely frugal in terms of food, and even ate the same dry food that dogs would not eat before. If their lives had been like this since they were young, perhaps they would have gotten used to it, but having enjoyed the light before, they could feel how difficult the darkness was. Therefore, in the Doomsday Resort, faced with so many cheap snacks and food, everyone couldn't help themselves. Eat, drink, shop. When you are full, you instantly feel that life has meaning. Wansimung is the second group of people to enter the Doomsday Resort. Because when they entered, the Doomsday Resort was already very lively. You can see a large number of people coming in and out. Of course, Wansimung also noticed that after entering a certain range of the Doomsday Resort, some words will appear when you look at your head. Some are high and some are low. There are actually a few people who are blocked outside, as if there is a virtual barrier that prevents people from breaking through. At the same time, someone soon rushed out from the side and captured these people. When Wansimung saw this scene, he quickly asked the camera to film. The audience in the live broadcast room was originally admiring the huge Doomsday Resort City, but suddenly the camera turned over, and they were all a little surprised. After seeing the situation clearly, the audience was confused. What's the matter with the numbers above their heads? Why can't they get in? What are they being captured for? Will you still get caught if you go to Doomsday Resort? No, Doomsday Resort has crime detectors. If you commit a crime, it will be revealed. You can't enter Doomsday Resort or use its products. If the official personnel go outside Doomsday Resort to guard, they will definitely catch and investigate you. Doomsday Resort is too awesome. I think it's good. At least everyone who enters Doomsday Resort is trustworthy. Don't bad guys have the right to live? Maybe they were forced to do so. So there is room for the sin value of Doomsday Resort. Some people have sin values, so it's easy to get in, isn't it? But I just took a look, most people have 0. The person who said that before, you can check it out, there is definitely a problem. Speaking of which, there are really many deaths in the past 10 months, and it's time to rectify it. After shooting this short clip, Wansimung checked the data in the live broadcast room and was satisfied. It seems that she has a good focus, and she is also the first batch of media to arrive at the Doomsday Resort. She has to speed up her pace. Then, Wansimung directly signaled the cameraman next to her. She already has a plan for how to shoot next. She not only wants to be the first, but also wants the video she shot today to be difficult to replace and continue to be popular. After the cameraman continued to shoot the exterior of the Doomsday Resort under the guidance of Wansimung, they entered the Doomsday Resort together. As soon as I entered, I took a panoramic photo. People in the whole block were photographed, and there were buses full of people running on different roads, a prosperous scene. Ah, it's so lively. They said there are no tickets. Why are there so many people going to Doomsday Resort? Oh my god, will there be seats in Doomsday Resort in the future? I don't know, I won't have a chance to go anyway, and I can't even afford the travel expenses. In fact, with Doomsday Resort, you can live in Q City. Yes, if a natural disaster hits Q City, just run to Doomsday Resort City. People in Q City are happier. It feels like it's going to get rich all of a sudden. Yes, if you can't afford to live in Doomsday Resort City, you can go to Q City, or even the province where Q City is located, which is close to the water. I feel that Q City will become a central city in the future. One person's success brings prosperity to the whole family. By the way, can you do shopping for me? Although I can't go to Doomsday Resort City, I can buy products from Doomsday Resort City. At this moment, Wansimung started filming people with a camera, and also filmed the buildings on both sides of the road. In fact, there are still a lot of vacant land, but because of the good planning, it does not feel empty. Instead, it makes people curious about what kind of buildings will be located in this place in the future. But in the end, the camera was still aimed at the buildings around the city wall. Air Defense Center, Sniper Tower, Bunker, City Defense Artillery, Arsenal. Next to each building, there is a corresponding signboard, which clearly shows the function of each building. Wansimung was deeply shocked after taking pictures one by one. Finally, he couldn't help but speak to the camera. The Doomsday Resort City can provide people with shelter not only because of its black technology, but also because of its efforts for itself. If it is really safe without doing anything, why should it be equipped with these weapons and military facilities? Perhaps, Its strength is because it not only knows how to protect itself, but also knows how to resist foreign enemies. Won Simong really felt that the image of Doomsday Resort seemed to have become clearer. Especially the traces of use on these military buildings were not removed directly, as if they were metals. So has Doomsday Resort also experienced battles? It's really hard to imagine that scene. These military facilities look like a safe zone. That's right, protect yourself and resist foreign enemies. Everyone wants to. It's just that the natural disaster of the Doomsday game came suddenly, and many people died before they could protect themselves. Did they not want to resist? After all, it's because I can't do anything. Wow, I really want to go to Doomsday Resort. It makes me feel safe. At this moment, Won Simong has moved to another location and started filming the vending machines and recycling cabinets placed at the door of Doomsday Resort. There were people queuing in front of these two huge machines. While the cameraman was filming, Won Simong also explained the situation based on the information sent to her by the TV station. This is the vending machine and recycling cabinet. Doomsday Resort currently has 2,995 apartments, and each apartment is equipped with one on the first floor. So don't worry about not being able to buy goods. After coming to Doomsday Resort, there are many places to buy them. In addition, the vending machines provided by players that are now appearing all over our country are castrated versions of Doomsday Resort. All functions are the same, but only 10 products can be displayed at a time. If you want other products, the owner needs to replace them behind the scenes. The difference is the recycling cabinet and the purification trash can. Although both redeem points by recycling things, there are still differences. The requirements for recycling cabinets are higher, and the price is also higher. Purification trash cans can also recycle waste, but the price is very low. They cannot reach Doomsday Resort and can be used as substitutes. I believe that as long as you are willing to go out of your home and go to some abandoned areas, you can always find a scrap that can be exchanged for points to keep yourself well fed and clothed, or to buy equipment. Won Simong's words were specifically given by the TV station. They said it was a task assigned by the higher-ups, hoping that more people would go out and work hard to earn points. When Won Simong said this, she was excited. When she thought of this scene, she felt that there seemed to be hope for the future. Perhaps, after the Doomsday Resort and the players return, their world will be completely different. The Doomsday game can no longer completely control them. And they seem to have to learn to resist. In the past, resistance was still powerless in the end, and gradually, everyone gave up. But now the resistance is real, and it is time for the public to rise up. Fighting back against the Doomsday game is definitely not a one-person thing. It requires everyone to unite as one. Courage and confidence are really important in the war of resistance. At this moment, Won Simong understood that the existence of the Doomsday Resort not only helped them, but also gave them the confidence to fight against the Doomsday game. Let them understand that the Doomsday game is not unbeatable. Chapter 178. As Won Simong spoke, the audience in the live broadcast room did respond very well. Is the story about the castrated vending machine and the purified trash can true? It should be true. This is one of the official TV stations. It should be credible. I have only heard of vending machines before, not trash cans. So maybe we can enjoy the goods of Doomsday Resort in our own city? We can even exchange them with the waste around us, just like we exchanged resources for the Doomsday game before. In fact, the goods in Doomsday Resort are cheaper. Yes, I've already bought something from a vending machine near me, and the price is only 1/3 of that of Doomsday game. Fuck, is it that cheap? Yes, and the price of a purified trash can is also higher. Damn it, Doomsday game is exploiting us so much. It just feels like Doomsday Resort and Doomsday game want the same thing, and it always feels wrong. Being able to fight against Doomsday game is also a product of a higher civilization, and it's normal to want the same thing. As for whether they are from the same family, the possibility is very small. I haven't seen what the players revealed before. If it weren't for Doomsday Resort, they wouldn't be alive, and Doomsday game has been targeting Doomsday Resort. Regardless of her appearance, judging from her traces, she has helped us quite a lot so far, and the operator of this Doomsday Resort is from Sea Country, so what is there to be afraid of? She is called Boss Goo, right? She is so awesome. I feel very happy. As long as she does not leave the Doomsday Resort, she is absolutely invincible. Whether in the game area or back to Blue Star, she is the happiest one. Yes, I really want to ask for support. What's her name? Let me know if I know her. Hey, I can't find out. No one said anything. She must be protected. Does she need to be protected? Will someone ask her for the Doomsday Resort? Such a big city. Anyone who asks for it is definitely a fool. But, if there is a way to transfer this power. Then who will own it in the end? I'm afraid there will be a mad fight. The comments of netizens are increasingly leaning towards conspiracy theories, and their attention is also focused on Gu Weiwei. Wan Simeng felt something was wrong instantly. Her mission was the Doomsday Resort, not Gu Weiwei. Although she was also interested in Gu Weiwei, reality was like this, and they couldn't touch it. Sure enough, the next moment, Wan Simeng had received a message asking her to change the subject. But before she could speak, someone in the live broadcast room had already changed the subject. Who said that the Doomsday Resort is unique? In fact, the returning players also have good things in their hands. They only need to spend 100 points to own a shelter with an initial area of 100 square meters. They can also get more square meters through upgrades, and they can resist disasters. Can all players have it? Yes. We have hundreds of millions of players in Country C. If all of them can buy it, the damage caused by the Doomsday game to us will be reduced to a very low level. There must be something wrong. We have seen the news this morning. So many players are running to the Doomsday Resort with their families. If this shelter is so useful, why don't they use it themselves? Yes, I have a relative who is a player. He has built a shelter for his village and invited relatives to go there. There are also vending machines and purified trash cans. It is simply a paradise. Because building a shelter will eventually require energy blocks, which need to be purchased from the Doomsday game, which is a long-term energy consumption, but the Doomsday Resort can also be purchased, and the price is cheaper. Is the Doomsday Resort better? It is definitely better, but when you can't choose, entering the shelter is a good decision. Everyone rest assured, official shelters have already been prepared, and there will be one in every big city. What about small cities? Of course there are. Aren't our governments still there? In that case, I'm looking forward to it. Build shelters sooner. I feel like there are really a lot of good things in the hands of players. There are more than 300 million players in our Country C. If each of them protects 2 or 3 people, there will be no problem in our world. Yes. Although the emergence of the shelter has diverted the attention of many netizens, a new problem has surfaced. Wan Simeng looked at the comment area with a little surprise. It's really a bold idea. The things that the players have obtained are all obtained by them at the risk of their lives. Will they hand them over easily? It's impossible to think about it. And if they can survive, will it be a simple existence? It's okay to think about their things, but it's not possible to get them for free. Let these netizens dream. Because the netizens who don't dream are probably out looking for resources now. The resources outside are obviously more valuable now, so it's okay to take a little risk for him. Wan Simeng is no longer ready to care about the comments in the live broadcast room. Anyway, she has done what she should do. Then, Wan Simeng took the camera and started filming the main road of the Doomsday Resort. The most attractive thing is the buildings of various shapes on both sides of the road. Similarly, there is a special introduction in front of each building. The ice and snow world has a special cooling effect after staying there for 2 hours. It's really magical. If you come here when the temperature is high, it's a real treat. The hot spring next to it makes people feel warm all over. It also has a warming effect. Opposite is the trading hall. I heard that you can receive tasks and trade with others. There are many people in it now. It turns out that the Doomsday Resort is recruiting staff, providing food and accommodation, and a basic salary of 300 points per month. It's really exciting. The activity center consists of 3 parts. The most popular one is the training room, where you can experience all kinds of bad weather and train your weaknesses to improve your skills. There are both hot and cold weapons. The tailor shop makes all kinds of cold and heat-resistant equipment. The blacksmith shop makes all kinds of weapons and equipment, mainly cold weapons. The hospital is not only for medical treatment, but also for buying medicines. These medicines can take effect after 1 dose. The library has all kinds of books. I heard there is a higher civilization. It is the product of multiple worlds. This used to be farmland. It is harvest season now. At this time, Wan Simeng has arrived in front of a large farmland. It must be said that the satisfaction in his heart when he saw the grain was beyond words. Especially since their whole world was blocked, and they could not grow any grain. They had not seen such large tracts of grain for a long time. When it comes to integrated planting and breeding, if you don't see it with your own eyes, you won't have such a real feeling. The camera lens also stayed on it for a long time. The shock received by the audience in the live broadcast room was no less than that of Wan Simeng. Ah, this scene is so beautiful. Although I can see similar scenes on TV, I know that those are in the past tense after all, and what is in front of me is in the present tense. Yes, looking at it makes people feel full of hope. Wow, the Doomsday Resort is simply great. He is our savior. So the rules of the Doomsday game do not apply in the Doomsday Resort. At present, this is the case. Then do we have any way to kill the Doomsday game? It is too terrible to be dominated by life. There is hope. I see that our Sea Country players have almost passed a day, and no one has died. This means that no disaster has come today. That's great. Thanks to the reward from Boss Q at the beginning. Yes. There is a grain processing plant next to it. I wonder if I will have a chance to eat the grain of Doomsday Resort City later. Of course. In fact, you can buy it in the vending machine. If you want to eat delicious rice, you can go and get points. Really? Go now. After the cameraman took enough photos, Wan Limong moved on to the next one. Every building in Doomsday Resort City made her yearn for it, but now she had something important to do, so she got busy first. Then, the pond near the farmland also became the focus of attention, which made many fishermen crazy. Now there are no fish in the pond outside. Finally, with Wan Limong's introduction, the group got closer and closer to the core area of the Doomsday Resort City, and there were more people here. And everyone was holding snacks and drinks in their hands. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but stare. I'm not dazzled, that's stinky tofu. And sesame cakes. There are also milk tea and coffee. There are also grilled skewers. Odin. Small cakes. Wow, I haven't eaten them for a long time. I miss them so much. My mouth is watering now. I can't help it after seeing this. Wan Limong was greedy just by looking at them. When she stood in this position, she seemed to have smelled all kinds of fragrances. Too tempting. Hold it, hold it. Wan Limong hypnotized herself and continued to introduce them professionally. This area is more entertainment-oriented, with amusement parks, shopping malls, cinemas, internet cafes, cultural centers, music squares, parks, and snack and beverage streets in front. Coming here will give you a super relaxing holiday. I can already smell the aroma that makes people addicted. Family, do you want to go? Think about it. Crazy thinking. Wow, I love Doomsday Resort City even more. No wonder those players are so crazy, who cannot love such a place. Hurry up, if you can't eat, it's good to look at it to satisfy your craving. One day, I must go to Doomsday Resort City. I'm so greedy, I opened the mall and saw that, well, I don't deserve it. Hurry up, I want to see the price of these snacks in Doomsday Resort City. It must be not expensive. After watching everyone respond enthusiastically, Wan Limong quickly went to the snack street and beverage street. She thought, for the sake of filming the show, it shouldn't be too much for her to try it first. Then, Wan Limong couldn't wait to take the gold and exchange it in the apartment next to him. When exchanging, he also specially explained to everyone the price that gold can be exchanged for. Doomsday Resort is really conscientious. Wan Limong couldn't help but say, not only the price of the goods is conscientious, but also the exchange points are conscientious. One of my necklaces can be exchanged for 123 points, but in the Doomsday game, it is only 30 points. I was shocked when I saw this price. Doomsday Resort is really conscientious. If gold is of the same use to them, but the price is so different, it's really heartbreaking. It's okay, we exchange it at Doomsday Resort in the future. At this moment, Wan Limong had already taken her tenant ID card and rushed to the snack street without hesitation. When they arrived at the snack street, everyone's eyes were wide open at the dazzling array of snacks. When they really saw it, the shock was so strong. Eat, eat, eat. Next, Wan Limong took the audience to enjoy, oh no, watch a feast of food. And then, not only Wan Limong, but also countless reporters and individuals took photos of the Doomsday Resort City, which appeared in front of the audience one after another. The Doomsday Resort City has become the top stream in Country C. Oh no, it should be said that it is the top stream in the world. Because foreign targets are also focused on the Doomsday Resort City. Chapter 179. Since the Doomsday Resort City appeared on Blue Star and rewarded the Sky Curtain players of Country C, the eyes of countless countries have focused on Country C and the returning players. After confirming that many players in their country have returned, they have been trying to find players. But relatively speaking, the results are minimal, especially for countries with vast land and sparse population. When the Doomsday game came, many people still thought it was a good thing. At least as long as the disaster was not in the central city, their losses would be relatively small. Therefore, many people in their central cities returned to the countryside. Some of them also included some wealthy people, who returned directly to the castle and the top scholar, because they had some savings, and they lived a very chic life in the Doomsday. After all, They already controlled most of the resources of a country. While they were enjoying themselves, they were also watching the jokes of Country C. After all, Country C had a large population, and its cities were well built, so every disaster that came was of a magnitude. They also wished that the strength of Country C would be weakened. Before the Doomsday game came, Country C was already the leader in all aspects, including politics, economy, culture, etc. It was a threat to many countries, and they were afraid. As a result, after the Doomsday game came, the development of Country C was curbed, and they were really happy. But sometimes they would wait and see. If even Country C couldn't survive, the crisis faced by other countries would become greater and greater, until the country disappeared. Later, they also began to seek international cooperation. After all, facing the Doomsday game, all of their countries share a common destiny. As a result, when cooperation between countries was about to begin, Country C returned with a Doomsday resort and more than 300 million players. They couldn't help but shudder. Especially after they learned about the Doomsday resort and the players through the network of Country C, they were envious and jealous. They knew very well that with the Doomsday resort and the players, Country C would definitely rise again, and it would be the kind that would be far ahead of the rest. After all, they don't have a Doomsday resort, only players, and the number of players is not as large as that of Country C. Country C's population was a disadvantage before, but now it has become an advantage. These players who can come back alive are definitely the elite among the elites. The most important thing is that after the players from Country C come back, they are willing to cooperate with the authorities. According to the information they received, these players have placed vending machines and purification trash cans all over Country C, and they are still the kind of volunteers. In addition, officials from all over the country have recruited a lot of players and started to build shelters. Although the shelter is not as powerful as the Doomsday Resort, as long as it has abundant energy, it is definitely a powerful fortress. In contrast, what about the players in their country? There are many players who have not even seen their shadows, and no one knows where they have gone to in the mountains and forests. Those who have found them, the little points are tightly held. Those who are willing to give them out, the conditions are even more countless. People and countries are afraid of comparison. No comparison, no harm. So after seeing the situation in the Doomsday Resort, they were all very excited. The only thing they were thankful for was that before the Doomsday Resort and the players returned, they had seen enough jokes and had proposed friendly cooperation. So now they really have an excuse to find Country C. Under such circumstances, national leaders one after another began to call Country C. Just bow your head, anyway, staying alive is the most important thing. They have lived a life of wealth and glory, and they don't want to live a life of wandering in their old age. They want to continue to keep their wealth and glory. At this time, the national leader Wang Jingze in the capital was bombarded with calls from various countries. Of course, many of them were answered by the staff below. If asked, they were busy and needed to deal with affairs. We can talk when we have time. On the side, Yin Yinshan looked at the information from various countries delivered by the staff and couldn't help but snorted. Before, many of these countries were gloating over the misfortune of others, and even wanted to take advantage of the situation. Now they are begging us. It really is a matter of time. Yin Yinshan really felt that he could be proud of himself now. The past 10 months have been really hard for their country. The sudden disappearance of hundreds of millions of people, the disappearance of food reserves, the people who were constantly being dragged into the game, and the natural disasters that occurred from time to time in various places, all became a huge mountain weighing on their country. Especially food reserves. As a nation that is jokingly called fear of hunger, and food is the first necessity of the people, they have spent a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources on food reserves, and never put all their eggs in one basket. If it is a normal natural disaster, they are confident that they can stabilize the situation through dispatch. But unfortunately, all the food is gone, and they can't even plant it again. Relying on the little bit given by the Doomsday game, they are really uncomfortable. Although they can also exchange it with resources, it is too worthless for them, and it feels like exhausting the pond to catch fish. Through analysis, they have speculated that the Doomsday game is for the resources of their blue planet, and that it is not just their planet that is being targeted. And given the other party's strength, they can obviously rob it, but they want to obtain it in this way. They think there should be certain restrictions. Even the civilization behind it has some regulations. But even if they know this, facing such a powerful existence, they have no place to start. Everything is too vague. Finally, they set their sights on the worlds that the players went to. According to their observations, the worlds that the players went to were all relatively advanced, At least the technological civilization was far superior to their blue star. In the past few days, they have been studying all kinds of information sent back by the players. Especially this time's mechanized civilization, they hope that the players can bring back higher technology from the mechanized world, so that they can develop slowly, and one day, in the future they can deal with the Doomsday game. As a result, at this time, Doomsday Resort and the players came back. After understanding their situation, they were like being given a shot of adrenaline. They knew very well that there was hope for their world. Doomsday game may no longer be a threat. Doomsday Resort has the ability to force Doomsday game to cheat. It is not impossible to deal with it again. Yin Yanchang really felt happier the more he thought about it. Wang Jingze looked at Yin Yanchang's appearance and said directly, "Be steady, the current crisis is not yet resolved." Listening to this, Yin Yanchang's face became more serious. "I know, I just thought of their previous faces." Wang Jingze replied, "We have already reached a cooperation agreement later, and the other party did give us some support." "Then, leader, do you want to give them a reply?" Yin Yanchang asked. Of course he knew that after all, the Doomsday game was not aimed at their sea country, but the entire blue planet. To deal with the Doomsday game, the power of other countries is also needed. Wang Jingze listened and said directly, "Not for the time being, we still have to wait for the response from the Doomsday Resort." But the Doomsday Resort, like the players, was built little by little without our support. How can we just take it without hesitation? Moreover, from the information we have obtained so far, the operator of the Doomsday Resort, Gu Weiwei, is very kind and cares about her compatriots and the country. We must not let them down," Wang Jingze said in a heavy tone. Yin Yanchang listened and was silent for a while before he responded with a "hmm." At this time, another phone rang. It's Mayor Shi's call. After the call was connected, the staff member hurriedly reported. Wang Jingze and Yin Yanchang looked at each other, their expressions showing a little nervousness. Wang Jingze took the phone. Then, it was the output time of the other party. The more Wang Jingze listened, the brighter his eyes became. Then, the two sides began to communicate. After Wang Jingze explained the situation on his side, he hung up the phone. As soon as the phone was hung up, Yin Yanchang hurriedly asked, "What did Shi Ruixiang say?" Wang Jingze calmed down and said, "He said that Boss Gu is trustworthy. In addition, the other party is willing to lend us aircraft carriers and starships." Yin Yanchang was stunned, and then pointed to the sky. "Is it the kind that can go to space?" "Yes, we have a chance to advance to level 2 civilization," Wang Jingze said. "We learned about level 2 civilization from the players, and now we have confirmed it from Gu Weiwei. It is obvious that the fight against the Doomsday game is just around the corner." Chapter 180. At the same time, Doomsday Resort. The carnival continued, and both those who were there and those who watched the video were satisfied in Doomsday Resort. As a result, the points in Gu Weiwei's account continued to rise. There were not only those inside Doomsday Resort, but also those outside Doomsday Resort. Countless people walked out of their homes and began to look for recyclable resources in the surrounding ruins. Yes, in the past 10 months, countless cities in the entire sea country have been hit by natural disasters, a large number of buildings have been destroyed, and a large number of people have been killed or injured. What made people feel the most devastated at the beginning was not the people who died after the natural disaster, but the fact that the dead disappeared directly from this world like data after the natural disaster, leaving no trace. Many people who lost their loved ones had psychological problems after the natural disaster. Later, the country invited psychological experts to do publicity on TV every day, and various cities also carried out caring actions, which alleviated some of the problems. The subsequent urban ruins also became an untouchable pain in the hearts of countless people. Of course, there are also some people with strong psychological qualities who have been living well by relying on the ruins, and some people who endure the sadness to survive. And now, countless people still have scars in their hearts, but they have chosen to reconcile with themselves when hope comes. Living well is the greatest comfort to the family. Now that we can live, why not live? After Gu Weiwei noticed this, she also searched for the news on the internet. As a result, she saw many videos. It was a picture of people from all over country C walking out of their homes and heading to the ruins to search for convertible energy. The tone of the reporter was full of excitement, and there were many comments on the video. "I didn't expect to see this scene in my lifetime. Yes, it's really exciting. Everyone who has experienced it knows that this phenomenon is called hope. Wow, I feel like crying for no reason." In the past, the government thought of many ways, hoping that everyone could rise up. But everyone knows that there is a mountain of Doomsday games there, and it feels like it is just hanging on, but now it is different. How can a Doomsday Resort be so powerful? A little hope is also hope, but Doomsday Resort is more than a little. It's not just Doomsday Resort, there are more than 300 million players. Where do you think the vending machines and recycling cabinets we have everywhere now come from? It would take at least many days to buy them, and put them in Doomsday Resort. It's really different. I've only watched the videos about Doomsday Resort a few dozen times. I'm still reswiping now. Yes, I'm working hard to accumulate points now, hoping to have the opportunity to go to Doomsday Resort in person in the future. The feeling will definitely be different. This is what most of the Sea Country viewers swipe, but soon, a swarm of foreign viewers came. The vending machines of Sea Country should also be sold to us. We also need them. Why don't our country's players have them? Our country's players can't be found, so they just hide with their families. It's too much. People from our country were hired, but they don't have vending machines. They do have shelters, but the energy blocks they need are very expensive. They also need energy blocks from Country C's Doomsday Resort. Comparing people makes people angry, and comparing countries makes people even more angry. My ancestors immigrated from Country C. Can I go back? Country C has cheats. I want to report them. Lululu, you can't envy me. Haha, I feel happy when I see you guys envious and jealous. Who is it that mocked us online, saying that we have so many lives and so many deaths? We will always remember it. Yes, I am petty, and I just hold grudges. You want us to share the vending machines with you? Dream on. We are all human beings, and we share a common destiny. And there are buildings in the Doomsday Resort that are similar to those in our country. The Doomsday Resort is definitely not unique to Country C. It belongs to all mankind. Haha, you are so shameless. Then, there was another round of verbal battle, and in this respect, the Sea Countryman had never lost. Gu Weiwei watched with great interest. Being energetic is a good thing. When Shi Ruixiang came back, he accidentally saw the video Gu Weiwei was watching. With a smile in his eyes, he said gently, "You are watching the video. This scene is all your credit. And the efforts of all of you, especially the players, who have contributed selflessly, and their credit is greater." Gu Weiwei replied. After going through so much, the players still have such an original intention, which is great. You also defended the last bottom line for them. Shi Ruixiang said without thinking. The more he understood, the more he could understand the role of Doomsday Resort in this game. If Doomsday Resort had not used the crime detector to defend their moral bottom line, it would be hard to imagine what these people who had experienced the ugliness of human nature and fighting would look like after returning to Country C. Only by being ruthless can you survive to the end. This is a truth in extreme environments. Gu Weiwei listened and fell silent. The praise mode can easily make people vent their feelings, especially when the other party is so sincere. Shi Ruixiang knew Gu Weiwei's character, so he didn't hold on to this matter anymore and continued. You should have seen that there are many comments from foreign netizens in it. What do you think about them selling vending machines abroad? When Shi Ruixiang asked, there was also a hint of testing. After all, this was the boss's order. Of course, it was just an inquiry. The most important thing was Gu Weiwei's attitude. Sure, Gu Weiwei said directly. In the last game area, I also sold vending machines to other cities, because the anti-Doomsday game has never been a matter of one country, but a matter of all countries and the whole world. Thank you for your understanding. And I also handed this matter over to the officials of Country C at the time. I didn't worry about it. It's the same when I come back here. You can handle the cooperation with foreign countries. I just need to sell goods. If you need to restrict anything, I can do it behind the scenes. Gu Weiwei continued. As usual, she absolutely believed in the country in terms of ability. In the video, when Blue Star was first hit by the Doomsday game, Country C was considered to be the one that suffered the most damage, and it was definitely ridiculed by foreign countries. But the country is still willing to cooperate, and it is definitely also considered from the perspective of interests. In fact, some time ago, many countries wanted to cooperate with Country C to fight the Doomsday game together. It was not until the Doomsday Resort City returned that they talked about cooperation. It was just that at that time, in terms of interests, foreign countries were unwilling to give up too much, but now, the initiative is back in our hands. Shi Ruixiang still explained to Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei listened and nodded, yes. Thank you for trusting the country. We will work hard. Shi Ruixiang said, working hard to fight the Doomsday game and restore the freedom of Blue Star. I'm waiting. Gu Weiwei said seriously. She never doubted the resilience of their Sea Country people. Then, Gu Weiwei directly handed the backpack grid to Shi Ruixiang. Shi Ruixiang was a little unresponsive. Aircraft carriers, starships and some high-tech weapons. The first two are borrowed by me, and the latter are funded by me, Gu Weiwei said calmly. Upon hearing this, Shi Ruixiang hurriedly took it carefully. It was because the other party gave it too casually that he didn't expect it. There is an aircraft carrier inside. I really don't know what it looks like. Shi Ruixiang suddenly felt that the backpack in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This is too expensive. He was a little restless. Gu Weiwei looked at this scene and said considerately, "Send this out first. We can talk again when we have a chance." As she spoke, Gu Weiwei shook her phone. "I'm online anytime." She felt like she was back on Blue Star, back in Country C. She seemed to be able to really lie down, because her favorite country was waiting for her, and she also had the best defense in the world. This day was beautiful. As the old saying goes, when you have reached a certain level of strength, you can do whatever you want. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei suddenly thought of the building she inherited the earliest. System, where's my building? Where's my big building? Gu Weiwei finally realized that the location of Doomsday Resort was the location of her building, and the building seemed to be gone. The system was suddenly asked and didn't react for a moment. Gone. The system directly said, as a binding condition, Doomsday Landlady system, who do you think it is bound to? Of course it's the landlady. Gu Weiwei listened and didn't say much. She was just curious about the fate of the building. Now that I think about it, it's really thanks to this building. It's worth exchanging a building for Doomsday Resort City with you, Gu Weiwei said. System, who wants to compare the value with a building? At this time, after Shi Ruixiang reacted, he said to Gu Weiwei, "Thank you, I leave first." If he doesn't get rid of such a critical thing as soon as possible, he will not feel at ease. Don't worry, no one in the world can snatch it away. If someone snatches it away, I will help you get it back. Gu Weiwei quickly comforted him. Yeah. Shi Ruixiang nodded, and he had to say that he was indeed much more relieved. Then, he really said goodbye to Gu Weiwei. When he left, he informed the big boss of the news. Then, from the capital, several fighter jets escorted a plane and headed straight for Q City. And after Shi Ruixiang came from apartment number 1, he saw the bustling Doomsday Resort City. He came early, and although he saw people, most of them were in the observation stage. But at this moment, the people who came to the Doomsday Resort City were eating, playing, and making noises, and it became a little noisy. But this kind of noise has always been their dream. Later, when they got on the bus and passed the playground, they saw the silver bell-like laughter of children coming from inside, which added a little healing feeling. Children are the hope of the future. The future of children means the future of the country. Before, he could not see the future of children. But now he sees it. It's great. Chapter 181. Capital. Wang Jingze has received Shi Ruixiang's reply. After receiving the reply, his spirits were visibly full. Is there no problem over there? Yin Yinshan reacted immediately and asked with a smile. As more and more news came, he became happier. Good news, all good news. This feeling is really comfortable. No problem. Boss Gu has let us take full responsibility for the sale of vending machines. In addition, Boss Gu has directly given us aircraft carriers, starships, and various combat weapons. Wang Jingze said this with a slight smile on his face. Not only because they got something, but also because of Gu Weiwei's trust in them, which allowed them to work more freely. Yin Yinshan was stunned for a moment. This was indeed beyond his imagination. No wonder Shi Ruixiang thinks highly of her. Yin Yinshan replied that the other party was so capable that he was willing to hand over the power in his hands. According to the current situation, Gu Weiwei wants a lot of things, and as long as the country has them, she will do her best to give them to her. It's because she doesn't want anything that makes them value her more. Perhaps she believes that the country will handle it better than she does. Wang Jingze replied, "We have to work hard. We can't let down people who trust the country like her." Yes. Yin Yinshan nodded. Has the shelter at our base been built? Wang Jingze continued to ask. Yes, there is no unified shelter, but it is divided into multiple shelters according to different areas, some large and some small. Our office area is the largest. Yin Yinshan's face became more serious when he talked about this topic. Many of the returning players were originally civil servants, and they were directly recalled. In addition, there were some people they introduced, all of whom emphasized that their character was guaranteed, and they were all absorbed one by one. What about other places? Wang Jingze asked. There are no problems. Many players are willing to cooperate. They are all friendly offers. Some are willing to stay, but some are unwilling. They prefer to go to the Doomsday Resort City, but we all respect their wishes. Yin Yinshan spoke. After knowing that the players were back last night, Departments at all levels had already started to work, and the efficiency was amazing. The most important thing is the cooperation of these players. Yin Yinshan was sincerely grateful to them in his heart. Wang Jingze listened and was also touched. After all, it was the people who carried their country. Thinking about it, Wang Jingze continued, after the things are delivered, we will clean it up again. Huh? Yin Yinshan was surprised. Boss Gu also sent a lot of crime detectors, which can find the spies hidden in our base as quickly as possible. Wang Jingze said directly, including some people who want to make money in times of national crisis. When he said this, Wang Jingze's eyes were a little sharp. Not only do such people exist, but there are also many of them. Originally, he wanted to choose the right time to kill these people and scare the monkeys, to correct the atmosphere and enrich the country's pockets. Now is the best time. I support it. Yin Yinshan quickly agreed that such a scumbag should have been dealt with long ago. We also caught some people in Q City. What did they go to Q City for? Yin Yinshan was shocked. There was such a thing. They probably sent people there to see if there was any place for them to make money in Doomsday Resort City. As a result, they couldn't even get in the door, so they were discovered by our people who were waiting nearby. Wang Jingze was also a little speechless when he said this. Is Doomsday Resort City so easy to deal with? How dare you think? These people. They really deserve it. Yin Yinshan gloated. Anyway, Q City has sent people to guard it, and Boss Gu has also arranged things around her, so try not to let anyone disturb her. Wang Jingze said calmly. Yes. Yin Yinshan responded, and then continued to ask, then should we respond to foreign countries now? Since we have decided to cooperate, let's put the matter of dealing with the Doomsday game on the agenda. Of course, this premise is that more people in each country survive, and there are capable people who can spend energy on research. Wang Jingze listened and said directly, wait a minute, we want to show our fists. The aircraft carrier and the starship will appear in front of the world's human beings, not only to show our current strength, but also to tell everyone that we have the ability to get rid of the Doomsday game. Wang Jingze said in a resounding voice. The mood of the people all over the world has been depressed for too long. Yin Yinshan was surprised when he heard it. We are going to tell everyone about the promotion to Level 2 civilization? Level 2 civilization. So far, it seems to be very far away. Will telling people really make them excited instead of disappointed? Whether we have an aircraft carrier or not, I will tell you about this once I know about it, because everyone needs a goal to strive for. Now that we have an aircraft carrier, we have the possibility to explore space, and we are closer to Level 2 civilization, so we can talk about it. Wang Jingze said with a firm look. Sometimes hiding something is not necessarily a good thing. And with so many players knowing this fact, I don't know how long I can keep it a secret. If you don't keep it a secret for a while, tell us proactively, and the effect will be better. That's good. When they know that our country has an aircraft carrier, other countries will be more eager to cooperate with us, and the conditions will be easier to negotiate. Yin Yinshan also figured it out quickly, his eyes shining. At any time, you have to rely on strength to speak. Strong strength gives you more say, whether it's a person or a country. Wang Jingze smiled. That's the truth. The news that the official press conference was going to be held spread quickly. After all, CCTV has already issued a warning in advance. Many people immediately focused their attention on this matter. It must be a very big thing. And it's a good thing. Haha, I guess it's a good thing too. Is it related to the Doomsday Resort and the players? Apart from this, I can't think of anything else. But why is the press conference held at the airport? Maybe it's because the place is bigger. Is it possible that there are new weapons to be unveiled? Speaking of which, the level of technological development in our country is really very good. I was secretly proud of it before. After all, it is already the best in the world. I just didn't expect to encounter such a weird thing as the Doomsday game. That's right, I'm so upset. Because of the Doomsday game, I feel that our society will regress by several decades. Haha, why are you talking about regression now? In the past, it was said to be destruction. The situation is different. Yes, now that we have the Doomsday Resort and the players, our days will not be so difficult for at least a long time. Last night, I slept very peacefully. Me too. And me. The people of Country C are looking forward to it, and foreign eyes have also noticed this matter. They are still anxious. When will Country C talk to them about cooperation? What's the result? Why do you have the leisure to hold a press conference now? They wanted to see what tricks Country C was playing. In fact, they all knew that Country C would cooperate with them sooner or later. Although they were anxious, they were not that anxious. And it was obvious that this press conference was not that simple. At least until night, there was still no notice of the time of the press conference. Many people fell asleep at night with curiosity. Of course, they subconsciously glanced at the Tianmu live broadcast room before going to bed. After confirming that their players were fine and doing well, they felt more at ease. This was also the most peaceful sleep they had in this period of time. While they were sleeping, the various departments of the country were once again fully mobilized, and countless new weapons were sent to the capital airport. These weapons were all collected by the country before the Doomsday game came. Now, they appeared to give everyone a wonderful performance. The second day after returning to Blue Star. When many people got up, they subconsciously checked the news headlines, and they saw the notice of the official start of the broadcast at 8 o'clock. Look at the time, it's almost 8 o'clock. When I turned on the TV and mobile phone, I saw that all channels were broadcasting live. When everyone saw the live content, they were shocked. Isn't this an air show? Sure enough, when the host announced the start, a drone show kicked off. Watching countless fighter planes posing in various postures in the sky, like a swarm of bees, really makes people feel a tingling sensation on their scalp. And this is just the beginning. Then, when the latest fighter planes, tanks, mechanical animals, etc. were displayed on different channels, everyone was excited. It turns out that we have developed to this level without realizing it. Show too good, I am still proud of my country. The country has really paid a lot to build our military strength. Yes, it is definitely at the forefront of the world. It really makes my blood boil. I love watching it. Come more. Excited? I feel proud of my country. This is the most beautiful scenery. The country is mighty and majestic. I am really excited. It's really amazing. I didn't know before that our mother is so strong. She has been hiding it. While everyone was excited, foreigners came to make sarcastic remarks. What's the use of being so advanced? It still can't beat the Doomsday game. What's the point of country C doing this? No point. These weapons are useless in the face of the Doomsday game. That's right. I thought the press conference was for something else, and this is it. A waste of time. Seeing the foreigners pouring cold water, the Chinese rushed in without hesitation. No matter whether it was true or not, they would not allow people to criticize their country. Just as the two sides were cursing each other on the internet, the performance gradually came to an end. At this time, Wang Jingzi came up under the introduction of the host. Everyone's eyes unconsciously focused on Wang Jingzi's hair. Before the Doomsday game came, he was still black. Now there are many white hairs. What makes them feel relieved is that at least their leader is full of spirit. In the past few months, our world and our country have suffered unprecedented disasters. Many people have been displaced, and many people have died. But we have never given up, and have been working hard to fight the Doomsday game. Everyone says this is a hopeless battle, but I want to say that he is no longer. We have heard from many returning players that as long as our Blue Star can advance to level 2 civilization, we can completely get rid of him. In the past, we also experienced humiliation, but in the end, through our efforts from generation to generation, we stood up. The performance just now is a perfect answer to the past. We never want to admit defeat, and we will never admit defeat. We must stand up again. We must declare war on the Doomsday game. When the speech continued, many people were already crying. Can we really get rid of the Doomsday game? Level 2, that's great. I'm so excited. Yes, if we stand up once, we can stand up many times. If our generation can't do it, we can stand up again through the efforts of generations. We must never give in to the Doomsday game. Yes, but we are not even a level 1 civilization now. We can work hard. But how can we work hard in this situation? How can you boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige? It's true. Everyone hopes that the world will be good, but the reality is too depressing. Just accept the reality. Holding on to unnecessary hopes will hurt others and yourself. There are sea people and foreigners here. They just consider the problem from a more scientific perspective. The current blue planet is still far from level 2 civilization. Will they have the next generation? Although there is hope, it seems a little illusory. Such confidence really cannot be increased at all. At this time, many foreign leaders are also thinking about this. It must be said that when they saw the air show of Country C, they were indeed shocked by the efforts of Country C. But it was just shocking. In the current environment, it is useless. The Doomsday game stands in the atmosphere that they cannot see, and implements a dimensionality reduction attack on them. There is also a level 2 civilization. It's too difficult. Their Blue Star hasn't even completely reached space yet. Just when everyone was sighing, Wang Jingzi's speech had reached the final moment. Here, I want to thank someone, Bosku of Doomsday Resort City. She gave us hope for Blue Star. Just when the word hope fell, suddenly, two huge shadows appeared in the sky, covering the sky and the sun, covering the entire airport. Oh no, it can be said that it seemed to cover the entire capital. Aircraft carrier. Alien starship. This is a gift from Boss Goo. After everyone saw what it was, the people at the scene raised their heads, and the people in front of the TV watched the video, speechless for a long time. As for the foreign leaders, they couldn't help but stand up one by one. Looking at the aircraft carrier and the starship, their hearts were thumping. Unexpectedly, Country C had such a good thing, but when they reacted, they suddenly realized something. It's over. This press conference was also for them. Chapter 182. Many national leaders also understood why Country C did not respond to them first, but held such a unique press conference. It was a naked shock. It must be said that they were shocked. Who told them that they did not have a Doomsday resort, aircraft carriers, alien spaceships? This is really too damn amazing. They may have to make big concessions in cooperation with Country C. At least they have to give up a lot of valuable resources. But is it worth it? They thought it was worth it. They had to figure out how much they had to pay to research aircraft carriers together. Of course, they had to get Country C to sell them vending machines. They could build shelters, but they still had to buy energy blocks from Doomsday Resort, not to mention the food they needed. Although they had energy to exchange, they could buy cheaper energy in Doomsday Resort. They were not fools. Not only did they have to buy expensive energy, but they also had to buy it from the enemy. Foreign leaders quickly organized a meeting and contacted the wealthy people who had armed forces. Foreign leaders were deeply shocked by the aircraft carrier and the alien starship, not to mention the people of Country C. When the words came out, they hadn't reacted yet. But when the aircraft carrier and the alien starship made their debut, they were really shocked. They were so excited that they couldn't speak. They all felt a little dazzled. Fuck. This is so shocking. Ah, an aircraft carrier. The kind that can go into space. It's really huge. Other weapons are nothing compared to them. Can it go into space? Can it go? I really want to sit on it and try it. Don't even think about it. Only really awesome people can go up there. Boss Goo can definitely do it. If I become Boss Goo's younger brother, can she take me up there? Be Boss Goo's younger brother? Is it your turn? Yes. The excitement is over. I really want to say that there seems to be hope for a level 2 civilization. Yes, with aircraft carriers and alien spaceships, it's only a matter of time. Wow, I suddenly want to cry. Yes, I want to cry +1. It has been really hard for us in the past 10 months. We made it. Finally made it. I hope there will be dawn every day in the future. It will definitely be. The internet exploded, especially in the Doomsday Resort. The players who were checking today's news were really galloping in their hearts. How can Boss Goo be so awesome? I heard players in the same game zone as Boss Goo mention aircraft carriers and starships before, but this is the first time I've seen them. The visual effects are so damn good. The sci-fi movies I watched before were really weak. The real version is exciting. I didn't think it was that big when I looked at the product list, but when I took it out, I found that it was simply covering the sky and the sun. With 100 million points as the unit, if Boss Goo says to buy, then buy. But where did the starship come from? It should be the spoils of the previous game zone. When we left, all the aliens in sea were killed, and several starships were also destroyed. This is it. So, there are more than one aircraft carrier and starship? Definitely more than one. Awesome. I want to go and pay my respects to Boss Goo. Boss Goo must not dare to come out now. Haha, Boss Goo is as low-key as ever. I haven't seen her come out, but the things have quietly reached the hands of the country. After encountering the Doomsday Resort City, I had hope in the game area. Now I'm back on Blue Star and looking at the Doomsday Resort City, I also have hope. Yes, I'm suddenly very glad that Boss Goo is a player. Right. Players speak their true feelings on the forum. After returning to Blue Star, they have more ways to contact each other, but the Doomsday Forum is still in existence that players cannot give up. Because he represents their past, especially the last words of many people. Many players are planning to put these last words on the internet bit by bit, at least so that their former family members can see them. Of course, I am off topic. Now the players are all praising the Doomsday Resort and Gu Weiwei on the forum. They think they know that Gu Weiwei, as an administrator, will definitely see it. They want to expose their most sincere feelings in front of Gu Weiwei. Zhang Jingze was also reading the comments of the players at this moment. When he was reading, his mood became cheerful unconsciously. It's really good to have Boss Goo here. Dad, Can I get on the aircraft carrier? The child in Zhang Jing's arms asked excitedly. One day in the future, I will definitely be able to do it. You have to work hard. Zhang Jingza came back to his senses and said to his child. The future blue star has infinite possibilities. We will definitely run towards the sea of stars. Yeah. The child nodded vigorously. At this time, Gu Weiwei looked at the overwhelming praise for herself on the Doomsday forum and the internet, and couldn't help but feel a little pressured. It seems that she should stay alone in apartment number 1 for a while. Anyway, she is used to this kind of life at home. As for food and drink, isn't it easy to sneak in? Just put new products on the shelves. Gu Weiwei did it as soon as she said it, and started adding snacks to the product column of the vending machine. Just add a few of her favorites, and replace them when the time comes. It won't take too long. Just when Gu Weiwei finished adding them, many players, who were adjusting the items in the vending machine noticed it. As the owners of the castrated vending machine, these players are eligible to exchange 10 items. Now, they are all preparing to replace the product image of the aircraft carrier, so that more people can enjoy it. The result, suddenly found that there were a lot more snacks in the selectable items. You know, they have experienced so many games, and have never seen snacks appear in vending machines. The main reason is that during the game, who has the mood to eat something with a strong taste and small portion? So this time it appeared very abruptly. Someone shared this incident on the Doomsday forum. After the result was exposed, a player soon gave the answer. I have been waiting outside apartment 1. Boss Gu has not appeared from yesterday to today. I feel that she will not appear in Doomsday Resort again. It is certain. I rarely saw her before. Speaking of which, I know that Boss Gu exists, but I don't know what Boss Gu looks like, because when I went to Doomsday Resort, Boss Gu did not appear from beginning to end, just like a big boss behind the scenes. The upstairs has also been to Doomsday Resort. What should we do if we haven't been there? I'm used to Boss Gu's low profile, so don't bother her. Yes, what's the benefit of exposing Boss Gu's identity? Anyway, she can run the Doomsday Resort behind the scenes. So, this snack was made by Boss Gu to stay at home. Haha, it should be. I feel so cute for some reason. Boss Gu instantly became more down to earth. Ah, when I can't see Boss Gu, I choose to eat the same snacks as Boss Gu. Because he is too famous, he doesn't want to show up, so he stays at home. As a result, he makes a unique product for himself for snacks. This is a cool life, right? It's so cool. Players spoke freely on the forum, and Gu Weiwei's image in the minds of many players became more three-dimensional. This matter is related to the mysterious Boss Gu, so it will always be a hot topic. And the live broadcast of the press conference is still going on. Although the aircraft carrier and the alien spaceship have been put away, the heat is still not reduced. When mentioning Boss Gu, someone brought up this matter. Haha, is this because of the trouble of being too popular? Can we eat outside? I kind of want to eat the same thing. It seems that she is a person who doesn't like to be disturbed, so let's not disturb her. I still hope to meet Boss Gu, but I still respect his choice. I feel that Boss Gu is very cute. I declare that Boss Gu will become my mascot from today. I want one too. Gu Weiwei's popularity remained unshakable in the live broadcast room. However, at this time, Wang Jingza had already talked about the next thing after putting away the aircraft carrier and the alien starship, successfully diverting everyone's attention. In addition to officially announcing the anti-Doomsday game, the government will also do its best to build shelters. Some shelters have already been built, and others are being arranged. We will release a list of shelters next. Please choose a shelter nearby. Here, thank all the players who donated vending machines and shelters for free. The country will always remember your dedication. Wang Jingza continued. The protagonists of the shelter are the players. He is also grateful. Wang Jingza's topic still caused a huge stir among the crowd. After all, this involves their personal safety at present. The shelter is going to be built, as long as they live in it. Even if the Doomsday disaster comes, they will no longer be powerless. Wow, I just knew about the shelter yesterday, and it was built today. I am so moved. Thank you, players. Thank you for your selfless dedication. Oh my god, in just these 2 days, the country's efficiency is also very high. Thank you, country. Not only players, but also countries, and thousands of people who have worked hard in this process. Ah, so excited. In just 2 days, I feel that the whole world has changed dramatically. It's amazing. Now I just hope there is a shelter near my home. Didn't you hear what the big boss said? Now a part has been built, and it will continue to be built later. Yes, according to the current situation, it is obviously worth waiting. When will the list be announced? It has been announced, and can be seen on major websites. Many places have them. I didn't expect that my 18th tier city would have them. It should be said that wherever there are players, there are them. The players are really amazing. Thank you to the country, thank you to Doomsday Resort, thank you to the players, thank you to all the staff, I love you so much. People's emotions became more and more high. Because everything was so beautiful, they felt like they were dreaming. Of course, many people couldn't help but laugh foolishly after pinching themselves. Chapter 183. After giving people confidence, the Shinjo government started to work drastically. First, they organized the transfer of personnel and moved as many people as possible to the shelters. At the same time, they excluded towns without shelters and built new shelters by the government. There were also vending machines. In addition to those provided free of charge by players, the state also provided them at its own expense and spread them in different areas of different cities. In addition, some industries were encouraged to resume production and provide some jobs. Of course, the state has corresponding subsidies for the industries that have been restored. With such strong support, people's lives have gradually become normal, or at least more orderly. As for foreign countries, after showing off their fists, foreign countries have indeed lowered their posture in seeking cooperation, and exchanges between countries have become more frequent. Cooperation on vending machines and recycling cabinets has also been put on the agenda. In this regard, foreign countries have sent spies to buy vending machines and smuggle them directly abroad. In the end, I bought the things, but when I took them abroad and wanted to buy the goods, a window popped up. I didn't get authorization. In the end, I had to continue to negotiate with a thick face. Fortunately, it was quite honest, and the price was only a little bit higher. The most important thing is that through this cooperation, all parties signed a contractual friendly mutual assistance agreement. The content of the agreement includes the sharing of scientific and technological information, and the dispatch of domestic high-end scientific and technological talents to Country C. The most important thing is to enter the Doomsday Resort and start to systematically study the relevant information in the library, and at the same time study the internal structure, power, operation and other aspects of aircraft carriers and starships. The consumption of these researchers in the Doomsday Resort City will be borne by the Alliance account, and of course, the final research results will also be shared. In terms of goals, all countries are consistent, that is, to strive to improve the civilization level of Blue Star, first reach level 1 in the shortest time, and then continue to impact level 2 civilization. After the agreement was reached among the countries, preparations began immediately. Of course, at this time, they did not forget to care about the Tianmu players, who were completing the game in the advanced world. Because only when Tianmu players survive in the advanced world can the stability of the countries in Blue Star be guaranteed. Players from Country C have the highest survival rate at present, reaching 100%. As for other countries, there were only a few casualties. Everyone knows that they are closely related to the fate of their own country. Even countries with bad environments will not hesitate to concentrate resources to reward these players. As for countries with small territories, let alone now, they have already been destroyed a few months before the start of the Doomsday game. Therefore, those who can survive internationally now are basically those with relatively large territories, because large territories have higher risk resistance. Of course, some small countries, after finding that they were unable to fight against the Doomsday game, merged with the surrounding small countries to jointly improve their ability to resist risks. Several small countries around Country C were originally holding on. But one after another, the casualties were heavy, and the people were not happy. They all asked to be incorporated into Country C. Country C did not want to accept it, but the Doomsday game forced it in based on geographical location. Country C had no choice but to accept it. However, there was no preferential treatment. After all, it was not enough for a country to handle it. The only advantage of the expanded territory for Country C is that it has a stronger ability to resist risks. Of course, there are some exceptions. In the past 10 months, many disasters have occurred on the original land of these small countries. It is also because after experiencing the disaster, those who have complaints in these small countries dare not say more. After all, a few times have caused them huge losses. If they really participate and the players are not strong, it will be hundreds of disasters. Their country will definitely not be able to withstand it, and will be destroyed. Therefore, after joining, it was relatively safe. Under the successive disasters, the entire Blue Star structure had completed a major reshuffle within 10 months. Those who should unite had all united, and then fully supported the players as representatives. Also because of the support of the country, the situation on Blue Star has been relatively stable in recent months, and the frequency of natural disasters has been much lower. Of course, in addition to surviving in the higher world, if the players can obtain some resources in the higher world, these resources can also be materialized 100 times on the last day. It can be said that the longer the players survive, the greater the benefits to the country. The country will not be stingy with its investment in players. After seeing that Country C got help from the support of Bosku of Doomsday Resort City, and all the players survived, the countries that were able to buy the same pair of goods did not hesitate to distribute them to the players in their own countries. Of course, there was also a card with 100,000 points. With this support, the survival rate of players in various countries is rising. After their survival needs were met, and they had a lot of protective equipment, the players started to make trouble. The high technology of the mechanized world was indeed tempting enough. While players from other countries were preparing to make trouble, players from Country C gradually gathered together. In the past, they rarely gathered together, and they always worked in groups, keeping the number of people in the group to less than 10. They were also afraid of the situation where the whole army was wiped out, which would be a huge blow to the entire country. As for this time, it was because of the merchandise vending machines in Doomsday Resort City that they bought signal towers and mobile phones, and communicated in the mechanized world through mobile phones. They even found that the mobile phones in Doomsday Resort City could actually invade the network of the mechanical world. Then, they learned about the situation in the mechanical world through the network. Especially the city where the players are now, Flora City. Now the players are put into the inner city, where only the highest level mechanical life can live. Outside the inner city, there are mechanical life forms of different levels, and humans only exist in the outermost city. These humans were once the masters of the machines. It can be said that they were taken care of by mechanical life forms from birth to death. However, with the evolution of machines, they are no longer satisfied with serving humans. In their view, humans have characteristics such as stupidity, weakness, and cowardice. Such humans control them. They want to counterattack. Therefore, a mechanical revolution began, and the status of mechanical life and humans was completely reversed. Humans have become slaves of mechanical life and serve mechanical life. The inner city is the core area, and humans cannot enter it at all. Therefore, apart from patrol robots, there are no detection machines specifically targeting humans. This is why players can survive in the inner city. However, once a player is discovered, all players will be in danger. Knowing this, Luciosia is now contacting other sea countries to plan to leave the inner city together. After all, it was too dangerous for so many players to gather in the inner city. If they were not careful, they would be wiped out. Because of the mechanical life law, once humans entered the inner city, they would be killed without mercy. And according to the current strength of the players, they could not deal with so many mechanical life. On the contrary, in the several areas outside, if they were caught by mechanical life, the worst that could happen was that they would be taken as slaves. Although there were risks, the probability of survival was higher. There were also passages between the inner city and the outer areas, and Luciosia and the others were going to leave the inner city through the passages. While Blue Star was busy with construction these days, Luciosia and the others also guessed the location of the passage through their own efforts, and they are now heading there. At this time, it is daytime in sea, which also means that it is night in the mechanized world. At this time, except for a few on duty, the rest of the mechanical life forms are resting. Their rest is not a real rest, but just recharging, which is considered to be in line with the human work and rest. This is also the most suitable time for Luciosia and other players. Country C. Countless people were watching the live broadcast room, and they felt their hearts were in their throats. Aw, so nervous. Yeah, I've been neglecting them these days. I just knew they were alive. I didn't expect that they were so dangerous after I learned about their situation. Their mission is to survive for 1 month, but it's obvious that if they stay in the inner city all the time, the possibility of survival is too small. So fortunately, there are products from the Doomsday Resort City, which allow them to understand the situation in the mechanical world. And the players from Country C are also very careful, especially Luciosia. Yes, there is huge energy hidden in her small body. She is my favorite player from Country C. It's just that our Country C took the lead and let other countries take advantage for nothing. We can remind their players. It's not really taking advantage. Now that all countries are cooperating, it's okay to help each other. Yes, our common enemy is the Doomsday game, not other countries. Yes, a community of shared destiny. In Tianmu's live broadcast room, countless bullet comments flew by. Gu Weiwei was also chasing Tianmu at this time. She was really nervous. In the previous game area, she saw only text descriptions. Now watching Tianmu's live broadcast, it really makes people sweat for the players. Under everyone's expectations, Lu Xiaoxiao led the team to the entrance. Luckily, this is indeed the entrance. Unlucky, the entrance is heavily guarded at this moment. Seeing this scene, everyone's breath was choked. Can they succeed? Chapter 184. The people outside the sky are nervous, and the players inside the sky are also nervous. Do you want to? At this time, a player made a gesture of wiping his neck towards Lu Xiaoxiao. They have all reached the entrance of the passage. After dealing with these robots, they can enter the next area. Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, the honeycomb brain shared by mechanical life, the higher the level, the more it can store. If it is shown that these robots are man-made damage, it is difficult to doubt, especially after we leave. What about the players from other countries? They now have the same things as us. It is very likely that the countries on Blue Star have reached a cooperation, so we can't do anything to cheat people. If we don't deal with them, we have no way to get out. How about going out by one person to lead them away? Impossible. Their fixed program will never leave the entrance of the passage. If there is an enemy, they can summon patrol robots. So except for mechanical life, it is difficult for humans to get out of this passage. The players were discussing, but their hearts were getting heavier, because they found that the probability of them escaping was too small. It was easy to escape, but the question was whether they could bear the consequences behind it. Especially outside, the eyes of the whole world were focused on them. At this time, the Sea Country people who saw their situation were really anxious. Hey, the current situation is really troublesome. In fact, hiding in this inner city is not a problem. Haven't you been hiding well these past 2 days? Do you think the game is that easy? If it were that easy, the death rate wouldn't be that high. They might be safe in the first 10 days, but from the 10th day on, it's definitely hell mode. This is an old routine. Then why not just ignore the players from other countries? If it affects other players, do you think that after new players are drawn, the players from other countries will let our players go? When the time comes, players from other countries will attack us. Do you think our players can resist? Yes, on Blue Star, countries can compete with each other, but outside Blue Star, we are all Blue Star people, a community of shared destiny. Everyone abides by it, and foreign players dare not do anything dirty. That's right, even players from country A dare not. Everyone can still distinguish between a full meal and a full meal. Then what should we do? So urgent. I went to the live broadcast rooms of other countries, and saw that they were also anxious, but they didn't dare to have any bad intentions. Didn't dare to move, or did they move? I feel that if it comes to the last moment, maybe they will fight together. In fact, it would be best if they could disguise themselves as mechanical life. Disguised robots? I think I've seen similar videos before. Can we give them rewards? Can our technology achieve that? Anyway, these gatekeepers are just ordinary robots. Ah, Artificial, what are you doing? In fact, before netizens made this suggestion, the Sea Country official had already taken action. After all, in order to serve the Tianmu players, the Sea Country official had already mobilized experts from all aspects to give them suggestions, and send them things at any time. As early as the first day they entered the mechanized world, the Sea Country official had already asked the experts in charge of this area to prepare shells for the players. They didn't know about the channel, but the experts speculated that in a world full of mechanical life, camouflage robots are definitely a life-saving thing. When the first batch was completed, the Sea Country officials immediately rewarded Lu Xiaoxia and others. When Lu Xiaoxia and others were worried, they suddenly received rewards from the country and were shocked. The country is really reliable. We just need to disguise ourselves as robots. I just don't know if they will be found out. Since the country dares to send it, it means it is very confident. I believe in the country too. Lu Xiaoxia and her group muttered while quickly putting on the robot shell. After putting it on, Lu Xiaoxia said directly, I will try the effect first. We will go out in groups of 4. Who of you is willing to follow me? Soon, 3 players agreed. The people outside the sky curtain watched them walk towards the entrance step by step, their hearts almost jumping out of their throats. But it must go smoothly. At this time, not only the people of Sea Country, but also many foreign spectators came here after hearing the news. Because only if Blue Star wins, they can follow behind and drink a mouthful of soup. Just when everyone was nervous, Lu Xiaoxia and his team had already reached the entrance. When they arrived at the door, the guarding robot's eyes suddenly lit up, and then it scanned Lu Xiaoxia and his team several times. After the scanning, the door at the entrance of the passage opened directly. Lu Xiaoxia and his team walked in slowly. Lu Xiaoxiao walked to the next area and immediately sent a message to his teammates. His teammates immediately started to act, and their success was also faithfully projected on the big screen. Everyone watching couldn't help but cheer. Ah, so excited, it actually worked. So happy. Our country is the best. We can get it whenever we want it, haha, our government is really shrewd. The think tank is really awesome. I will never scold experts again. Haha, having such a country is our greatest confidence. Gu Weiwei, who was originally watching the live broadcast on the Sky screen and asking the system about the robot shell, also breathed a long sigh of relief at this moment. The feeling of returning to the embrace of the motherland is really different. Although we have encountered so many difficulties, the country is the country, and it is still so reliable. Gu Weiwei relaxed completely and continued to watch the players show in the live broadcast room. As a result, the country's more exciting operations are still to come. See country official. The robot shell is in mass production. If you need it, you can place an order. Contact information, you know. Several such bullet comments flashed in the live broadcast room of Blue Star players, and even in the live broadcast room of foreign players. As soon as it was released, everyone knew what the C country officials were planning. Haha, our country is really good at doing business. It takes a lot of time to make the robot shell, so what if I want some compensation? That's right, and it will definitely be cheaper than if the player lost it. If I were from another country, I would definitely buy it. Yes, yes, yes. Let's help rebrush it, so they don't see it. I help too. With the unremitting efforts of the C country people, such comments were quickly spread to the live broadcast rooms of players from countless countries. Many foreign players came to watch the fun. It's true. Country C has so many good things. Why don't you just support them? We are all Blue Planet people anyway. Go away. I haven't seen any country help other countries when they cleared the game before. You can buy it or not. It's not us who will suffer anyway. In this world, anything that can be solved with money, oh no, with points, is not a problem. Yes. Don't worry. They will definitely buy it. The C countryman said confidently. Sure enough, after a while, he saw the same familiar robot in the live broadcast room of players from other countries. The C countryman was even happier. Ha ha, he said something bad but acted right. Gu Weiwei also noticed this. After watching the players from various countries gradually put on the robot shells, Gu Weiwei's attention was back. There shouldn't be any problems next. Gu Weiwei felt like she had really witnessed a thrilling heart-stopping ride. Host, all your apartments are about to be full. Please build new apartments as soon as possible. At this moment, the system reminded Gu Weiwei in her mind. Hearing this, Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the control panel of the Doomsday Landlady system. The current number of tenants has become more than 2 million. Even in the game area, Gu Weiwei never thought that there would be a day when it would be full of people. I didn't expect that after returning to Blue Star, it would be full in just a few days. Most of them are players, and a few are rich people from other cities. Of course, those who can be called rich in the Doomsday are at least those who have more assets, especially those who have gold and cultural relics. After this part of people came, they basically booked a room. There are indeed many vacant beds. Gu Weiwei is considering whether to build more single rooms when building a new apartment. After all, when the number of tenants is small, Gu Weiwei has already reached the conditions. The most in-demand buildings are landmark buildings. The C country official said that they had handed it over to them, but there has been no response yet. However, Gu Weiwei believed that they must be preparing intensively. She just needed to wait for good news. She could build apartment buildings at will. Of course, she could build them now. Since she needed rooms, she would build them. Speaking of which, it was not just the Doomsday Resort that was overcrowded. There were also many people living in Q City, where the Doomsday Resort was located. Especially after the shelter was built, there were more people. It can even be said that there are more people living in Q City. After all, the cost of living in Q City is lower than that in Doomsday Resort, and you can also go to Doomsday Resort every day. Although it is limited to 6 hours, it is enough for many people. In addition to players, the majority of people in Doomsday Resort are old people and children. Most of them are to ensure that these 2-week groups have a guarantee. Many people are reluctant to spend money on themselves, but are willing to spend money on their parents and children. Thinking about this, Gu Weiwei had already opened the Doomsday Landlady System Mall, and was skillfully preparing to buy an apartment. As a result, at this time, the system popped up. It is recommended that the host can develop some more expensive housing types, and the tenants have corresponding requirements. Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment. Is the system trying to earn points from the rich? It is unlikely to be so. Maybe different types of buildings can trigger rewards? Thinking about this, Gu Weiwei asked cautiously, how about a few more? Very good. Gu Weiwei got it instantly. Then let's have more types. The next moment, Gu Weiwei pulled out all the residential buildings. Just take this opportunity to make a good choice. Then get her a separate house, so that apartment 1 doesn't have to be vacant. And watching Gu Weiwei choosing with relish, the system looked at the Doomsday Landlady system without warning and calmed down. Talking to smart people is quite worry-free. Chapter 185. Product, apartment. Price, 1,000 points. Product, B&B. Price, 1,000 points. Product, hotel. Price, 1,000 points. Product, hotel apartment. Price, 5,000 points. Product, private courtyard. Price, 10,000 points. Product, villa. Price, 50,000 points. Product, Sihiyuan. Price, 100,000 points. Product, garden. Price, 500,000 points. Gu Weiwei looked at all the current buildings, and the points jumped continuously, and Gu Weiwei's little heart also jumped. Although the price of the later buildings is just a drop in the bucket compared to the points she has, the price is skyrocketing compared to the apartment she bought. You know, this is just the price of the rough shell. You need more money to unlock some equipment later. She bought it, but can anyone afford it? But for the possible rewards, she bought it. Each type of building is allocated a piece of land. Fill up the hotel, 20 buildings. Fill up the homestay, 20 buildings. The hotel apartment can also be filled up, 20 buildings. 10 independent courtyards. 5 villas. 1 quadrangle courtyard. 1 garden. After planning, Gu Weiwei bought them directly. All the points added up were a drop in the bucket for Gu Weiwei, and she was too lazy to count them. After the purchase, all the building icons appeared on the map, and Gu Weiwei placed them on the corresponding plots little by little. The better the building, the more secluded it is. When it came to the quadrangle courtyard and the garden, Gu Weiwei was really impressed instantly. The courtyard is quaint, and the garden is beautiful and quiet. She can live in any of them. After the placement, it is a question of rent for each building. B&B, hotel, 100 rooms, the main rooms are single rooms, 20 points, double rooms, 20 points, you can choose freely when checking in. Hotel apartment, 50 rooms, the main rooms are single rooms, 30 points, double rooms, 30 points, family rooms, 40 points, you can choose freely when checking in. A private courtyard, 3 rooms, red 200. A villa, 6 rooms, red 600. A courtyard, the whole house is 1,000. A garden, the whole house is 2,000. These are the recommended prices by the system. Gu Weiwei followed the system pricing. Some of them are definitely expensive, but there are cheaper ones. It depends on personal choice. Discounts can be given later depending on the situation. If it weren't for the system's suggestion, she really thought that the apartment could solve all her troubles. She made a lot of money, and players could also move in cheaply. After the construction was completed, Gu Weiwei also built all the supporting facilities such as nearby roads, street lights, green belts, stations, parking lots, etc. This was not only for cheap tenants, but also for the beauty of the entire Doomsday Resort. After operating for so long, Gu Weiwei had already regarded the city as her home. If she really had to leave the Doomsday Resort, she would feel reluctant. Since she was reluctant, she would naturally continue to operate it well. Speaking of which, perhaps she has been inseparable from Doomsday Resort since the day of binding. What will the future be like? Gu Weiwei currently doesn't know, and doesn't want to think too much. But as long as she has it in her hands for one day, she will manage it well. After the addition of this part of the building, the originally idle land was immediately filled up a lot. Thinking about the remaining vacant land, Gu Weiwei paused, and the plots near the farmland, Gu Weiwei continued to convert into farmland. She had already planned that the output of this part of the farmland would be supplied to the vending machines in Country C, with a daily limit per person. The grain factory built before was just put to good use. Doomsday Game controls the grain on Blue Star, but he can't control the grain in Doomsday Resort City, right? After the farmland was enlarged, Gu Weiwei took the opportunity to post some job vacancies. There are now a lot more elderly people in Doomsday Resort City. Consider their situation and add some jobs for them. As for children, most of the shelters in Country C include schools, just to send students back to class. After all, the future of Country C depends on these children. The Doomsday Resort should also be prepared. I started searching in the Doomsday Landlady System Mall, and finally obtained the special building school through combination. The school directly includes kindergarten, elementary school, middle school and university, for buildings of different sizes, and the teaching method is more technological. Gu Weiwei took a look and found that each classroom was a training room, which could be directly converted according to the needs of each class, and even virtual teachers could be hired. Of course, the hiring price of each virtual teacher was also sky high. Gu Weiwei looked at them one by one. Teacher, Bellweber. Specializes in artificial intelligence. Origin, level 2 civilization. Price, 10,000 points/session. Teacher, Estella Avery. Specializes in genetic engineering. Origin, level 2 civilization. Price, 10,000 points/session. Teacher, Mei Ruoxue. Specializes in quantum mechanics. Origin, level 2 civilization. Price, 10,000 points/session. Although the whole process consumed some points, after reading it, Gu Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. All of these are what they need on Blue Star. Even if there is information, it takes a lot of effort to put it into practice. But it is different with teachers, and they are teachers from level 2 civilization. In addition to these teachers, there are many teachers for younger students. However, looking at their courses, they all show early childhood education. Early childhood education in level 2 civilization should be different from ordinary ones. Cultivate the next generation, start now. Please, please, Gu Weiwei even planned to study there. Without hesitation, Gu Weiwei directly issued the enrollment notice. Tuition is also required, but it is just a token of appreciation. Even if you are poor, you cannot be poor in education. When the enrollment notice came out, Gu Weiwei noticed that the school spontaneously began to display the enrollment entrance examination time. An entrance examination is still required? Gu Weiwei asked the system curiously. Civilizations above level 2 attach great importance to education and pay attention to selection. If you are unqualified, you will not be able to keep up with the progress of the school, which will cause a waste of resources. Therefore, a selection will be carried out at each stage of study to select talent step by step. The system explained. Yes, thank you. Gu Weiwei nodded. It seems that education is more important than Blue Star, and the focus is on talent. Of course, if you work hard, you will have a chance. But relatively speaking, it is still more cruel. Afterwards, Gu Weiwei directly placed the school next to the library, and of course slightly moved the positions of other buildings. After doing all this, Gu Weiwei also deliberately zoomed out the map to check it. After confirming that there was no problem with the city construction, she directly chose to run it. After it was running, the entire Doomsday Resort City began to change rapidly. Many people were strolling around the Doomsday Resort City, and they felt that in the blink of an eye, many buildings appeared around them. Players who had witnessed it before were also shocked. Oh my god, did the Doomsday Resort City advance again? It seems not, the territory area has not increased. It's just that there are too many people coming recently, so some buildings are added to accommodate people. But it doesn't look like an apartment. Yes, it's not that tall nor that big. Doomsday Resort has developed a new hotel? It's really rare. Let's go, let's take a look. The conversation between the players made some people react. Especially the tourists who had just entered the Doomsday Resort and had not had time to check in, followed the crowd without hesitation. When they arrived at the new building, they all exclaimed in admiration. Wow wow wow, there are so many more types. And it seems to be more upscale. The environment is better. Single rooms and double rooms, finally available. It's just a little expensive. But after discounting the double room, it's not expensive. I think it's worth it. Yes, not only are there single rooms and double rooms, but there are also small courtyards with independent doors and houses. Ah, I just hate that I'm too poor. I love small courtyards with independent doors, villas, courtyards and gardens. I can't even afford to rent a small courtyard, let alone the 3 behind. Actually, I can afford to live there, but after one night, I have to eat dirt, so forget it. It seems to be prepared for rich people. But we, the working people, are still the mainstream. Pay attention to improved housing. Yes, the family room in the hotel apartment is very suitable for a family to live in, 1,200 points a month. I think it's good. If a family of 3 lives in a double room, it's only 600 a month, not much more expensive. I love the new listings. Great. It's better to strike first. The news of the new listings spread quickly, and the number of people who made reservations increased rapidly. In addition to the changes in the houses, other changes were also noticed. Farmland and recruitment notice. The area of the farmland has increased a lot. Yes, it is many times larger than before. Are you going to expand the planting? It should be. You see, we need to recruit a lot of people. Ah, I want to apply. It can provide food and accommodation, which saves a lot of money. The grain factory is also hiring. And property managers. Oh my god, there are thousands more job openings. Hurry up and sign up. The probability is still very high. Who will the grain factory sell the grain to? Will it be us? Ah, that's great. But eating in the Doomsday Resort is expensive, so I don't want to cook. We don't need it, but the shelter outside does. Yes, yes, yes. Then, someone else was checking out the extra school next to the library. We are recruiting new students from kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and college, and they need to take the entrance exam. The teachers are from Level 2 Civilization and are knowledgeable. Holographic teaching of the course, combining theory with practice. The contents were pointed out one by one, and everyone's eyes became brighter and brighter, especially those with children at home. They are worried about their children's future. If they can study in the school of Doomsday Resort City, will their future be bad? No one. I'm afraid the country is scrambling to get it. I want to sign up. I want to sign up too. But what is the entrance exam? I don't know. I haven't studied for a long time. I go to the library to borrow books later. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and countless people's hearts are touched. After the news spread, the official also paid attention to it instantly. A teacher of Level 2 Civilization. Chapter 186. Level 2 Civilization. Yin Yincheng's expression was a little more excited. We can send some people to school to study university studies. In fact, they have already purchased the corresponding information from the library of Doomsday Resort City. And many aspects are still blank for them. Under such circumstances, it is a bit difficult for them to learn, and they can only try to start from scratch. After all, the genius among the geniuses is still very rare. Everyone who can go, no limit on the number of places, and take the entrance exam. Wang Jingze said, I think the time is first college, then middle school, and then elementary school, so we will take the exams one level at a time. Yin Yinchang was completely confused when he heard it. What? And they took the exams to elementary school? Seemingly seeing Yin Yincheng's surprise, Wang Jingze said directly, Can you guarantee that their knowledge points have reached the requirements of high civilization? Maybe their elementary school stage is enough for us to learn. Then should we select some of the younger children in our country to go there? At least to test their talents? Yin Yincheng understood and continued. Education should start from childhood. The move of Doomsday Resort City is undoubtedly to help them cultivate talents. We will select a group of people to enter the assessment first. Wang Jingze said, At least we can understand the other party's assessment standards first. Yes. Yin Yincheng nodded and immediately started to prepare. Wang Jingze also took the opportunity to pay attention to the new changes in Doomsday Resort City. It's not an upgrade, it's just adding a building complex. It seems that there are not enough people to live there, but why add other types of buildings? Maybe it's because it can trigger some rewards? Wang Jingze analyzed it in his mind. After all, in her cognition, Gu Weiwei is not someone who would do such troublesome things. Now that it's done, it just proves that there is something to ask for. But this is not the most important thing. They have asked many architectural experts to start drawing buildings that are enough to be called landmark buildings, and even artistically processed or restored to the peak period on the original basis to make them more representative. Not only to get the subsequent rewards from Doomsday Resort, but also to hope that their buildings can be preserved through Doomsday Resort. He didn't want to abandon the traditional culture of his country in the process of fighting for the country. Recently, he has also been working hard to copy some books and send the originals to Doomsday Resort for preservation. This is also to be on the safe side. He also gave all his trust to Doomsday Resort and Gu Weiwei. Of course, there is also an idea that if it really comes to a life and death opportunity, maybe he can exchange some of it for points. But that was the time when there was nothing they could do. They just preferred to keep one hand. Then, Wang Jingze contacted the staff in charge of architectural drawings. After working overtime, 5 drawings have been produced. Hearing 5, Wang Jingze's eyes lit up. He heard that Shi Ruixiang said that the next upgrade of Doomsday Resort City only needed 4 architectural drawings, and Gu Weiwei still had one in her hand, but it was a landmark building abroad. As long as 3 of the 5 drawings were qualified, Doomsday Resort City could be upgraded. Then, Wang Jingze arranged for someone to send the architectural drawings to the Doomsday Resort. At this time, the carnival in the Doomsday Resort was still going on. As long as they were not so tight on money, they were willing to enjoy a private space with their family or friends. Although the 8-person room was not a big problem, there were also some idle people. Now family rooms and double rooms have become their choices. For some people with more assets, they preferred to choose private courtyards and villas. As for the courtyard and the garden, it was still a bit extravagant for them. Gu Weiwei had already opened apartment number 1 and moved into the garden. The building was already built anyway, so it would be a waste if she didn't live in it. What made Gu Weiwei feel a little cheated was that the subsequent cost of the garden would definitely be quite a lot, such as the garden landscape, pavilions and towers, which were clearly marked with prices in the Doomsday Landlady system mall. If you want something nice, there is only one word: expensive. However, Gu Weiwei still satisfied herself a little. Gardens are the dream of all sea countrymen. Now they have the opportunity to own a garden designed by themselves. How wonderful! Everything is generated with one click. In the end, Gu Weiwei sat on the rocking chair, looking at the scenery outside, and was completely satisfied. After lying down, Gu Weiwei first watched the Sky Screen live broadcast room. At this moment, players from other countries, with the support of their respective countries, bought robot shells from Sea Country and were rewarded by Sea Country. One after another, they went from the inner city to the outer city's Area A. After entering the outer city Area A, they faced the first challenge. Although the outer city Area A is not the most advanced area of mechanical life, it is also considered a relatively advanced existence among robots. Lu Xiaoxia and his team are the lowest level robots in this area. If they were like in the inner city, they would be fine if they kept a low profile. However, they did not expect that a player from a certain country would appear on the street in a swagger and be captured by a high-level robot. The important point is that after being captured, their human identities were directly discovered. The robots in the outer city Area A immediately began to search. Once they were searched, they would be sent directly to the outer city Area A to work as coolies. That player had been sent there as soon as possible. He was sent directly to the most difficult mine, and now he was mining hard. In addition, other humans around him were watching closely, so he didn't dare to act rashly. For this player, we can only say that he deserved it. If he is not careful, no one can save him, but he implicated other players. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxia and the others could only divide into groups again, looking for a hiding place to survive the search, while looking for ways to avoid inspection. As for passing through the passage, it is impossible at least in the short term, because the search for humans in City A has already spread to the City BCD behind. For mechanical life, it is a terrible thing that humans can disguise as robots. Because their power was taken from humans, they are now afraid that humans will take their power back. They will never allow such a thing to happen. But no matter how well Lu Xiaoxia and the others hid, more and more people were found during the robot's vigorous search. Even in Country C, many people were directly exiled to Zone E. It was night time, and everyone had some free time. In the live broadcast room, a war of words against that player had already started. Fuck, who gave him the courage? I'm so angry, so angry. Many players were really implicated. The situation in Zone E is really bad. I saw a miner who died of exhaustion, and his body was thrown into the incinerator by a robot, leaving no trace. You can't even pretend to be dead. Pretending to be dead is a real death. So you can only keep working like this? Yes, I can't find a solution for now. There are so many robots in Zone E, and they are all watching to not allow humans to have too much free time. Even eating and going to the toilet are monitored. Mom, it's so hard. The contrast is really tragic. Please hope that the players who have not been caught can hold on. Gu Weiwei was also a little speechless when she saw the background displayed because the players were caught. The Doomsday game is truly unrivaled in terms of making trouble. If you are caught in Zone E, the situation will be really difficult. Because at this time, the enemy is not only robots, but also the humans around you. But fortunately, it only takes a month. Finally, Gu Weiwei's eyes were on Lu Xiaoxia and her group. She had some confidence in Lu Xiaoxia, and it depended on how she would solve the current difficulties. Afterwards, Gu Weiwei's eyes moved away from the Sky Curtain live broadcast and began to watch the Doomsday forum. After the Doomsday forum returned to Blue Star, the entire forum homepage really swept away the previous atmosphere. There are many people on the homepage looking forward to a new life. Some players help build shelters in their own cities, some continue to lead people to find supplies in the ruins area, and some enter the Doomsday Resort City to enjoy time with their families for a short time. Everyone chooses a way of survival that suits them. Of course, the Doomsday Resort City is still the most mentioned in the Doomsday forum. Doomsday Resort City has built a lot of new buildings today, and everyone likes it. Yes, I just hate that I have too few points. Boss Gu moved to the garden, 2,000 points a night, awesome. Haha, Boss Gu stays at home every day. I think the garden is quite suitable for her. After working so hard for so long, What's wrong with enjoying it? That's right. Improved housing is okay, maybe it's for development needs. I care about the school. The content of the school enrollment notice is worth pondering. Yes, yes. Teachers of Level 2 Civilization are too important for Blue Star. I don't know if I can see Blue Star Level 2 Civilization in my lifetime. If I can, I will die without regrets. I want to send my daughter to kindergarten to try. I want to send my son to elementary school to try. I see that the number of applicants is still increasing. That's great. The next thing is to praise. Seeing that the players can return to normal life, Gu Weiwei is still very happy. With the players as the main force, the future of Country C will get better and better. Then, Gu Weiwei turned to the network of Country C. The network of Country C has hundreds of millions of people, and there are all kinds of pictures and texts. It is more lively than the Doomsday forum. And the content also covers all aspects. Of course, the new buildings, recruitment information and schools of Doomsday Resort City are also high on the hot search, but in addition to that, there is the construction of shelters in various places. Many shelters have officially started operations and resumed production. Many people have found jobs and started working. Students have returned to school. However, in addition to studying, they have many more practical classes, such as going out to identify valuable buildings, exercising, etc. There are many such videos and pictures. When watching them, people feel warm in their hearts. The official of Country C is indeed very reliable. At least until now, what Gu Weiwei has seen from the official of Country C is full of hope. Then, Gu Weiwei focused on the turnover of Doomsday Resort today. Tens of millions again. As for the new buildings today, they are also very popular. At least the hotels and inns are full, but the apartments are a little vacant. But tomorrow, there will definitely be new people coming. Unlike the fixed tenants in the past, many of the guests now are mobile, just staying for a day or two, as if they have experienced it. But even so, her Doomsday Resort is overcrowded. There is no need to mention the merchandise. It was at this time that Gu Weiwei thought of something. People cannot come to Doomsday Resort City just to consume. Maybe she should also allow some people to earn points. Gu Weiwei suddenly thought of the commercial street. When the commercial street first appeared, many players rented it to sell things, but because it only lasted for a month, it could not be fixed for a long time, and later it was gradually replaced by the automation of Doomsday Resort City. It just so happens that there are still a lot of vacant land, which can also be built. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei's hands are itching to move again. And after the purchase, she also put out the rental advertisement. After doing all this, Gu Weiwei is ready to rest. Today's affairs are done. It's another peaceful day, so good. Just when Gu Weiwei wanted to fall asleep, she suddenly thought of something. System, I have purchased and built so many residential buildings. Gu Weiwei hinted frantically. Where is the reward? Why is it still missing? System, very good, it meets the requirements of so many tenants. The system didn't dare to answer directly. Gu Weiwei listened, frowning slightly. Could it be that the conditions were insufficient? Then she thought about the system's words carefully, and then looked at the rental situation of each building. Except for the Sahiyuan, all other buildings have tenants. So you have to rent out the Sahiyuan to get the reward. Come to think of it, I haven't experienced the Sahiyuan yet. Can I rent another one? Gu Weiwei asked hurriedly. No. The system answered. Okay, I promote it to other tenants tomorrow. Gu Weiwei had already gotten the answer from the system. Yeah. Gu Weiwei was more certain now. Okay. Let's see if we can come up with a solution tomorrow. She was itching to get the reward without getting it. Then, Gu Weiwei went to bed. At the same time, Shi Ruixiang in Q City soon received a call from a representative from the capital. These are 5 architectural drawings. The boss asked you to deliver them to Boss Gu tomorrow. The man said directly to Shi Ruixiang. Shi Ruixiang had been in charge of the previous contact with Gu Weiwei, so it was most appropriate to hand them over to him now. Shi Ruixiang took them solemnly and said quickly, Okay. Let's go to Doomsday Resort together tomorrow morning. Then, the staff who specially escorted the architectural drawings were arranged to go and rest. Shi Ruixiang understood that in addition to escorting the drawings, they should also have other tasks. After all, during this period of time, workers from all over the country often come to Doomsday Resort City, and every time they come, it is a big exchange and big purchase. Relatively speaking, it is more convenient to go to Doomsday Resort City, especially when purchasing in large quantities. In addition, the price of redeeming points and recycling cabinets is higher. Now the finances of each city are a bit difficult, so naturally they have to be tight. Of course, Q City, as the city closest to Doomsday Resort City, has also derived a purchasing service. Q City can make a little money to subsidize the finances. Then, Shi Ruixiang solemnly put away the architectural drawings. I hope that these architectural drawings can meet the requirements smoothly tomorrow. Let the scale of Doomsday Resort City be larger, and then there will be more good things. Chapter 187. 8th day after returning to Blue Star. A large number of people are rushing to Doomsday Resort again. In addition to the original plan personnel, there are also people who come here to study. First, many experts and scholars fly directly from their cities to prepare for university admission. Second, some powerful parents bring their children to participate in the entrance examination. After all, anyone with a little bit of brains can see where the country's future development direction is. As long as they can catch this train, they really don't have to worry about the future. So when Gu Weiwei woke up, she found that the buildings in Doomsday Resort were full again. Of course, the courtyards were an exception. After receiving the system's reminder, she could only continue to build diligently. Among the apartments, hotels, inns, and hotel apartments, the largest number is still apartments. Anyway, they will be built again after the promotion, so Gu Weiwei will not be polite. After the operation was completed, Gu Weiwei looked at her phone and saw a letter from Shi Ruixiang. Boss Gu, I'm here to deliver the architectural drawings. This simple sentence made Gu Weiwei a little excited. The architectural drawings have arrived, which means that the Doomsday Resort can be upgraded. Then he quickly replied, I'm in the garden. After replying, Gu Weiwei quickly got up and washed up, and at the same time prepared a lot of food and drinks in the living room, and then went to the gate to greet him. When she opened the door, the other party was already waiting outside. Excuse me, Shi Ruixiang said gently. I made you wait for a long time. Gu Weiwei said embarrassedly, and then took the other party to the reception room. The scenery here is very good. I didn't expect that there would be such a building for rent in Doomsday Resort City. Shi Ruixiang thought about the scenery along the way, and his expression was a little surprised. After all, this style is really like their Su-style gardens. Not to mention the courtyard house. When they passed by just now, it was no different from what they saw in the capital. Residential buildings should refer to the local architecture of our Blue Star. Gu Weiwei said. That's not bad. There can be more traditional buildings. Shi Ruixiang replied. Gu Weiwei paused while listening and then said, 2,000 points a night. Shi Ruixiang was stuck for a moment. When he came to Doomsday Resort, he went straight to Apartment 1. Later, he heard that Apartment 1 was open to the public, and after Gu Weiwei moved to the garden, he went straight there. I really didn't know the price of the garden. Scary. This one night, you can live in the apartment for 50 days. Ordinary people really can't afford to live here. I live here by myself, anyway, it will all go into my pocket in the end. Gu Weiwei smiled calmly. Mayor Shi, do you want to stay here for a night? It's in the courtyard next door. Shi Ruixiang listened to Gu Weiwei's words, paused, looked at Gu Weiwei, and then nodded, sure. The other party would not let him stay for a night for no reason. Since he said it, there must be a purpose. He just cooperated. Even if the courtyard cost 2,000 points, he would live there. It's just 2,000 points. The government should be able to reimburse it, right? Gu Weiwei watched the other party agree, and then directly took out a discount card. Mayor Shi, I can give you a 12% discount when you buy things in the future. The 1% discount is hers, and the 0.2% discount is the system's. Anyway, the system didn't have any objections just now. Shi Ruixiang looked at the discount card, his eyes lit up, and then couldn't help asking, is there an upper limit? No. Gu Weiwei said directly. Shi Ruixiang listened and instantly understood what Gu Weiwei meant. It's not only compensation for him, but also for the country. 18% off, you can save a lot of points. Thank you. Shi Ruixiang said solemnly. You gave me a gift, and I will give you a gift in return. Gu Weiwei smiled. Speaking of gifts, Shi Ruixiang immediately handed 5 architectural drawings to Gu Weiwei. Take a look. Can these buildings be used as landmark buildings? When Shi Ruixiang gave them, his expression was still a little cautious. This is the result of their hard work. They just hope that it can really come in handy. Gu Weiwei took it and called the system. Soon, the 5 architectural drawings in her hand disappeared. Architecture, Forbidden City. Architecture, Wushan Ancient Buildings. Architecture, 3 Arches of Ruching. Architecture, Pingyang Ancient City. Architecture, Round Building. All buildings meet the standards of landmark buildings. This time, Gu Weiwei didn't need to ask, the system gave her the answer directly. Gu Weiwei listened, breathed a sigh of relief, and said to the nervous Shi Ruixiang, they all meet the standards, I will build them directly later and upgrade them by the way. Gu Weiwei naturally chose to upgrade. After all, every time the Doomsday Resort City is upgraded, a lot more goods will be unlocked. Maybe it will be helpful to Country C and Blue Star. In addition, she is also very curious about what will happen when the Doomsday Resort City is upgraded to a level 3 city. Okay. Shi Ruixiang listened and immediately responded excitedly. His voice was a few decibels higher. He understood the significance of these buildings to their Country C. Then he realized that he was too excited, and then said, I won't disturb you from upgrading. As he said that, he stood up and was about to leave. Gu Weiwei did not stop him. He had to upgrade the Doomsday Resort next, so he really had no time to entertain him. Goodbye, Gu Weiwei said, and then personally sent the person out. When Shi Ruixiang came out, he saw the courtyard next door. Thinking of Gu Weiwei's hint, he then went straight to the courtyard. When he swiped the card, he found that it was not 2,000 points as he thought, but 888 points. 1,000 points, 12% discount. Instantly, Shi Ruixiang felt the power of the discount card, and then said to the staff who accompanied him, Today, everyone will stay in Doomsday Resort for one night, in the courtyard. Since the money has been spent, let's enjoy it. Okay. Several staff members said excitedly. They have bought things in Doomsday Resort, but because their homes are in Q City, they have never stayed in Doomsday Resort. I didn't expect that I could stay in a house with 1,000 points for one night for the first time. After returning, I must show off to my colleagues. While Shi Ruixiang was contacting the senior leader, several staff members took their phones and took photos in the courtyard. Although they couldn't post them on WeChat Moments, they could take them back to show their relatives and friends. So excited, and Shi Ruixiang had already reported the good news to Wang Jingze. In addition to using all the architectural drawings, there was also the 12% discount card. After listening, Wang Jingze said with emotion, In addition to thanking you, you also want to give us a discount. Compared with her price and the Doomsday Game Mall, she made some money, but not much. We accept her kindness. Take this card. If the official needs to buy something, it will go through your hands. It will just be a good idea. As for those who don't want to buy from you, I will give them an 18% discount at that time. Yes. Shi Ruixiang nodded. As for the courtyard house, you can live there. Next time I have a chance, will you treat me to a night? Wang Jingze said this with a teasing tone. Okay. Shi Ruixiang agreed immediately. He thought the big boss was just talking. But he could feel that the pressure on the big boss seemed to be much lighter now. Before, he really saw that the other party's spirit and energy were visibly weakened. Now, he is full of energy again. Thanks to the Doomsday Resort. Then, Shi Ruixiang left the courtyard and came to the main street of the Doomsday Resort. In addition to watching the excitement, he also wanted to witness the promotion of the Doomsday Resort with his own eyes. He thought that this should be an unforgettable scene. On this side, Gu Weiwei had received a system message after Shi Ruixiang left. Congratulations to the host, unlock all residential building types, and get a bonus Interstellar Travel Pass *1. When Gu Weiwei saw this pass, she was stunned. Interstellar Travel Pass? Can this allow me to go to other higher-level civilizations? Yes. Then can I go now? Gu Weiwei was excited. If she could go now, she would quickly go to other planets, buy all kinds of high-tech technologies, and then help the Blue Star civilization upgrade. The speed should be increased by at least 50%. No. The system explained, it is necessary for the host's planet to be promoted to level 2 civilization, recognized by interstellar civilization, and approved to build a starport, and officially connected to interstellar civilization before it can be used. Otherwise, you will be an illegal resident when traveling on other planets. Gu Weiwei listened and understood. It turns out that it is because she has no identity now. In addition to this, if you can marry someone with a higher civilization. The system continued. Gu Weiwei interrupted her directly, You can't do this either. I will continue to work hard, and wait for Blue Star to advance to level 2 civilization. I hope it will be in my lifetime. She should have at least a few decades to live, right, system? At this time, Gu Weiwei has already turned her attention back to the control panel of the Doomsday Landlady system. She is going to start the upgrade. Do you want to spend 100 million points to build a Forbidden City? Do you want to spend 100 million points to build the Wushan Ancient Buildings? Do you want to spend 100 million points to build the 3 Confucian Temples? Do you want to spend 100 million points to build the Pingyang Ancient City? Do you want to spend 100 million points to build a round building? Yes, yes, yes. Now, 500 million points are nothing to Guan Weiwei, and she doesn't feel bad about spending them. 500 million points have been deducted, and landmark buildings *5 have been obtained. Then, Gu Weiwei looked at the upgrade conditions. Condition 1, 2 million tenants satisfied. Condition 2, 1 million points satisfied. Condition 3, buildings *6000 not satisfied. Condition 4, landmark buildings *8 satisfied. Isn't this easy? Gu Weiwei started shopping. Do you want to spend 200,500 points to buy an apartment *2005? Do you want to spend 400,000 points to buy a hotel *400? Do you want to spend 400,000 points to buy an inn *400? Do you want to spend 1 million points to buy a hotel apartment *200? Yes. After deducting the corresponding points, the system sent a new notification. Entertain XX tenants, meet the conditions, etc. Own buildings *6000, meet the conditions. Own landmark buildings *9, meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 1 million points and upgrade the level 1 resort to the level 2 resort? Yes. Doomsday Resort has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2, unlocking 409,600 rooms. At the same time, the control panel has been expanded from 204,800 meters to 409,600 meters. The area has been directly expanded, and there are many more open spaces. Gu Weiwei began to quickly fill all the buildings bit by bit, and at the same time match them with various supporting facilities. The roads were also widened a lot. The cars on Blue Star were also in use, and with the increase in the number of people, the buses might not be able to meet people's needs. In this case, she allowed foreign vehicles to enter the Doomsday Resort. It was not only convenient for tenants, but also created some jobs. Then add the underground garage as a building supporting facility to all the apartment hotels, so that they would not occupy the ground space and could also use the underground garage. There are also several landmark buildings. Gu Weiwei built them directly around the city wall, building one at a distance, which looks like guarding the Doomsday Resort City. After thinking about it, Gu Weiwei immediately upgraded the city wall of the Doomsday Resort City, raising it to a higher level, covering all these buildings, and also doing a lot of artistic processing. Gu Weiwei didn't know what the entity felt like. But at least now when she looked at the map, she saw a majestic and large ancient city, and it looked like the kind that was not easy to mess with. Strong. Of course, if you look at the interior, there is one bad thing, that is, there are too many open spaces. Originally, Gu Weiwei was thinking about planting green plants and green belts. But suddenly I thought that these things are available in Country C, and I can hire people to do it, at least to create a job. Gu Weiwei asked about the feasibility of the system. It's not the main building, it doesn't matter. After getting a positive answer, Gu Weiwei didn't do it, and only added traffic lights to facilitate the passage of cars and people. After confirming that there were no problems, Gu Weiwei chose to run it. With Gu Weiwei's confirmation, the whole city was undergoing earth-shaking changes. All the players in the Doomsday Resort City were stunned. Similarly, countless people who were broadcasting live in the Doomsday Resort City also broadcast this scene to countless people in Country C, which directly ignited the internet. Chapter 188. Oh my god, am I dazzled? No, I'm not dazzled. It's just that the Doomsday Resort is getting bigger. Aw, so exciting. This is definitely black technology. High-rise buildings are rising from the ground. This is the true portrayal. Super shocking. I watched the whole process. I originally wanted to see a lively enrollment scene, but this happened. The entire territory suddenly became bigger, and then buildings appeared one after another. Who can understand this feeling? I understand. Dry land pulling onions. Dry land pulling onions is the younger brother in front of this scene. It's still increasing now. My heart is beating so fast that it feels like it's going to jump out of my heart. Me too. I really want to watch this scene in person. Yes, the excitement and pressure in person are definitely stronger. I'm really looking forward to it being built. So is it being upgraded now? Yes, I've heard that the Doomsday Resort will become bigger every time it is upgraded, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Heard? Where did you hear that? Is that a player in front? Yes. I didn't expect a player to be in the live broadcast room. Come to think of it, now there is one player for every 2 people. Isn't that normal? I heard that players have their own forums, and they rarely come to CGO.com. Wow, I want to join. I want to know what the player forums are like. Ordinary people shouldn't even think about joining, and it's not good to join. It's hard to bear psychologically. What do you mean? There are many suicide notes from dead players. Every player who can come back alive deserves our respect. Yes, they have been helping us rebuild our home. Fuck, that kind of big building suddenly appeared again. The Forbidden City? Wushan Ancient Buildings? Reaching 3 Confucian Temples? Pingyang Ancient City? Round Tower? Actually, I want to know, what is the meaning of these buildings? It seems a little inconsistent with the Doomsday Resort itself. Yes, there are also the Great Wall and the Terracotta Warriors. Anyway, believe in the Doomsday Resort. Ah, the walls are getting higher. The archway has appeared. Ah, so shocking. The live broadcast room was almost stuck just now. Go and check the hot search, the server crashed directly. This is the appearance of the Doomsday Resort. In Wan Ximing's live broadcast room, the conversations of the audience were constantly changing, and the only thing that remained unchanged was probably the shock the audience received. Wan Ximing was completely conquered by the magic of Doomsday Resort City. Mainly because of the visual impact, it was too strong. She couldn't speak at all. Most people at the scene were the same. It was not until the changes in Doomsday Resort City stopped that some people came to their senses and exclaimed. It was this exclamation that made the people around them come back to their senses. Many people pinched themselves with their hands, and when they found that it hurt, their eyes glowed with warm light. Because the scene is too sci-fi, they feel like they are in a dream. Now it is confirmed that everything is not a dream. The Doomsday Resort has really grown bigger. It seems that nothing has changed, but everything has changed. It is really a blessing to die to see such a scene. Just now I really felt so small, and my body felt heavier and heavier. That was an illusion. The psychological burden was too heavy, but it is all right now. After looking around and confirming that it was the familiar Doomsday Resort City, everyone began to speak slowly to break the silence. The childish words of the children, who came with their parents, echoed in the crowd. Mom, is this a magical world? Dad, I like it here, I want to study here. It's so magical here. Can I learn this magic of transformation in the future? The clear and soft voice made the adults around laugh. This is not magic, this may be technology. It is black technology that is more advanced than what we have now. It's just that we can't see their composition with our naked eyes. Yes, it's magical. If you want this magic of transformation, you should study hard, and maybe one day, you will do it. The adults looked at these small seedlings with loving eyes. They knew very well that the future of Blue Star depended on them. And what they looked forward to was that they could create a better future. Okay. The children answered in crisp voices, not knowing the depth of the situation. At this moment, everyone's heart was moved. Perhaps, one of these children really created such a miracle in the future, and when they think back to today, it will definitely be an unforgettable memory. Let's go. Let's go see the brand new Doomsday Resort City. Someone spoke. Immediately, countless people flowed in the entire Doomsday Resort City, running in different directions. The Doomsday Resort City also had new buildings built yesterday, but at night, some were seen, but it was too sudden, and they all cared about the buildings themselves. And most of them are players, and they have already experienced the amazing feeling. But today is different. There are many newcomers, either players or ordinary people. Looking at such a big scene, the feeling is really indescribable. Then, there were exclamations one after another. After Wan Ximing filmed the scene just now, she also continued to walk with the cameraman. She also had a feeling. That is, the content they filmed today may become a precious historical material in the future. Everything is just right. At this moment, Shi Ruixiang, who was waiting for promotion on the main street, witnessed this miracle with other staff members. Doomsday Resort is really... This ability is too powerful. The staff member on the side couldn't help but speak. Although they couldn't see clearly, they all tacitly believed that this was a product of alien technology. Mysterious and powerful. Yes. Shi Ruixiang's tone was also a little amazed. No wonder so many players are deeply impressed by Doomsday Resort. It's not just because Doomsday Resort City saved them, but also because of Doomsday Resort City's strength. People all admire the strong. Fortunately, Doomsday Resort City is on our side. The staff member said immediately, and this was from the heart. If they were not our own people, seeing such a scene, people's confidence in fighting against the Doomsday game would be greatly reduced. We don't know how bad the situation is. As a staff member of Q City, he can best understand the changes in the entire city after the Doomsday Resort City appeared. From the changes in a city, we can see the changes in a country, and even the world. He is the key to changing the fate of our world. Shi Ruixiang said firmly. They will face many challenges in the future. But because of the Doomsday Resort, they have the confidence to challenge the future. Let's go, look around. Shi Ruixiang continued. After walking forward for a distance, he saw many people gathered in front of a building. Shi Ruixiang took a look and confirmed that this was the trading center. Is there any new announcement from Doomsday Resort? While Shi Ruixiang was thinking, the crowd on the side had already given him the answer. Doomsday Resort has released a lot of jobs at once. What jobs? Laying lawns, planting green belts, planting trees, drivers, apartment managers, etc. It's just a few thousand new buildings, so now there are more than 3,000 managers. Yes, these are all big deals. And more. The grass on this lawn is purchased from the public, as are the trees in the green belt. In the future, cars that are not from the Doomsday Resort will be able to enter and exit the Doomsday Resort freely. In addition to the drivers hired by the Doomsday Resort, many people can come in to recruit customers. But cars consume energy. In the Doomsday Resort, electric cars, electric tricycles, and other tools that can be charged can all be used. Maybe human-powered tricycles will work, which can create a lot of jobs. Wow, the Doomsday Resort is too good. The farmland has been created in a blink of an eye, and we are even allowed to create lawns and trees. Yeah, maybe it was created on purpose so that more people can have some income. Yes. For example, the extra farmland yesterday, I saw that many elderly people were hired, and the probability of elderly people being hired is still high, so many people sent their parents here again. Ah, the Doomsday Resort is really great. The more people talked, the more excited they became. Their favorability towards Doomsday Resort City was also rising. Doomsday Resort City provided them with food and let them use their abilities to search for things in exchange for food, which was enough for them to be grateful. All of this, considering their work problems, made people feel really down to earth. The touching moment was more than the shock of seeing Doomsday Resort City promoted. They loved him. Of course, they also loved Boss Gu, who was silently controlling it behind the scenes. Shi Ruixiang could already feel the love people had for Doomsday Resort and Gu Weiwei in the crowd, and couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, this kind of thoughtfulness hidden in the details would eventually be discovered. At this moment, the news of Doomsday Resort's promotion had also reached Wang Jing's ears, and he even witnessed a miracle through the internet. It seems that the architectural drawings are useful, Wang Jingza said to Yin Yancheng on the side. Then after the next upgrade of Doomsday Resort, perhaps a branch city can be established. Yin Yancheng was also a little excited. I hope so. Wang Jingza exhaled lightly. Tell yourself not to worry, don't worry. Because the current situation is much better than before. They have to take it step by step. Have all the research talents from all over the world arrived at Doomsday Resort? Wang Jingza asked. Some people from far away have not arrived, but those from nearby have arrived. They have all entered the library to study and prepare for the entrance examination. Yin Yancheng said seriously. Yes. Wang Jingza nodded. Improving their scientific and technological level and mastering knowledge in their hands is the long-term way for a country and a planet. He hopes that Doomsday Resort can buy them a little more time and a little more. Chapter 189. As for Gu Weiwei, she was still staying in her garden. She was afraid that if she went out, she would be surrounded by many people, so it was more comfortable to stay at home. And it was not like she had nothing to do. But before she got busy, she wanted to see how the outside world would react. She picked up her phone immediately. As a result, she saw a real-time hot search on the news headlines. The Doomsday Resort upgrade crashed the server. When she saw this hot search, Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment. Then I saw the video with the highest number of hits. After clicking in, Gu Weiwei found that the other party was preparing to film the lively scene of school registration. Who would have thought that the Doomsday Resort City suddenly became larger, and the main subject of the video lens changed directly. He started to film the Doomsday Resort City directly, filming the entire process of the city's changes. It was the first time that Gu Weiwei saw the entire upgrade process of the Doomsday Resort City through a video. It must be said that she was shocked. There will be a feeling of being very small, especially in front of such a powerful force. In addition to this video, there are various other videos, and the number of views of each video is very high. It is enough to prove the popularity of Doomsday Resort. Look at the comments section of related videos. It is really full of praise. Ah, I have watched it several times. Every time I watch it, I am shocked. Yes, it is more shocking than all the blockbusters I have seen before. After all, those are fake. This is real. Yes. But why did the Doomsday Resort suddenly upgrade? Maybe the conditions were met. In any case, it's good to be able to upgrade, and it can accommodate more people. I'm working hard now, and I go to the Doomsday Resort when the time comes. I want to go too. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei didn't read on. She was really scared of being praised recently. Then, she turned her attention back to the business. At this moment, countless resumes were handed to her on the panel of her Doomsday resort. The number was frightening. The only thing to be thankful for was that the system still helped her sort out the sequence. Gu Weiwei looked at the sequence and started to select one by one, according to the corresponding number of people. Of course, there were also people who sent multiple resumes, and the system would also recommend the most suitable position for this person, which also saved Gu Weiwei a lot of trouble. She felt that after communicating with the system several times, the cooperation between them and the system became more and more tacit. Of course, the system is getting better and better to her. Sometimes, Gu Weiwei really feels that it is great to have such a caring partner. In a short while, thousands of employment notices were delivered to thousands of people. These people were really happy after receiving the employment notices. Ah, I was actually hired. I was hired too. I originally just wanted to bring my children to study, but now I can be with my children in the Doomsday Resort City. This is too fast. I haven't submitted my resume yet. Did they choose someone so quickly? The Doomsday Resort has just been upgraded, and they need people, so they have to be quick. Yes, the notice told us to pick up the employee uniforms and go to work directly, and we will be paid today, and we can choose to pay on a daily basis. Boss Gu is really considerate. So, if I submit faster, I will be selected? It seems there are still some vacancies. The notice board was filled up before the notice was put away. Oh, it's true, I have to apply quickly. All of a sudden, some people who didn't have time to apply applied one after another. The current salary of Doomsday Resort is not particularly high, but food and accommodation are included. This solves the biggest consumption in life, and Doomsday Resort is safe, so you can have no worries here. Under such circumstances, these jobs are naturally popular. Especially here, there are many elderly people. The elderly have always been a vulnerable group, but in Doomsday Resort City, they can have a job to support themselves, which is hope for them. Of course, the probability of women is also very high. It can even be said that Doomsday Resort City is biased towards women. Many people have seen it, but they didn't say much. After all, the boss of Doomsday Resort City is a woman, so what if she has a preference? The most important thing is that most of them are currently relying on the resources of Doomsday Resort City to make a living. Who dares to curse? Gu Weiwei doesn't care about other people's thoughts. The elderly, women, and children are all relatively weak in the Doomsday environment. Children can basically be cared for by their families. In this case, she feels that it is completely okay for her to be biased. She is still a woman. After dealing with the staff, Gu Weiwei began to pay attention to the number of applicants in the school. Gu Weiwei knew that the enrollment situation would be very lively when she posted the enrollment notice, but looking at the number of applicants, she still felt that it was a bit beyond her imagination. Especially the applicants from universities. Many of them are over 60 years old. Some of them are people that Gu Weiwei could only see on TV before. Gu Weiwei knows very well that they come here to learn more advanced knowledge and promote the development of Country C and even Blue Star. One after another. Gu Weiwei once again deeply understands the meaning of this word. System, how many people will be qualified in the end? Gu Weiwei couldn't help asking. There is definitely a barrier between level 1 and level 2 civilizations. I just don't know how thick this barrier is. Very small, but if they take the high school entrance exam, there should be quite a few people who will be selected. The system replied, I actually suggest that if they are willing, it is best to systematically study the content of elementary and junior high school after entering school, so that it is easier to connect. Will there be textbooks for elementary and junior high schools later? Gu Weiwei asked. After you have students, you can buy them yourself. Even if you don't go to school there, can you do it? Gu Weiwei continued. You said it, whoever you want can buy it. The system said directly that as the builder of the school, Gu Weiwei had the confidence. Then will those teachers from level 2 civilization remember their experience in our school? Gu Weiwei asked. If they knew that Blue Star was invaded, would they? Because Gu Weiwei saw that there were very obvious Oriental names here, maybe there was some connection between the two sides. No, the same thing, if you don't reach level 2 civilization, you have no value. The system said firmly again. Gu Weiwei listened and was silent, still thinking about whether she could have a chance to win over some people. At least there will be some sources of information when she advances to level 2 civilization in the future. After all, according to the situation of the Doomsday game, you really can't be truly assured until the last moment. However, if the teacher hired by the host has status, and this person also recognizes the student status of the school, it will indeed be a great help to Blue Star. The system continued, my civilization will also help the host at that time. The last sentence is the promise of the system. It was this sentence that made Gu Weiwei concerned. She knew very well that Doomsday Resort City could fight against Doomsday Game. At least it was not afraid of Doomsday Game in interstellar civilization, and its status might be higher. Having such a backer was a good thing for Blue Star. Thank you, system, Gu Weiwei said to the system sincerely. She also got a lot from it. It's okay, you made a lot for me anyway. The system paused for a moment, and then spoke naturally. I will continue to work hard to make money for you, Gu Weiwei said without hesitation. It's a cash payment anyway. At least in the face of crisis on Blue Star, survival is more important than resources. Yeah, Gu Weiwei responded lightly. Then, Gu Weiwei continued to look at the registration form. I found that many people from college to elementary school have already registered, and they also know that the school's entrance examination level is from high to low. Of course, there are also people who know that they are not capable enough and apply for a lower level. As for kindergartens, there are also many people, and I think it is also to give children a better future. However, unlike other enrollments, the kindergarten selection is continuous. This means that even if this batch fails, all the children in Country C can try in batches in the future. In this way, it is also to select talents for Blue Star. Talent. It seems that more advanced civilizations have higher requirements for talent. The system also gave Gu Weiwei an answer to this point. Because after entering the level 2 civilization, technology has developed rapidly, various genetic engineering has been explored, human genes have become better, some inferior genes will be eliminated, and correspondingly, human lifespan is also extended. If we join the interstellar civilization, our lifespan will be longer. Low-level civilizations have just entered level 2 civilizations, and they need time to evolve. The system said directly, however, interstellar civilizations use genetic drugs for this, but the price is very expensive, but given the host's current situation, it can be afforded. Gu Weiwei listened and looked slightly happy. It can prolong life. Then besides humans, there should be other civilizations, right? Gu Weiwei immediately thought of the mechanical civilization playing games in the sky. Yes, there are many, too many to count. Human civilization, mechanical civilization is just one of them. The system replied. Gu Weiwei listened, and indeed had a little more yearning for interstellar civilization. One mysterious and powerful civilization after another, waiting for her to explore. Will we have a chance to meet in the future? Are you a mechanical life? Gu Weiwei asked the system curiously. No. The system directly rejected it, but did not say much about other explanations. Gu Weiwei also got it after listening to the denial. This is the system confirming to itself that it is not the Doomsday Landlady system, but the creator of the Doomsday Landlady system. It just communicates with me through the system shell sometimes. Although I guessed it before, I was really sure of it at this moment. I hope we can have a chance to meet one day. Gu Weiwei didn't ask much, nor did she say much, just said this. Yeah. The system responded lightly. However, this agreement was remembered by both of them. At least in Gu Weiwei's opinion, to realize this agreement, Blue Star must be promoted to level 2 civilization. Chapter 190. The news of Doomsday Resort City's promotion has been a hot topic in the news. More and more people want to come to Doomsday Resort City for vacation. Because everyone's life has become stable now, there are more people who have leisure time. Especially now that there are many opportunities in Doomsday Resort City. If you accidentally apply for a job, you will have no worries. However, the most popular thing in Doomsday Resort City now is the enrollment of schools. As time goes by, more and more people sign up. Many people came from all over the world. After all, Country C could not block the news on the internet. In addition, because of the research on aircraft carriers and starships, high-end talents from various countries are constantly entering Country C's Research Institute. After knowing that there is such a place to study, how could they miss this opportunity? They sent messages back to call their teachers, senior brothers and sisters, junior brothers and sisters, and classmates. And other countries must support such things. Although science has no country, scientists have national boundaries. They don't want to be ignorant of the high-tech of the future, so that they can only be controlled by others. For Country C, for the future of the entire blue planet, the more scientists who can become talents, the better. With more people, there will always be some who can become talents. Under such circumstances, the number of people in the Doomsday Resort City is increasing. The number of houses has been increasing these days. There are also many people waiting in the open space to watch the scene of pulling onions in dry land. Tourists come in batches, as if they never get tired of seeing them. Of course, there are also many people checking in at each landmark building. Although they are still there in reality, they can't go to so many places at once. These landmark buildings have long been dug up by netizens, and they found that the landmark buildings are restored to the original buildings in a 1-to-1 ratio. And today, it is even more lively, because the university selection exam is about to be held. The number of applicants has reached more than 200,000. This is something that many people did not expect. In addition to those who really want to go to school, there are also many people who know that they will not be selected, but just want to join in the fun. They also want to experience the taste of the selection test. Even with so many people, their exams are scheduled on the same day. At this moment, more than 200,000 people gathered in the school playground, and it was densely packed with people. Outside the school, there are even more people joining in the fun. They all want to know what the exam format is like. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the university teaching building was open. Numbers from 1 to 10,000 were directly assigned to different classrooms. This group of people rushed into the classroom quickly. People outside watched excitedly. As a result, in just a few minutes, many people came out. Those who came out early were directly surrounded by others. Why did you come out so quickly? I was not selected. How are people selected? After entering, a question will appear in front of you, and you will be asked to choose. If you don't answer it within 30 seconds, you will be eliminated. What question? It's a very difficult question anyway. Don't ask me. I can't remember it. I asked several people in a row, and got the same answer. They basically couldn't even repeat the question. Oh my god, it's so difficult. We are just asking for trouble by joining in the fun. It doesn't matter. Just treat it as an experience. Yes, there are so many people who can't pass it anyway. That's right. Just keep a normal mind. It's a good opportunity to see how difficult the question is. Soon, the second group of people entered. The second, third, and fourth groups followed. Groups came in and out, and everyone had a gloomy face. This made some people feel that things were not simple. Won-Simung, the reporter, naturally mixed in the crowd outside the school. In the end, a candidate was tempted with a large sum of money. Can I ask why you were not very happy after the selection started? Won-Simung really felt that it was not that simple. After all, many people were prepared to fail the exam, so their expressions shouldn't change so much. Because the system that selected me called me a retard. After struggling for a while, the man couldn't help but speak, I'm a serious college student, and he called me a retard. Won-Simung was stunned. Just then, someone rushed over. Were you called a retard? I was called a fool. I'm a moron. I'm an IQ basin. I don't bring my brain with me when I go out. I'm a goldfish, but I'm smarter than you. I'm a paramecium. One by one, they all came in front of the camera, accusing the system of harming them. Won-Simung listened, and her mouth twitched a little. It turns out that the exam also includes personal attacks. But maybe these people's IQs really don't meet the requirements. Just like her, she knows herself and won't join in the fun. At this moment, the audience has been laughing like crazy. Ha ha, so funny. I think they should. Who asked them to join in the fun? I didn't expect the system to scold people. So is this school still intelligent? A school with higher civilization should be different from an ordinary school. Now, I'm very curious about what knowledge will be learned in high school. So until now, has anyone not come out? Yes. I saw my former mentor. He has not come out since he went in. Your mentor? Anyway, he is a very powerful expert. He has not taught students for a long time. I didn't expect him to come here. Of course, the knowledge of level 2 civilization is definitely higher than that of our blue star. Such a big man should be allowed to learn. From here, it can be seen that the selection criteria are very strict. I hope more people can be selected. Yes. Won-Simung has adjusted his mood at this moment, and said to the group of people, thank you for your answers. Have you signed up for the high school selection exam? Yeah. Most people nodded. Since they have chosen college, how can they not choose high school? They have even signed up for elementary and middle schools. As for kindergarten, they really don't have the face to sign up. They think they can't be worse than those in kindergarten, right? Then keep working hard. I hope you can be successfully selected, no matter which grade you are in. Won-Simung expressed her most sincere congratulations to them. Thank you. We will work hard. Even if we are called idiots. The group of people said in front of the camera with full motivation, and in the end, they still found joy in the midst of hardship. Then, Won-Simung's camera turned to the scene. As expected, it was seen that the elimination speed of more than 200,000 candidates was very fast. Of course, some people persisted for a longer time, and they might have some skills, but the level was not reached. However, gradually, the people who appeared began to smile. Have you been selected? Someone couldn't help asking. Yeah. The man nodded. The main thing is that the other person looks quite young. What do you think? Just barely passed. In fact, he could roughly guess that he was already very good to pass, so he was really happy to be able to enter. Others listened and didn't know what to say. Some people just barely passed, and some people were mentally retarded. It's really unfair. Congratulations. But everyone still congratulated this person enthusiastically. After all, those who were selected will definitely be the pillars of the country in the future. It is a good thing that the country has such talents, and after this person, good news came out more and more frequently. More and more people passed. After a while, the university admission list was directly hung on the notice board in front of the university teaching building. Everyone found that there were actually levels. It was not the freshman to senior year as people thought, but the junior, intermediate and advanced levels. Senior student list. Intermediate student list. Elementary student list. When the three lists appeared in front of everyone, everyone began to count unconsciously. Fuck, there are more than 1,000 selected talents in total. 220,000 people, and more than 1,000 selected. This requirement seems not low. It's not low, it's super high, right? There are many foreign names on it. Fortunately, there are still many people from our country see. That's a must. This is our territory. I think we should prepare for the high school entrance exam. I think it's good enough to go to junior high school. Maybe we need to go to elementary school and start systematic learning? Bah, you are so old, but people don't even know whether to go to elementary school. The staff on the scene have a deeper understanding of the difficulty of the school selection exam. The next 3 days. High school, junior high school, elementary school, all take turns. At first, many people thought that high school would be fine, but they couldn't go to high school, and they thought that junior high school would be fine, but they couldn't go to junior high school either, so they thought about elementary school. As a result, he couldn't even go to elementary school. At this moment, countless people's eyes were on kindergarten. If he really had to start from scratch to meet the system requirements, it was not impossible. Ah, I didn't register for kindergarten. I didn't register either, who would have thought? That's right. The kindergarten's enrollment notice mentioned that as long as it was a cub, it would be tested anytime and anywhere. I thought. So, if you register for kindergarten, you have to go to school with your child. It's okay, just start from the basics. Isn't elementary school the basics? Didn't you hear from some of the people who were selected for elementary school? Among them, there are not only high school students, but also college students and even masters. In fact, kindergarten is just a little different from elementary school. It's embarrassing. Anyway, I want to give it a try. Me too. Finally, on the 5th day of the selection exam, when the kindergarten registration was in progress, in addition to many children, many adults also came, and they all wore masks. When the selection began, countless eyes were drawn. Finally, the selection was over. Many children came out jumping and skipping. Did you get selected? Yes. They said I have great potential. Me too, Mom. I'm great, right? Everyone subconsciously counted. Tens of thousands of children came to take the test, and in the end, only a few hundred were left. This ratio is considered good. At this moment, everyone's eyes unconsciously turned to the adults. Would the proportion of adults be higher? As if accepting the gazes of others, someone spoke up. They said I was too old and not suitable. They said my IQ was not high enough. They said I was not focused enough and not suitable. They reluctantly accepted me because of my IQ and let me enter elementary school earlier. I am almost there. They took my IQ into consideration. Kindergarten, they look at qualifications. When the final results came out, some were happy and some were sad. The children who were selected were happy. Their children's qualifications were recognized, and they would have academic success in the future. They didn't have to worry at all. Knowledge changed their destiny. The adults, who were selected, were worried. They thought that they would have to go to school with a bunch of little kids at their age. But they were happy in the end. No matter what level they were selected, they finally got selected. However, the selection exam was over. The school directly announced that the school would officially start the next day and issued notices. In any case, the learning journey of the Blue Star people officially kicked off. Chapter 191. In the next few days, the entire Blue Star slowly got back on track. Those who should build shelters are building shelters. Those who should go out to search for supplies and earn points are searching for supplies. Those who should research are researching. Those who should work are working. Those who should study are studying in the school of Doomsday Resort. Those who should play games are playing games. Those who should rescue are rescuing. With the help of Doomsday Resort shops and real countries, the casualty rate of Sky Curtain players is indeed constantly decreasing, but players are always careless. The first player who was accidentally exposed before died, not only because of the heavy workload in the E-Zone, but also because he accidentally exposed his food source and was robbed by a group of people. Fortunately, the vending machines and other products were directly recovered after being discovered, otherwise it is unknown what kind of trouble would have been caused. And his fate also served as a reminder to the other players who were caught. They were more careful next time, and did not dare to show any abnormality. Daily food and drink were the same as others. Only when it was late at night, and everyone was asleep, they cooperated with each other to eat some biscuits and water that were not so strong, so that they could slowly survive in the E-Zone. During this period, some players died in other zones, because they were discovered and fought back against robots. The deaths of these players caused some natural disasters in their countries. And it was under such natural disasters that the shelter began to show its power. It happened that a natural disaster landed in the area where the shelter was located. When the natural disaster was raging, the shelter survived. Although energy needs to be replenished during the process, there is no problem in supplying the shelter in the event of a single disaster. At a certain point in the later period, the protective shield was close to breaking, but the residents in the entire shelter offered their points, and at the same time exchanged points for the purification trash can, so the shelter did not break. The whole process was also broadcast live in the sky. In the past, the Sky Live broadcast played the disaster scenes of different countries in the sky for the sake of bad taste, which caused great psychological pressure to countless people. But now, it has become an inspirational short video. The shelter is really awesome. Yes, I didn't expect it to be able to resist natural disasters. Wow! I finally stopped seeing the tragic scene. I couldn't sleep for days and nights before. The scenes of those people dying kept replaying in front of my eyes. Now, I finally got rid of the shadow. The most important thing is the energy blocks of the Doomsday Resort. They can replenish energy in time. Otherwise, even if they use up all their points, they may not be able to resist. In the end, they will still be toyed with by the natural disaster. That's right, the Doomsday game created this shelter, most likely to harvest player points, but it turned out to be our shelter. This is also a different kind of cause and effect. Yes, yes, yes. The barrage on the sky screen continued, and everyone's spirit was different from before. Let's go back to the game itself. Players from many countries not only escaped the robot's hunt, but also began to gain a foothold in the realm of mechanical life, and some even obtained legal identities for themselves and started working. The first to achieve this were players from country C. Lu Xiaoxia led several players from her team and directly bribed the robot with energy blocks. When she saw the product called energy blocks, Lu Xiaoxia looked at the introduction and wondered if it would be useful to the robot, so she bought one directly. When she tentatively sent it to one of the robots, Lu Xiaoxia felt the excitement of the other robot. Then, Lu Xiaoxia and others directly knocked on the door of work with energy blocks, and were assigned to different departments one after another. As for why they are not in the same department, it is the same thing, they are afraid of being wiped out. In this case, Lu Xiaoxia and others not only do not have to suffer like the players in Zone E, but they also gradually begin to understand the information of the mechanical world. Even if it is not core, it is definitely useful for Blue Star. The audience watching was also very excited. The players from Country C are really awesome. Lu Xiaoxia, you are my god. I think that in this game, in addition to the Doomsday Resort and the help from the country, Lu Xiaoxia's own credit can account for half. Yes, she brought all the players from Country C to survive, and also helped players from other countries learn from her experience. Hee, if it weren't for our goddess Lu who discovered the magic of energy blocks, and was able to bribe robots, who knows how many people would have died in the end. I feel that this game should be over smoothly. Alas, after this game is over, there is still the next one. It will pass. Speaking of which, since the Doomsday Resort and the players came back, there has really been good news every day in this world. I really hope that it will be good forever. To be good forever, everyone has to work hard, it's not enough now. Yes, I hope everyone can work hard in their respective positions, and achieve a great leap forward for Blue Star. I firmly believe it. Me too. For a moment, all the players' comments were encouraging. This is not only the case in China, but also abroad. In the face of common interests, most people can do it, pointing their guns at the outside world and working towards the same goal. It can only be said that the countries exchanged what they had and what they needed, and the protection of the people of the country finally played a role. As for those who were disobedient and committed crimes, the country also had ways to deal with them. Under such circumstances, the atmosphere was naturally good. The whole environment was thriving, and everyone was thinking about moving in a higher direction. Gu Weiwei was no exception. These days, when the outside world was booming, she was not idle. Learn about the work situation of the employees. Learn about the construction of the daily resort city. Understand the planting and harvesting conditions of the farmland. Until this matter got on track, she was able to relax. The only thing that made her feel good was that these things basically only needed to be done behind the scenes. It was also at this time that she was particularly glad that she lived in the garden. Such a large garden, many rooms, different rooms have different scenery, she lives in one room a day, and her life is very comfortable. Even occasionally, she can fiddle with flowers and plants in the garden, feed fish, and relax. This life is still happy. In short, she can be said to be living an alternative life as a landlady. At this moment, she is also dealing with the last task of the day. The grain factory's grain can be opened to the public. System, put the grain produced by the grain factory in the vending machine. It is also limited to vending machines in C country. Gu Weiwei said to the system. Yes. The system operated it familiarly. These days, because the vegetables in the farmland are ripe, Gu Weiwei asked the staff to send the vegetables to the warehouse, and also asked the system to sell them in batches. Not only the farmland, but also the vegetables and meat in the integrated planting and breeding gardens have long been supplied to the public. But today is a large quantity. Soon, the system gave Gu Weiwei a reply. Import completed. Yes, thank you. Gu Weiwei responded, and then looked at the data. As a result, it can be seen that every commodity is decreasing at a very fast speed. In fact, it was sold out very quickly. Although Gu Weiwei knew that it would sell quickly, the speed today still exceeded her imagination. After searching again, I found that many people were discussing this online. Ah, I didn't buy any rice or vegetables. It's normal that so many people are rushing to buy them. Are there any tricks? What tricks can there be? If it's your turn, you get it, and if you don't, right? In our shelter, we let the first few people in line buy it for us, and then we divide it from them according to the queue, so the probability of getting it will be higher. Fuck, what a good idea. Next time, we will do the same in the shelter. I haven't cooked for a long time. It feels great to cook for myself today. It feels like the world has become normal. At present, we can only plant and raise crops in the Doomsday Resort. It doesn't matter. It's better to have something than nothing. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei said to the system, let's set a limit of 1 purchase per person tomorrow. Yes. Then, Gu Weiwei's eyes moved to the upgrade button on the control panel. Condition 1. Serving 4 million tenants and having 1 million tenants living there permanently satisfied. Condition 2. 10 million points satisfied. Condition 2. Buildings *10,000 not satisfied. Condition 4. Landmark buildings *16 not satisfied. As she expected, the requirements for a level 2 resort city to upgrade to a level 3 resort city have increased from 4 to 8. There are now 9 landmark buildings, and only 7 are left. After she informed the officials of Country C, the officials of Country C have also been working overtime recently. But according to Gu Weiwei, that day should be coming soon. Now we just have to wait and see whether the branch city can be opened after Doomsday Resort reaches level 3. Once it can be opened, not only more areas can be protected, but also more and more talents can be cultivated. It has been several days since the school enrolled students. Students from kindergarten to high school are experiencing the impact of the new knowledge system. Of course, college is even worse. But relatively speaking, students who can be admitted to college either have a rich background or excellent talents. Under the guidance of the Level 2 Civilization teacher, their personal knowledge reserves are growing rapidly. Although it has been less than 10 days, they have a little direction in the research of aircraft carriers. Therefore, the Sea Country official is very much looking forward to the branch city plan of the Doomsday Resort City. The branch city means that the school can continue to operate. As long as there are more schools, even if the school selection is strict, you can always find some gold in the waves. Therefore, during this period, the Sea Country official has recruited many architectural experts and started to vigorously draw buildings. Finally, with the efforts of all the experts, a total of more than a dozen architectural drawings were freshly produced. Quick, send them to Doomsday Resort City. Wang Jinze ordered immediately. When the plane to Q City took off, Wang Jinze's heart was completely hanging. But it must be possible to build a branch city. Chapter 192. Shi Ruixiang was also caught. He rushed to Doomsday Resort City as soon as he got it. Of course, he contacted Gu Weiwei on the way and explained the matter to her. In a moment, he was outside Gu Weiwei's garden. Gu Weiwei was waiting after receiving the message and welcomed him in when she saw him. Boss Gu, these are the 12 architectural drawings we prepared. Shi Ruixiang handed them to Gu Weiwei as soon as possible. After Gu Weiwei took it, she put it directly into her backpack and let the system detect it. It responded quickly, all qualified. Gu Weiwei listened and said directly, all qualified. It's obvious that the country has really spent a lot of thought on selecting and drawing maps. Especially in such a short time. That's good, that's good. Shi Ruixiang couldn't help but say, and then looked at Gu Weiwei with expectation. Does that mean that Doomsday Resort can be promoted again? Yes, you will be able to advance soon. Gu Weiwei nodded. Other conditions are really a piece of cake for her now. Okay. Shi Ruixiang said. His expression was a little nervous. Then, as if he thought of something, he continued, will I disturb you here? Do you need me to go out? No, of course. If you want to go out and see how the Doomsday Resort is upgraded, you can go out first. Gu Weiwei said directly. It's okay. I want to wait for your news as soon as possible. Shi Ruixiang shook his head. This news is too important. He can only feel at ease if he keeps it. Gu Weiwei listened and nodded. We will build 7 landmark buildings this time. Do you want to see the priority? Just follow the order given to you. We have prepared it in advance. Shi Ruixiang said hurriedly. Hearing this, Gu Weiwei directly opened the control panel and operated it. Do you want to spend 100 million points to build? Do you want to spend 100 million points to build? Do you want to spend 100 million points to build? Yes. 700 million points have been deducted, and landmark buildings *7 have been obtained next. Start buying other buildings. Do you want to spend 2 million points to buy an apartment *2000? Do you want to spend 800,000 points to buy a hotel *800? Do you want to spend 800,000 points to buy an inn *800? Do you want to spend 2 million points to buy a hotel apartment *400? Yes. Entertain 4 million tenants, and have 1 million tenants stay long-term. Meet the conditions. Own buildings *10,000. Meet the conditions. Own landmark buildings *16. Meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 10 million points to upgrade the level 2 resort city to a level 3 resort city? Yes. Doomsday Resort has been upgraded from level 2 resort to level 3 resort, unlocking 819,200 rooms. At the same time, the control range has been expanded from 409,600 meters to 819,200 meters. After the upgrade, Gu Weiwei did not deal with the construction of the building this time, but looked at the control panel she refreshed. Player, Gu Weiwei. Mission, complete the last game to restore Blue Star to normal. Points, 682948523. Extra points can be obtained in the game. Negative points are considered as a clearance failure. Mall, open, shopping items available. Backpack, 10 slots, up to 99 per slot. Game, 10, Doomsday Natural Disaster National Destiny Survival Blue Star Zone, Special Field. Building, Doomsday Resort, upgradable. Level, Level 3. Ownership, Gu Weiwei. Description, within the building range, the owner has absolute control and is immune to damage. Wealth, 0.682948523. Mall, open, goods available for purchase. Facilities, 12, signboard, front desk, rest area, toilet, vending machine, room, washroom, restaurant, recycling cabinet, stone road, green belt, road sign. Tenants, 0/2544490. Buildings, landmark buildings *16, Gregory Hanging Gardens, Colossus of the Sun, Terracotta Warriors of Qin Great Wall, Forbidden City, Wushan Ancient Buildings, Reaching 3 Arches, Pingyang Ancient City, Round Building, Special Buildings *32, Ice and Snow World, Trading Hall, Activity Center, Warm. Spring Tailor Shop, Blacksmith Shop, Hospital, Library, Pond, Commercial Street, Sentry Tower, Arrow Tower, Ancient City Wall, Playground, Arena, Grain Processing Plant, Network Center, Shopping Mall, Cinema, Internet Cafe, Cultural Center, Machine Factory, Music Square, Park, Air Defense Center, Sniper Tower, Bunker, City Defense Artillery, Armory, Defense Trap, Military Fortress. Military Reserve, Doomsday Apartment *7283, Hotel *1219, in *1289, hotel apartment *606, tent area, integrated. Planting and breeding garden, bus station, parking lot, warehouse. I chose the upgrade without hesitation. Then, a new notification came out. You have reached the highest level, and can choose to build a sub-city. Conditions for building a sub-city. Condition 1. The place has a landmark building that is consistent with the Doomsday Resort City. Condition 2. 100 million points. Condition 3. Consistent with the conditions of the Doomsday Resort City. The sub-city that meets the conditions has been selected by the host. Please choose. Gu Weiwei was stunned when she saw the third condition. When the icon appeared, and there was only one apartment, Gu Weiwei instantly understood the meaning of the Doomsday Landlady system. The branch city is not a copy of the Doomsday Resort City, but it must be upgraded one by one. After Gu Weiwei understood, she looked at Shi Ruixian on the side. Good news, you can build a branch city. Bad news, the level must be upgraded little by little. When Gu Weiwei said this, she felt a huge pressure instantly. What are the conditions for building a branch city? Shi Ruixian felt relieved when he heard it. It's good to be able to build a branch city, and isn't it just following Gu Weiwei's path? Sure, what he was worried about was the conditions. Own a landmark building, and then 100 million points. Gu Weiwei replied. Do you need to operate it yourself? Shi Ruixian asked. Gu Weiwei didn't know, and then asked the system. No, you can designate an operator, and the other party has the same rights as you. The system replied, but I suggest you sell it to them. Can it still be sold? Well, as long as you pay the corresponding price. The system replied, to a certain extent, branch cities can be owned unlimitedly and have no special value. If you want to open them on other planets in the future, you only need to have the corresponding points and landmark buildings. Of course, you still have to have a piece of land on that planet. What about the goods for sale? Of course, we need to purchase goods from the main city, but the operators can have a corresponding share. Of course, if they have other channels, they can be unreliable. Gu Weiwei listened and understood immediately. Then she told these details to Shi Ruixian. Shi Ruixian was stunned for a moment, thinking about it, and asked after a while, if you choose an operator, and he shows some corruption, can you change him? They really don't feel at ease handing it over to a specific person. If they really have to choose, they would rather choose Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei asked about the system again. A branch city can appoint multiple operators to supervise each other. Gu Weiwei relayed. Shi Ruixian listened and breathed a sigh of relief, then said, I will report the news and discuss it with you in detail. How about it? Of course. Gu Weiwei said without hesitation. Thank you. After saying this, Shi Ruixian left. In fact, they have already decided that if the branch city can really be built, the cost of building the branch city can be paid by them, but Gu Weiwei will still be in charge of management. But now, Gu Weiwei gave them a new possibility. Then, they can discuss it again. After Shi Ruixian left, the system asked in Gu Weiwei's mind. If you don't say those words to them, maybe the whole world can be under your control, and you can become the master of this planet. Gu Weiwei listened, paused, and said without hesitation, I don't think I have such a brain, and what's the use of being a planet master? In the future, when Blue Star goes out, I will have to bear the fate of a planet. I can't bear such a great pressure. Let's leave it to our mother. Mom? What Country C means is that she is our mother. Gu Weiwei said, I don't know what the future will be like, but I believe that the wisdom of the group is stronger than that of the individual, not to mention a country that can still maintain stability under the control of the Doomsday game. She is like a huge machine that requires many people to work together. One person, no matter who it is, cannot operate it. Especially behind this, there is a population of billions. It is too heavy to bear the fate of so many people. The original dream was to play badly. Now that she has the strength, she can play badly. Of course, she must follow her original dream. Without the Doomsday Resort, she would be just an ordinary person. She wanted too much and was too greedy, and she didn't know where she would end up. A gentleman loves money, but he gets it in a proper way. This is the wisdom of long-term survival. You are very self-aware and sober. The system's tone was a little bit of recognition. Among the hosts he had seen, Gu Weiwei was not the smartest, nor the most powerful, and could even be said to be very weak. But she was able to run the Doomsday Resort little by little under such circumstances, and she still kept her original intention. This is better than those smart and powerful ones. Gu Weiwei smiled. She really felt that it was good now. If she asked for too much, who knew whether it would be a vast sea and sky or a bottomless abyss? Then, Gu Weiwei continued to look at the panel. The new Doomsday Resort has not been built yet. This construction may be the final version of the Doomsday Resort. She had to plan it well. Then, the purchased buildings were placed on the corresponding open space. There were also plans for roads, street lights, green belts, etc. Then, a lot of public buildings were purchased, such as commercial streets, and placed near some communities to facilitate tenants to play nearby. Especially the zoning of different buildings, the levels were divided according to the price. In short, the Doomsday Resort City should be made more like a resort city to attract more tourists. Watching Gu Weiwei enjoying it, the system also made suggestions on the side. While one person was quietly doing the construction, the outside world exploded again. After all, no one expected that the Doomsday Resort City would be upgraded again in such a short time. Chapter 193. Now the number of tenants in Doomsday Resort City is several million every day, and it can be said that there are people everywhere. Now is the time when everyone is new to Doomsday Resort City. After all the good news in the entire Blue Star comes from Doomsday Resort City, and many people are proud to be able to come to Doomsday Resort City. Of course, the most important thing is to have a vacation. At present, in the entire country of C, the only place where people can rest assured and eat, drink, and have fun wholeheartedly is Doomsday Resort City. Such a lively and noisy scene also prompted some people to start live broadcasting in Doomsday Resort. Although many people did not go to the scene, watching the lively scene in the live broadcast room, many people seemed to feel that their hearts were alive. It was also when many people were paying attention to the live broadcast room that they saw the changes in Doomsday Resort. Doomsday Resort has become bigger again. Impossible. It has only been promoted for a short time. What's impossible? It's really getting bigger. We can confirm it by turning the camera. Fuck, it's real. It's getting so big, I can't see the end at a glance. It's really upgraded. It's upgraded again so soon? The Doomsday Resort is awesome. Can it be upgraded in the future? Watching the live broadcast is like watching a live scene. Yes, I feel like I never get tired of such a scene no matter how many times I watch it. The last time the school was upgraded, what good things will appear in this upgrade? Your purpose should not be so obvious. Isn't it good for Doomsday Resort to upgrade normally? No matter what, I like Doomsday Resort. Yes, yes, yes. Ah, I'm so excited. I wonder how big Doomsday Resort will be after the upgrade. It's very big anyway. Yes, it's so big now that you can't see the end of it. Wow, I'm so excited. Who wouldn't be excited? Why is Doomsday Resort upgrading this time? Why are you asking so many questions? Don't talk, just enjoy the upgraded scene quietly. After the last sentence was said, the live broadcast room became much quieter. Everyone was quietly enjoying the scene. After all, it happened once, and although they felt the shock this time, they were more just appreciating it. Of course, there was excitement, and everyone understood that only when Doomsday Resort was good, they could become better. After that, countless people watched Doomsday Resort once again, saw tall buildings rising from the ground, and roads crisscrossing each other. In a short period of time, the news of Doomsday Resort's promotion once again dominated the list. While people were cheering outside, a serious meeting was also being held. Ruixiang rented a room in Doomsday Resort City. After all, nowhere is safer than here. As soon as the video conference was connected, Wang Jingze looked at Ruixiang and said bluntly, "How? It is indeed possible to build a branch city." Ruixiang replied. His expression was also excited. "This is undoubtedly a great thing." "Good." Wang Jingze slammed the table and stood up, uttering only one word. He relaxed visibly. "If we can establish a profit sharing, everything else is not a problem." Then, Wang Jingze asked directly about the details. Ruixiang told him all the conversations between him and Gu Weiwei, and of course, he also talked about the options directly. After listening, Wang Jingze was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Which one do you think Boss Gu prefers? Maybe let us decide for ourselves." Ruixiang said helplessly, she wishes she had less things to do. Since she moved into the garden, she has never left the house again. Wang Jingze listened and smiled. It is rare to stay at home like this. But perhaps, he also wants to make them feel more at ease. There are indeed many people in the leadership who are afraid of Gu Weiwei, and even many who are trying to instigate him, hoping that he will be more cautious of Gu Weiwei. But now, all of them have been silent. Because Gu Weiwei stays indoors, they have nothing to blame. Ask him if he believes it. He has never believed it. With the ability and importance of Doomsday Resort, it would be easy for Gu Weiwei to do something. She had not done anything, and had already shown her attitude. If he really doubted her, he would feel that it was not worth it. It was not worth it for Gu Weiwei. As long as he was there, no matter how those people thought, he would not let them disturb Gu Weiwei. Of course, he believed that Gu Weiwei could protect herself. Retracting his thoughts, Wang Jingze said directly, "What do you think?" "Multiple operators," Shi Ruixiang said without hesitation. "This is the most conducive to development. One person holding too much power is not conducive to development, especially in this special time." "I think so too." Wang Jingze nodded and said, "In this case, let's announce it according to the requirements of multiple operators. Disclosing too much will easily arouse small thoughts. And Boss Gu is supervising behind the scenes." Shi Ruixiang said, "This also needs to be stated. Then, there is only the problem of site selection." Wang Jingze said, "The construction of a resort city will probably cost a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. If there are more, we may not be able to supply them." Shi Ruixiang listened and nodded. "One by one, we can always complete it, and just because we don't have points doesn't mean there are none abroad." Wang Jingze listened, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Shi Ruixiang with the same tacit understanding. If they sell the Doomsday Resort for 100 million, they can sell it for 200 million or 300 million abroad. Whoever wants the quota first will get a higher price. Isn't it that the money for their construction has come? Should we tell the public about this news? Shi Ruixiang couldn't help asking. "Say it. It's good news. Why not say it? It will only increase public confidence. At the same time, it can also be shown to foreign countries. It's better to wait for them to come to us for help than for us to go to them," Wang Jingze said without hesitation. "It might be better to ask for it ourselves." "Then let's build the capital first," Shi Ruixiang asked. "Yes." Wang Jingze nodded. "Let's start with a pilot city. We can still get 100 million points at present. Then the operation of the vending machine. Let's take it too." Wang Jingze's eyes deepened a little. "The long-term plan is to have both inflow and outflow, and we can't always rely on the Doomsday Resort." Shi Ruixiang understood that what Wang Jingze meant by relying on was the long-term future. It's not about killing the donkey after it has done its job, but hoping that Blue Star can rely on its own strength to create the power to protect itself. This is the long-term way for a country, or even a planet. Of course, before you have that ability, you have to learn to use the power of others to fight against the power of others, and it's not shameful to hide a little. When the two looked at each other through the camera, their eyes were full of longing for the future. After the meeting, Wang Jingze held a meeting to inform about this matter. And Shi Ruixiang was going to find Gu Weiwei to confirm the location of the first branch city. When he walked out of the room, he saw a brand new Doomsday Resort city. The inn he chose was the closest to Gu Weiwei's garden, but it was also a little far away. At this moment, Wang Jingze was strolling on the road. There were also some pedestrians around, and they were all enthusiastically checking out the brand new Doomsday Resort city. It's better than before. Many communities have commercial streets. Yes, this makes life much more convenient. At least there's no need to queue. Yes, not only food, but also some public buildings such as parks and gymnasiums. The supporting facilities are getting better and better. It's becoming more and more livable. It's all for our sake. With more than 4,000 buildings, there will be a lot more administrators. Yes, not just administrators, but many more positions. Ah, then I'm going to apply for the job. Go now. This position is very popular. What about you? Hee, I'm an employee of Doomsday Resort City. It's just that I'm off today. Fuck, I'm sorry. Lucky, I'm from Q City. I came here earlier, and the competition pressure was not as great as yours at that time. Then do you think it's good to work for Doomsday Resort City? Of course it's good. The benefits are good, and there is food and accommodation, and occasionally you can go out with a team to earn some extra money. It's really good. Wow, I'm so jealous. In fact, there are many jobs not only in Doomsday Resort City, but also in Q City outside. There are places to earn points in each shelter. Even if you don't have a stable job, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will have a way out. Yes, there are many ways now. All roads lead to Rome. Yes, it's exciting no matter what. It's really hard to imagine the days before. It's been a roller coaster ride, and we've hit rock bottom, but now we're climbing up little by little. Just then, a group of people passed by Shi Ruixiang, and the content of the conversation reached Shi Ruixiang's ears. Looking at the expressions on their faces, Shi Ruixiang smiled knowingly. No matter when, seeing such a scene will make people feel touched. Live and work in peace and contentment. These 4 words have always been what everyone strives for. I just hope that in the future, they can survive this level and truly live and work in peace and contentment. In a moment, Shi Ruixiang had found Gu Weiwei. Have you discussed it? Gu Weiwei asked. Well, let's build a branch city in the capital first, and we do everything ourselves. Shi Ruixiang said without hesitation, and then handed 100 million points to Guan Weiwei. Okay. Gu Weiwei nodded, then opened the control panel and started operating. Do you want to spend 100 million points to build a branch city in the capital? Yes. Location selection in progress selected. The capital branch city has been determined, has landmark buildings, meets the conditions, and is confirmed to be established. Do you want to operate it yourself? No. Please designate an operator. Wang Jingze. As Gu Weiwei confirmed, Wang Jingze and others in the capital had already received information from the Doomsday Landlady system. Wang Jingze was discussing this with other leaders, and when he saw the system information, he was delighted. The new branch city construction project of Doomsday Resort City is related to the future of our country C, and everyone must act with caution. Everyone responded in unison, and they couldn't help but get excited. Then, they saw a building next to their capital shelter. That was an apartment in Doomsday Resort City. Looking at the building in front of them, everyone was full of longing for the future. Their blue star's chances of winning increased a little more. Chapter 194. Immediately afterwards, Wang Jingze and his team officially started operating the Doomsday apartment. However, it was only announced to the residents in the shelter. As for whether to become a tenant in the Doomsday apartment, it is up to the residents to choose. After all, building the shelter also consumed countless resources, and it is impossible for them to give up like this. And they also want to develop the Doomsday apartment, because the shelter is provided by the Doomsday game after all. They are afraid that the Doomsday game will go back on its word one day. After all, the Doomsday game has done such things before. The existence of the Doomsday Resort City branch is their insurance for the future. Putting all your eggs in one basket is too dangerous after all. As soon as the news was released, it attracted the attention of many residents of the capital shelters, and they all rushed to visit the Doomsday Resort City branch. As a result, when they came, they saw a lonely building and were stunned instantly. Is this the Doomsday Resort City branch? You must be kidding. That's right. Isn't this just a building? But this building looks familiar. It's exactly the same as the apartment in Doomsday Resort. So, is it really a branch of Doomsday Resort? Yes, I heard that when Doomsday Resort was first developed, there was only one apartment building. Really? I heard from the players. Take a picture and ask online. So, before the official announcement, many people took pictures and uploaded them to the internet. Of course, it also included the topic tag of Doomsday Resort City. Now Doomsday Resort City is the top city in Country C, and even the entire Blue Planet. It can only become popular with such a tag. Of course, if it is irrelevant, and is just trying to get attention, it will be easily criticized. Soon after similar photos and discussions were posted on the internet, many people immediately discussed it. Another one trying to get attention. Yes, if it is really a branch of Doomsday Resort City in the capital, there will only be one apartment building. It's so shabby. This photo is quite real. The photo editing skills are good. Yes, this is worth praising. It's good to have ideals. If Doomsday Resort City can really open branches, I hope it will be opened all over the Blue Planet. This is true. Yes, the capital officials told us that the branch city has been opened, although there was only one building when we went there. Looking at the IP, it seems to be the capital's. But there is only one building, do you believe it? The Doomsday Resort was originally built as a building. But the difference is too big, not really. Some people believe it, some don't. More and more people are discussing it, and in the end, it really got quite a bit of attention. In addition, the Doomsday Resort has always been something that many people want to see, and more people are joining in. The number of believers and non-believers is basically half and half. Gu Weiwei, a surfing expert, also saw the news. When she looked at a familiar building, the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. She remembered the earliest appearance of Doomsday Resort City. It has only been less than 11 months. But in the meantime, it has really experienced too much. Looking at the netizens who kept refreshing the screen, Gu Weiwei thought that the official should make a statement soon. Sure enough, when the heat was almost reached, the official directly released it. The capital branch of Doomsday Resort City was established. It is still a small seedling now, and will develop slowly. A simple sentence made countless people scream with joy. Someone from the official side came out, and it's actually true. Such outrageous news turned out to be true. I've been slapped in the face, but it's a good thing. I'm so excited that they built the Doomsday Resort Capital branch. City? Haha, I don't even dare to say the last word city. It should be called the Doomsday Resort Capital Branch Building. It's just a seedling now, so what if it's a building? It will definitely be a city in the end. Ah, that's great. But since Doomsday Resort City can build branch cities, what about other places? Let's take our time with other places, I feel. Speaking of which, is the ability to build branch cities related to the upgrade of Doomsday Resort City today? Yes, I was wondering why Doomsday Resort City was upgraded again today. Also, there are various landmark buildings added after the upgrade. Have you noticed that there are 7 more this time? It can't be for no reason. Is the person above trying to say that the location of the sub-city is related to these landmark buildings? It's very possible. The Forbidden City corresponds to the capital. In that case, can my city X wait? The terracotta warriors and horses of Qin belong to us. And the round building in our city Y. And more. Haha, one by one slowly. Today is a good day. I'm in a good mood. It's worth celebrating. Netizens were so excited on the internet. For them, it was simply a dream come true. When some netizens who climbed over the firewall to check the Sea Country network saw this news, they were envious and jealous. The news was directly passed to China, and the foreign network was also in an uproar. Why do all the benefits go to Sea Country? Yes, our country also needs such a person. Because the owner of Doomsday Resort is from Sea Country. Why couldn't such a good thing happen to people in our country? If it happened to people in our country, it might not develop so well, and even if it developed well, they would not be willing to share it. No, it only shows that the Sea Countryman is a freak. We can ask the Sea Countryman for humanitarian aid. Hee, they slap you in the face, so you should hope that our government and the rich are willing to buy from Sea Country. They will definitely be willing. Doomsday Resort is much safer than the shelter. That's right. Instead of worrying about whether there is a branch of Doomsday Resort in our country, you might as well worry about whether you can get in. That's right, ordinary people don't have any chance at all. However, if the rich people in the branch of Doomsday Resort have entered, the probability of us entering the shelter will be greater, because the price will definitely be lowered. Is it a good thing in this way? Indeed, the governments and rich people of many countries get the news faster than netizens. After all, after knowing that Country C has such a big golden finger as the Doomsday Resort City, they know that Country C will at least be the guide of the future Blue Star. They got a lot of information from Country C. At this point, they still admire Country C and are willing to share the information. Of course, one of the reasons is that it takes the power of the entire Blue Star to resist the Doomsday game. But they don't know if they will share such a golden finger with others, and after sharing, they will definitely make a lot of money and become the center of the world. Thinking about it, they felt jealous again. They no longer have such an opportunity. Now they have to give benefits to Country C again. The leaders of various countries quickly asked people to raise resources. Speaking of which, compared to exchanging resources for points for trading, they would save more money by exchanging resources directly with Country C. Country C would even like it more. The targets of the fundraising also include some wealthy tycoons in their country. They believe that the Doomsday Resort should be of interest to these tycoons. Although they have built their own shelters, they are in the Doomsday game, so they can't feel safe. Although the Doomsday Resort City is also owned by others, it is at least owned by the Blue Star people. Indeed, the wealthy people who received the news were very supportive, spending points and resources, and of course, they also put forward their own requirements, requiring a permanent building in it. In this way, leaders of various countries have hurriedly called Country C to find out the specific price. After hearing that the highest bidder wins at the beginning, everyone couldn't help but curse at them. Swindlers. But since it was a unique deal, it was a seller's market, so there was only one thing they could do. Spend money. After receiving the bidding information from various countries, Country C slowly determined the time for each country to build a branch city. Of course, they also handed their investment directly to Gu Weiwei. The points earned were divided in half by the officials of Country C, without giving Gu Weiwei any chance to object. Gu Weiwei had no choice but to accept it. But she felt warm in her heart. System, this is a two-way rush, Gu Weiwei said to the system with some excitement. She went to the country, and the country was afraid that she would suffer losses, so it gave her the benefits. Not bad, the system commented. Although there are many people with small thoughts in this country, it is generally good. Gu Weiwei smiled. The recognition of the system made her feel proud. Now, it's so good, on the territory of my own country, I don't feel like I'm drifting in the game area at all, I just feel at ease. The system is silent. Anyway, he doesn't really understand the patriotism of people like Gu Weiwei, but he respects them. In the following time, Guiwewe's mind is basically on building branch cities. According to the requirements of the country, branch cities are built one after another on Blue Star. She is only responsible for construction, and there are special personnel in charge of the follow-up. Although she does not operate, she can see the operation information on the control panel of the Doomsday Landlady system, and naturally know their construction progress. Soon, Guiwewe discovered it. The construction speed of each branch city is much faster than she originally built. Not only because there are extra points on hand for sponsorship, but also because there is a special think tank, which can have different development focuses according to the situation of each branch city, develop its own characteristics, and help each other with nearby branch cities. The only thing that each branch city has in common is that when it is possible to build a building, they all build a school. After the school was established, students from all over the country began to enroll, and children and talents were continuously imported into the school, and began to learn another more advanced civilization system. Not only was the research on aircraft carriers and starships getting faster and faster, but also various technologies were unlocked in reality. The development of the entire society was rapid. Chapter 195. 60th day after returning to Blue Star. Before they knew it, it had been 2 months since the players returned to Blue Star. Many players originally thought that after returning to Blue Star, the Blue Star invaded by the Doomsday game would face increasingly severe challenges. But they did not expect that after returning to Blue Star, life would be more comfortable than when they were in the game area. They knew very well that all this was because of the Doomsday Resort. In fact, many players only bought Doomsday Resort products in the game area and never experienced life in the Doomsday Resort. After returning to Blue Star, they had this opportunity. It was not until they entered the Doomsday Resort that they understood the meaning of the Doomsday Resort. It makes people feel alive. Therefore, even after 2 months, there is an endless stream of players and tourists coming to the Doomsday Resort. Even though branch cities are gradually being built in various places. But in the hearts of many people, the Doomsday Resort is the real Holy Land. At this time, the Doomsday Resort. The current Doomsday Resort has also changed a lot. Entering the Doomsday Resort from the city gate, you can see the prosperous commercial streets. These commercial streets are interspersed with various public buildings in the Doomsday Resort. For example, next to the integrated planting and breeding garden, there are fresh vegetable and fruit shops, which are directly purchased in the Doomsday Resort, and around them are fruit cuts, juices, and cooking shops made by other businessmen after leasing. For example, next to the hot springs, you can see swimsuits, swimming rings, towels, and other related products. For example, the ice and snow world is a variety of supporting facilities such as sleds and skateboards. For example, in a movie theater, the goods nearby are popcorn and other snacks. Or order from the Doomsday Resort, or find or wholesale from some cities in country C. Use the goods that were once used up little by little. After all, when food was not sufficient before, everyone was thinking about how to eat enough, so only the prices of goods related to resources would be higher, and the prices of other goods would fall to the bottom. Only now, when the situation of the whole society is becoming more and more stable, these goods will gradually come back to the light of day. However, prices have also changed, prices have become lower, and points have been used for settlement. But even so, there is still a little profit margin. Because of the existence of these shops, economic activities have become more frequent. Not only in the Doomsday Resort City, but also in other Doomsday Resort City branches and shelters, they are becoming more and more lively. It can be said that if it were not for the existence of the Sky Curtain live broadcast room, reminding them that they are still under the invasion of the Doomsday game, many people would feel that their lives have returned to normal. Of course, even though more and more people are busy with their own lives, they have never stopped paying attention to the Tianmu Live Room. It's just that they are not like before, focusing on the Tianmu Live Room, for fear of accidentally missing it and being unprepared when the natural disaster comes. After all, now, not only do Tianmu players have the support of the country, the mortality rate is greatly reduced, but even if a natural disaster comes, there are shelters and Doomsday resorts to resist, and the actual mortality rate is also greatly reduced, or even almost non-existent. People are watching the Tianmu Live broadcast room now, worrying about the players who are fighting for the country outside. At this time, the Tianmu Live broadcast room is tense, and more people are paying attention to Tianmu. In the last game of the Mechanical Life world, the players have already passed the level, but the survival rate has reached more than 95%. You know, it was only 50% before. Country C even reached 100%. Not only did they survive, but players from various countries also got a lot of wool from the Mechanical Life world, which was directly materialized in the real world after the last game. There are even some unactivated robots, ranging from basic to advanced. As for why they can get advanced ones, it is still the role of energy blocks. As the old saying goes, as long as the money is in place, you can get anything. After the energy block was put into the mechanical life market, it instantly caused a frenzy of pursuit by mechanical life. After all, mechanical life also has a very strict hierarchy. Many mechanical life want to advance. In addition to having enough capacity, they also have to have enough energy. And the capacity can be purchased. Therefore, a batch of mechanical life forms have been promoted. These upgraded mechanical life forms have become the umbrellas of protection for the players. Didn't the mechanical life forms think about the specialness of the players? They thought about it, but they didn't pursue it in the face of the temptation of energy blocks. After all, the things are really useful to them. As for the players, when they were mixed in the later stage, they also thought about whether to help the humans in the mechanical life world, so that they had the ability to overthrow the mechanical life. However, after learning about the history of the mechanical life world and communicating with the surviving humans, they realized that the twists and turns here were not something that outsiders like them could judge right or wrong, so they decided not to get involved and respect the torrent of historical development. After leaving the mechanical life world, the players were directly sent to another world, the Giant World, by the Doomsday game. The Giant World is a world where all creatures are extremely huge. The species are similar to those on the blue planet, but they are different. It can be said that they have another different origin and development direction. Among them are giants. The appearance of giants is similar to that of humans, but they are not humans. The world they live in can be said to be a world where primitive and technological coexist, and the strong prey on the weak. When players arrive in this world, they become the lowest existence in the food chain. Ordinary creatures can bully them. As for giants, humans are not even as tall as the giants' ankles. In the eyes of giants, humans are just like ants, so they don't bother to take a second look. Some players are unlucky and encounter naughty giant children, and are almost chased and trampled to death. Therefore, in the Giant Life planet, players are in constant danger. Fortunately, players can also buy shelters, and until a shelter is built in the Giant Life city, their lives slowly become relatively stable. After all, many creatures in the Giant Life city cannot enter at all. Of course, it took a long time for the players to find the city from the wild, and they also connected to the network of the Giant Life planet through their mobile phones, and knew the map to get the direction. However, after players built shelters in different cities, they did not hide all the time, but began to collect things from the Giant Life planet. Vegetables, fruits, each of which is huge. If they are materialized 100 times, they can feed many people. It is difficult for players to give up. There are also some other commodities and technologies. Anyway, different ones must be useful. Many players have already known the status in reality through some words engraved in the real reward objects. Although I can't understand it in detail, I know what I should know. Especially knowing that Blue Star can get rid of the Doomsday game after advancing to level 2, the players are even more excited. Because if they can't get rid of the Doomsday game, the players who are drawn can only keep circulating in the game, and can't get out unless they die. Before knowing this news, although the players are also trying to live, they are more for not bringing trouble to the country. For their own fate, many people are hopeless and think that there is only death. But after knowing this, they instantly had hope. Especially after they connected to the network of the game world through the mobile phone provided by the Doomsday Resort City, and knew that the world they participated in was basically above level 2 civilization, they paid more attention to obtaining useful information and goods from this high-level civilization world, hoping to be of some help to Blue Star. Now, it is their last day on the Giant Life planet. Originally, they just wanted to survive safely, but they didn't expect that their shelter was suddenly attacked by a large group of creatures. Moreover, the impact of these creatures is very strong, and the consumption of the shelter is very large. If they had not discovered that the purification trash cans in the Doomsday Resort City could also collect things from the Giant Life planet, and the price was relatively high, they would have swept through all the trash cans during this period and gained a lot of points. These points made the Blue Star people drool. Then the players were very smart. Especially Lu Xiaoxia from Country C, who discovered the so-called black market when he was wandering around the Giant Life planet. There are also some small intelligent creatures in this black market, which can trade with giants. Then Lu Xiaoxia took the things that the Giant Life planet that appeared in the Doomsday Resort did not have and exchanged them for the high-tech products of the giants through small intelligent creatures. Especially the aerospace starship. The one on the giant planet must be adapted to the height of the giant. The size of the aerospace starship is amazing. However, Lu Xiaoxia still exchanged most of the points of all the players in Country C. Lu Xiaoxia was thinking that since it could be materialized 100 times, this aerospace starship could also be materialized. Just take advantage of the Doomsday game. 1 aerospace starship equals 100 aerospace starships. 2 aerospace starships equals 200 aerospace starships. 3 aerospace starships equals 300 aerospace starships. In short, the more the better. Lu Xiaoxia's plan was also known by players from other countries, and they followed suit. As a result, it seemed that the Doomsday game had offended them, and it directly started to attack and kill the players. I only want to kill the players. Because if I kill the players, I don't need to double the manifestation. That's why there are now countless people paying attention to the scene. This scene makes the Sea Country people feel excited and nervous. The Tianmu Live broadcast room is full of barrages posted by Sea Country people. Too nervous. The Doomsday game is too unfair. It's just a few hundred spaceships. Is it necessary to do this? That's right. This is in line with the rules of the game. In the end, he wanted to break the rules of the game. Why did those creatures suddenly attack the shelter? It was definitely his trick. If you can't afford it, don't play it. That's right. The aerospace starship itself was obtained by the players through their own abilities. I hope it will succeed. It's okay. It will definitely work. They built the new shelter next to the garbage. The garbage dump is a treasure. You can get a lot of points, and will definitely be able to protect the shield. Fortunately, there is a shelter, otherwise it would be really unavoidable. But I have a concern. The shelter is a product of the Doomsday game. Could it be? Stop making such a jinx. It's just a reasonable guess. Fuck, it actually came true. While everyone was posting comments, they saw on the screen that players had received a notification from the Doomsday game. Ding, a legal product shelter was found, and recycling has begun. Chapter 196. As expected. Don't play if you can't afford it. At Doomsday game, I hate you. At Lu Xiaoxia, you guys have to be careful. As expected, you have to be careful when using Doomsday game products. Fortunately, we are now vigorously developing the Doomsday Resort. That's a story for later. What we should worry about now is the lives of these players. Yes. If they die, countless disasters will come, and their aviation starships will be prepared in vain. Pray for peace. Stop praying. Hurry up and see if you can send them something. What we send is useless, and will only cause more trouble. Now let's look at the country, and the Doomsday Resort. Right, hope lies with them. Yes, I saw the country give them weapons and other protective shields. Many countries have given them. And Boss Gu, she also gave a reward, but mentioned that she would ask other countries to pay it back later. Of course, I have to pay it back. It's a critical moment now. It's great that Boss Gu is willing to spend money to help. If you don't pay, I won't give rewards to people in their country in the future. After all, their players are also fighting for their country. For the time being, I have given everything I should give, but the final situation still depends on the player's own abilities. In the Tianmu Live broadcast room, the audience's heartbeats are really fast. What will happen after the shelter disappears? After all, these creatures are really gathering more and more, and it makes people feel numb when they see them. Just when the audience was worried, the shelter that had been resisting the small creatures disappeared completely after flashing a few times. Not only from Country C, but also from other countries. For a while, these creatures were rampaging on the territory where countless players had just stood, roaring as if they wanted to swallow them. Even if some players were prepared, many players were still knocked away when these creatures rushed in. Fortunately, many people had shields, which reduced some of the damage. Then, they immediately took out powerful thermal weapons and started to fight back. In this way, it really helped a little bit, and some players got rid of the danger directly and fought for their lives. But not everyone has such strength, and some people were injured by small creatures before they could even take out their weapons. And the players who escaped from danger ran in different directions at a high speed. At this time, if they still gather together, there is only one outcome, death, but if they scatter and flee now, attracting the attention of some creatures, most people may still survive. As for those who are injured or targeted now, sorry, they can't do anything. If they go to rescue, they will probably be dragged down, and the impact on many companies will be greater in the end. Under such circumstances, in the first round of biological impact, the Sky Screen Live broadcast rooms of many players became dark one by one. The audience knew clearly that these players were dead. They died under the conspiracy of Doomsday Game. At this moment, people's hatred for Doomsday Game reached its peak. It shouldn't have been like this. Woo, these players died so innocently. Doomsday Game is simply not human. I never expected anything from Doomsday game. I originally thought that Doomsday game would at least follow the rules. But now it seems that the rules have always been in his hands. Everyone is an ant in his hands. Let our children study hard. Get rid of it. Only in the future can we find it and take revenge. Yes. The live broadcast rooms in various countries have the same content. At this moment, everyone is really full of powerlessness. Although many of the players who died now are because of their weak personal abilities. But they shouldn't have been, they didn't have enough physical strength, and many people survive by relying on their brains, which is also strength. Seeing the indiscriminate attacks of these small creatures, many people realized one thing. The attack of Doomsday game was not only aimed at the aerospace starship, but also because he did not want to let so many players live. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to focus on attacking those players with aerospace starships? Obviously, he just wanted to take the opportunity to clean up. The survival rate of players was too high, which he didn't want to see. Even if it wasn't this excuse, there would be another excuse. This is the essence of Doomsday. He was thinking about killing more Blue Star people. Of course, while being angry, many people felt a little comforted when they saw countless players escaping. Especially the people from Country C, their eyes were really darting back and forth in the live broadcast room of the players from Country C. Of course, the most people were paying attention to Lu Xiaoxia. After all, Lu Xiaoxia had the most aerospace starships so far. Therefore, her situation was the most dangerous, and everyone was indeed more worried about the points. Especially with a large number of small creatures following her. The Doomsday game's intentions against Lu Xiaoxia were obvious, and they really wanted to kill her immediately. Of course, Lu Xiaoxia was also very powerful. During the first wave of attacks, she dodged the impact of small creatures. There were the most creatures heading towards her. She also understood this, so she found a suitable hiding position at the earliest. At least she could use the cover to unload some of the power. Then after escaping, she immediately flew away, like an arrow from a string with the aircraft. The aircraft was purchased from a mechanical life form in the previous world. It was a newly researched product of the other party, and it had not yet been officially put into production. She exchanged it for an energy block. She had always been aware of her weakness, which was that her physical strength was too weak. If she was given time to train, she would definitely be able to rise, but she had never found the right opportunity. In the case of disadvantages, she had been trying to improve her advantages. At the same time, she also planned for herself. Run away if you can't win. Route. The aircraft can be said to be an escape facility she prepared for herself. She originally thought that it would not be useful in this world, but it came in handy at the last moment. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxia, who was escaping, really felt a little lucky for herself. Of course, the most excited were the viewers from Country C, who were watching Lu Xiaoxia's live broadcast. When they saw her suddenly take out the aircraft and run away with it, they were really excited. Woo woo woo, as expected, Lu Xiaoxia made preparations in advance. If there was no flying machine, Lu Xiaoxia would be in danger. Lu Xiaoxia was already a treasure among players before she had a backpack. Now that she has a backpack, she is even better. Great, the hardest stage is passed. Wow, there are other players, they are all great. But 2 of them were sacrificed. There is no other way. In a critical situation, there is really no way to take care of everything. My heart is beating really fast now, it keeps thumping. Who isn't? It's really challenging the limits of the human body. People relieve their nervousness by posting bullet comments. Watching Lu Xiaoxia and other players running away all the way. They didn't know when this chase would end. Gradually, someone discovered Lu Xiaoxia's path. Where is Lu Xiaoxia going? I don't know, but I feel like she's flying with a purpose. I think so too. By the way, it seems to be the place where order is managed on the giant life planet. Just like our police station. So does Lu Xiaoxia know where the police station on the giant life planet is? She goes out for a walk at a fixed time every day, and sometimes goes in different directions. Now I finally know that she is just trying to find a way. Prepare for a rainy day. Lu Xiaoxia, you are the best. What about the other players? The other players are great too. They are also trying to find ways to get close to the giants and let them deal with these creatures. This method is a little dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be trampled to death by the giant. Yes, after all, whether it is a player or a small creature, they are like flies and mosquitoes in the eyes of the giant. Players are still dying. There is no other way. Now is the hunting time of the Doomsday game. With such targeting, not many people can escape. Ah, the creature following Lu Xiaoxia has been dealt with. Awesome. But a new episode has passed. It doesn't matter. As long as Lu Xiaoxiu runs fast, only these creatures will be hurt in the end. Seeing that the death rate of the players was greatly reduced after the players were dispersed, the audience was very excited. How long will it take? 1 hour left. Aw, go! Victory is just ahead. Fuck, not only small creatures, but also larger creatures have appeared again. The Doomsday game is really, the thieves are still here. At this moment, Gu Weiwei was also watching Lu Xiaoxia's live broadcast room. Her mood fluctuated with Lu Xiaoxia's situation. Looking at the other party's calm brows in the face of danger, Gu Weiwei really admired Lu Xiaoxiu. If she was alone in the game area or this kind of high-level civilization, she was afraid that she could only survive. If she couldn't survive, she could only wait to die. While watching, Gu Weiwei was also constantly searching in the mall of the Doomsday Landlady system to see if there were any products that could help the players. Of course, she asked the system, and the system said no. She continued to look, hoping for something that could help her. It was also at this time that she saw that the official from Country C gave Lu Xiaoxia a odorizer and fluorescent powder in her live broadcast room. Lu Xiaoxia in the Tianmu live broadcast room naturally received it. As soon as she received it, she used the speed of the aircraft to spray it on these creatures. A strong smell spread directly. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxia ran directly to the place where a group of little giants were playing. When Lu Xiaoxia flew over with the creatures, a strong stench spread. The little giants pinched their noses and searched around. As a result, they saw the glowing creatures in the air and beat them with the tools they had around them without hesitation. In other live broadcast rooms, the players' brain circuits were basically the same. Under the attack of the little giants and giants, the creatures were rapidly decreasing and no longer posed a threat to the players. Time passed slowly. Finally, the countdown began. When the countdown ended, the audience watching the live broadcast room cheered enthusiastically. When, the plan for the Doomsday game was shattered again. At this moment, everyone unconsciously looked forward to it. Aerospace Starship, 100 times materialization. Chapter 197. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxia and other players have entered the virtual space constructed by the Doomsday game. Only at this time can Lu Xiaoxia and other players take a short break and then materialize their gains in the higher world 100-fold. Every time at this time, it is also the time that countless Blue Star people look forward to the most. Because they can temporarily not consider the safety of the players and the natural disasters that are coming, and only consider the joy of the harvest. Of course, most people are also very excited now. They followed the whole process and understood what Lu Xiaoxia and the others had gained in this advanced world. At this moment, they not only felt the joy of a good harvest, but also felt secretly happy about the loss in the Doomsday game. It's finally over. Yeah, the players had a really hard time. I'm really happy to see that most of them are safe and sound. Yeah, I really thought they would have to sacrifice a lot. Fortunately, the country played a role at the last minute. Haha, who would have thought that a simple thing would be so useful? It also depends on the players being smart and knowing how to use it. I'm really looking forward to it now. Me too. We have hundreds of starships in one country. The entire blue planet together has thousands of ships. But what if Doomsday game refuses to admit it? No way. What's there to not know? They tampered with it before. What if they tamper with it again now? If the other party goes back on their word, what can we do? The Doomsday game is nowhere to be found. I just don't know if I'm happy for nothing now. On the bullet screen of the Tianmu live broadcast room, the audience's emotions changed from excitement to tension. Everyone was afraid that the Doomsday game would go back on its word. The most important thing is that everyone realized one thing. The existence of the Doomsday game is still something they cannot resist now. A feeling of powerlessness emerged in their hearts. At this time, Gu Weiwei was also worried about this problem. With so many starships, will the Doomsday game exchange them? Gu Weiwei couldn't help but ask the system. This is the rule he runs this game. If he violates it, the game in this world must end. Once it ends, he can't invade Blue Star or even other planets in the same way, because he will lose his integrity if he doesn't fulfill his promise, and the people behind him will not be able to gain a foothold in interstellar civilization in the future. So more than 1,000 starships, can the Doomsday game take them out? Gu Weiwei asked. It can be taken out, but it's a bit painful. The system replied. Why? The Doomsday game controls so many planets and plunders a lot of resources. Because the aerospace starship that materialized is a Class 3 civilization, and it's from the giants. When the system said this, its tone was a little gloating. Gu Weiwei thought about the size of the giants, and suddenly she realized that in addition to the level of civilization, the resources consumed by giants are much more than ordinary ones. But, is there any loophole here that can be exploited? Gu Weiwei said seriously. Precisely because it is difficult, she thinks that the shameless Doomsday game will definitely find a way. Yes, first of all, because it takes time to customize the starship of the giant life planet, he can only pay for part of the starship, which is not considered a breach of contract. After that, as long as he takes the blue planet for himself within a certain period of time, it will be compensated for his starship. He can cancel the order later and resell the existing ones, so he won't lose much. The system replied, "This is just my idea to avoid this matter." After listening to this, Gu Weiwei paused and said firmly, "The Doomsday game will do this too." As soon as the words fell, there was indeed movement in the Tianmu Live broadcast room. Congratulations to player Lu Xiaoxia, you are about to obtain 100 times the materialization of the aerospace starship, and Blue Star is about to obtain 300 aerospace starships. Dear player Lu Xiaoxia, because the construction of the giant aerospace starship takes time, an order has been placed, and 10 can be materialized at present. After a series of items materialized, it was finally the turn of the aerospace starship. Just as the Doomsday Landlady system said, the Doomsday game chose to materialize part of it. The same was true for other countries, which materialized in proportion. In the end, the number of starships on the entire blue planet reached more than 20. After these aviation starships materialized, they stood directly above the blue planet. The huge ship body covered the entire blue planet tightly. When they looked up, they couldn't see where the top of the starship was. Fuck, it actually materialized. But there are only 10. Looking at this body, I suddenly realized that 10 is really a lot. With thousands of ships coming, there will probably be no place for Blue Planet to stand. That may be in outer space. It is understandable. It takes time to build such a large starship. Are you speaking for Doomsday Game? I feel that all should be given, and Doomsday Game should not be given time. But it is obvious that according to the Doomsday Game's notice, this is to follow the procedure. Anyway, I don't believe in Doomsday Game. There must be a conspiracy here. I think so too. But what can we do? Is there any way to inform the players to be careful? More than 20 ships are the starships that the giant life planet can provide at present. More than 1,000 ships is unacceptable. Doomsday Game will definitely suffer a great loss. Just think about it. The players in the front are really crazy. Then will the players be in danger next? Not only them, but also us. So, you gambled with the boss and won all his wealth. He said he would give you a part of it, and give him time to raise money. Do you think he would raise money for you, or settle you as a creditor during this period of time? Fuck, now you are so happy for nothing. Yes, you will face a big crisis next. However, it is both a danger and an opportunity. The technology of the giant starship is definitely more advanced than ours, even more advanced than the level 2 civilization. We have a chance. People are not stupid. At this moment, they also guessed the sinister intention of Doomsday Game to slowly give away. Compared to the previous worry that the other party would not give any, at least now they gave some, and some of them are extremely valuable. While the audience in the Tianmu Live broadcast room were discussing, all the players' collections have been materialized, and the players began to change places. The screen in the Tianmu Live broadcast room changed, and the players instantly changed places. The players entered a new planet. What surprised the audience was that the scene the players entered was not the same place. There were deserts, grasslands, forests, oceans. The scenes in each place were different. What on earth is this place? Why are all the places different? The players are scattered. It should be on the same planet. But every player is in the wild. This is impossible. Is there no city on this planet? As long as there is a city, there is a probability of this. There is definitely something fishy going on this planet. I check out a few more live streams to see if there's any information. Fuck, a player has already died. So fast? Is anyone paying attention to the live stream of the dead player? I went to the live streams of other players in that country, and someone said that the player was attacked by an orc. Orc? What is that? It's something like the magic world. I've read novels before, but I didn't expect. There's actually such a world. Wow, why is the civilization outside so strange? If it's orcs, wouldn't it be very dangerous? No, there are not only orcs, but also dwarves. Huh? Elves also appeared. There are even undead. So this is a magic planet. We guessed wrong again. There are even demigods. Divine civilization? And mechanical life. And monsters. And giants. What kind of planet is this? Ah, the players are in danger. Compared to the species that have appeared so far, they are the weakest. And they seem to be fighting each other. If it is a game similar to fighting each other, the players will have no fighting power against them. And the reward channel seems to be closed. Why? Since the Doomsday game is closed, it can only mean that it complies with the rules. Complies with the rules? That is, this planet does not allow others to give rewards. The rules of this planet are above the rules of Doomsday game. This is definitely intentional by Doomsday game. Choosing this planet makes it impossible for players to ask for help. This move by Doomsday game is a big one. What can we do? You know, if all these players die, the game can immediately select 100 people to fill in. Whoever enters this place will die. This is a meat grinder. By the way, haven't the numbers been filled yet? Ah, I must not be chosen. The audience shouted frantically in the Tianmu live broadcast room. Because they found more and more life forms in other Tianmu live broadcast rooms. These different life forms gave the audience a strong shock. They suddenly realized that the planet where the players are now is not simple. Not only is it not simple, but it is also very dangerous. The players were helpless in the face of these powerful species. The players' fate seemed to be foreseeable. What awaited them was only death. While the audience was cheering, the time for supplementary players for this game had come. Additional players from Country C, Gu Weiwei. When the name appeared on the screen, everyone was even more shocked. Is it Boss Gu? Absolutely, this name is so special. Ah! Doomsday Game is preparing to catch them all in one fell swoop. Doomsday Game, he is anxious. If Boss Gu goes in, can he take Doomsday Resort with him? I think he can't. Too dangerous. As for Gu Weiwei, she was speechless when she saw her name. Doomsday Game is still thinking about her. Chapter 198. Please prepare yourselves, players. You will enter a high-level planet in 1 minute. 60:59. Looking at the virtual screen in front of her again, Gu Weiwei was 200% sure. She was 100% sure before. As for 1 minute, let people prepare? What can they prepare? Suicide. System, has your Doomsday Landlady system been cracked by him? Gu Weiwei asked curiously. Of course not, but the Doomsday Landlady system is bound to you, because it has an anchor point on Blue Star. You are in Doomsday Resort City, which is also on Blue Star. You are a Blue Star person, and you are on Blue Star, which is in line with the rules. Then why didn't you let me go before? Maybe she didn't choose the right planet before, or she was preparing for the right time, and now she has seized the opportunity. Can you go with me? Gu Weiwei asked. From the little bit she just saw, she knew that this high-level planet was not simple. Gu Weiwei herself had no idea. Don't worry, I go with you, but I can't help you. But you can use the things in the Doomsday Resort Mall, the system said quickly. Yes. Hearing the system say this, Gu Weiwei suddenly felt much more relieved. During the time she was talking to the system, Shi Ruixiang and others were trying to contact Gu Weiwei. They had not been able to contact her, and they already had a bad feeling. As a result, the next second, they saw Gu Weiwei's figure on the Tianmu live broadcast room. As expected, Shi Ruixiang's face changed. Then, he quickly contacted Wang Jingze. The target of this Doomsday game is not only those players, but also Boss Gu. Perhaps, the last game of hunting down players was just a casual act, or even just to kill the Sea Country players, and let Boss Gu go in as a substitute. Regardless of whether there is an aerospace starship, he will let Boss Gu choose. Shi Ruixiang couldn't help but speak. After a little thought, he had guessed it. This is definitely a carefully planned conspiracy. This planet now involves so many unknown existences, even the so-called world of gods. This is an existence that they cannot reach. Of course, it is definitely an existence that the civilization behind the Doomsday game cannot reach. Such an advanced planet cannot be planned by the Doomsday game, nor can the Doomsday game decide the time it will. It can only mean that Doomsday game has been waiting for an opportunity. No wonder, Doomsday Resort City has returned to Blue Star for 2 months and has helped Blue Star so much and brought so many positive performances to Blue Star, but Doomsday game has never made trouble. It turns out that this is a big one in secret. It's really a conscience. What Shi Ruixiang can understand, Wang Jingze can also understand, and his eyes looking at the Tianmu live broadcast room unconsciously deepened a little. This is a game that no one can participate in, Doomsday game can't, Doomsday Resort City can't, it depends on them. Their Blue Star civilization is like a drop in the ocean in front of these civilizations. It's their fault, they can't protect their own people. Wang Jingze knows that the only possible variable here is Gu Weiwei. But can Gu Weiwei do it? Wang Jingze doesn't know. He hopes she can do it. Because if she can't do it, no one else can. But at this moment, they have already made the worst plan in their hearts. If the Blue Star players are completely wiped out, most of their Blue Star people will not be able to escape. The advanced planets now are a ruthless meat grinder. However, even in the face of death, they will never bow to the Doomsday game. Select personnel and prepare for evacuation. Wang Jingze said to Shi Ruixiang, and also to Yan Yanchang beside him. Shi Ruixiang was shocked and said, "Where are we going to evacuate?" Aircraft carrier, the Giant's aviation starship, since it can go into space, send people away and take all the mineral resources we have stored. Wang Jingze said. Yes. Yan Yanchang answered without thinking. Their Blue Star has indeed reached a life or death situation. As for Shi Ruixiang, he is also not qualified to persuade them. Blue Star is facing a life or death crisis. It is reasonable to leave a fire for them. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. As long as they remember the revenge of the Doomsday game, maybe one day, those who escaped can take revenge, if possible, who would be willing to leave their homeland. Let's prepare first. Wang Jingze continued. The spaceship cannot take everyone, and many people will have to stay on Blue Star. He vowed to live and die with Blue Star in Country C. At this moment, countless people looked at Gu Weiwei in the live broadcast room and couldn't help asking. Is this Boss Gu? Yes, it's her. It's really Boss Gu. Oh my god. This is too dangerous. If Boss Gu dies, will Doomsday Resort still exist? Why are you thinking about this now? You're thinking too much. In fact, if Boss Gu dies, you can forget about Doomsday Resort City. The entire blue planet will be destroyed. Do you think any of us can fight against the races that appear above? They are actually killing each other, and after they succeed in killing, they can get points. If they are killed again, others can get all the points in the hands of this person. Moreover, each person has original points, which is also a coveted existence, and it is very dangerous. I also saw many people hiding, unwilling to participate in the fighting. Do they not necessarily die? It depends on luck. It's just that humans are too insignificant on this battlefield. Those beings can kill a lot of humans with a casual move, and they can easily get points. Why would they bother? If they find out that they can get a constant supply of humans by killing all humans after the whole army is wiped out, what do you think they will choose? Oh my god, it's scary just to think about it. Just now many players died. The death rate is really too high. Yes. What should we do? Let's check on Boss Gu first. Hey, Boss Gu is the biggest hope. Boss Gu relies on the Doomsday Resort. It's useless if the Doomsday Resort doesn't come with us. What's more, the Doomsday Resort is nothing compared to other behemoths. You better not have too much hope. Yes, everyone has eyes, and we can all see, the existence of these creatures is far beyond our cognition. Let alone us, even the level 2 civilization is probably under their feet. Doomsday game, after our plans were shattered one after another, there is only one thing that we are thinking about, to kill all of us in one go. It has been doing this all along. This time, it's really over. No chance? Where is the starship reward we just got? Fuck, did you see that? Someone just broke the news that a country has taken a starship directly into space. Is this to avoid the next crisis on Blue Planet? It should be. If our Blue Planet really fails, these people should escape on aviation starships. What about our Country C? Country C has not made any movement for the time being. We have more than a dozen starships in our hands. But more than a dozen starships can't carry hundreds of millions of people. There are only a handful of people who can escape. Hey, let the kids escape. After all the trouble, it's all in vain. Wow, the Doomsday game is really too vicious. Every time we feel hopeful, it gives us a hard blow. I only hope that those who have the opportunity to leave Blue Star must remember the revenge of the Doomsday game. What should I do if I don't want to die? How does the country give out quotas? It can't be hidden by itself. That's right, it must be an open selection. We can't let them decide the quota. Don't worry, just wait and see. What if? There is hope. Another country's people drove a starship away. Hope is really too luxurious for the current Blue Star. Just wait and see. The barrage in the Tianmu live broadcast room continued, and countless people were watching. But there were also countless people exploring various things on the internet. They knew very well that the good situation that had just stabilized had now turned into a bubble. The mood of the people had already fallen to the bottom, but the news of defection from a country directly aroused the sensitive nerves of many people. Many foreign countries directly protested. As for C, countless people also set their sights on the existing starship. They were also thinking about this quota. After all, there are so many people, why can't there be one more for them? Could it be that the lives of those powerful and wealthy people are lives, but those of ordinary people are not? They want to protest. The Doomsday game, a simple trick, has made Blue Star's efforts in the past 2 months come to naught. Leaders such as Wang Jingze and Shi Ruixiang can only try their best to stabilize the public's emotions. And foreign countries covet aviation starships. Yes, just in the past period of time, many foreign countries have directly set their sights on more than a dozen starships of Country C. Although they were greedy before, they could tolerate it. But now their lives are directly threatened, and there is a solution, they are unwilling to tolerate it. The chaos has already begun at this moment. The final outcome depends on the development of the Tianmu Live broadcast room. If the players in the Tianmu Live broadcast room survive, the situation can still be stable. Once it is unstable, the situation on Blue Star will also be unstable. At this time, Gu Weiwei is in a primeval forest. Gu Weiwei is slightly relieved. After all, in the primeval forest, if there is some cover, she will not be targeted immediately. At the first moment, Gu Weiwei put on layer after layer of protection, and then after searching everywhere, she finally found a simple place to stay in a remote place. Of course, before hiding in the cave, Gu Weiwei also cleaned up. After cleaning up, Gu Weiwei hid temporarily. And she hid for another purpose, which was to find the system to understand the situation of this planet, and various operating rules. If the system can't help directly, then it's always okay to tell her the rules of this big fight. Chapter 199. System, what is going on with this planet? Gu Weiwei asked directly. Of course, while asking, she did not forget to look at the items in the Doomsday Landlady system mall. When she saw something suitable, she bought it directly. It is not okay to buy it temporarily when you are in danger. It is better to buy it and put it in your backpack first, so that you can use it when you are in danger. When she saw the insecticide, Gu Weiwei took out the insecticide and sprayed it at the entrance of the cave. This is the Colosseum of a high-level planet, broadcast live to audiences on all planets. Those who participate in the Colosseum are all extremely serious criminals from all planets. They participate in the battle on behalf of their own planets. If they survive, they can win gambling money for their own planets, and thus be pardoned. The system introduced, this covers residents from level 2 to level 9 civilizations. The higher the level of civilization, the more powerful it is, right? Wouldn't people from level 9 civilization be a dimensionality reduction attack on people from other civilizations? Isn't this a bit unfair? Gu Weiwei couldn't help but say. It's unfair in itself, but the existence of level 9 civilization basically won't participate in the fight. They just need to find a place to stay, and wait for the matter to end. But if you invade their area, don't blame them for being rude. So if you see people from level 9 civilization, stay away from them. The system reminded. Why stay away? I can't detect their location? Gu Weiwei couldn't help but say. After saying that, he was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly searched in the mall. As a result, he saw several suspected products in it. Product, energy detector. Price, 50,000 points. The energy detector that Gu Weiwei was interested in mentioned that it would detect the existence of relatively strong energy. Even if he didn't know whether this energy included people. 50,000 points was nothing to Gu Weiwei, and Gu Weiwei bought it without hesitation. With her purchase, the detector appeared in her backpack. She took out the detector and started it up. After starting it up, small red dots appeared on the screen of the detector. The small red dots varied in size from small to large. However, Gu Weiwei discovered that it seemed to be only within a certain range around her. But this range was enough for Gu Weiwei. It actually came in handy. After confirming, Gu Weiwei directly put this product on the vending machine. This product was a product that suddenly increased. Gu Weiwei had reason to suspect that this was open to her by the system before she entered the game. And everything Gu Weiwei did was recorded by the Tianmu Live broadcast room. Although unrest had begun on Blue Star, many people were paying attention to the live broadcast room. One was to pay attention to the death of the players. The second was to care about Gu Weiwei. Yes, there were many people watching Gu Weiwei, not only in Country C, but also in foreign countries. They all knew it very well. If there was anyone among the players who had the strength to survive the difficulties, it could only be Gu Weiwei. After entering the game, Gu Weiwei immediately equipped herself, found a cave entrance, and bought something. All these things made many Blue Star people curious. Especially when the detector appeared, many people were guessing. What did Boss Gu buy? It must be something useful. I saw a lot of small red dots on it. Could it be the location of other people? If there is this, does it mean that other players can also use this to avoid the powerful existence around them? Yes. Isn't it the most important thing that Boss Goo can buy something? This thing must be something from the Doomsday Resort. It appears. It can be seen on the vending machine. This is an energy detector, 50,000 points. And Boss Goo put this in the first place. Players on higher planets must be able to see and buy it. Wow, it's good to be able to buy it. It's good to be able to buy it. What about 50,000 points? Do they have it? Yes. They got a lot of money from the giant life planet on the last planet. Someone bought it. Many players bought it. Great. Yes. Someone has already escaped. Boss Goo is so kind. There is still a little hope. The Blue Star people looked at the Sky Curtain live broadcast room with great surprise, and Gu Weiwei focused on the energy detector. After discovering that there was no particularly strong energy source around, she was relieved. Then she continued to ask about the system. What about the rules? Is it okay as long as we stay alive? How long do we need to stay here? If we survive, what are the benefits? Gu Weiwei asked. Although it is difficult to survive, she will try her best to live. She also hopes to gain something from such a dangerous situation. If the Doomsday game can be tampered with once, it can be tampered with countless times. No one wants to live under the manipulation of others all the time. She wants to see if there is a chance to get rid of it. There is only one rule: stay alive, and of course there is a ranking. The higher the ranking, the more rewards you can control. The time is 1 month. If you survive, you can indeed be allocated rewards, but your blue star is not a level 2 civilization. This reward will not reach your hands. It is very likely to be stolen, unless... Unless what? Gu Weiwei asked anxiously. You blue star can find someone willing to guarantee you and keep these rewards, but the guarantor must be willing to give you the rewards, otherwise, he can also embezzle your rewards. So, if we are not a level 2 civilization, we are not considered interstellar life, and we have no human rights, right? Gu Weiwei was a little helpless. Just because their blue planet was not a level 2 civilization, the fate of the entire planet had to be manipulated by others. Not to mention the humans living on it. It was infuriating just thinking about it. But more of it was powerlessness. The Interstellar Civilization Convention. The system also responded helplessly. Then are you qualified to guarantee it? Gu Weiwei couldn't help asking. Yes. The system nodded. If you need it, I can. Thank you. Gu Weiwei was instantly excited. But in a moment, Gu Weiwei sighed and said, let's survive first. The system also understood and didn't say much. At this time, unless Gu Weiwei asked him a question, he would not interfere. Can I know the characteristics of other races? Or the weaknesses? Gu Weiwei regrouped. Yes, but it's useless even if you know it. You can't fight most of them. In one word, hide. If you really encounter them by accident, I will remind you how to escape. The system suggested. Gu Weiwei listened and fell silent. That's right. Then she didn't say anything more, and continued to check if there was anything in the Doomsday Landlady Mall that could make it easier for them to escape. Of course, before that, they had to hide well. At this moment, suddenly, the detector vibrated slightly, indicating that there was a strong energy fluctuation ahead. Her heart suddenly tightened, and she saw a small red dot coming towards her. In a flash, it was already near her. She didn't even have a chance to run. She held her breath, and didn't dare to make any noise. Through the vines covering the cave entrance, she saw a creature emitting white light slowly walking by. Every step she took seemed to bring a strong sense of oppression. Gu Weiwei couldn't help but stagnate. All she could see was the other party's ankle. This was enough to prove the other party's body shape. In this case, Gu Weiwei was relieved. This meant that she was like an ant to this creature. As long as she didn't appear in front of the other party would not notice her. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, she heard a low roar nearby, which was deafening. It was definitely a super large beast. Gu Weiwei's heart couldn't help but rise. Just as Gu Weiwei held her breath, she noticed that the creature outside the cave moved, and then she heard a scream. Suddenly, the cave entrance was deafening, and something fell down. Gu Weiwei looked over, and saw a huge pupil. That was the beast that was killed. From the other party's eyes, you can see how big this beast is. As a result, the beast could not survive more than 3 seconds. Gu Weiwei said that she was really scared. No wonder the system did not tell her about the weakness. Then, the energy detector in her hand showed that the red dot had left. Gu Weiwei let out a long breath. She originally thought that it was good to be able to detect the nearby area, but now she found that in front of a powerful creature, this range was only a few steps. It was really too difficult. She could only survive as long as possible. At this moment, The Blue Star people who were watching the live broadcast breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck, I was scared to death. Luckily he's gone. Boss Goo survived. Just now I felt like my breathing was about to stop. This pressure is too strong. So big, so high, and so strong. It's really hard for players to stay alive. You can only hide first. Hiding will increase your survival rate. If you run outside, the probability of death is too high. That's right. Such a big beast, but it couldn't survive a single blow from the white light man. Just a slight raise of his hand. Terrible. It feels like staying alive is purely a matter of luck. Yeah, what can I do? I was so nervous. Who wouldn't be nervous? I really thought Boss Goo was going to die. Boss Goo was able to hold on, and didn't even think of running away. If he ran away, the white light man would have crushed Boss Goo with just one kick. I really realized that Blue Star has no sense of existence in interstellar civilization. The civilization outside is really too vast. Ignorance is bliss. Now that I know so much, I am filled with endless fear. Wow, when can I upgrade to level 2 civilization? I'm still thinking about level 2 civilization now. It's good to be alive. That's right. But the players are working hard. It's not good for us to be sat here. We might as well do something more. What can we do? Keep doing research. Keep learning. This big fight should also have a time limit. There are so many people on our Blue Star, and they keep dying inside. We should be able to hold on until the big fight ends. That's right, the players are working hard inside, and we are wasting time outside. It's wrong to think about it. Even if we fail in the end, at least we tried. In the live broadcast room, some sober speeches were still being released, and many people fell into deep thought. Chapter 200. And such remarks gradually spread from the Tianmu live broadcast room to reality. Some people who denounced the official sea country suddenly quieted down. They all knew that if they really wanted to leave the blue planet on an aviation starship, most people would not be qualified. If there really were people, they could only be people who could make great contributions to the continuation of mankind in the future. So would it be useful for them to make a fuss? It's useless. The reason they had been making a fuss before was because they knew they were powerless and almost had to face death. But now, watching Gu Weiwei and other players trying to survive in the Tianmu live broadcast room, they were also a little touched. Aren't these players fighting for Blue Star facing the fear of death? Yes, even the probability of death faced by Blue Star players is greater than theirs. In such a situation, it is better to calm down than to be powerless and furious. After all, death is not that quick. Of course, it was the words in the Sky Curtain Live room that reminded them. The number of people who died on the advanced planet seems to be nothing compared to the huge number of people on Blue Star. As long as there is a deadline, although many people will die, not all of them will die. If not all of them die, their chances of survival will be higher. And maybe they will not be selected? As for the officials of Country C, especially Wang Jingze, they were slightly relieved when they saw the crowd gradually stabilizing. After all, they did intend to leave the seeds of humanity to Country C and Blue Star. As for selecting people, they did tend to choose talents with special skills. Especially those selected by the Doomsday Resort City School. These talents can be recognized by the school. At least there is no problem with their IQ. With the foundation prepared for them, the probability of producing results in the future is greater, and it is easier to rebuild Country C and even Blue Star civilization. But now, seeing that most people have regained their composure, and seeing that Gu Weiwei in the advanced planet is still at ease, and can even provide help to other players, Wang Jingze has a little information about defending Blue Star. If possible, who would be willing to give up their own planet and wander in space? Then, Yin Yinshan came in. Everything is ready. Do we still have to proceed as planned? Yin Yinshan asked. If we proceed as planned, we must make preparations for both situations. Wang Jingze said without hesitation, you can have someone pick up those experts and researchers, move their projects to the spaceship, and then go directly into space. Just find a place to stay, concentrate on research, and wait for our news. If we let you come back, you can come back. If we let you escape, then you can go far away. As Wang Jingze spoke, his expression became more determined. But what if the public finds out? Yin Yinshan couldn't help but ask, and finally the public's emotions were stabilized. I will appease them. Wang Jingze said directly, most of us will stay with you until the last moment. I will stay with you too. Yin Yinshan said without hesitation. No, the fleet of the aerospace starship needs you to keep it under control. Wang Jingze denied. In addition to strictly checking the identity information of the selected personnel, they must also undergo the test of the crime detector. Although evil is sometimes created in a moment, At least a preliminary screening can be carried out. Yes. Yin Yinshan finally agreed. Afterwards, Yin Yinshan contacted the responsible persons of each Doomsday Resort city and shelter again to discuss this matter. In addition to researchers, some people who have contributed to the stability of Country C also need to be given some quotas to reassure people. A selection was carried out quietly. That was all later. At this moment, Wang Jingze focused all his attention on the Tianmu Live broadcast room. At this time, players are still dying in the Tianmu Live broadcast room. When they die, countless disasters befall their countries. But now at least every country has a Doomsday Resort City branch and mini shelters. The number of deaths from disasters has been reduced a lot. You know, some countries have richer resources, so they directly build shelters and Doomsday Resort City branches on their mineral resources. This means that as long as the blue planet is not destroyed, the survivors living there will basically be fine. The arrival of these disasters did not cause much impact, but instead stabilized the hearts of the people in many countries. More and more people are focusing on the Tianmu Live broadcast room. As long as one player in their country can survive, the replacement will have to be carried out after the game on this planet is over, and they will be safe. As for the people of Country C, they also have the same idea and are staring closely at Gu Weiwei, Lu Xiaoxia and the others. At this time, inside the high-level planet. After Gu Weiwei found that the hole she was in was relatively hidden, she didn't plan to change her position. It's better to be still than to move. But it doesn't mean that she won't do anything. One hole is too simple. If she is discovered, she basically has nowhere to escape. Since she can't run out, she plans to dig a hole inside and down. Dig a few more tunnels, and a few more holes to hide in. She had this idea because she found another good thing in the Doomsday Landlady system mall. Digging robot. As long as she points out the direction, a small robot will help her dig. All she has to do is put the excavated soil into the backpack grid. She doesn't know what the other people are like. Anyway, she put this digging robot in front of the vending machine as a small reminder to the players. Of course, it doesn't apply to all terrains, but at least it's a direction. For example, in the ocean, see if you can hide in a corner of the seabed. For example, in the grassland, can we dig deeper and hide? In short, this is telling everyone that if you can't fight, run, and if you can't run, hide. The scene of Gu Weiwei digging tunnels and holes diligently was also recorded by the Tianmu Live broadcast room. Everyone was really shocked when they watched. My boss Gu is awesome. I thought that on the advanced planet, there are so many advanced creatures, and even if Boss Gu has the Doomsday Resort, it will be difficult to kill everyone, and she must be sad. As a result, she didn't have the conditions, so she created the conditions. Haha, that's good. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Yes, Boss Gu is really smart and can adapt to local conditions. Yes, I didn't think of it at first. If it were me, I would hide well in this place. Me too. Although most people would ignore such a small hole, what if someone finds it? If there is no other way to escape, it seems that I can only wait for death. Dig quickly, dig everywhere. We need to dig more tunnels. I'm worried for Boss Gu. Look, Boss Gu is not only digging tunnels, he's also preparing to block the passages. What does blocking the passages mean? It means that although the tunnels are connected, they are isolated and cut off from each other under special circumstances. For example, if someone sets a fire at a cave entrance, if there is smoke, will it spread along the passage? But as long as Boss Gu enters another passage and blocks the door, the smoke will not spread through. After hearing what you said, I understood it instantly. It's so awesome. Fuck, it's really awesome. Boss Gu is Boss Gu. In fact, our Blue Star players are also very awesome. Many players follow the same route as Boss Gu. Stay safe. Stay safe. It's better to stay safe. Doing this when you are not strong enough is called smart. Hehe, Lu Xiaoxia is also using the excavation robot now. She is digging a tunnel below. The plan is to dig as deep as possible. She bought protective clothing and oxygen bottles, etc., so she can live deep underground, away from disputes, which is good. Her location is good. The worst are those in the center of the battlefield, who basically died as soon as they landed. Sometimes luck is also a very important part. Yes. But after abandoning the initial chaos, the current players seem to have gradually stabilized and started to find a way out for themselves. Fuck, there's a player who's really awesome. He actually went to join the boss and ran errands for him. It's a little dangerous, and it's definitely not going to end well in the end. I think the boss also has the same idea, to be served first and then killed directly later. But at least you can stay alive first. You can have ideas only when you're alive. Oh yes, it's not easy. As I watched, I really discovered a lot of mysterious things that only exist in books. I thought they were all illusions, but I didn't expect that there would be a day when they would become real. Isn't it said that sometimes people can imagine those creatures? In fact, these creatures are inadvertently reflected in people's minds. The human brain is really amazing. Anyway, we can remember it first. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Yes, doing something is better than doing nothing. I don't know why now I look at it, and suddenly I feel a lot more at ease. Me too. The audience on Blue Star kept changing the live broadcast room, understanding the player's situation, and recording the creatures they saw and their attack methods. Anyway, recording is better than not recording anything. In this case, everything is going smoothly. People are gradually getting used to the scene of the Sky Curtain live broadcast room. As for the higher planets, although there are still players dying, it is still the same. As long as there is one person alive in a country, then the people on Blue Star are safe now. In this mentality, people in reality began to slowly enter a down-to-earth life. Research on aerospace starships continues, knowledge of level 2 civilization is still being learned, and research on science and technology has been practiced. The more urgent it is, the more it can stimulate people's creativity. Development in reality is also soaring. But many people don't realize it. Looking at the calm sea, but the turbulence has been brewing without a trace underneath, waiting for the moment of eruption. Chapter 201. Higher Planet. Gu Weiwei didn't know that her actions gave the people on Blue Star more courage to deal with crisis. She was still working diligently to dig tunnels and caves. Of course, it wasn't just digging. She would reinforce it from time to time. After a few days, Gu Weiwei found that she had deviated more and more from the original direction, and was already some distance away from the original cave. Of course, the direction she chose was based on the energy detector. Far away from the place with the big red dot. The only bad thing is that it is a little stuffy in the cave. But in order to survive, she could only hold it in. After resting for a while, eating something and drinking water, Gu Weiwei continued to dig. In the Sky Screen live broadcast room, many Sea Country people watched and admired Gu Weiwei a little. Boss Gu was able to develop the Doomsday Resort into what it is now. It is definitely not just luck. Of course, you see that there are so many Doomsday Resort branches opened, and some of them are not as good as Boss Gu. Yes, people's minds are complicated. Some Doomsday Resorts are actually shared, but different people control different areas. The situation has just stabilized, and they started to intrigue. Our Sea Country is relatively reliable. I just feel sorry for Boss Gu. What a hard life he has. He has to eat dry food every day. I dare not eat the delicious food. The fragrance is too unique and easy to be tracked. This is true. A player was smelled by an orc while eating, and then it was over. Anyway, in a place like that, it's never too careful. In the Sky Screen live broadcast room, everyone's discussion continued. But what everyone didn't know was that the appearance of Gu Weiwei and others had been discovered by the organizer of the event. The mosquito-sized monitor broke through many obstacles and went directly into the cave where Gu Weiwei was. And the whole process was broadcast live on the civilization participating in the game this time. What is this place? It looks like it's in a cave. How can there be life in such a small cave? The surveillance camera is flying in this direction, so there must be life. It's normal for fragile life forms to hide. But aren't the people participating in this beast fight all serious criminals from various civilizations? Serious criminals still need to be afraid and hide? Maybe it's a life form from a lower civilization? That's true. You're still listening to the smart one. It's just a little boring. But at the beginning, it seems that there was no introduction to this life form? I just went to other live broadcast rooms, and it seems that there are quite a few such life forms, as if they were suddenly inserted. Who inserted them? Have you found out? The investigation said that they were accidentally inserted. It seems that a level 3 civilization was promoting the evolution of an unformed civilization and accidentally set people in for trial. Accidentally. This word is very interesting. Haha, the life forms of the unformed civilization are too weak. If they are sent in, the outcome is doomed, and they will definitely die. It seems that this level 3 civilization is a bit weak. There is no way to solve it, and people have to be stuffed into the civilization arena. I went to other live broadcast rooms and saw some interesting ones. They are low-level carbon-based creatures. It seems that they should be before level 1 civilization. Level 1 civilization. Even if it is destroyed, it doesn't seem to be a pity. The live broadcast room has become a place for countless high-level life forms to chat. Their disdain for the unformed civilization is revealed in their words. At this moment, they were also watching a show, watching the monitor flying around in the cave, and they hadn't found the real owner yet. Many people couldn't wait and changed the live broadcast room directly. And some higher life forms, who were curious, still kept their attention in this live broadcast room. After all, life forms that were too fragile could not be seen in their daily lives. Finally, after a period of perspective shifting, a slender figure appeared in the live broadcast room. It was Gu Weiwei. I didn't expect that it was such a fragile carbon-based life. It looks small, and one finger can kill it. Hee, it's a giant. Why? Want to kill people everywhere. It's a humanoid life form. Why? You want to protect a low-level carbon-based life just because it has the same shape as you? Hee. But this low-level life form is quite smart. It hides in the mountain, and the possibility of survival is indeed very high. No! The other party is not just a low-level life form. The things she is carrying now are at least from a level 2 civilization. The civilization behind them also rewards them. It should be to cheat some resources. Give them some hope, and then let them fall into a deeper abyss. How long do you think this low-level life can live? Why, do you want to bet? Sure, who wants to start a bet? I bet on a planet, and I bet she loses. I also have a planet, bet on her to win. I bet she won't survive for 10 days. I bet she can survive for 10 days. Various bets were formed in the live broadcast room. Compared to Gu Weiwei, they cared more about the results of their bets. Gu Weiwei, who was digging, didn't know that she had become the protagonist of another live broadcast room. But soon, she subconsciously stopped digging, holding her weapon, and looked at the earth wall in front of her vigilantly. Because there was a small red dot on the energy detector that was approaching her rapidly. It was small, but very close to her. The next moment, when Gu Weiwei was ready, a bug flew out of the earth wall and headed straight for Gu Weiwei's door. It was called a bug, but it was actually half the size of Gu Weiwei, and its body was soft and green. When the bug opened its mouth, it revealed its densely packed teeth, which looked very creepy. If it was bitten lightly, it would probably bleed like a river. Gu Weiwei blocked it with one hand with a shield, and stabbed it with a sword in the other hand without hesitation. The insect was stabbed, howled in pain, curled up, and then twisted its body to get closer to Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei took advantage of the narrow environment in the cave to deal with the caterpillar. Several times, the caterpillar almost bit Gu Weiwei's arm, but it was still protected by the protective equipment. After a back and forth, Gu Weiwei finally discovered the opponent's weakness and solved the caterpillar. The whole process lasted for many minutes. After the problem was solved, Gu Weiwei gasped for air. She really didn't expect that a tiny insect on this planet could threaten her life. She had to pay attention not only to the civilized life forms on this planet, but also to the original creatures on this planet. After all, there were many different kinds of creatures on the land of Country C. Anyway, she had to be careful next time. Afterwards, after putting the disgusting caterpillar into the backpack grid, Gu Weiwei took the insecticide and sprayed it again on the place where the corpse stayed. It wasn't that she wanted to waste her backpack slots, but she was worried that the dead bodies of the bugs would attract more dead bodies. After a brief rest, Gu Weiwei continued to dig forward. Deeper, deeper. When she dug to the core, she could plan more tunnels. But compared to before, she was even more careful. The following encounter proved that her caution was not wrong. Because as she got closer and closer to the center of the mountain, she encountered more and more bugs. Especially there were several caterpillars similar to the one just now. But with experience, she was able to deal with them faster and faster. As for other creatures she encountered, she fought hard, then found their weaknesses and dealt with them. In the process, she was injured several times. But she was not stingy with potions, keeping herself in the best condition at all times. Her performance was seen by the higher life forms in the live broadcast room, and they all looked a little surprised. Weak carbon-based life is actually quite tenacious. But she was still too weak. A tiny caterpillar almost killed her. But she won in the end, didn't she? She still relied on the unknown system on her body. I didn't expect she had a system. This system has a wide variety of products. It doesn't seem like a single system. It should be business-oriented. Seeing how she buys things neatly, it seems that she has a lot of points. Yes, it seems that this business system is not the one that wants to get involved in their civilization. Yes, otherwise, she would not have been given this opportunity. So, in addition to the invasion of a level 3 civilization, other civilizations also participated in this unformed civilization. Yes, and it was on this carbon-based life. I saw other carbon-based life forms, like her, also have similar products. But none of them are as complete as hers. The main part is on her. It seems that she is an important existence in their world. It seems quite interesting. A fragile life is the hope of the entire planet. It's quite interesting. I love reading such storybooks. Realistic version? But real versions are usually tragedies. Maybe there are exceptions. In just a few scenes, the higher life forms directly uncovered all the secrets of Gu Weiwei. But after knowing this secret, many higher life forms became more interested in Gu Weiwei and the world she lived in. They have never paid attention to unformed civilizations. Now that unformed civilizations have entered their sight, they will pay attention to them. It can be regarded as a way to kill time when bored. Especially the vitality of these carbon-based life forms. It seems to be quite tenacious. Yes, not only Gu Weiwei's performance, but also the performance of other players have been noticed by these higher life forms. Seeing such people is not an exception. Many higher life forms are a little curious. They want to see how far they can go. See if they die halfway, or go further. So, some higher life forms began to mark Gu Weiwei and other players through their own means. Gu Weiwei and her group were unaware of this, and they all tried their best to survive in this crisis-ridden world. Chapter 202. In the next few days, Gu Weiwei continued to dig tunnels. She also upgraded the tunnels directly, setting up many traps in some special places, which can be regarded as advanced prevention. Of course, she also built some small shelters in places with thicker soil for rest. As a shelter, it is naturally built very large and can also walk upright. During the construction process, she encountered more and more creatures. For example, a creature similar to a mouse, but several times larger in size, and with very long and hard fur, like scales covering its body, rushed towards Gu Weiwei in groups. After dealing with them for a while, Gu Weiwei used food to lure these rodents away. But later, these rodents would always come to Gu Weiwei for food. Anything that could be solved with food was not a problem. Gu Weiwei treated them as a group of pets. Later, Gu Weiwei encountered a worm similar to an earthworm. It was not only thicker, but also longer. It shuttled directly through the soil like an earthworm, causing a lot of trouble to the burrow built by Gu Weiwei, and even attacked the shelter built by Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei had no way to deal with this kind of worm. Sometimes she could only see its tail because its head had already drilled into the soil. In the end, it was the rodents who dealt with these earthworms. Of course, Gu Weiwei also paid a lot of food. Not only food, but also fruits and so on. A lot of them were given. Gu Weiwei also encountered a big creature similar to a spider. It didn't know which hole it came from. The tunnel she dug became its hunting ground. It kept weaving webs in many places, trying to trap small insects. After seeing the power of the spider web, Gu Weiwei did not deal with it all, but burned part of it. As for the rest, she regarded it as part of the trap. This spider-like creature did not care about the burned web, but it would not weave webs in the burned place again. In addition, there are many special creatures. They are the same as those on the blue planet, but different. It can be said that living underground is also a severe test. But Gu Weiwei still worked hard to overcome it bit by bit. What surprised Gu Weiwei the most was that in addition to helping her catch insects, the rodents would also help expand her burrow. Of course, they would also ask her for more food. For the rodents that could help, Gu Weiwei would naturally not be stingy and gave more and more food. Later, she also acquiesced to the existence of rodents and formed a delicate balance with them. Most importantly, these rodents dug tunnels very quickly. With their help, Gu Weiwei's tunnel plan was finally completed. Finally, there was a relatively hidden exit in all directions: east, west, south, north, up, down, left, and right. When this tunnel was formed, the Blue Star audience in the Tianmu live broadcast room were inexplicably excited. Wow, finally see these tunnels completed. These days, Boss Gu has had a really hard time. Yes, the creatures on this advanced planet really have very low sanity. But there is one good thing: they seem to be smarter. Yes, Boss Gu actually has a pet. Oh no, it's not a pet, it's a hired employee. Ha ha ha, watching Boss Gu's live broadcast room these days, I feel a little relieved and healed. Yes, I love watching it too. The other players' live broadcast rooms are also okay. Everyone has learned to hide. Although there are still casualties, the overall situation is stable. Just through the player's perspective, you can see that the battle is getting more and more intense. Yes, more creatures are starting to hide, and they are not fighting as hard as before. What do you think is the reason? I don't know. I think this beast fight may have a time limit. Now it has entered the second stage. People have enough points and start to think about staying alive first. That makes sense. But the powerful ones still kill without scruples. Alas, weakness is the original sin. Or maybe the environment of this planet is about to change. Today is the 10th day. When I played the game before, it was also on the 10th day that drastic changes began to occur. So, the way of playing is about to change, and it's very dangerous, so these advanced life forms will hide. Yes, it's very likely. Fuck, this is too dangerous. So is Boss Goo's mountain safe? Not only Boss Goo, but also some other players are in danger. The audience in the Tianmu Live broadcast room analyzed with empathy, and couldn't help but worry about Gu Weiwei and the players. And indeed, as they analyzed, the environment of this planet began to change. Acid rain suddenly fell on the ocean. The acid rain was particularly corrosive. Some life forms originally made ships drifting on the sea to reduce disputes with others. As a result, due to the acid rain, the ships were directly corroded and emitted black smoke. They could only quickly escape from the sea, but some who did not take good protection would also be burned by this strong acid rain. Some players hiding in the ocean, watching the sea creatures around them being corroded, quickly followed other sea creatures to go deeper. Anyway, going up would mean death, so going down would give them a better chance. In the mountains, especially in the trees and some caves where life forms stay, a special kind of insect would suddenly emerge, traveling in groups, like locusts, attacking all kinds of life forms, trying to devour them. The players naturally encountered it. Some players dug holes in advance, went deeper, and then buried the exit with the original soil, thus temporarily escaping from danger, but some were not prepared and were instantly submerged when they were caught off guard. The desert was originally calm, but suddenly, the sand began to fluctuate, and various quicksand pits appeared on the ground. Once a living being fell into them, it would be swallowed by the desert. Some living beings hiding under the sand could only use various tools to escape. Seeing other living beings' useful tools, some living beings would start to snatch them and fight on the spot. In the forest, some plants seemed to have life and began to quietly entangle with living beings. Once entangled, they would be wrapped up in circles until they could no longer breathe and finally become nutrients for these plants. There were also many players who chose to stay in the forest. After the incident, they began to help each other and use the things in the vending machine to burn a vacuum zone around them, using flames to prevent plants from approaching. However, this method attracted some other hidden life forms. In the face of danger, players chose to cooperate with other life forms. Above the river, the water, which was originally at normal temperature, began to boil, boiling hot, and a lot of mist emerged. The mist took shape and began to spread to both sides. The riverbanks around the river began to become unsuitable for survival. Above the sky, clouds began to gather rapidly, dark clouds, brewing lightning. Some life forms that could fly in the sky could only return to the ground from the sky. But there were dangers everywhere on the ground, and they could only head towards the central plate of the entire planet. They found that a huge change was taking place in each area, and only the middle area was safe and sound. And their flying also attracted the attention of some life forms, which directly chased them. The players naturally discovered that some people were keenly aware of the danger inside, but between dying now and dying later, they chose to die later. After all, there is still a little hope of survival later. Under such changes, not only the life forms, but also the players are struggling. They originally thought that the danger came from other life forms, from other creatures on this planet. But they did not expect that the danger came directly from this planet. The players vaguely sensed that there was a force on this planet manipulating the occurrence of these disasters. The purpose of the manipulation might be to allow life forms to meet each other. Some players also discovered that after life forms meet each other, the probability of killing each other is higher. This is a man-made game. We are players, oh no, we should say, we are beasts. A group of players gathered together, and one of them spoke confidently after analysis. Beast? The Colosseum. That makes sense. So now they are preparing to drive us to an area. Yes, that area should be absolutely safe. The players analyzed confidently. And all of this was seen by the audience in the Sky Curtain Live studio. The Blue Star people actually saw it more clearly through the players' perspectives. It turned out to be true. The environment has been changed. So this is not a naturally advanced planet, but a planet designed by people? Yes. Oh my god, it's so big. Colosseum. I thought of that word too. I tend to think that these life forms are not easy to mess with. No wonder they killed so many people at the beginning. I thought it was just a game. It is a game, but the difference is that there are spectators in this game. Audience us? No, it's life forms with higher civilizations. So in this game, we on Blue Star are not qualified to join, right? Yes, the Doomsday game used special means to squeeze us in. The Doomsday game lasts for a month. How long do they have? I'm afraid it will also be a month. If it's a month, wouldn't there be only one survivor in the end? Just like what was mentioned in the movie I watched before. If there is only one survivor, even Bosku has no chance of surviving. Yes, you see, although most players and other life forms are struggling, what about those powerful life forms? The changing environment was no threat to them, and they were still cool and carefree. Everyone's eyes fell on those obviously powerful beings. Through the perspective of the players, they were still high above, watching as if they were watching a play. This game was unfair from the beginning. If there was only one survivor, it could not be any player from their blue star. All they could hope for was that the ultimate goal of this beast fighting game was to stay alive. Chapter 203. At this time, not only the audience in the Tianmu live broadcast room was watching, but also the higher life forms were watching through their live broadcast rooms. It's the 10th day. Many of the players I followed died. What a pity. I put a lot of resources in. It's depressing. There will be a chance to win it back later. Just switch to other people. I didn't expect that this year's disaster was targeted at the terrain. Normal, I guessed it. Obviously, there are so many unique terrains, which allow many weak life forms to hide. Little do they know that the hiding place is their death warrant. These people are all sinners, and it's not a pity to die. It's just that these little guys who strayed in are a bit pitiful. Life forms that are not interstellar civilizations are uncivilized barbarians. What's so pitiful about them? That's not the case. I still feel good about them. It's a pity that their lifespan is too short. By the time their planets are generated into a level 2 civilization, they will have died many times. Maybe they won't be promoted to a level 2 civilization. These poor little guys seem to be different species. If they participate in the war as a race, within a certain period of time, as long as all the people of their race die, a new batch will be added. Once this is discovered, these poor little guys will become the target of other life forms to brush points. Then it will be a feast for wolves. When the higher life forms commented, there was no sympathy in their tone, and they were just watching the show. One of them originally thought so, but now, for some reason, he always felt a little uncomfortable. An unformed civilization is not a lack of civilization. Thinking about it, he silently put some of the products on the shelves again. Finally, his eyes were fixed on Gu Weiwei's live broadcast room. At this time, Gu Weiwei had also noticed the changes outside. First, the energy detector in his hand could keenly detect changes in the outside world. Because there were many small red dots on the detector, and these small red dots were all moving in one direction, and they seemed to be forced to escape. In fact, there were many small red dots that disappeared on the spot while running. Gu Weiwei didn't think that it was the people who were traveling with him who did it. After all, they were running for their lives, so they naturally focused on escaping. It could only be that there was a being that could attack them. Second, she discovered it based on the rodents she kept. She was in the shelter now, which should have been a relatively safe environment, but these rodents became restless and even blocked the entrance and exit. You know, before, the door of this underground shelter was open, allowing them to enter and exit freely. It was also because of this that Gu Weiwei was thinking at this moment whether she should follow the example of the people outside. Everyone was walking in the same direction with one heart. Perhaps that place was a very safe area. But when the thought came out, Gu Weiwei quickly gave it up. If there is really danger, she will go out alone now, and the probability of something happening is relatively high. Those powerful life forms are afraid, let alone an ordinary human like her. And even if the place they go to is safe, there must be a lot of people going there. In a safe environment, will those powerful higher life forms let go of the points that are dangling in front of them? Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. If she goes to a crowded place, her life safety will not be guaranteed, so it is better to fight here. While thinking, Gu Weiwei added layer after layer of protection to herself, and of course, weapons were hung all over her body. She also held one in her hand. She only hoped that the underground shelter she had carefully built could give her a little protection. In addition, she hoped that the transformation of this place was not aimed at her. Because if it was an overall change, she could change a small part of it and save her life. But if it was only aimed at her, she thought, she would definitely not be able to escape. Just because the rodents were also affected, it can be seen that this great change is not aimed at individuals, but all creatures on this land. Squeak, squeak. Just as Gu Weiwei was thinking, the rodents became more anxious and squeaked randomly, of course, at the door. Gu Weiwei's heart unconsciously lifted. Already here? Just as Gu Weiwei was thinking, her door suddenly shook. Then, a green vine drilled directly in from the gap. Then one or two branches started to skewer in the bushes. The rodents had already rushed forward quickly, and began to gnaw with flexible hands and feet. Gu Weiwei naturally moved, and took out a pair of large scissors according to the situation. She started cutting directly. This thing is the most labor-saving. And while cutting, her thoughts were also rapidly diverging. Is there anything in the Doomsday Resort Mall that can be used to deal with plants? There seems to be nothing similar in the Doomsday Resort Mall, but there was in the previous plant area. Because the other party's plants grew wildly, and it was too late to cut them later, the official NPC began to develop various plant-killing agents on their own. She had collected quite a few at the time. Then after searching the backpack grid, Gu Weiwei began to spray the plants. A strong smell spread throughout the shelter, but the effect was still good, and several plants began to retreat frantically. Seeing that the stuff was effective, Gu Weiwei began to spray on the floor, the ceiling, and various gaps, not giving the plants any chance to get close. But correspondingly, the air in the entire shelter became smelly. Gu Weiwei immediately put on a gas mask for herself. Of course, she also put on a few rodents. They fought with her, and even if they didn't make any contributions, they still worked hard. It must be said that because of these rodents, she didn't feel so lonely in this confined space. Otherwise, she would definitely be very depressed emotionally. Not everyone can enjoy loneliness, especially in a confined space. It seems that the herbicide has taken effect. In the following time, Gu Weiwei can feel all kinds of small movements coming from outside. The most direct sound is the friction between the ceiling and the floor. This shelter is one of Gu Weiwei's core shelters. She welded a lot of iron blocks. There are no gaps except the entrance and exit. Although there are movements from time to time outside, no one is broken into this space. But occasionally, Gu Weiwei can still feel the vibration. There are also screams of other creatures. Are plants hunting? No wonder. She was in a forest full of plants. If they didn't run, the alienated plants would be enough to kill everyone. Then, the entire shelter space kept moving. Gu Weiwei guessed that the tunnel she dug in part of the shelter had become the territory of some creatures, and the plants followed in. At this moment, Gu Weiwei was full of fear. Similarly, the Tianmu live broadcast room was also afraid. Oh my god, it's so scary. Too many people died. I don't even dare to look at other players' live broadcasts. I came back to see Boss Gu's peace of mind. Wow, I cried several times. The players are so miserable. We just want to live, but we didn't expect that living is so difficult. Yeah. We are still relatively stable now. These players who were selected are really. It's all because of the Doomsday game. They want to cut us into pieces. We are just like pets in the eyes of those higher life forms. Haha, pets also have the word pet in them, which means an object, an item. Classes have always existed, even on our small planet, not to mention the vast interstellar space. The interstellar space we can explore is already vast enough in our cognition, but after seeing these civilizations, we know how remote our location is. I just hate that my planet is not remote enough and can be captured by the Doomsday game. That's true. Seeing Boss Gu overcome the crisis again, I finally feel relieved. I also only want to watch the live broadcasts of stronger players. I dare not watch weaker ones. I feel so depressed. Fortunately, players from all countries are still alive. But some countries are in danger. There are too many life forms gathered in the same place now. I am worried that if all the players in a country die, the bad-hearted person in the Doomsday game will send a new batch of players to the central area, and then it will be over. Yes, if killing is important, and there are rewards, then our players will just be scoring machines. The only thing we can be thankful for is that such planetary Doomsday games cannot interfere, otherwise the players would be in more danger now. According to the current analysis, hiding is actually the best way, because you just need to avoid the consequences of the surrounding disasters, but if you run for your life, you will not only face the same situation, but also the careless pinching of the surrounding higher life forms. Yes, it's not just the players, it's the same for other life forms as well. Keep hiding. We should also be thankful for the vending machines in Doomsday Resort City, where we can buy food, drinks, equipment, and weapons, otherwise there would be more players dying now. Yes. Boss Gu also has a lot of inventory. I took a look and found that she took out herbicide from her backpack. It should be the accumulation from the previous game area. If it weren't for this, there would definitely be a big battle. Yes, the killing of plants is really bloody. People in reality are all worried. At this moment, Gu Weiwei saw that the situation outside was stabilizing. After a long time of no movement, she breathed a sigh of relief. Now it seems that at least the creatures in this mountain have been dealt with by the plants. I don't know how long these plants riots will last. Also, what is the situation of other players on Blue Star? Based on the information Gu Weiwei currently has, I'm afraid it won't be much better. If she wanted to know the player's situation, the best way was to use a signal tower. Can signal towers and mobile phones be used on this planet? Let's try. At least she took out her mobile phone and tried it. None of the other players installed a signal tower. Maybe they didn't expect it, but more likely they didn't have time. Just like the past few days, all she could think about was to build a free underground shelter for herself as soon as possible. She thought, fortunately, this underground shelter is well connected, and plants and other things will be attracted by the creatures walking in the passage. If she had fewer passages, the creatures would have been looking for her one by one. While thinking, Gu Weiwei sprayed herbicide all over her body, and then went out. When she went out, the rodent creatures took a look, and then continued to stay in the shelter, and slept soundly. Gu Weiwei, After a while, Gu Weiwei began to walk along the passage. Along the way, all kinds of blood, flesh and plant residues could be seen. This scene made Gu Weiwei feel a little nauseous, and she could only bite the bullet and go up. Finally, after many twists and turns, Gu Weiwei finally came to the highest passage she dug. After confirming that there was no life form nearby, Gu Weiwei quietly made a hole, then bought a signal tower, and sent it directly out of the ground. Of course, Gu Weiwei not only sprayed herbicides on the signal tower, but also sprayed insecticides. Of course, as long as the most important part of the signal tower is exposed, the most critical part is still in the mountain. Gu Weiwei also covered the surrounding area with soil. After doing all this, Gu Weiwei took out her mobile phone. Will there be a signal? Can it be used? Chapter 204. It turns out that it really works. On her phone, Gu Weiwei connected to the network of this planet. But when she connected to the content, she was surprised. Because she seemed to have connected to the network of the organizer of this Colosseum. Similar to the big page, there are many things mixed together. Forum discussion, live broadcast room, betting, voting. Of course, these are the territories of the organizers to target other interstellar civilizations. Netizens from different interstellar civilizations. Because this battle royale entered the organizers' network, everyone can speak freely here. Gu Weiwei even saw her own live broadcast room on it. Her live broadcast room and other players' live broadcast rooms on Blue Star were placed separately, showing that they were low-level creatures who had mistakenly entered the Colosseum. Yes, different live broadcast rooms have different colors, representing different civilizations. The viewers can judge the life form of the protagonist in the live broadcast room by these colors. Even more, there are some live broadcast rooms of powerful creatures on this planet, which are more like letting the audience know where the danger is, so as to get a greater sense of excitement. The live broadcast rooms of these creatures are white. And Gu Weiwei and other Blue Star players are also white, placed together with these creatures. At this moment, did Gu Weiwei feel insulted? Yes. But what she understood more was that this was reality. This is also what the system has emphasized to her countless times. If Blue Star has not been promoted to level 2 civilization, then all the sufferings encountered will be helpless. No one will care, because the life of Blue Star is not life in the eyes of interstellar civilization, but life. They will not show any sympathy. Even if the life of the entire planet is destroyed, they think that it is just a group of low-level creatures that have died. Therefore, Blue Star can only save itself and strive to advance to level 2 civilization to obtain human rights for itself. Therefore, Gu Weiwei's expression did not show any indignation. Instead, she directly transmitted the content obtained by her mobile phone back to Blue Star through the Tianmu Live broadcast room. She knew that Blue Star could still see the Tianmu Live broadcast room. So she was also willing to expose Blue Star's status nakedly, and put it in front of everyone. Not only the live broadcast room, but also the evaluation of the life forms in the live broadcast room on them, the players. Of course, it also includes the essence and truth of this Colosseum. Look, these interstellar civilizations know that the players have strayed in, but in their eyes, the players are just low-level creatures, and there is no need to rescue them. They even think that the appearance of the players has added some fun to the Colosseum, and they enjoy the various ways of the players' deaths, and at the same time, they bet on the players' survival time. And Gu Weiwei's intentions were indeed seen by countless Blue Star people. When they were shown in front of them bit by bit, many Blue Star people cried. Although they had guessed it long ago, this moment turned into a cruel fact that tore apart the last bit of hope in their hearts. Woo woo woo, too bloody. Uncivilized barbarians, no, barbaric creatures. We can be called human because we have a human form, but because we only have a human form, we cannot be recognized as human beings by them. Too ironic. See it clearly. Don't dream that people with advanced civilizations will see the invasion of the Doomsday game and help us. We have no human rights, and they will not interfere. We can only rely on ourselves. Let's work together. Otherwise, even if we escape this time, our descendants may have the same fate. No, we will have no descendants if we survive. The Doomsday game doesn't care about our lives at all. All it wants is our planet. They treat us as creatures that consume its resources and can be eliminated. Oh, if they want to eliminate us, it's easy. They've given us a Doomsday game. Maybe they treat us as a joke just like this Colosseum. Congratulations, I think you are right. But what can we do if we know? Try to advance to level 2 civilization. In our limited time, let's work together. The officials have already cooperated, but technology is something that cannot be achieved in one step. I don't know if there is enough time. Speaking of which, those higher life forms can see Boss Goo's live broadcast room, so they should also know that Boss Goo has invaded their network. Why is there no response until now? Yes, Boss Goo clearly knows it, and he didn't hide it, and he showed it to us directly. Will Boss Goo be targeted because of this? I'm worried about Boss Goo. Don't worry. Boss Goo will be fine. Well, Boss Goo showed it to us, and he must know that all this is not important in the eyes of those higher life forms. What an unimportant one. The comments of the Blue Star people in the live broadcast room were unconsciously filled with strong indignation. Wang Jingze and others also noticed it. In fact, they were all watching Gu Weiwei's live broadcast room in real time. First, they were afraid that something would happen to her, and their last hope for the Blue Star would be ruined. Second, they hoped to gain a deeper understanding of the interstellar civilization outside through the live broadcast room to see if they could find a breakthrough to deal with the Doomsday game. But now, the more they understand, the more sad they feel in their hearts. That is to say, they have no other way out, and can only rely on themselves. But after the sadness, their thoughts became clearer. Once, when their ancestors could not see the future development, they also tried their best to rush forward. Now, they are facing the same situation, and all they can do is to rush forward desperately. One after another, until death. A moment later, one plan after another was freshly baked in Wang Jingze's office, and at the same time, groups of people work day and night to learn knowledge and work hard on research. At this time, in the higher planet, just as Gu Weiwei and all the Blue Planet people knew, the higher life forms who followed Gu Weiwei's live broadcast room did find that Gu Weiwei used her mobile phone to enter their network. But do they care? No. In front of pure power, Gu Weiwei is as small as an ant. Do they care about the ants spying on their current situation? No. The higher life forms chatted in Gu Weiwei's live broadcast room. It seems that she has gained a lot. She is also quite smart. I am more confident that she can survive. It's too early for you to say that. It's just good luck. Luck can also be considered strength, and she knows how to hide. I admire her a lot. But did you notice that she was flipping through the content on purpose? I noticed it, but it could be her kind on her home planet reading it. Wouldn't her kind feel powerless after reading it? Maybe they would feel powerless, or maybe they would try to rise up. Look at them now. They are not even at level 1 civilization. The gap is too big. I suddenly became a little interested in her, and the civilization behind her. Then I hope she is alive, and I will continue to monitor her. Haha, poor little thing. Did you see that? If you did, then try to stay alive. That's right, I look forward to your performance. I've made a big bet on you. I teach you how to survive. Do you believe me? Everyone watched Gu Weiwei's phone jump to her own live broadcast room. While watching the live broadcast room barrage, the words of these higher life forms suddenly changed and began to tease Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei also saw these words at this time, and her expression did not change. Then she quietly put away her phone and returned to her shelter. Then, she began to understand the network of this planet. Compared with their mobile phones, these life forms use the network in different ways. Some use mind input, some use intelligence, some use virtual screens. The methods are different. And the text is naturally different. But when Gu Weiwei checked it, for some reason it turned into a language that Gu Weiwei could understand. After learning about it, Gu Weiwei directly created a topic on their forum and marked it with the words Blue Star. Then, she quietly waited for other players to join. She still believed that there would be players who would have the opportunity to use the mobile phone. Especially the players from Country C. They would not give up until the last moment. After all, they understood the word unity. And Gu Weiwei's post was quite conspicuous in this forum-like place, and many interstellar civilization life forms noticed it. Then they quickly entered the network, and many of them directly posted. Blue Star? What planet is this? I haven't heard of it before. Yes, it's a bit strange. It shouldn't be a member of the interstellar civilization. It's the planet of those low-level creatures who mistakenly entered the Colosseum. Huh? Then how did they enter our network? It seems that they got some equipment from interstellar civilization by chance. This is getting interesting. I pay attention to it. Which live broadcast room is this creature in? I go take a look. I go too. Ask for the address. Gu Weiwei twitched her lips when she saw this, and then directly entered the number of her live broadcast room. If they are curious, let them watch as much as they want. With many high-level civilized life forms joining in the fun, the number of people in Gu Weiwei's live broadcast room skyrocketed. The Blue Star people were also silent when they saw the scene. It seems that the nature of watching the fun is the same for all intelligent life forms. If the current situation was not so bad, perhaps they would also find this scene funny. But now, they just feel that they are a joke in the eyes of others. While Gu Weiwei was waiting, some players on the advanced planets suddenly found that their mobile phones had signals. Then, like Gu Weiwei, they broke into the network of this planet. Then, after learning about it, they also found a post that was being played by many advanced civilizations. Then, they also found the code word that Gu Weiwei had discovered, and began to apply to join the chat group that Gu Weiwei had set up. During this process, many high-level civilization life forms also joined the chat group. As a result, they were all kicked out by Gu Weiwei. They were not worried that they would leak the plan. After all, their plan itself was transparent in the eyes of these people. They just didn't want to be disturbed when they were making plans. Ignoring these life forms that loved to join in the fun, the players looked at Gu Weiwei, who was taking the lead, and they were all excited. Woo woo woo, they finally found the organization. Chapter 205. Great, I can actually contact other players. I was busy escaping and looking for a place to hide, and I didn't have time to think about it. When I settled down, I found a signal. I have time, but I don't dare to release it. I'm afraid that the signal tower will attract other people's attention. Self-protection is the most important thing. Who did it? Gu Weiwei. Is it Boss Gu? Huh? Boss Gu? Gu Weiwei is Boss Gu's name. I remember it. This name is too typical, so I remember it. Who is Boss Gu? The vending machines that players are using now are the rewards from Boss Gu. Sorry, we have been in the game and didn't know about this. Thank you, Boss Gu. So, everything we can buy now is provided by Boss Gu? Yes. Then if Boss Gu encounters any accident, the weapons, food, and water we can get will all disappear. That should be right. Even the Doomsday Resort City and the Doomsday Resort City Branch City that provide protection to many people on Blue Star will not only be a blow to us, but also a blow to Blue Star. Fuck. Some people couldn't help but curse. After all, they didn't know Gu Weiwei's identity before, but now they know it, they just feel a little scared. How did Boss Gu get into this planet? It was the Doomsday game that made Boss Gu come in as a substitute. I said something about the energy detectors suddenly appearing. It turns out that Boss Gu also came in and knew what we wanted. Is Boss Gu okay? Please don't be in trouble. Thank you for the reward, Boss Gu. You must stay alive. In the group, everyone started chatting. After learning about Gu Weiwei's identity, they all started to worry about her. In fact, they were concerned about Gu Weiwei, and they were also concerned about their own safety. Most of them were able to survive, until now, because of the things in the vending machines. Now, the people who provided these things were on the same planet as them. Thinking about the tragic situation they had seen before, they felt heavy in their hearts. There are 10% more things to worry about. Even if Gu Weiwei is powerful, this planet is really different. For a moment, I felt that my future seemed to be much more uncertain. Boss Gu, where are you? Or should we send a few people to protect you? Don't. Too many people will easily become a target. If you go to protect Boss Gu, you may bring danger to her. Boss Gu can survive until now, and can also build a signal tower to gather everyone together. There must be no problem. In the chat group, everyone started discussing again. Gu Weiwei had just kicked out the higher life form that was joining in the fun, and set up a follow-up question before she saw what everyone was discussing. Gu Weiwei also knew what they were worried about, and let out a long sigh. She didn't know if she could survive to the end. All she could say was, try her best to stay alive. I will try my best to stay alive. Everyone, stay alive too. Let me remind you that this Colosseum uses a point system. They will also get points for killing players. If they find out, killing players from the same country will immediately match more players in. They will definitely score points against the players, and then our situation will not be good. Besides that, if you need any help, you can mention it in the group. If I am able to do it, I will put it on the vending machine. Also, if you know anything about the creatures on this planet or other higher life forms, you can also explain it in the group. Let's communicate with each other and live better. After sending these 3 paragraphs, Gu Weiwei let out a long sigh. She created this group to help more Blue Star players survive. The more people survive, the less dangerous Blue Star will be. In addition, even if you are hiding alone, if you can have a place to chat, it will be relatively less difficult. Got it, thank you. Thank you, Boss Gu. Speaking of which, the number of products in the vending machines is very rich and sufficient. Yes, you can find products for the corresponding terrain to help us get through the difficulties. Boss Gu, is there anything else you want to remind us? Tell us more. Gu Weiwei looked at the active players, paused, and then said, hide as well as possible. Haha, I understand. Hide as well as possible. But are we the only players left now? What about the others? Maybe they are dead, or maybe they don't want to come in. The probability of death is relatively high. It's too cruel outside. If you don't hide inside and walk outside, there are only 2 words, you are looking for death. I originally followed the big team to the center, but because I walked slowly, I fell behind. As a result, I found that the people running in front were directly cut in 2. Someone deliberately set an ambush on the road. It's crazy. I saw with my own eyes that a living being was bitten to death by a huge creature. You should also be careful of the creatures around you. There are also plants. Many plants here have life. Stay away from places with plants. I suspect that the turmoil on the entire planet just now was deliberately caused by the organizers behind the scenes. It is better to hide deeper. If you can dig underground, dig underground. There are only insects to deal with underground, which is relatively simple. What if there is no place to dig? Let's look for it nearby. Boss Gu provided an energy detector and an excavation robot, which also pointed out the route. Unless you are unlucky and encounter a powerful life form, now is the best opportunity. Yes, most people are gathered in the central area. Picture? Oh my god! How dare you take a picture? I ran away after taking the picture. I originally wanted to go there to escape, but there were powerful life forms there, so I was scared. Hey, what kind of group is this? Come, let me tell you this is. In the chat group, new players would join from time to time, and each new player would receive a new science popularization. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei temporarily returned her thoughts to reality. She quickly returned to her shelter. When she returned to the shelter, several rodent creatures squeaked at Gu Weiwei. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei bought some food for them. At least when danger came, they could predict it a little. It's not useless to raise it. Then, Gu Weiwei also bought some food and started eating. Then she turned her eyes to her phone. Seeing everyone guiding each other to dig down and hide first, Gu Weiwei smiled. It seems that heroes think alike. It may be safer underground than her mountain. Then, Gu Weiwei searched in the chat group. She was looking for Luciosia. No, after not finding anyone, Gu Weiwei thought about it and entered the organizers' network, and then searched in the live broadcast rooms one by one. Finally, I found Luciosia's live broadcast room. Luciosia was digging a tunnel under the grassland. She was dissatisfied that she didn't dig deep enough, so she continued to dig. The reason why she felt that it was not deep enough was because she had just encountered underground creatures. Rabbit creatures, rodent creatures. The other party seemed to be frightened by something, and went straight into the tunnel she dug, and after seeing her, they attacked her. She took great pains to kill these creatures. Then he dug down again. Gu Weiwei couldn't help laughing when she saw Luciosia's enthusiasm. It seems that it's not that they can't add more, but that they don't have time. Dig deeper. When Luciosia finishes digging the tunnel, she should join the main team. At this moment, the audience on Blue Star couldn't help but smile when they saw Gu Weiwei's concern for Luciosia. It seems that Boss Gu was also a fan of Luciosia before. He must have paid attention to her. This is heroes appreciating heroes. Both of them tacitly chose to hide. When you are not strong enough, hiding is the best way. Yes. I am really moved to see Boss Gu gather all the players in the same group. Wow, yes, Boss Gu thought of other players immediately after he was no longer in danger. It's really great. I hope everyone will not die again. Although I know the possibility is very small, I really hope so in my heart. You must be well. There are still 20 days. Gu Weiwei didn't know about the comments in Tianmu's live broadcast room. After coming out of Luciosia's live broadcast room, she also took the opportunity to watch other live broadcast rooms. checking the situation of other players. Originally, she was still thinking, what should she do if there are higher life forms, like her, who have golden fingers, and can check other people's live broadcast rooms. But now looking at the player's live broadcast room, she found that unlike other live broadcast rooms, with all-round monitoring, the player's monitors should be temporarily deployed and follow the players. Most of the players hid. As a result, the environment was basically pitch black. Then, Gu Weiwei's attention turned to the forum of the organizer. Then she found that this forum-like existence also discussed the strengths and weaknesses of the participants. Gu Weiwei subconsciously checked it out. While she was checking, she also let the people on Blue Star see it through the Sky Curtain live room. Immediately, a special person collected it bit by bit. Anyway, let's record it first. Gu Weiwei checked it this time, and did have such an idea. Time passed by minute by minute. For a long time, no one came to disturb Gu Weiwei's live broadcast room. After the night gradually darkened, Gu Weiwei suddenly found that the energy detection takeoff in her hand was vibrating rapidly. Gu Weiwei was startled and hurriedly checked the screen, only to see dense red dots on the screen. It seemed to be coming in her direction. While Gu Weiwei was preparing for battle, she saw several rodent creatures around her sleeping soundly, and there was no sign of enemy attack. Suddenly realized that maybe it was not on the same horizontal plane, but above. Energy body flying in the sky? Is it a higher civilized life or a creature? Chapter 206. The thought flashed through her mind, and finally Gu Weiwei suppressed her curiosity. Since she was going to hide, she should hide well. It was absolutely impossible to go out and take a look. However, this incident gave Gu Weiwei a hint. That is, they have something similar to an energy detector, and it is inevitable that higher life forms also have it. Should he be on guard? Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei looked for something that could conceal her whereabouts in the Doomsday Landlady system mall. Now that the policy and route have been set, let's follow the hide well approach. Flipping through the pages, Gu Weiwei actually found a very relevant product in the end. Disguise device. Just now, Gu Weiwei also paid attention to some content in the forum. It was found that in the previous Beast fighting game, someone used something like a shield. Although it does work, it is because the effect is too good that it attracts attention. Although some advanced civilized life forms cannot sense the existence of the other party because of the shield, in the general environment, everything can be detected. Because of the effect of the shield, some areas cannot be detected, and those advanced life forms naturally notice it. After being hit one after another, the existence of the shielding device quickly disappeared in the Colosseum. So Gu Weiwei put the shielding device aside when she saw it. It was not until she saw this camouflage device that she bought it. After purchasing it, the camouflage device appeared in her hand. Please choose a camouflage object. It is recommended to choose a living creature. As soon as the machine started, it made a sound. Gu Weiwei listened, paused, and then looked at the rat creature sleeping soundly beside her. The scanning port of the machine was pointed at them. Selected creature, Dark Night Giant Rat. The disguise has been successful. The validity period is 12 hours, and the energy block needs to be replenished in time. Listening to the introduction, Gu Weiwei's expression changed slightly. Already successful, she didn't seem to feel it. The next moment, his eyes were on this group of Dark Night Giant Rat. He stepped forward and woke up this group of Dark Night Giant Rat directly. After the Dark Night Giant Rat woke up, he was stunned when he looked at Gu Weiwei in front of him. Why did he feel the breath of their clan on this life form? A group of rats surrounded Gu Weiwei and sniffed frantically. Could it be that she had stayed with them for too long? Gu Weiwei looked at the reactions of the Dark Night Rats and instantly understood that the camouflage device had worked. Then she took out food for the Dark Night Rats. Hee, I didn't think too much when I took them in before, but now it seems that taking them in is really a good deal. Not only can they predict some dangers that she can't sense, but now they can also serve as her cover. Perfect. The Dark Night Rats took Gu Weiwei's food and didn't think about why Gu Weiwei's aura was the same as their own. Anyway, it's fine as long as the other party is willing to continue to support them. Now they are really so happy. They don't have to search for food everywhere, and they have food to eat, and they don't have to worry about being eaten by creatures outside. After Gu Weiwei confirmed that the camouflage device was useful, she quietly put it on the shelf. At the same time, she also posted a corresponding message in the group. I put a camouflage device on the shelf, which can disguise as a creature. If you have a similar creature around you, you can disguise it so that it will not be easy to find later. When this news was released, countless players were overjoyed. This is really useful. Thank you, Boss Gu. Great. Our hiding place will be safer now. But what if there are no creatures near where I'm hiding? Look for them. Even insects are fine. Woo woo woo, this is great. I was hiding in a cave halfway up the mountain. A giant bear was sniffing my scent everywhere, and was wandering under my cave. It was even planning to climb up. After I used the camouflage device to shine on him, he left. I saved his life. Everyone, hurry up and use it, it can save lives. Boss Goo is so nice. Here's a suggestion for everyone. If there are no large creatures around, bugs can also be used. They are too common and easy to be overlooked. Yeah, it can be changed anyway. Just use energy blocks, and you can use it all the time. I'm looking forward to hiding more and more now. Haha, me too. The players used it one by one, and their mentality became better. When they have free time, they chat with everyone in the group, or search for interstellar news on the organizer's website to increase their knowledge of this planet. Undoubtedly, these things have opened the door to another new world for them. They also know very well that in front of these civilizations, the world they were once taken to by the Doomsday game is nothing at all. There are always higher mountains, and they themselves are as small as dust. Therefore, they don't think about fighting for anything. As long as they can survive, it is enough. Staying alive is the last contribution they can make to the country and Blue Star. And the scenes that happened to the players have been recorded by the Tianmu Live broadcast room. The Blue Star audience watched, and their hearts were really warm. Ah, it's so happy to see everyone's situation getting better. Yes, it's great to have so many players alive. Yes, the situation is good now. They have hope of surviving to the end, right? Hopefully. Speaking of which, there are obviously more dead players than alive ones. No way, it's already pretty good to have this situation. Even Boss Goo, with the golden finger of Doomsday Resort, is lucky to be able to protect himself. Don't think too much, or you get depressed. Yes, think of something good. I saw that the country has announced the expansion of the Doomsday Resort branch, and the school has been recruiting people, so there will always be results. Yes. Come to think of it, there are many high-tech products in vending machines, many of which are products of level 2 civilization or above. We can also make them for research, right? Do I need you to remind me? We have already started. Come to think of it, how do interstellar civilizations measure whether we are a level 2 civilization? Does anyone know? Well, I really don't know. It seems that our current standards for measuring civilization are still set by our scientists, and we are also working towards this direction. No one has told us the details. Fuck, what if we can't meet the standards we set? Suddenly, I feel that we also need to watch more live broadcasts. At least when Boss Goo and his friends are online, we can also take a look at that world. It would be fine if we could know the specific measurement standards. Yes, we don't need to meet the highest standards, a minimum standard is enough. Speaking of which, this is our best opportunity to understand the specific situation of civilizations above level 2. Yes, stare at the screen. Just as the Blue Star audience was staring at the live broadcast rooms of each player, Lu Xiaoxia finally dug the tunnel down many meters, turning left and right, with its own rules. And this rule was firmly remembered by Lu Xiaoxiao herself. This is her world. Of course, if she encounters an absolute strength, she can't do it. But she doesn't think that kind of high-ranking life form would do such a thing as digging a tunnel. Isn't that just like a flower from a mountain climbing mountain trying to get through a dog hole? It's impossible. Lu Xiaoxia laughed secretly. Then she felt hungry, thought about it, and immediately took a break, took out some dry food and started eating. Then, she took out the vending machine from the backpack and started to see if there was anything she could use. As a result, she saw that the vending machine had another product in front. It turned out to be a camouflage device. After seeing the function of this camouflage device, Lu Xiaoxia bought it without hesitation. Then after searching around, he disguised himself as a passing bug. After finding that the bugs did not attack him as before, Lu Xiaoxia put down her weapon and was excited. It really worked. Lu Xiaoxia breathed a sigh of relief. The existence of these things proved that Blue Star still cared about their every move. That's great. Then, Lu Xiaoxia's eyes wandered around the signal tower, and finally gave up. She was in the grassland. If this signal tower appeared, it would be a case of trying to cover up one's own faults. Sighing, Lu Xiaoxia put away the vending machine, and then subconsciously took out the mobile phone she'd bought in the previous world. Regardless of whether it can be used or not, at least in the dark environment, it can give me a little comfort and not be so lonely. As a result, when I took it out, I found that there was a signal on the phone. Lu Xiaoxia was surprised and immediately started to surf the internet. Then she quickly entered the organizer's network. After a while of searching, she saw the post posted by the Blue Star people. It was indeed done by a Blue Star player. Luciosia was a little excited. After coming to this world, she only thought about finding a place to save her life, and she really didn't have the energy to think about too many things. Now seeing that a Blue Star player can even place a signal tower, the situation should be good. With so many players, how many people can be left in the end? While thinking about it, Luciosia joined the chat group without hesitation. When she joined, her heart beat very fast. As a result, when she entered, she saw that there were hundreds of people in a group, and they were all chatting. Many of them are new members who have just joined. Others followed these people to explain the origin of this group. Boss Goo founded it. Who is Boss Goo? He is the one who provided the vending machine. Yes, she was also pulled into the Doomsday game. It is quite safe at present. She put the energy detector and camouflage device on the shelves according to the actual situation. She is in the group. Newcomers, don't go to see and understand this. Hurry up and find a place to hide. Use an excavation robot to dig a tunnel or a cave, and then use a camouflage device to disguise yourself as a living creature and make as little noise as possible. It is better than wandering around outside. You don't need to find someone to form a team. It's best to be alone. It's not easy to be attacked by others. Don't trust others easily, even players are no exception. Try to hide alone. Luciosia looked at some players explaining to the new players, and her eyes were red for a moment. It's great to see so many compatriots. Also, Boss Goo, she really thanks her. At this moment, Luciosia was full of motivation. She wants to live. She must work hard to live. Chapter 207. Not only Luciosia, but also countless players who joined after the situation stabilized, were excited because they were able to connect with each other again. Of course, they were more motivated and worked harder to survive. In the next few days, Gu Weiwei also put some products on the shelves. Basically, they were specially found by Gu Weiwei based on the information provided by each player in the past few days. Different terrains are suitable for different products. Because of what Gu Weiwei did, and the efforts of the players themselves, the number of casualties among the players gradually stabilized. Such a scene also made the Blue Star players, who were watching the Sky Curtain live room, smile a little. At least, the situation did not get worse. Although many natural disasters occurred in the countries of Blue Star due to the death of players, there were no major casualties due to the existence of the Doomsday Resort City branch and the shelter. More and more countries continued to invest in the research and development of Level 2 civilization technology. The constant travel of aircraft carriers between Blue Star and space has made the people of Blue Star accustomed to it. Inside the Blue Planet, there are countless scientists researching new technologies. Outside the Blue Planet, there are also countless scientists exploring. After all, according to the standards they set themselves, they must at least have the ability to develop other planets. It just so happened that they bought detection instruments through the vending machines in the Doomsday Resort. These instruments allow them to identify the substances of other planets. After all, when they were researching some of the products in the Doomsday Resort, they found that many of the products had ingredients that were not available on their planet. If they wanted to research them, they could only go outside. As scientists study more deeply and gain more knowledge, they feel that they have gained a lot. Various research directions have emerged in the minds of scientists. Theoretical knowledge of science and technology has made a qualitative leap in a short period of time. Various satellite bases and rocket launch bases have begun to restart. Because some scientists are ready to upgrade the technological level of Blue Star to Level 1 civilization within a certain period of time. According to their own classification, Level 1 civilization is the mother planet civilization. As the master of the planet, civilization can develop and use all the energy on the planet, control the weather, rivers, land, organisms, oceans, and other natural phenomena on Blue Star, control the macro world, and master the micro world. Scientists have already touched the edge of this. When Blue Star was working hard, Gu Weiwei, who was on the advanced planet, heard the system's reminder. Blue Star has initially reached Level 1 civilization. Gu Weiwei was browsing the content on her phone. Suddenly, she heard the system's words, and could not help but pause. Then, a bit of surprise flashed in her eyes. Has it reached Level 1 civilization? However, she still noticed the word initial mentioned by the system, and asked directly. What does initial mean? Theoretical knowledge has been achieved. In addition, because of the possession of space carriers such as aircraft carriers and starships, the ability to explore outer space has been achieved in practice. The system replied, "This is not what I said. In the Register of Interstellar Civilizations, Blue Star has appeared in the reserve of Level 2 civilization. What is the register? It records the entire interstellar civilization. Civilizations above level 2 are recorded and protected by interstellar civilizations. Civilizations between level 1 and level 2 are kept as reserves to observe changes. Some advanced civilizations can select these reserves as subordinate civilizations. Does it mean to join the advanced civilization? If we surrender, can we also get rid of the Doomsday game? Gu Weiwei asked without hesitation. Yes, but subordinate civilizations have no sovereignty and are inferior to others. The future upgrade direction must also be controlled by others. It is not recommended unless necessary. The system explained. Gu Weiwei listened and understood what the system meant. I am afraid that subordinate civilizations are not much better than those controlled by the Doomsday game. Therefore, the system had never mentioned this to Gu Weiwei before, but pointed at the level 2 civilization. Does that prove that Blue Star has caught the attention of many advanced civilizations? Gu Weiwei asked. There are countless first-class civilizations in interstellar civilization. Under normal circumstances, they will not pay attention to a newly minted first-class civilization. However, due to the performance of you players, some advanced civilizations are indeed paying attention to Blue Star civilization and are interested in incorporating Blue Star civilization into their subordinate civilizations. Perhaps they will soon receive recruitment from advanced civilizations. The system said. Are you afraid that the Blue Star civilization will agree to the recruitment of these advanced civilizations because of the Doomsday game? Do you want me to remind you? Gu Weiwei asked sharply. Yes. The system nodded. He just didn't want to see Gu Weiwei and the others' efforts go to waste. In such a dangerous situation, they were able to advance to level 1 civilization early, and many people made efforts. These efforts are real, and they also hide their unlimited potential. It would be a pity. Of course, he was reminding her for Gu Weiwei's sake. Gu Weiwei listened, exhaled lightly, and then looked at the vending machine. The only way she could connect with Blue Star now, besides the Sky Curtain Live Room, was the vending machine. If it was the Sky Curtain Live Room, it would be easy for the advanced civilizations interested in Blue Star civilization to see it. If they noticed it, although they didn't care about the informed civilization, there was still a risk of being remembered, so it was better to be cautious. Gu Weiwei began to look for some goods. Then she put it on the vending machine without hesitation, and just designated a tenant to buy it. The tenant's number was Shi Ruixiang. She believed that Shi Ruixiang would definitely notice it. Sure enough, as Gu Weiwei thought, her product was noticed as soon as it was put on the shelf. Many people originally thought that it was prepared for other players, but after seeing that it was a designated person, they knew that things were not that simple. At least Shi Ruixiang could see at a glance that it was a designated product for himself. I bought them immediately without hesitation. After buying them, the products disappeared instantly. It didn't cause much disturbance. Or, even if someone noticed it, they wouldn't say it directly. Shi Ruixiang studied the products he bought immediately. Of course, he also reported the product information. A group of experts were also investigating. A meeting was held directly. Let's look at the products first. The products were nothing special, covering many aspects, and could even be said to be disorganized. These products are very common to Blue Star, and there is nothing special about them. So, the information that Boss Gu told us should not be the product itself. Then the name of the product? Yes, it should be. Let's combine them together. Because the product's effect was too small, everyone's attention quickly shifted from the product itself to the name. And by focusing on the name, they began to use various combinations. After a period of hard work, the combination was formed. We have been promoted to level 1 civilization, and refuse to be a subordinate civilization. What does this mean? It literally means that our Blue Star has been promoted to level 1 civilization, and we refuse to be a subordinate civilization? What is a subordinate civilization? It should be a subsidiary of a certain civilization. Has our Blue Star been targeted by some advanced civilizations? It should be, but this kind of targeting may be because of our Blue Star's potential. As for the rejection, it should be that being a subordinate civilization is not a good thing. Subordinates, maybe they are dependents. Which country would benefit from being a dependent country of others? That country has no sovereignty at all. I think it is the same when it comes to Blue Star civilization. At least there is good news. We have been promoted to level 1 civilization. Yes, although it is still a long way from level 2 civilization, but at least we have been promoted, which shows our direction right. Yes, that's great. Shouldn't we tell other countries about this news to make everyone happy? I agree. Don't be too happy yet. Let's talk about this subordinate civilization. Will the higher civilization come to us? How will they find us? I don't know, Bosku didn't say. Maybe Bosku doesn't know the details either. He just knows that being a subordinate civilization is not good. In fact, it's just the same as escaping the Doomsday game. Otherwise, if we have no other choice, we may not be able to seek refuge. But if we are desperate, some people still couldn't help but speak out. In his opinion, this is at least a way out. In the future, when they are upgraded, they may be included in the interstellar civilization. Seeing that some people were thinking, Wang Jingzi said without hesitation, think about it, how much the ancient slaves had to pay to turn over, unless they could overthrow the entire master's family and the entire dynasty. Do you have confidence that you could overthrow the advanced civilization that recruited us in the future, and overthrow the 9th level civilization? These people are really whimsical. Wang Jingzi's words gave everyone a heavy hammer. I'm thinking the wrong way. We can't use their current civilization to look at the entire interstellar civilization. The little bit of information revealed in the Sky Curtain live broadcast room is enough to make them fall to their knees. But this decision is not just about our country C. We need to explain it to other countries, and set the tone for the whole thing. Wang Jingzi made the final decision. If there is such an idea in their country, there must be many people in the world who have this idea. This matter must be determined before the advanced civilization comes to recruit them. Otherwise, there would be no telling what would happen later. At this moment, Wang Jingzi knew why Gu Weiwei reminded them that they had already advanced to level 1 civilization. It was also a reassurance to other countries. With some effort, they could still advance to level 2 civilization. Why should we be slaves to others when we can be our own masters? Gu Weiwei didn't know about Blue Star's decision. She felt that her reminder was already very clear. She believed in her country's choice, and she also believed that they could make Blue Star make the same choice. Gu Weiwei's attention has been focused on the possible changes that may occur next. It has been 10 days since the last change. In the first 10 days, the entire planet changed. In the second 10 days, there is a high probability that it will change. It will definitely not hurt to prepare in advance. In fact, it is not only Gu Weiwei who thinks so, but also some other players. In fact, many people have already mentioned it in the chat group. Chapter 208. Today is the 20th day. Everyone, be careful. We are afraid that something will happen again. Last time, we lost almost half of our players. If it happens again, it will be really. These days are relatively safe. Although it is safe, it is thanks to the bonus of various equipment. Don't really think you have the strength and don't join in the fun. No, they are still hiding. But when I browsed the live broadcast room, there were still many people who followed others. I don't know what will happen to them next. Hey, I hope they are all okay. Yes, no matter which way, being able to survive is the best. Just as the players were discussing, the time point had come to the same time point as the last abnormality. But nothing abnormal happened. Maybe nothing will happen. No change. No change is really great. I'm still worried. So we can continue to spend the last 10 days in peace. Just when the players were excited, some of them had already touched the homepage. They still felt uneasy after all. As a result, they saw countless excited viewers on the organizer's website. The big fight is about to begin. Exciting. The last 10 days are my favorite to watch. The last 10 days. I'm here. Are there any seated players worth paying attention to this time? The last 10 days, the last day, are all very interesting and exciting. It seems that there are too many live broadcast rooms this time, but it will soon be less. Let me see how many people are left. My favorite is the one with only one person left, who enjoyed all the gambling money. It was awesome. I always felt that there must be someone behind this. Why would those people with advanced civilizations compete with us for these resources? Players looked at the countless new viewers who suddenly appeared on the forum, and their faces changed drastically. Then they shared these discussion topics in the group. Looking at these topics, the entire chat group became much quieter. It turns out that there is no so-called change, but a fixed procedure that has long been in place. Oh my god, are we going to start the massacre mode? Only one person left? That's a special case. But one thing can be explained, that is, every time in the last 10 days, very few people survive. Too scary. It's too dangerous to be out there. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. The most primitive law of survival, the strong are respected. No wonder everyone in front is not in a hurry. They are all waiting. Let's just keep hiding. If I can die even if I hide, I accept my fate. Me too, we've done what we should do anyway. Yes. The next 10 days will be tough. The players' moods went through ups and downs in this short period of time, and in the end, they were lifeless. There was no desire to fight at all. Live a miserable life. Really live a miserable life. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. Dig more tunnels, and dig deeper. Gu Weiwei popped up in the group. She also saw the content on the organizer's website. Similarly, she felt powerless. At this moment, this was all she could think of. This was also what she repeatedly emphasized these days. Seeing Gu Weiwei pop up, the players became more active. Well, I've been digging down these days. I've dug to the point where I can't dig anymore, and then I extended it to connect in all directions. Me too. Me too. Boss Gu, I know you've tried your best, thank you. I want to continue talking to you, but I don't know if I have the chance in the future. My family on Blue Star should be watching too. I also want to say a few last words to them, just in case. It's fine, I said goodbye to my family. I just don't know how Blue Star is doing. I've been away for a few months, and I don't know if I'd be able to go back again in this life. I've been here for more than a month, woo, I miss home. It hasn't been a month yet, but the situation on Blue Star is pretty good now. With Boss Gu's Doomsday Resort, Blue Star should be much safer, and there are no natural disasters to worry about. Hey, I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid of dragging Blue Star down. Me too. Who isn't? I have good news for everyone. Blue Star has now been promoted to Level 1 Civilization. Level 1 Civilization? If we are promoted to Level 2 Civilization, we can get rid of the Doomsday game and return to Blue Star. While we are working hard, Blue Star is also working hard. Gu Weiwei still told the story of Level 1 Civilization. Anyway, this is no longer a secret in the Interstellar. As for where she got this information, she naturally has her own channels. Excited? Finally, I see some hope. Upgraded to Level 1 Civilization? Thanks to your efforts in the last world, you got the aerospace starship, which helped a lot. Wow, excited? Suddenly I have motivation again. Let's try to live. I want to go back to Blue Star and hug my daughter again. I want to go back to Blue Star and hug my parents. Everyone, come on, and try to live. The players instantly became energetic and excitedly declared. Many of them immediately took the excavation robots and started digging tunnels. The reason why they were in a bad mood was just the side effects caused by long-term fear, especially when external pressure increased again. This news undoubtedly gave them an outlet for venting. The players' emotions instantly returned. The Blue Star audience was also stunned when they saw the news that suddenly appeared. In fact, they were also sad for the players. From the few words, they understood how dangerous the players' situation was. It was much more dangerous than the previous life and death situation. Their emotions were also affected by them. Especially some of the players' relatives and friends, they were crying and crying while watching the Tianmu live broadcast room, with tears streaming down their faces. But after seeing the content exposed by Gu Weiwei, they were really surprised. Blue Star was promoted to Level 1 Civilization. When did it happen? They didn't even know. After being stunned, countless comments suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, it was promoted to Level 1 Civilization? Is it true? Boss Gu said it. How could it be false? But how did Boss Gu know? Boss Gu has a Doomsday Resort, which is obviously a product of advanced civilization. It's not surprising that she has her own source of information. Great, finally, we can see some progress. So, it is our scientists on Blue Star who are showing off their prowess. In fact, the news has indeed reported a lot of scientific progress recently, but it seems to be all theoretical knowledge, and I don't understand it, so I only see progress. I didn't expect that we can reach Level 1 Civilization. In fact, it can be seen that spaceships go from Blue Star to outer space, and back from outer space every day. Wow, that's great. It's really awesome. It has been promoted to Level 1 Civilization without any noise. So did our country know about it? Of course it knew. Country C has the most starships, and Boss Gu is from our star system, so we can't get around her. Also, do you remember that suddenly, a lot of goods appeared in the vending machines, all designated for someone? Maybe that was the news that was passed on at that time. I guessed it at the time, they must be communicating something, but I didn't expect it to be about Blue Star's promotion to Level 1 Civilization. I'm really excited. Finally, I see hope. I thought it would take a long time, but now it seems that I can see it in my lifetime. Apart from Level 1 Civilization, is there any other news? This is confidential, it's best not to ask. Yes, don't ask. But you knew the news before, why didn't you tell me? There must be other things to discuss. Don't ask, we just follow the pace of the country. Yes, yes, yes. I hope the country will continue to work hard, advance to level 2 civilization, and save our players. Yes, it's too difficult. It's also difficult for the players who were selected by the Doomsday game before. I finally understand their feelings for the Doomsday Resort. I understood it a long time ago. I understood it before, but not so deeply. The audience on Blue Star continued to discuss, and everyone felt much better. Sometimes what they want is really simple, just a little bit of good news is enough. Seeing Gu Weiwei's announcement, the officials of Country C also took the opportunity to hold a press conference. In addition to announcing the good news of advancing to level 1 civilization, another thing was also announced. We announced the establishment of the Blue Star National Alliance. Country C is the first member of the Alliance Council, and all external decisions of Blue Star will be led by Country C. Wang Jingze said to the camera. This news was confirmed in the past 2 days. After all, Blue Star has been targeted by a new alien civilization, and it is really not suitable for too many noises to appear. This alliance must be established. Country C is a superpower on the blue planet, and with Gu Weiwei as a golden finger, it has the confidence to take on this role. Some small countries expressed their support without hesitation. They themselves have little ability to resist risks, and at this time, they can only follow the footsteps of the big countries. In fact, without the support of the big countries, let alone the future, even the present life is difficult. It is more logical to join now, and accept the protection of the big countries. The remaining major powers also supported it when they knew that they would have the opportunity to serve as council members in the future. At this time, it is really not suitable for internal fighting. After all, if all countries can work together to invest resources in construction, it will also promote the development of Blue Star. This time, level 1 civilization is the best. Answer: technology sharing, resource integration, the effect will come out immediately. If it continues like this, there will be hope for level 2 civilization. Therefore, after the major powers argued back and forth, they finally decided. It will also be announced in the next 2 days. Now that Gu Weiwei has mentioned the level 1 civilization, it is the best time, and seeing this news, countless people were shocked. Damn, so many countries actually did such a big thing secretly. However, this is too damn good. Chapter 209. Support. In the face of the life and death of a planet, it is best for everyone to unite. I didn't expect that we could reach a consensus so quickly, or is it RC Country that is the main force? That's a must. In the past, RC Country was the top military power. Now we have so many aircraft carriers, and Boss Gu is from RC Country. That's right. Now the strength of C Country is definitely the well-deserved first on Blue Star. So we have really reached level 1 civilization. Of course it is. Boss Gu said it. It must be. It's just officially announced now. I still think that the sudden establishment of the alliance may be due to something happening. Why think so much? There are people above us anyway. Yes, let's follow the country. We will do whatever the country does. Yes, you can't do anything even if you know it in advance. In the comment area of the press conference live broadcast room, countless people liked and supported it. After the press conference ended, Wang Jingze looked at the reactions of the audience and other countries, and his expression was slightly relieved. Finally, he did not let the chain down. Then, his eyes were on the Sky Curtain live broadcast room. They will work hard and move towards the level 2 civilization. I just hope that everything will go well for them. After surviving these last 10 days, the players are still alive, and even if they still have to go to the next world, they will feel more relaxed. This world is really too tense, at this time, inside the advanced planet. The players' emotions gradually calmed down, because of the news revealed by Gu Weiwei. Many players continue to dig tunnels. Anyway, instead of sitting there in a daze, it is better to do something. If you don't think too much, you won't be afraid. A group of players acted in unison. This made some advanced life forms observing the players on Blue Star express their confusion. What is there to be happy about in a level 1 civilization? Yes, level 1 civilization is still an unformed civilization. Your vision is too narrow. If these creatures hadn't relied on hiding, they would have died long ago. Speaking of which, let them wait. Don't let them survive to the end and get the reward. Don't worry, on the last day, there will be a reminder of points. When those people of advanced civilizations find that there are so many giant rats hiding in unknown corners, they will find them even if they dig 3 feet underground. They are an unformed civilization and are not considered life. Even if they survive and get the reward, it will not reach them. Let them live a few more days. I think it's good for them to be alive. I bet that many of them can live for more than 20 days. The odds are high and I can make a lot of money. Speaking of which, I admire these players. From their experience, this level 1 civilization planet called Blue Star has great potential. In fact, they can be recruited as affiliated planets. There are already planets ready to recruit them, according to what I know. They acted so quickly. In fact, if Blue Star becomes a subordinate civilization of a certain civilization, then the people who sent them to this planet will be furious, because they worked for others in vain. Maybe Blue Star doesn't want to be a subordinate planet. I see these players are still dreaming of being promoted to level 2 civilization. Haha, it's not that easy to be promoted to level 2 civilization. It's better to become a subordinate civilization. Blue Star behind them should know how to choose. In that case, it doesn't matter if they take the reward, because they can't get it anyway. If they can't get it, who will get the reward? It belongs to the organizer. They can keep it. So, the probability of them being alive is higher. Why? People often say that the organizer can manipulate this battle from behind. You dare to say that? Oh, I delete it quickly. Soon, this comment disappeared. And Gu Weiwei happened to see it. The moment she saw it, Gu Weiwei's eyes flickered. Gu Weiwei couldn't help but ask about the system. Is it true? Can the organizer manipulate it? Yes, but the number of manipulations is relatively small, and there are very few civilizations that have the ability to remain undetected. Is the organizer different every year? Gu Weiwei asked in surprise. To ensure fairness. Gu Weiwei's mouth twitched unconsciously, and these two sentences said one after another sounded like a mockery. Does the organizer of this year have the ability to manipulate it? Gu Weiwei continued to ask. Yes. So, will they let us players go for those rewards if we survive until the last day? Gu Weiwei asked. If they are willing, they can definitely save all of you. The system replied. Gu Weiwei listened, and her heart skipped a beat. You don't want those rewards? The system asked. Gu Weiwei listened, and said helplessly, I have to survive to get this reward, and I don't have the confidence, so I thought, since you can get this reward for me, can you tell them and see if they are willing to protect us? If I go to them and they agree, it will undoubtedly give me evidence. Do you think they will agree? The system asked back. Hearing this, Gu Weiwei smiled bitterly. I took it for granted. She was desperate and tried all kinds of methods. Just now, she saw those higher life forms pointing fingers at their players' live broadcast rooms, not taking them seriously at all. She was really upset. Especially the sentence, you won't survive the last day. Instantly she understood one thing. The most difficult part may not be these 10 days, but this last day. A massacre for the final reward. She was really afraid that she couldn't escape, so she placed her hopes on others. As a result, now it seems that she is still asking for trouble. It's not impossible, I just happen to have some connections with the organizer. Halfway through, the system suddenly got stuck. He actually gave a guarantee like this? Really? Gu Weiwei said excitedly. God, this is really a pleasant surprise. Seeing Gu Weiwei's surprise, the system thought that it was not impossible. He originally only planned to protect Gu Weiwei, but now he had to protect more. Trouble. I go and talk to you, and then I talk to you. The system ran away after saying this. As for Gu Weiwei, her heart was beating fast as she looked at the system that disappeared. She could actually feel that the system's first words were just casual remarks. But she turned it into a promise with just these casual remarks. It can be said that she was indeed calculating the system. But she really had no other options. Even though she knew very well that on this planet, it was good enough for Blue Star players to be able to stay out of trouble. She was lucky to be able to protect herself. But if she didn't see hope, she might not fight for it. But since she was caught, how could she be willing to give up without trying? That's why she had this calculation. She didn't expect that the system really had a way. The favor was really too much. But since she had owed so much before, it didn't matter now. If she had the opportunity to repay the system in the future, she would repay it well. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei felt relieved. Even if the news brought back by the system was not good, she could be very calm. Because she had done all the efforts she could. Then, Gu Weiwei also took action. She stood up, and walked to the side of several dark night rats, and woke them up. The dark night rats were really sleeping soundly. Suddenly they were woken up, and they squeaked at Gu Weiwei a few times, as if they were asking her something. Let's go! Gu Weiwei said, and she opened the door of the shelter and left. Seeing this, the dark night rats followed closely. After wandering in the tunnel for a long time, Gu Weiwei had returned to the original cave. But this time she didn't go out, but tried to completely block the entrance. After blocking it, Gu Weiwei went directly to the center of the bottom of the mountain, and then took out the excavators and started digging. Before, she dug a tunnel in the mountain, but now, she wants to dig a tunnel in the ground. Help me choose a direction, Gu Weiwei said to the Dark Night Rats. She didn't know much about the environment here, but the Dark Night Rats knew it. They can survive on this planet, so they must have their own way of survival. Small animal intuition. Find them, it's right. The Dark Night Rats listened, paused, then tilted their heads, and thought for a long time, and then seemed to remember something and became anxious. Then, one by one, they started digging around the excavation robot. One by one, they stretched out their sharp claws. Gu Weiwei was silent for a moment while watching this scene. She suddenly had a feeling. Could it be that these Dark Night Rats were too comfortable following her, and almost forgot to find a safe place? Now they suddenly remembered and started to work, right? Gu Weiwei couldn't help but twitched her mouth. She really felt that way. However, when these Dark Night Rats started digging, Gu Weiwei's mind moved slightly, but she took out her mobile phone and found her own live broadcast room. She clearly saw her perspective in the live broadcast room. Then, she took out a piece of equipment that she had worked hard to find these days. When the equipment was taken out, it was swaying around behind her. It wasn't until Gu Weiwei saw that her live broadcast room had a black screen that she put the equipment away. It actually worked. Gu Weiwei was surprised and delighted at the same time. She just felt that there were some dangers in the live broadcast room, and she was a little worried about the organizer, so she thought of a way. I didn't expect it to actually work. As expected, if you don't work hard, you don't know what the final result will be. Afterwards, Gu Weiwei put the equipment on the shelf without hesitation. Then she told the group about the function of the equipment. Use this equipment to clear the surveillance cameras around you, and it's better not to be discovered in the final hiding place. Received. Received. Received, thank you. The players watched and bought the equipment from the vending machine as soon as possible, and then started to operate it. In this way, the live broadcast rooms of the players went black one by one. A group of higher life forms who were watching the excitement. Chapter 210. Did that low-level creature come up with this again? Yes, it should be a beam-type device that can damage the lens. They have a lot of good stuff in their hands. Are they afraid that we will do something to them? We don't care. It's probably because they connected to the organizer's network and saw themselves. Now they are afraid that other life forms will discover their existence through the network and pose a threat to them, so they directly destroyed the organizer's monitor. Is this within the rules? Yes, there was a strong man who didn't want to be watched, so he destroyed the tracking camera. There are still 10 days left. Are they so careful? Forget it, it's boring. The higher life forms were chatting, and suddenly they felt a little embarrassed that they were blocked by some lower life forms. It's really annoying. At this moment, Hastings, one of the organizers, was also paying attention to this matter. Master Hastings, do we need to dispatch tracking cameras at the location where the tracking cameras disappeared? The staff asked. Speaking of which, although these creatures strayed in, their popularity is really not low. Perhaps the various life forms just saw the novelty. Now there is no novelty at all. You know, they can play some ads in the live broadcast room, and they can get a lot of points according to the popularity. Now these live broadcast rooms are gone, which means these points are gone too. For their organizers, it is also a big loss. Hastings listened and frowned. Their actions are in line with the rules. No matter how many we send, they have the corresponding machines, and can be damaged in the first time. They are not needed for the time being. Wait until the last day to try to find them. The last day is the day when this program is most watched by various interstellar civilizations, and the flow of people on that day is the largest. As long as some of these creatures can survive, they will definitely become the hot spots in this live broadcast program with their identities. Only then will it have greater value. Especially this creature called Gu Weiwei, as the leading figure among these creatures, has always had the highest popularity. He thought that this Gu Weiwei would most likely survive in the end. And the rewards that these creatures can get, they are not eligible to receive. Then it can indeed become their trophy. He already has an idea. Maybe he can save some creatures. As long as they can survive to the last day. Yes. The staff nodded. Hastings' eyes fell on Gu Weiwei's blacked-out live broadcast room. In fact, he vaguely felt a familiar breath on the things used by this creature. After all, the tracking cameras of their civilization are the most famous among all civilizations. Many civilizations use the tracking cameras produced by their civilization. Therefore, they spend a lot of energy on tracking cameras. Although the cameras used to monitor these organisms are not the latest, they are also their trump card products. In the end, it was solved by a creature with an unformed civilization. This is indeed a bit incredible. He felt a familiar message on the beam-type device. Because he lent this camera to that friend for research, it is normal for the other party to develop restraining equipment with his ability. In addition, the equipment used by these organisms is also in line with his friend's style. After all, when the other party said that he wanted to create a business game system, he had heard some of his ideas. But it's only been a year. It shouldn't be possible for the other party to make it, right? If it really wants to be put on the market, it must be approved by the Interstellar Civilization Alliance. Oh no, if it is placed on an unformed civilization, it seems that it is not necessary. Could it be the system made by his friend? Just when Hastings was thinking, his brain suddenly received a message. Chris? What a coincidence. Hastings had already sensed a subtle feeling. It was this subtle feeling that made him go back to his office directly, and then he received a message from Chris. As the message was connected, a virtual space unfolded. The figures of the two people appeared in this virtual space. Hastings stepped forward and punched Chris without hesitation. What do you want to ask me? This guy, in most cases, hides in his own laboratory and basically does not show up. There are so many people who want to cooperate with him, but they can't find him. As a result, such a person suddenly came to find him. There must be something fishy here. Hastings matched his previous thoughts with this matter. It's definitely not a simple coincidence. Yeah, Chris responded lightly. Hastings saw him admit it, paused, and then said, Do you know those creatures of the unformed Blue Star civilization that strayed into the Colosseum? Seeing that Hastings had guessed it, Chris nodded, yeah. Looking at the other party's concise words, Hastings twitched his mouth. This guy in front of him came to him for help, but he was still so silent. What kind of magic did those people give you to make you come to me for help? Hastings raised his eyebrows. Is it related to the business app you made before? Well, I want to protect them. Chris's cold voice sounded in Hastings' ears. There are hundreds of them. It's not easy to protect them. Hastings listened, frowned slightly. After all, there are so many eyes watching. If I do too much, I can't stand the investigation. Protect them, and the rewards they can get in the future will be half each, Chris said, and still intercepted half. Hastings laughed angrily. Shouldn't they all be mine? I owe you a favor, Chris said to Hastings seriously. Hastings saw this and his expression became more serious. What on earth do they have that's worth doing this for you? He vaguely felt that something was not simple. These were just creatures, not lives. Why did Chris value them so much? There's someone I like in there. I promised her, Chris said. She? Many images flashed through Hastings' mind, and finally Gu Weiwei's figure emerged. Are you crazy? The other party is not even a living being. How can he stand with you? I think it's good. Chris's expression did not change. It's just her. Oh, you are willing to protect others for her. Hastings mocked. You designed a system, played a game, and played yourself into it. Chris was silent. He just thought Gu Weiwei was special, and his ideas were in tune with her to a certain extent, and they matched. He didn't want to go out and socialize with anyone, so why couldn't he go out and socialize with her? When the Blue Star civilization is upgraded to level 2, she will be a level 2 life form, and he can help her improve. She will eventually be the same as him. Seeing Chris's silence, Hastings felt more and more uneasy. Are you sure it's her? Hastings asked helplessly. I don't want to know other people. It's annoying. Chris likes to be alone and enjoys his freedom. No one can invade his space. But he and Gu Weiwei have been getting along silently for a long time, although he mainly observes her. But he's used to it. Now that there's someone who can enter his circle, why should he force himself to find the next one? How did your system find her? Based on Hastings' understanding of Chris, he figured out the whole story and asked directly. Hastings listened, his deep eyes moved, and he said lightly, Let the system find the person to bind by itself. I didn't care in the early stage. Hastings listened, and twitched his mouth. Oh, bad fate. It seems that he definitely input the system according to his own standards, and let the system find it. It's just that so many life forms of advanced civilizations didn't match it, but it matched with a low-level creature. Okay, I promise you, remember you owe me a favor. In the end, Hastings agreed, however, I will only protect the low-level creatures who survive to the last day, and I don't care about the time points in between. Chris listened, frowned slightly, and looked at Hastings disapprovingly. Hastings chuckled, not including the friend you like, okay. Chris listened, and his frown slowly relaxed. I'm leaving. After saying this, Chris hung up the call first. The virtual space disappeared instantly. Hastings returned to his office, and clicked on the projection of the Colosseum planet. The entire planet appeared in front of Hastings in a reduced form. At the same time, a console appeared in front of him. After standing on the console, Hastings connected the console to the planet, and the ball on the console began to rotate. Then, he followed the console into the planet. He continued to gently rotate the ball, and every corner of the planet was under his feet. He located the place where Gu Weiwei's live broadcast room disappeared. When he arrived, Hastings saw Gu Weiwei in front of him, and then with a few Dark Knight rats. Turning forward, Gu Weiwei's figure kept retreating, and turning back, everything Gu Weiwei did was reproduced in front of him. It kept turning back. The time points kept jumping, until 5 days later, he saw Gu Weiwei encountered a danger and almost lost half her life. Continuing to turn back, it was 10 days later, on the last day, Gu Weiwei was only hanging on for a breath. She didn't die, but she was almost dead. However, before the end of the game, Gu Weiwei supported herself with her own perseverance, and then her figure disappeared from the spot, and went to another planet. Hastings was surprised after seeing Gu Weiwei's fate. She actually survived. Then he turned the ball back to the time when Gu Weiwei was seriously injured for the first time, and intervened to let Gu Weiwei avoid the attack. Then he turned it back, and after the attack was gone, Gu Weiwei finally survived safely. Hastings raised his eyebrows. He is quite capable. Throughout the whole process, Hastings saw that Gu Weiwei had been using an intangible system, and guessed that it was the management system created by Chris. Since everything was fine, Hastings didn't care. He didn't even think about looking at the other low-level creatures. He would intervene on the second to last day to see those who didn't die on the last day. After the operation, Hastings stepped down from the round platform, put away the Colosseum planet, and then returned to the main control room, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Gu Weiwei, for some reason, felt like someone was watching her. Chapter 211. Gu Weiwei looked around vigilantly, but found nothing. However, the feeling of being monitored followed her everywhere, making her very uneasy. It was also at this time that the system spoke. Host. Hearing the voice, Gu Weiwei's attention was suddenly drawn back, and she asked nervously, "What's the situation?" "Well," I agreed, "but the prerequisite is that you can survive until the last day." "Enough, enough." Gu Weiwei listened and let out a long sigh. This was much better than expected. "System, thank you," Gu Weiwei said seriously. In this matter, the system was the one who suffered. She took advantage. "No, live well," the system said. "Yes." Gu Weiwei nodded. After putting her mind at ease, Gu Weiwei continued to work on her tasks. In the following period of time, she devoted herself to digging the underground space for herself, occasionally replying to messages in the group, and seeing that everyone was doing well, she felt a little relieved. But as time went by, casualties began to appear in the group, and a few players spread the news to the group before the emergency. "Someone has a mechanical monster digging the ground, be careful." After saying this, the player's avatar turned black. This situation cast a shadow on everyone. With the continuous news, Gu Weiwei and others knew that this mechanical monster could not detect the location of the players. However, a life form accidentally discovered a player and began to search inch by inch, so some players suffered. For 2 consecutive days, there was no news of players appearing again. But something strange happened on Gu Weiwei's side. The first person to discover the abnormality was the Dark Knight Rat, who was digging with Gu Weiwei. These days, the Dark Knight Rat guided the direction and Gu Weiwei dug along. As a result, when digging today, she suddenly heard a dull rumble coming from nearby. After hearing the Dark Knight Rat squeak in one direction, Gu Weiwei's face changed, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. She turned around and looked at the source of the sound. Just as she was ready, she saw dust and smoke billowing, as if some huge monster was approaching. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and the barrage instantly became nervous again. "Ah, it won't be found on Boss Gu. Oh my god, how unlucky. Woo, I don't want Boss Gu to die. Bless Boss Gu. Oh my god, my heart is beating so fast." Gu Weiwei didn't know that the barrage was worried about her, so she held her weapon tightly and waited for battle. Soon, a huge mechanical monster that looked like a tank but had countless tentacles rushed into the space they were in amidst the dust. As soon as it entered, it noticed where Gu Weiwei and the Dark Knight Rat were, and waved its tentacles towards Gu Weiwei and the Dark Knight Rat. Gu Weiwei directly took out her shield to block it. As for the Dark Knight Rat, Gu Weiwei didn't have to worry about it at all. The laziness that usually surrounded Gu Weiwei disappeared, and it dodged neatly. The mechanical arm couldn't move them at all. And with them restraining them, Gu Weiwei was relatively relaxed. But the limited space in the tunnel made Gu Weiwei realize that it was useless to just hide. So while dodging, she observed the mechanical monster and found that there was a place on its tentacles with a red dot flashing on it. Gu Weiwei guessed that this should be used to detect life. With a slight movement of her mind, she shouted to the Dark Knight Rat, "Attack the top of its tentacles. Bite off the glowing parts." The Dark Knight Rats understood and pounced on the tentacles, grabbed them with their claws, and bit the glowing parts with their sharp teeth. They knew how to do what Gu Weiwei wanted. After the red light was bitten, the tentacles lost their functions and became motionless. Seeing this, the Dark Knight Rats became even more excited, and then began to deal with the tentacles one by one. As for Gu Weiwei, she attracted the attention of the remaining tentacles. Although Gu Weiwei had a shield to protect her, she still had many wounds on her body. As time passed, the light spots on the tentacles were bitten off bit by bit and became dysfunctional. The entire body of the machine continued to move, but it was tangled everywhere. Gu Weiwei made way for the machine to pass by them directly. At this time, Gu Weiwei also observed the machine. It was discovered that there was an object flickering at the core of the machine's belly. It was transparent, and there was liquid flowing inside. This should be the source of energy for the machine. Do you want to do it? Gu Weiwei thought for a moment and gave up. If she didn't attack again, what if the person behind the scenes sent another machine? Just bear with it. In this way, the mechanical monster gradually disappeared from Gu Weiwei's sight. But at this moment, Gu Weiwei didn't dare to act rashly. She always felt that this matter was not over yet. It's better to be careful. At this time, several Dark Knight Rats still surrounded her and squeaked at Gu Weiwei. Thinking of their great contribution, Gu Weiwei quickly gave them a lot of delicious food from her backpack. The Dark Knight Rats ate happily. The audience in the live broadcast room watched this scene and suddenly became a little excited. It's over, it's over. Woo woo woo, that's great. Luckily, Boss Gu survived. These Dark Knight Rats helped a lot. The things Boss Gu raised are really useful. Don't be happy too soon. The players who died before made it through the first round, but the ones who died later didn't make it through the second round. Damn, that person's vigilance is so strong. Gu Weiwei didn't know what was being discussed in the Tianmu live broadcast room. She was still waiting there. At this time, on the ground, the mechanical monster had returned to its master. At the first moment, Elton checked his mechanical puppet. Looking at the damaged tentacles on the mechanical puppet, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Did the Dark Knight Rat do it? Are all the creatures below the Dark Knight Rats? The detection showed that they were all the same creatures. Elton muttered, and then looked at his puppet that was damaged a lot, and continued, try again. Then, 2 more mechanical puppets were released, and then different commands were issued. One big and one small. The small one quickly drilled down, while the big one was a little slower. At this moment, Gu Weiwei realized that another one had appeared after discovering the same reaction of the Dark Knight Rat. The Dark Knight Rat once again took a fighting stance. Soon, the newly appeared mechanical monster rushed out from behind the earth wall again. Looking at its body shape, it seemed to be larger than the previous one. It moved quickly, but its hands and feet were more flexible. One person and several rats used the old method to deal with it. But before it was over, a vibration came from another direction. As a result, a larger mechanical monster appeared. When it moved, every step made the ground tremble wildly, more violently than before. Gu Weiwei could only turn to block the attack of this one. As a result, the protective shield was also used, but when the opponent's attack touched it, a huge force suddenly popped out. Gu Weiwei was thrown against the wall. She fell with a bang, but she quickly got up and began to take a recovery potion. Then she stood up and continued to rest for a while. Gu Weiwei stood up, complaining bitterly in her heart. I can't beat it, I really can't beat it, but I still have to fight. Next, Gu Weiwei kept rushing towards the mechanical monster. Then, she was knocked away by the monster again and again. After a while, the mechanical monster was in front of her, and the core in the center of its belly began to irradiate Gu Weiwei. Human form detected. Beep error. Night Rat detected, no threat confirmed. After saying this, the large mechanical monster turned around and left. As for the medium-sized mechanical monster, it also followed. Their arrival seemed to be just another verification. Gu Weiwei let out a long breath. But she was keenly aware of one thing. That is, just now, she clearly felt that there was a force interfering with the judgment of this large monster. This feeling was just like what she had felt before. Someone was staring at her from a place she didn't know. At this moment, Gu Weiwei was sure of one thing. There must be something secretly watching her. But this watching power not only did not harm her, but helped her. If it weren't for him, she would be injured, and seriously injured. She breathed a sigh of relief. But who would help her for no reason? With a slight movement of her mind, Gu Weiwei called out, "System, is that you?" "Not me," the system replied. "That's someone you know too. You asked him to help me?" Gu Weiwei continued. The system thought about it, and decided that it would be better to take the credit for itself than to give it to others. He really didn't expect that Gu Weiwei would be in danger during this process. "Hasten, that guy is really useful." "Thank you," Gu Weiwei said again. She remembered that the system said that his friend only promised to protect people who survived until the last day. But it's not the last day yet. Perhaps she is a special case? Gu Weiwei has already felt the system's preference for her as the host. Gu Weiwei was deeply touched. "It's okay," the system replied to Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei smiled and remembered it in her heart. At this time, the Dark Knight Rat came to Gu Weiwei again and squeaked. Gu Weiwei paused. This sound really makes people a little bit sad. Afterwards, I still gave this group of foodies some food to keep their energy. Immediately afterwards, Gu Weiwei mentioned this matter to everyone in the group. There will be 3 mechanical monsters in total, small, medium and large. Try to break the detector on the tip of the first tentacle, and use tools contaminated with the breath of other creatures. If you encounter the second and third ones, it will basically be difficult to escape. Gu Weiwei could only tell everyone about her experience. As for saving their lives when they were in danger, Gu Weiwei knew it was difficult. She had already tried her best. Then, she continued to dig the tunnel with the Dark Knight Rat. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Gu is fine. It was just dangerous. Why did the mechanical monster finally determine that the host was a Dark Knight Rat? Did Boss Gu use special tools? Impossible. If it is used, Boss Gu can sell it to other players. What if there is only one? Who to give it to? I think Boss Gu herself has not reacted. It should not be Boss Gu who did it, but she knows who did it. Who doesn't have secrets? No need to go into it. Boss Gu did a good job. Yes. Well, not all players will encounter it anyway. It depends on luck. Only a few days left. Yes. I hope they can survive. Chapter 212. In the next few days, Gu Weiwei and a group of huge Dark Knight Rats fought side by side and devoted themselves to the huge project of digging tunnels. Each Dark Knight Rat was like an experienced underground explorer. They were flexible and could move freely in the intricate underground maze, naturally playing the role of a guide. Gu Weiwei followed their footsteps closely, waving the tools in her hands in the direction they pointed, and dug hard. Compared to Gu Weiwei's initial blind exploration of the underground world, the actions of the Dark Knight Giant Rats clearly had a clear direction and goal. They seemed to know this underground space very well, and every turn and every depth of excavation seemed to be carefully calculated. Under their leadership, the efficiency of the excavation work was greatly improved, and the tunnels continued to extend forward. Finally, at the end of this exciting underground journey, that is, before the last day, Gu Weiwei finally followed the Dark Knight Giant Rats to their nest. When the last shovel of soil was dug and the tunnel was suddenly connected, a fresh breath came to Gu Weiwei's face, which moved her. A hint of surprise appeared in her originally tired expression. Then, a brand new underground world slowly unfolded in front of her. The first thing that came into view was the dense and countless group of Dark Knight Giant Rats. They were standing or lying, in various shapes, filling up this underground space. Among them, there were many petite young rats, who hid tightly behind the huge adult Dark Knight Giant Rats, revealing only a pair of round eyes, curiously and vigilantly looking at Gu Weiwei, the uninvited guest who suddenly broke in. For Gu Weiwei, the dense swarm of rats in front of her instantly made her trypophobia show signs of attack. Her scalp was numb and her body was unconsciously tense. However, just when she felt a little uncomfortable, the Dark Knight Rat that had been following her suddenly squeaked. The sound was rapid and full of some special meaning. Following its call, many Dark Knight Rats took action and quickly returned to the surrounding caves with the little Dark Knight Rats. It was then that Gu Weiwei discovered that this underground space had long been carefully developed by the Dark Knight Giant Rats into a huge and complex underground world. Gu Weiwei had no idea how deep this world was, but she only knew that they were constantly going deeper during the excavation process. Several of the excavation robots had been damaged while working day and night, which was enough to illustrate the difficulty and depth of the excavation. Gu Weiwei's energy detector seemed to have lost its former effectiveness in this mysterious underground world. It could not accurately detect the surrounding situation like on the ground, either showing a blank or chaotic data. This made Gu Weiwei guess that the special magnetic field here might be the reason for the failure of the energy detector. After all, as the ancient inhabitants of this planet, it is reasonable for the Dark Knight Rat to have some special ways to protect itself. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei's uneasiness gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of peace of mind. She knew that in this seemingly dangerous underground world, she might have found a temporary safe haven. Just as Gu Weiwei was immersed in this peace of mind, several Dark Knight Rats cast their eyes on her and then squeaked. Again. Gu Weiwei was already very familiar with this sound. Every time they made such a sound, it meant that they were asking for food from her again. Gu Weiwei did not hesitate at all and immediately bought a batch of the Dark Knight Rat's favorite food through the vending machine in the Doomsday Resort. She skillfully took out the food and handed it to the several Dark Knight Rats in front of her. However, after receiving the food, these Dark Knight Rats were not satisfied. They continued to bark, revealing a strong desire in their voices. Gu Weiwei had no choice but to give them food again. But even so, the Dark Knight Rats still had no intention of stopping asking for more. In this way, Gu Weiwei took out food again, and saw that the food on the ground had piled up like a mountain, but the Dark Knight Rats still kept barking. Gu Weiwei looked around in confusion, and then she found that in the surrounding caves, there were countless pairs of small eyes looking at this side eagerly. She immediately understood that these Dark Knight Rats wanted her to provide food for the entire tribe. "You don't want me to feed so many people for you, do you?" Gu Weiwei couldn't help but twitched her mouth and said half-jokingly. What she didn't expect was that the Dark Knight Rats nodded without hesitation, and they looked so righteous, as if all this was taken for granted. Gu Weiwei was speechless. After a moment of silence, she smiled helplessly. "Okay, since you didn't abandon me when you were in danger, I treat it as accommodation and protection fees, but it's really expensive. If it weren't for my hundreds of millions of points, I really couldn't afford to support you." As she said that, Gu Weiwei started to buy food in hundreds of portions. Batch after batch of food was taken out and piled on the ground, forming a real food mountain. Looking at the piles of food in front of them, the Dark Knight Rats were finally satisfied. They excitedly squeaked, and their voices were full of joy and satisfaction. After a while, the Dark Knight Rats began to come out of the cave in an orderly manner, lining up in batches to receive food. For a while, the entire underground space was reverberating with their cheerful calls, and it was very lively. And Gu Weiwei was enthusiastically led into a cave by several Dark Knight Rats. The magical thing was that when she walked into the cave, the noise outside disappeared instantly, and the whole world became unusually quiet. Gu Weiwei sat quietly at the entrance of the cave, watching the busy and cheerful giant night rats below, and a long-lost sense of comfort surged in her heart. Ever since entering this planet and learning about the cruel survival rules and threats of higher life forms on this planet, Gu Weiwei's emotions have been tense and her nerves have never relaxed for a moment. However, at this moment, her sixth sense told her that she was finally safe. This feeling of going from extreme tension to complete relaxation made her feel extremely comfortable. Gu Weiwei's current state was also clearly presented to the Blue Star audience through the Sky Curtain live room. "I was shocked when I first came in. Yes. There are too many Dark Knight Rats. I didn't expect their tribe to be so large. I'm about to have intensive phobia. But when I think of how they helped Boss Gu a few days ago, and then brought Boss Gu to their base camp, I immediately think they are quite pleasing to the eye. Yes, they have never given up on Boss Gu. Haha, you never thought that maybe they just want enough food. There are not many people who can afford so much food except Boss Gu. Yes, Boss Gu is a little rich. These Dark Knight Rats are so happy. Isn't it a bit of a waste to feed them? Boss Gu has points. Why doesn't he help other players more? Fuck. A saintly bitch appeared upstairs. Maybe she is from abroad. She is jealous and envious. In fact, everyone who has paid attention knows that if it weren't for Boss Gu, a large group of players would not have survived. That's right. You're getting too greedy. Don't pay attention to these people. Boss Gu is so relaxed now. Yes, he should be less worried. Maybe he feels that this place is very safe. That's great. Yes, I've seen Boss Gu worrying every day since the first day. Who wouldn't worry? We're also worried about the death of players and Boss Gu. There's still one day left. The last day shouldn't be a problem. The situation of other players is relatively stable. How about other higher life forms? I don't know. All the players hanging out outside are dead, without exception. Only those underground are alive. Ah. Some of the dead players had no choice. They knew to dig underground, but they had no chance at all. Even some of the underground players died. Who knew they would encounter a pervert digging everywhere on the ground? It's normal. We will also conduct a carpet search. I hope the last day will go smoothly. Just like that, with the expectations and blessings of countless Blue Star viewers, time quietly came to the last day. Originally, everyone thought that as long as they gritted their teeth and persevered in this last day, they could successfully end this long and difficult disaster. However, no one expected that at this last critical moment, a sudden crisis came. A huge screen suddenly appeared in front of all the players. This screen seemed to appear out of thin air, but it was presented in front of everyone very clearly. On the screen, the current list of survivors was clearly listed. The Blue Star players occupied most of the entire list with a huge number. Although they were ranked relatively low, the names of so many Blue Star players on the list were still particularly conspicuous. The moment the players saw this list, their faces turned pale instantly, and a strong ominous premonition rose in their hearts. They knew that the appearance of this list was not accidental, but the beginning of a brutal hunt. At the same time, countless spectators on the organizers' online forum were completely shocked by the announcement of this list. These low-level creatures are still alive, and they have lived for so long? They have survived so many days safely. Maybe they didn't expect them to hide underground. No, many people guessed it, but maybe these players are too good at hiding, so they survived safely. Does this mean that the resources of the Colosseum will be distributed to the planets of these lower creatures? That requires them to be qualified. If they are not qualified, then it belongs to the organizer? Won't the organizer make a fortune this time? I suspect there is something fishy going on this time. Definitely. The more these lower creatures live, the greater the benefits the organizer will get. But these lower creatures do have some skills, and are quite resilient. Yes, there is still potential. So how many planets are ready to go to Blue Star to take it for themselves? It should be quite a lot. It's really a skill to escape the last day. The higher life forms at the top will definitely conduct a carpet search. Yes, so many lower life forms survive, but they can't be found on the ground, so they can only be underground. So let's wait and see. This is not the final result. And the discussion content of these higher life forms on the forum was soon transmitted to the eyes of all players through their mobile phones. After seeing these contents, the players' heartbeats suddenly accelerated, and the thump-thump sound seemed to burst through their chests. The thing they were most worried about finally happened. The organizer made their number of survivors public, which was undoubtedly sending a hunting invitation to all higher life forms, making them the target of public criticism. In front of those powerful higher life forms, the players' strength seemed insignificant, almost powerless. Originally, they could still rely on the advantage of hiding underground to barely avoid the pursuit of higher life forms, but now, the appearance of this list made their chance of hiding precarious. Although the players' mentality was greatly impacted, those who have survived until now are all people with extremely strong psychological qualities. Including Gu Weiwei, after the initial tension and panic, they quickly adjusted their state. They knew that there was no time to be sad and complain at this moment. The most urgent thing was to do everything possible to survive. For a while, everyone in the chat group of players united their front. They paid close attention to everything happening outside through their mobile phones, ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. Every player knows that in this life and death battle, they must unite as one and support each other to have a chance of survival in desperate situations. However, in sharp contrast to the players' calmness and strength, the mentality of the Blue Star audience completely collapsed. Why do you need to announce it? It's too scary. Aren't the players in danger now? This is just encouraging people to kill each other. We don't want those rewards. Can you not chase our players? We don't want it, but will they let us go just because we don't want it? No. To them, the players are like mobile treasures. Fortunately, the organizer's surveillance cameras were destroyed before. It's good for the organizer if the players are alive. In that case, will the organizer help? No, in their eyes, we are inferior creatures. The audience was filled with tension and worry. They could only secretly learn about the players' situations and the dynamics of the outside world through their mobile phones. Every audience member silently prayed for the players in their hearts, hoping that they could survive this crisis safely. However, many viewers were too scared to watch the live broadcast. These days, they witnessed the terrifying power of advanced civilizations through the players' mobile phones, and knew that the players had almost no ability to fight back in front of those advanced life forms. Once targeted by advanced life forms, the fate of the players would be in jeopardy. At this time, after seeing the survival list of the players, most of the advanced civilization life forms showed disdain on their faces. In their eyes, these Blue Star players were just a group of low-level creatures, not worth mentioning at all. However, in order to compete for the generous rewards, they still took action and began to conduct a carpet search of the entire planet. They knew very well that since there was no trace of the players on the ground, the players were likely hiding underground. In order to ensure that they could get more rewards, they would never let these low-level creatures easily take away their share. In their hearts, there was only one firm belief: the low-level creatures must die. Chapter 213. In this interstellar Colosseum game, the higher life forms, with the determination to win, launched a carpet search of the Blue Star players. They used the most advanced detection technology and sent out batches of search teams, leaving no corner untouched, and every inch of land was repeatedly screened by them. But what made these higher life forms unbelievable was that despite their huge efforts, they found nothing in the end. It was as if there was an invisible but indestructible barrier that protected the Blue Star players tightly, making their search like looking for a needle in a haystack, with no clues. Those sharp-minded higher life forms quickly guessed that it might be the organizers who were secretly interfering. But there were also some relatively dull ones, who continued to search persistently, hoping to find traces of Blue Star players in some inconspicuous corner. Seeing this weird situation, the organizers' network exploded instantly, and waves of higher life forms cursed angrily. Hasn't there been any trace of these low-level creatures? Why do I feel like something is going on? A higher life form left a message on the internet, full of anxiety and confusion. Could it be that the organizers really took action to protect them? Someone made a bold guess. It shouldn't be. If the organizers took action, they wouldn't do it so obviously. Someone quickly refuted. Someone has questioned it before. If it was done so ostentatiously, wouldn't it obviously arouse suspicion? Maybe they are doing the opposite on purpose. Someone else has a different opinion. You can report it, and let someone check it. Someone suggested. I looked at the organizer this year, forget it. Let's not offend anyone. Someone immediately backed off. After all, on this interstellar stage, offending the organizer is not a trivial matter. This year's organizer is not greedy for this little reward. Someone analyzed. I looked at it, and found that the general manager is Hastings. He is the richest man. He really is not greedy for this little profit. Everyone agreed, thinking that Hastings really had no reason to take the risk of favoring the Blue Star players for such a small reward. So what did these low-level creatures do? Everyone turned the topic back to the Blue Star players, and they really couldn't figure out how they disappeared without a trace under such a strict search. Or maybe there is some special secret weapon. It's like they solved the monitor. Someone speculated, recalling that the Blue Star players had previously made the monitor inoperable without anyone noticing, and felt that they must have other hidden means. Yes, to this day, the monitors have not been repaired. What does this mean? It means that these low-level creatures do have a lot of good stuff in their hands. The more they talked, the more they felt that the Blue Star players were unfathomable. I thought I would see a great massacre, and this is the result? Someone complained in disappointment. He had expected to see a bloody and exciting hunt, but he didn't expect the result to be like this. If they can't find anyone, maybe they will kill each other. Someone thought with gloating, thinking that the Blue Star players might kill each other when they were desperate. Everyone alive now is very strong. If they want to fight to the death, they may fight. But now, there are too many people alive. If they fight, it will be easy for others to seize the fruits of victory. So I think it may be calm in the end. Some more rational people analyzed that in this case, the players of Blue Star will remain restrained. I asked the organizers to find these low-level creatures, and at least let us see their situation. Someone strongly called for it on the internet, and the curiosity about the Blue Star players became stronger and stronger. Yes. Everyone responded one after another, and for a time, the internet was full of condemnation of the organizer and curiosity about the Blue Star players. Gu Weiwei and other players were also paying close attention to the content on the organizer's website. Gu Weiwei looked at these angry remarks and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The audience was so angry, which just proved that the search for Blue Star players by higher life forms was indeed greatly restricted. It seems that the acquaintance the system found is really reliable. After all, this mysterious person can reverse time and space on this planet and prevent her from getting hurt, so it is natural for him to protect the Blue Star players. Moreover, because of his powerful strength, other higher life forms are only half believing and half doubting, and dare not directly question him. At this moment, Gu Weiwei really relaxed a lot. Gu Weiwei relaxed, and the Blue Star audience, who were watching the live broadcast, were also more relieved. Ah, does this mean that our players are safe? It's very likely. It's not easy to survive until now. I really don't want them to fail. Great, the worst didn't happen. Yeah, It's good to survive. But why can't those people from higher civilizations find our players? Is it because Boss Goo's tool worked? Why bother? It's good that they're alive anyway. Yeah. While the Blue Star audience was discussing enthusiastically, Wang Jingze and others were also discussing the matter seriously in the conference room. Their opinions were different from those of ordinary viewers, with more rationality and concern. Someone from the higher planet must have intervened, Wang Jingze said with a solemn expression and a firm tone. Through the live video sent back by the players, they witnessed the terrifying power of those higher life forms. In the face of such a powerful force, it is almost impossible for the Blue Star players to hide completely. Even with the help of the goods in the Doomsday Resort, it is difficult to escape the search of higher life forms, otherwise so many people would not have died in the first place. Even before the last day, many hidden players died unfortunately, but after the last day, those advanced civilizations used all their means, but couldn't find even one player. This situation is too weird. Who do you think it is? Yin Yansheng frowned and asked. It should be the person behind the Doomsday Resort. Wang Jingze directly stated his speculation. Maybe it was a deal between Boss Gu and the other party. Although he didn't have conclusive evidence, from all indications, this was the most reasonable explanation. Will it cost a lot? Yin Yansheng couldn't help but worry. In this interstellar world, where the strong prey on the weak, there is no free lunch. To get help from people on higher planets, it must cost a lot. I don't know. Wang Jingze shook his head, but at least it seems that Boss Gu has not encountered any problems at present. He looked at the live broadcast screen and saw that Gu Weiwei was safe and sound, and felt a little comforted. We can't do anything at all. Yin Yansheng sighed helplessly. After this is over, they still have to continue playing games, and they don't know what the next game is? This feeling of being shrouded in unknown fear and worrying about the safety of the players all the time is really terrible. Wang Jingze listened, pursed his lips, and then said firmly, Strive to move towards level 2 civilization. We must catch up quickly. There is not much time left for us to develop. He knew that only when the civilization level of Blue Star was improved could it have more say in this cruel interstellar stage and truly protect the players and Blue Star. Yin Yansheng listened and understood this truth. They had discussed this issue 2 days ago. They knew the attitude of alien civilization towards Blue Star through Gu Weiwei's hint, and also learned about the tragic end of the subordinate civilization through the live broadcast room. In such a severe situation, they can only go all out and strive to catch up. Fortunately, with the Doomsday Resort, they have been exposed to many high-end technologies, which has greatly improved their research level. In addition, countries have put aside their past grudges, realized technology sharing, and summarized the information of all planets in their own galaxy. They have also set preliminary goals for the development of each planet. They believe that as long as they are given some more time, Blue Star will be able to achieve a qualitative leap. They can only give themselves this belief. On this thorny road, they can only move forward, not retreat. Compared with the relatively severe situation on Wang Jingze's side, Gu Weiwei's expression has relaxed after temporarily relieving her safety. Without the monitoring of the organizer, she lives very comfortably in the underground world of the Dark Knight Giant Rat. For her, the biggest crisis has been resolved anyway. As for the rest, it is useless to worry about it. The most important thing is to live in the present. Speaking of which, although she has participated in the game for 10 months, she has basically never left the Doomsday Resort and has not suffered too much physical suffering. Most of it is just psychological torment. But after really joining the game, she found that psychological torment is exhausting, and physical torment is also unbearable. Gu Weiwei was originally looking at her phone, paying attention to the dynamics of all parties, but she couldn't resist the sleepiness later, and fell asleep directly in the cave. These days, she didn't rest well every day, her nerves were always tense, and she was always worried about being discovered by higher life forms. At this moment, knowing that there were no obstacles, she relaxed all of a sudden and finally had a good sleep. When watching Gu Weiwei sleeping, the comments in the Tianmu live broadcast room became much less. Boss Gu is really tired during this period. I am tired too, and I am worried all the time. It's good to be able to sleep now. I need to rest well to face the next game. I went to other players' live broadcast rooms, and saw that most of them were asleep. They were all preparing for the next round of games. Yes, it's like this anyway, so they might as well fall asleep. Fortunately, they all survived. Yes, I actually felt happy to see them sleeping. The audience chatted, and most of their words were about their heartache and concern for the players. Time passed by minute by minute. Squeak! The moment Gu Weiwei heard the sound, she woke up suddenly. After she saw that she was still in the cave, she breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thanking herself for being safe. Then she looked outside the cave, and found that the dark night rats were obviously waiting for her. But the cave was so quiet, how did they make a sound to wake her up? When Gu Weiwei walked out of the cave, she soon saw that the hand of a dark night rat that had followed her before was placed on a stone at the entrance of the cave. "What's wrong?" Gu Weiwei asked softly after stepping out of the cave, with a gentle smile on her face, and she was not at all wary of these cute dark night rats. Squeak, squeak. The dark night rats cried anxiously, as if reminding her of something important. Gu Weiwei subconsciously looked at the virtual screen that suddenly appeared in front of her. During the time she was sleeping, hundreds of people on the list died, and the names of the players were still safely listed on it. This made her feel more at ease. At least the players were safe for now. But then, her eyes unconsciously fell on the countdown on the screen, and she was secretly shocked. There was not much time left. "Do you want me to give you food?" Gu Weiwei speculated, remembering the dark night rat's desire for food before. Squeak, squeak. The dark night rat nodded quickly, with a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. "Giving you food is only temporary. How about I leave you a vending machine and a recycling cabinet?" Gu Weiwei suggested. She had just asked the system in her mind, and the system said yes. Anyway, for her, there were already so many vending machines, so one or two wouldn't matter. Moreover, this would help the dark night rats realize the self-circulation of resources, so why not? As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Weiwei led the dark night rats directly to the open space in the middle. After arriving, Gu Weiwei took out the vending machine and recycling cabinet from the storage space of the Doomsday Resort. These machines shone with metallic luster in the sun, exuding a breath of technology, which made the dark night rats very curious. Then, Gu Weiwei gave the dark night rat an ore, and then patiently said, "Put it in." The leading dark night rat carefully took the ore, and then threw it into the recycling cabinet with a hint of nervousness and expectation. The next moment, the recycling cabinet spit out a card. The dark night rat took the card curiously, and then looked at Gu Weiwei, his eyes full of confusion. Gu Weiwei smiled, and put the card in the card placement area of the vending machine, then started to operate the machine and selected a cookie. When the cookie fell out of the delivery port, the dark night rats stared with shock and surprise. They had never seen such a magical machine before. Just put in a piece of ore, and you can get delicious food. Squeak! The dark night rat shouted excitedly, surrounded the vending machine and the recycling cabinet, and looked at these two magical machines curiously. Gu Weiwei listened to their cries, paused, and then explained in detail. Anything similar to or can be exchanged, metals and some plants are fine. Hearing this, the eyes of the dark night rats instantly lit up, as if they saw endless hope. Then, the dark night rat swooped directly into its own cave. After coming out of the cave, there were many things around it out of thin air, including ores of various shapes, worn-out metal parts, and some unknown plants. It excitedly put items into the recycling cabinet one by one, and looked at the recycling cabinet expectantly every time it put an item in, as if expecting a surprise. Then, it tentatively bought food from the vending machine next to it. When it successfully got the food, the other dark night rats surrounded it at once, chirping, as if asking it how it did it. For a moment, the scene was full of various squeaky sounds, and it was very lively. In a moment, countless dark night rats came from all directions, holding their savings accumulated over the years, and began to wait in front of the recycling cabinet. They lined up, put the items into the recycling cabinet one by one, and then happily took the cards to buy food from the vending machine. Originally, Gu Weiwei just wanted to see what these dark night rats would buy for fun. But gradually, her eyes were attracted by the things the dark night rats took out. Because she found that the things that the dark night rat had seemed not to be simple scrap metal and ore, but things that fell on this planet after the death of some higher life forms. She saw a lot of robots inside, although some were already broken, but they still showed their advanced technology and craftsmanship, and various strange weapons, exuding a cold metallic luster, as if telling of the past glory. The reason why she paid attention to these things was because she considered one thing. That is what they got in this world, and the Doomsday game must be materialized 100 times. The items she exchanged for on this planet with her own ability, does it mean that they can also be materialized 100 times on Blue Star? These things left by other higher life forms may not be a big deal for higher life forms, but they are definitely very useful for Blue Star. The advanced technology and unique design they contain are definitely of high research value. This is a rare opportunity to get some wool from the Doomsday game. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei's eyes flashed with excitement, as if she saw the future of Blue Star's rapid technological development. Chapter 214. Gu Weiwei was really a little excited when she thought about getting some benefits from the system. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. System, can you help me identify what is useful for Blue Star? Gu Weiwei asked the system in her mind. She knew that the system had helped her a lot. After all, it had been so many times, so it wouldn't matter if it helped her this time. Yeah. The system responded in Gu Weiwei's mind. The same reasoning, he had helped Gu Weiwei so much, so it wouldn't matter if he helped her a little bit more. And according to his observation, the Blue Star people are not hopeless. Although they rely on the Doomsday Resort, they know how to work hard, do research, and have made some progress. Because they have this heart, technology is developing rapidly. In this case, he is naturally willing to help more. After getting the system's permission, Gu Weiwei discussed with the Dark Knight rat she recognized. Can I exchange these things with you first? Gu Weiwei asked directly. Squeak. The Dark Knight rat looked a little confused. In his opinion, the exchange was originally for Gu Weiwei, but now Gu Weiwei wanted to exchange alone, which he found a little strange. But even if he felt strange, he still agreed. Although he stayed by Gu Weiwei's side and communicated with other Dark Knight rat. The other Dark Knight rat also had no objection. So before the Dark Knight rat officially exchanged, they all took out their inventory for Gu Weiwei to see. Gu Weiwei noticed that among the garbage of the Dark Knight rat, there were many high-tech products. Anyway, every time Gu Weiwei picked up one, she would ask the system in her mind. Basically, the system would respond with the word useful. The system only needed to let Gu Weiwei pick up the things that Gu Weiwei ignored. For example, a small square of metal, which Gu Weiwei ignored, but the system prompted that it contained huge energy and could be used on large aircraft such as starships. For example, a small bracelet turned out to be a space button with a certain amount of storage space. Gu Weiwei picked up one item after another with great pleasure. And this scene was also seen by other Blue Star viewers, causing a heated discussion. What is Boss Gu doing? It feels like he is shopping on Taobao. I just noticed that there are many high-tech products that I have never seen in the garbage of these Dark Knight rats. I saw it. Suddenly I know why. Everyone has forgotten the hundredfold manifestation. These things belong to the Dark Knight rat, but they also belong to this planet, and they are also what Boss Gu got in the Doomsday game. Fuck, it really is. Boss Gu must know this, so he is so active in exchanging them. Ah! Boss Gu is really too good. Boss Gu is so YYDS. This game is so exciting. All I wanted was for Boss Gu and other players to be alive. I didn't expect that at the last minute, Boss Gu could still give us a good life. Haha, that's also Boss Gu's good luck. He encountered a group of Dark Knight rats and led them into his lair. Not only is he lucky, Boss Gu is also kind and capable. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would definitely kill the Dark Knight rats, or not provide them with food, or not leave the vending machines and recycling cabinets for them. In short, there are so many links, and even one link cannot be missing. Yes, it still depends on Boss Gu. What the hell, what is that? It looks like a mecha. But the mecha is so small. You forgot that a higher life form used it before, and the body of the mecha can grow bigger. Ah, I remember. Does this mean that we will have 100 mechas soon? Not only mechas, but also many weapons. I heard the news, and came to see it. Indy. Country C is going to get rich again. Why can't our country have a player like Boss Gu? The Blue Star audience was looking at the Sky Screen live broadcast room, and they were simply surprised. For a moment, the entire bullet screen was densely packed, with overlapping fonts, and many people could no longer see clearly, but one thing that was certain was that everyone was very excited. Gu Weiwei didn't know this, and at this moment she was wandering in the many treasures and couldn't extricate herself. Because the probability was too high. Basically, they are all useful things. As time passed, Gu Weiwei had only one thought. I can't collect them all, I can't collect them all. At this moment, her mind was completely not on the game. For her now, it was basically a race against time. As for the other players, they hid in their own secret bases, not daring to move for a moment. Obviously, the last day should be the most dangerous time, but they could feel that there was no movement around them. But the quieter it was, the more nervous they became. Then most of the players picked up their phones and started communicating in the group. It seems unusually quiet today. Yes, I felt it too. It was so quiet that it was a little weird. Yes, I noticed a lot of noise on the ground yesterday. Me too. A little scared. It won't be long, actually, just hold on. Yes, maybe we're lucky. Yes, It's better to be fine. Do you really want something to happen? Yes, yes. But is Boss Goo here? I didn't hear her speak. Yes. That's normal. Boss Goo is usually invisible except when she has something to tell you. This time, it's all thanks to Boss Goo. Yes. The players on Blue Star believe in Goo Weiwei's strength, so they naturally don't think anything will happen to her. Time passed by minute by minute. Originally, Goo Weiwei felt that time was passing too slowly and couldn't wait to leave the high-level planet. But now, she felt that time was really passing too fast, and she still had a lot of good things to choose from. In the end, Goo Weiwei just started to take all the orders. Of course, her points were also spent like water. But in comparison, these points were nothing to her, but they were still seen by the officials of Country C who were watching. They all remembered Goo Weiwei's subsidy. They were just waiting for a chance to return it to Goo Weiwei. They knew Goo Weiwei didn't need it, but it was different for them not to give it to her. Just like that, the game ended while Goo Weiwei was frantically taking advantage of her. When the time came, after the results were announced, Goo Weiwei and her group of players were directly sent to the next game. However, when the time came, Goo Weiwei and other players were immediately sent to the next world by the Doomsday game. The organizers' network was once again dissatisfied with the new round of results. After all, the most exciting fights on the last day were gone. Not only against the Blue Star players, but also other life forms. No one wanted to fight to the end, and the things were all given to the Blue Star players. However, because there were more Blue Star players who survived, they still took up 1/3 of the rewards in the end. The first place got 1/3, and the rest had to share 1/3. When the results came out, many civilizations protested against the organizers. In particular, many people who placed bets lost a lot of money. As for Hastings, the organizer, he was not worried at all and happily collected all the resources of the Blue Star players. Then, according to the rules, half of these resources were directly distributed to Chris. These resources were just icing on the cake for him, and they were not as important as Chris's favor. As for the other accusations, Hastings didn't care even more. He directly deleted all the data he had interfered with on the planet, and then submitted it to the Interstellar Alliance Council. You know, the data network of this planet was built by their family, so it would be easy for him to do something. After Hastings handed it over, it meant that the matter came to an end. And the advanced civilizations interested in Blue Star were preparing to recruit people from Blue Star one by one. But when they were preparing to look for it, they found that the signal of Blue Star was intercepted. Once intercepted, it means that they can't jump to find the Blue Star, and can only drive the starship to it. Some civilizations gave up directly. In interstellar navigation, if you can't jump, you have to spend a lot of resources. For such a small planet, they just think it's not worth it. And some civilizations think that the signal was intercepted, which only proves that a higher civilization has set its sights on the Blue Star, and the Blue Star must be valuable if it has set its sights on it. They must go and see. They are willing to consume a little bit of energy. Goo Weiwei didn't know about this. They had already moved to another place. The only special thing was that countless players felt a splitting headache when they were transferred to another planet. In the pain, a series of memories were directly transmitted to their minds. These memories were all scenes of them being tortured to death by higher life forms on the previous planet. The painful memories flooded into the players' brains like a tide. After a while, the conditions of many players gradually stabilized. Among them was Luciacia. At this moment, she could feel that both memories were in her mind. One was that she was found by an advanced civilization and died. The other was that she successfully survived the last day and arrived at a new planet. According to the fact that they had arrived at a new planet, it should be said that the second memory was true. But she had a feeling that the first memory definitely happened, but for some unknown reason, she changed in the process and started her second life. Could it be related to Boss Goo? In fact, many Blue Star players are thinking about this. Those who can survive until now are not stupid, and they all have the same judgment as Luciacia. To change their fate, in fact, they know that advanced civilizations can definitely do it, but they will not do it for ants like them. The only one who would do this is Goo Weiwei. At this time, Goo Weiwei was not spared. But compared to death, her memory is that she was seriously injured in the fight with the mechanical monster, and several Dark Knight rats also died in the hands of the mechanical monster, so there was no incident of her entering the Dark Knight rat cave later. Although she survived to the end with the stuff from the Doomsday Resort and did not die, the entire Blue Star players were almost wiped out. Even the higher life forms knew that when all the players in a country died, new players would be refreshed. In a short time, countless Blue Star players were drawn to higher planets. Although it was only one day, many people died. Feeling the powerlessness in her memory when facing that situation, Gu Weiwei felt a little chill in her heart. This feeling was too clear. Even though her fate had changed, her heart was gripped when she recalled it. Thank you, system. Gu Weiwei knew that the system had helped her a lot, and she had been thanking it. But at this moment, she really couldn't help it. Yeah. The system still said a faint word, but it made Gu Weiwei feel comforted. This time, it was really a big deal again. Next, they really had to be careful. On Blue Star, seeing Gu Weiwei and the others survive, the audience on Blue Star were very happy. But among the many happy comments, there were also some incredible words. Yes, the memories of some people on Blue Star also awoke. They couldn't help but share this incident in the Tianmu Live broadcast room. It instantly attracted the attention of countless Blue Star viewers. Chapter 215. I suddenly had a memory in my mind. I died tragically on a high-level planet. What happened? Ah, it happened to me too. In my memory, I was tortured and killed, and the memory was very deep. I dreamed that I was chosen and killed. I thought I was too engrossed in watching the live broadcast, so I had a nightmare. But seeing that everyone had this experience, I think it's not that simple. People who have had this experience, can you come forward and discuss what happened? Me too, Wu. I really feel like my heart aches so much that I can't stand it anymore, it's horrible. I also have memories. I died the moment I hit the ground. It was very quick, as if someone was waiting for me there. Aw, me too. I died too. It's horrible. My heart is pounding right now. I don't want to experience that again. All of a sudden, numerous comments appeared in the live broadcast rooms of countless players, among which a large number of viewers spoke up, saying that they had memories of death. If only a few people said this, it might be considered a coincidence, but now there are so many people saying this, it is far beyond people's imagination. Many people with quick thinking immediately noticed an important question. Could it be that these people's memories are not fictional, but things that really happened? At this moment, countless pairs of eyes stared at the screen, their hearts full of shock and confusion. Some people began to doubt their own cognition, and various thoughts kept flashing through their minds. Others fell into deep thought, trying to make sense of this chaotic information. But some people have already spoken out in the barrage. What is going on? Perhaps it's because fate has changed. According to the original situation, a large number of players should have died, even players from an entire country, so a large number of people were drawn to enter the advanced planet, and their advanced life forms discovered this bug, and then began to brush up the points. God, with the abilities of these advanced life forms, wouldn't they kill our Blue Star players in seconds? No wonder so many people came out to say they were slaughtered. The previous analysis really makes sense, it should be like this. Remember, we also said why those higher life forms can't find our Blue Star players. It seems that someone really took action. Then who will protect us? Those higher life forms? Impossible. It's impossible in this life. In fact, I can only think of one person. Me too. Except for Boss Gu, don't think of him. Many players have the same reaction. They should have felt it. Even Boss Gu has, but her case is obviously over sooner. How did Boss Gu do it? Maybe it has something to do with Doomsday Resort. Isn't this too powerful? Why bother to delve into it so much? Think about it if no one. Basically, by now, many people have already figured it out. These people's memories are not wrong, and their deaths really happened. It's just that someone has reversed the predetermined trajectory of their death in an incredible way. As for the person who had such great power to change all this, everyone speculated that it should be Gu Weiwei. As for how she achieved this amazing feat, most people did not delve into it and think too much. After all, everyone knew that to accomplish such an almost impossible thing, the price behind it must be extremely high. Regardless of whether they themselves have the ability to give the corresponding rewards, what they can do now is to maintain this attitude of not asking too much. Of course, there are also some people from abroad who want to find out, but every time they speak out their doubts, they are often severely reprimanded and scolded by other people around them. Some people's voices are even drowned out by the barrage of comments from the audience, and disappear without a trace in an instant. At this moment, while everyone is discussing this matter, this exciting game is still going on intensely. The missing number of players still needs to be made up. In addition, the 100-fold manifestation obtained by Gu Weiwei is also required. Congratulations to player Gu Weiwei, who obtained the 100-fold manifestation of the following products in the Advanced Planet Coliseum: Mecha, Energy Core, Crystal, Robot. All products have been 100-fold manifested, please check. Due to the heavy losses in the previous world, additional selections are now available. Country C adds players. Country A adds players. As the Tianmu live broadcast room notified, many of the Blue Planet people who were selected also saw the information. Fuck, I was actually chosen. In my dream, I was chosen early. It seems that although my fate has changed, the fact that I am a substitute will not change. Me too. In fact, in this case, we can prepare in advance. Those who have reactions today can practice in advance. If we can survive, it may not be your turn, but if we die, it will be your turn. It is also important for you to be prepared. Yes, yes, yes. Now that we have Boss Goo here, as well as vending machines and recycling cabinets, the danger is actually very small. Yes, the situation is much better now. And the state will give us some subsidies, plus I have saved a lot. Come on, live well. Some of the selected players left messages on the barrage of the Tianmu live broadcast room before entering the game. Compared to the despair and collapse when they were selected before, the mentality of the selected players has gradually changed. They are no longer panic-stricken, but face the upcoming challenges with a relatively peaceful attitude. After all, in the previous world, despite the numerous difficulties and dangers, many players still managed to survive. This undoubtedly gave everyone great confidence. As long as they persisted, the survival rate would definitely get higher and higher in the subsequent worlds. More importantly, there was also the Boss Goo who existed like a magic needle to stabilize the sea. It seemed that as long as Boss Goo was there, any difficulties and obstacles could be easily solved, and there was a full sense of security. As everyone was discussing enthusiastically, time passed quietly. In a blink of an eye, the selected players were quickly drawn into the game. This also indicated that the new survival game officially kicked off. As for the old players, after the last round of life and death, they have accumulated rich experience and skills. Therefore, in this new game environment, they seem to be more comfortable, and soon, they began to explore the surrounding environment in an orderly manner. As for the new players, through observation and learning outside the first few games, they gradually mastered certain tricks and rules, and began to act according to certain steps. The only thing in common is that they all took out their mobile phones at the first time, waiting for the signal and waiting for Boss Goo to appear. The audience's eyes were also attracted by the new planet. The newly arrived planet was breathtakingly beautiful. Its sky showed a strange purple, like a dreamlike color, and it also exuded a faint mysterious light, as if it contained endless mysteries waiting for people to explore. On the ground, there was a blue light, which contrasted with the purple sky, forming a beautiful and poetic picture. Being in this world, it's like entering a fantasy wonderland. All the audience can think of is that the more beautiful, the more poisonous. At the same time, wherever the player's eyes touch, they seem to see a huge stone tablet standing in the center. This stone tablet is soaring into the sky, giving people a shocking feeling as if it is about to penetrate the whole world. And around this stone tablet, the outlines of some buildings can be vaguely seen. There is no doubt that there should be a large city there. At present, there are basically no people around all the players who have landed, and there are no traces of any activities. Similarly, they don't know what dangers they will encounter in this place. The only thing they can feel is that they are quite far away from the city. But at this time, a difficult problem came to their mind. Should they go in the direction of the city, or is it better to stay where they are? When they are undecided, the players will first find a relatively hidden place and start collecting information. Just in a short while, a player found the signal, and once he found it, he couldn't wait to log into the network of this planet with his mobile phone. Countless pairs of eyes on the blue planet stared at the Tianmu live broadcast room, as if being pulled by an invisible force and unable to look away. In fact, when people looked at the Tianmu live broadcast room, in addition to worrying about potential dangers, they also realized the diversity of alien civilizations. They have witnessed all kinds of strange scenes, including some planets made entirely of strange beasts. These planets are full of unknowns and mysteries, which make people sigh at the vastness of the universe and the strangeness of life forms. And this planet has buildings, so it should also have life. I just don't know if this life is human or alien. Also, are there any rules for survival? Just as the audience's thoughts were galloping like wild horses following the player's every move, official agencies of various countries could no longer contain their inner urgency and sent inquiries to Country C, trying to understand the high-tech products that have materialized this time. After all, players other than Gu Weiwei were lucky to survive in this fierce game, and they didn't dare to expect that players from their own country could gain any benefits from it. But seeing Gu Weiwei's gains, they naturally couldn't hide their curiosity. Especially now that countries have already formed alliances with each other, most of their technologies have been exchanged, and they work together to move forward towards a common goal. Under such circumstances, it is natural for them to be interested in these things. Facing requests from other countries, Wang Jingze always maintained a firm position. He resolutely decided to invite technical experts from other countries to come to Country C to participate in relevant research work. This decision has not changed, but he has always adhered to one original intention in his heart. Even if technology sharing is to be carried out, all core facilities such as laboratories, experimental bases, and production centers must be rooted in the land of Country C. Of course, if other countries build experimental bases on their own, it has nothing to do with Country C. In this way, after each country learned clearly from Country C about the specific areas covered by the technology involved, they could not wait to send their top technicians to come. It was really helpless. Who let Country C hold such an outstanding and powerful player? So, with the efforts of officials from various countries, another experimental base was built, and new technical projects were freshly launched one after another. At this time, inside the new planet, Gu Weiwei was concentrating on connecting to the information platform of this world that was similar to the network system. Her smart fingers were rapidly tapping on the mobile phone, and her eyes were fixed on the screen, not missing any useful information. After some intense searching and screening, Gu Weiwei finally had a general understanding of the survival standards of this mysterious planet. It turned out that this planet was also a completely game-like world. Here, all survivors had to strictly abide by a rule called the 12-hour rule. The so-called 12-hour rule is to set the planet's day to only 12 hours. Moreover, in every hour, different areas will have various challenges and tasks waiting for the survivors to deal with. Only those who can successfully overcome these difficulties and survive will have the opportunity to obtain valuable survival resources, and may even win the time qualification to enter the safe zone. The duration of this qualification varies, ranging from a few minutes to several days. Of course, in addition to obtaining rewards by completing various challenges and tasks, survivors can also use the accumulated resources in their hands to exchange for the qualification to enter the safe zone. Therefore, the currency circulating in the safe zone is not a traditional currency, but a unit of measurement of time. Everyone is trying their best to enter the safe zone because there is no danger in the safe zone. In contrast, if you are unlucky enough to be in the dangerous 12-hour zone outside, if you fail to complete the task within the specified time, then the fate that awaits them will be ruthlessly wiped out by the powerful force of this planet, and they will completely disappear from this land. Of course, it does not mean that you cannot survive outside the safe zone. After all, the 12-hour zone arranges challenges and tasks in order, and the task area will rotate every hour. If someone can stay in the safe area for a full 12 hours, then they can rest assured. However, it should be noted that the safe area only means that there are no headaches and heavy tasks for the time being, not that there is no potential danger. At this moment, the place where many players landed is just somewhere in this mysterious 12-hour zone. What is particularly special is that this planet is a flat circle, and the 12-hour task area is distributed in a fan shape. The outer area occupies a relatively large area. Although the danger level is lower, it is not easy to escape from the established rules. In comparison, the inner area occupies a smaller area, and the risk factor has also increased a lot, but there is a considerable chance of successfully escaping the rules. As for what choice to make, it depends on everyone's own ability and skills. However, in addition to the many dangers they face, people must always be on guard and guard against malicious persecution from other people in the same area. The survivors who survived the 12-hour rule were not easy to deal with. In order to survive in this cruel land, they even formed various groups of forces. These forces were scheming against each other, fighting openly and secretly, making the whole situation more complicated and dangerous. As for the safe zone, which was originally regarded as a safe haven, it was not as beautiful as imagined. Everything required a price, that is time. In order to exchange for more survival time, the people living in it often took risks to go out to obtain precious resources. In short, according to all the information, this is an extremely dangerous city. While Gu Weiwei was collecting information, the Blue Star audience also learned about the situation of this 12-hour rule planet through her perspective, and they couldn't help but gasp. Oh my god, this city is so dangerous. They force people to be slaves every day. It's okay to be slaves, but they don't care about human lives. This is a place that wants human lives all the time. It's terrible. Sure enough, the world is getting harder and harder. It would be nice if there were shelters, but the Doomsday game is so abominable that it prohibits players from using shelters. I don't know if similar products can be bought in Doomsday Resort City. There should be, otherwise, where would the apartments in Doomsday Resort City come from? But the apartments in Doomsday Resort City are in Doomsday Resort City. Just wait and see. Boss Gu is here, there will definitely be a way. The Blue Star audience looked at Gu Weiwei in the live broadcast room with burning eyes, waiting for her to make a plan. Chapter 216. At this moment, a clear plan has gradually emerged in Gu Weiwei's mind, and this plan is a little bit close to the audience's proposal. Yes, she does intend to purchase some apartments and other properties as a place for players to live, but not for personal management. After all, if she or any other player conducts business activities here alone, they will undoubtedly become the target of everyone's attack. You know, they only need to stay on this strange planet for a short month. There's really no need to cause themselves so much unnecessary trouble. After careful consideration, Gu Weiwei decided to take a more clever and safe approach. She planned to put a large number of vending machines and recycling cabinets on this land, and sell all those apartments, hotels, and other buildings as tradable commodities. Of course, the price will definitely not be low. Once the survivors of this planet are willing to purchase and take over the operation of apartments and other buildings, it will not take long for these buildings to emerge like mushrooms after rain. At that time, the points in the hands of the players will be their greatest capital for survival in this world, and it is even more likely to help them accumulate more valuable points. As for the players, they will have a safe place to live and earn points, killing two birds with one stone. After making up her mind, Gu Weiwei's thoughts quickly returned and she focused again on the online world of this mysterious planet. After searching for a while, she finally found a place similar to a forum. However, just as she was about to post relevant information, her eyes were attracted by a cryptic hint from a Blue Star player, and then she directly entered the team formed by the other party. On this planet, there is a software designed for survivors to form teams with each other. They can also use this software. However, compared with the primitive and simple mobile phones they have, the survivors in this world use a more advanced and intelligent brain. The various software loaded on this intelligent brain can display its interface on a virtual screen through projection technology. In this way, users can easily complete various complex operations with just a flick of their fingers. It is extremely convenient. As for functions, it has all the functions that mobile phones have, and it also has functions that mobile phones don't have, and it is many times more advanced. Fortunately, Gu Weiwei and her friends' mobile phones can also access the same network. After Gu Weiwei entered the team with her own name, she felt a wave of enthusiasm almost instantly. Boss Gu, you are finally here? Boss Gu, what time zone are you in now? Boss Gu, should we meet directly there? We want to follow you. Boss Gu, thank you. Boss Gu, I'm so glad to see you. Boss Gu, you are my idol. When Gu Weiwei entered the group, she saw a flood of her words, and she couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. A strange feeling came to her heart, as if she had instantly become a worried old woman. The thought flashed through her mind, and was quickly driven out of her mind. At this time, a message caught her attention. Lu Xiaoxia Gu Weiwei, you can turn on the shared location, so that we can clearly know each other's location. The most important thing is that everyone is most concerned about knowing Gu Weiwei's exact location, so that they can go to her. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei began to study the various functions of this team-building software. After some exploration, she finally successfully clicked on the shared location option. In an instant, a clear map appeared in front of her. Surprisingly, the players of Blue Star were divided into 12 completely different time zones. Looking closely at this map, Gu Weiwei found that many players had quickly gathered together with their excellent mobility. Obviously, the points of a single player are relatively limited, but as long as multiple players work together and gather together, the total points can be significantly improved, and risks can be better dealt with. Although they did not earn points in the previous world, they earned a lot of points in the world before that. Moreover, due to the convenience of backpack grids, they can use a large number of equipment and items, so it is not difficult to find each other. By looking at the map, it can be found that there is a certain distance between Gu Weiwei's location and other members. To be precise, her location is relatively far away, which is already the periphery of the periphery. It was as if Doomsday Game had intentionally separated her. Yes, Doomsday Game had suffered so many losses at the hands of Gu Weiwei, how could it not pay special attention to her? Moreover, this distance was insignificant to Gu Weiwei, who had a car. As for whether to gather together, Gu Weiwei thought it was not necessary at present. Of course, if the situation changed later and there was indeed a need, it could be considered again. After all, judging from the current situation, there was no obvious danger. Compared with the previous world, the dangers of this world are not worth mentioning at all, and it can be said that the dangers of this world are nothing compared to the dangers of the previous world. Gu Weiwei firmly believes that those players with golden fingers will be able to deal with it easily. When she returned to the chat interface, she noticed that someone expressed his intention to come to find her immediately, so she hurriedly stopped him. Don't come to me. I have a suggestion. Everyone should spread out in 12 time zones, and place vending machines and recycling cabinets in public areas. I will put a building on the automatic receiving machine and build an apartment at that time. You can spread this news and let the survivors of this planet build and operate it. Gu Weiwei briefly talked about her plan. This plan was also echoed by the players in the group. Okay. We're only staying for a month anyway, so as long as we have a safe place, it's fine. But players still need to have their own apartment, so that they can at least guarantee that the territory belongs to them within this month, and then they can sell it to the survivors and leave. If you are short of money, you can gather with other players to form a team. If everyone is a little more dispersed, it will be easier to collect information, and at least some mandatory tasks can be avoided. Yes, avoid the 12-hour rule. When the time comes, communicate more in the group, contact more, and exchange information. After the players approved the current plan, they immediately devoted themselves to further improving it. After all, this plan is not immutable, and can be flexibly adjusted at any time according to the actual situation. You know, all the good ideas proposed by Gu Weiwei are here. If they still rely on Gu Weiwei for advice in everything, then what is the meaning of this journey to pass the level? After all, Gu Weiwei couldn't always pay attention to them. If they wanted to stay together for a long time, they had to have their own skills. At this time, everyone was discussing the details of the possible cooperation. On the other hand, Gu Weiwei opened the control panel without hesitation and quickly put all the buildings such as apartments, hostels, and hotels into the sales range of the vending machine. While she was concentrating on the operation, the players' discussion on the whole plan was coming to an end. After some in-depth discussions and thinking, they finally decided to form a team in each time zone. The first task of these teams is to be the first to show the vending machines and recycling cabinets to the survivors, but whether to buy and operate the relevant buildings depends on the actual situation. If they encounter danger and need to find a safe hiding place urgently, then the survivors will naturally choose to buy a building decisively, but if they are not in danger, they can just stay put for the time being and wait for other players to start operating them before considering it. Almost as soon as this detailed plan was finalized, the originally lively group suddenly became quiet, and no new messages popped up. Obviously, everyone has opened up some small groups to make more detailed communication and coordination for different divisions of labor and arrangements. After a long time, everyone in the group had their names clearly marked with the 12-hour zone they were in. Not only that, after a heated discussion and selection, a person was finally determined to be responsible for coordinating various affairs. The 5-hour zone where Gu Weiwei was also formed a team. Lu Xiaoxia was in this team, and directly pulled Gu Weiwei in. Boss Gu, shall we act together? Lu Xiaoxia asked Gu Weiwei anxiously. She was afraid that Gu Weiwei would prefer to act freely, and they would disturb her instead. Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded, and did not refuse. You guys gather first and wait for me to join you. No problem. We will wait for you here. After receiving a positive answer, Lu Xiaoxia hurriedly responded. After the conversation, Gu Weiwei took decisive action and bought a brand new car directly from the mall. Then, Gu Weiwei got in the car without hesitation and started the engine. With one step, the car sped away in the direction of Lu Xiaoxia, and the others, like an arrow from a string. At this moment, many viewers in the Tianmu Live broadcast room were staring at the screen intently. When they saw the whole process of everyone's discussion, everyone couldn't help but become excited and couldn't hide their excitement. That's great. I really thought this world was dangerous before, but now, after watching Boss Gu and the players' operations, it seems like a piece of cake. Who let Boss Gu have a cheat code? Haha, really, the Doomsday Resort and its related derivative products are cheat codes for every player. This planet can finally make people feel more relaxed. Yeah, it looks so relaxing. The idea of letting the survivors of this planet open apartments is really damn good. Yes, it saves money, makes money, and helps the survivors. I just don't know if the survivors on this planet are good. Anyway, a planet that can cooperate with the Doomsday game should not be good. But it seems that the survivors on this planet are more like victims. It seems that their lives are controlled by this rule, and they live in anxiety all their lives. Yes, it's pitiful to think about it. Besides, it is said that time is exchanged for living space. Maybe some people in that safe zone have too much time to count. Yes, time is definitely concentrated in the hands of a few people. I'm very curious about the development of this planet. Don't worry, just wait and see. When they spoke, their tone was very optimistic. After all, the current situation has greatly improved compared to before, so they are no longer worried and nervous like before. They always feel that with Gu Weiwei and Doomsday Resort, they have something to rely on and feel safe. Not long after, Gu Weiwei successfully found the location of Lu Xiaoxia and others according to the instructions on the map in her hand, and successfully joined them. When Lu Xiaoxia and her group saw the legendary boss Gu, they all seemed extremely excited. After all, this was the first time they saw this magical boss Gu in person. Everyone secretly sighed in their hearts. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Originally imagined boss Gu should be the kind of majestic and powerful image, but she gave people a kind of approachable feeling. However, even though they thought Gu Weiwei was very friendly, no one dared to be presumptuous. The feeling when facing an idol is different after all. Looking at their reactions, Gu Weiwei smiled helplessly. He was obviously an ordinary person, but he was turned into a big boss by the golden finger. He felt very pretentious for some reason. At this moment, Gu Weiwei noticed that there was not only a vending machine next to him, but also a recycling cabinet neatly placed there. Before you proposed it, we had already placed this vending machine and recycling cabinet here, and planned to reveal it to other survivors when the time comes. Lu Xiaoxia replied. They did this first because they were afraid of encountering survivors and causing the other party to covet them. They thought that if Gu Weiwei had a plan later, they would take it away. When the plan really came out, they waited for Gu Weiwei to make the decision. Why put it here? Gu Weiwei asked curiously. I just think the location here is more central, and it can be used for attack or defense. Lu Xiaoxia replied, accurately expressing her thoughts. It's good. As she spoke, Gu Weiwei bought an apartment directly on her virtual screen. The best placement point indicated by the system was right next to it, so Gu Weiwei placed it directly. Gu Weiwei's work was too straightforward, and Lu Xiaoxia and others were stunned. Don't you want to choose a location again? The location you chose is quite suitable, and the system also recommends it. Gu Weiwei looked at their eyes and explained. It doesn't matter, Boss Gu, we will all follow your arrangements. Lu Xiaoxia said without hesitation. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei said to Lu Xiaoxia and her group, let's go in and wash up. You know, everyone has had enough these days. They haven't cleaned themselves properly for a whole month. They are dirty and smelly, just like refugees. The players, including Lu Xiaoxia, also realized at this moment that they haven't taken a bath for a long time. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. When everyone walked into the apartment, they found that it was well equipped, even with a restaurant. Lu Xiaoxia and other players looked around and couldn't help but exclaimed. Boss Gu, this apartment is really nice. Yes, we haven't experienced the feeling of living a good life for a long time. There are no normal meals. Now that I think about it, I still miss it a little bit. I was always hungry on Blue Star before. In the game world, although the probability of eating is higher, the food, TSK, I can't describe it in words. I felt alive when the vending machine was selling food before. But now, I feel better. Some old players, who were in the game before the return of Doomsday Resort City have no idea about the current situation of Blue Star. Their memories are still stuck in the past. Seeing this, the new players hurriedly added. On Blue Star, Doomsday Resort City is better. When we return to Blue Star in the future, we can live a normal life. There are also snacks, desserts, barbecue noodles. Everything you need. We treat you to a meal when the time comes. Yes, we go back alive together. The old players looked at the friendly faces of the new players, and there was a little smile in their eyes. One by one, they all said okay. Although they didn't know when they would get it, and they didn't know how long they could live, at this moment, their hearts were filled with hope. In fact, they were really grateful for the appearance of vending machines and recycling cabinets, which really made their poor lives much more interesting. Let them have a little more persistence in the game. As for now, Gu Weiwei's appearance is not only persistence, but also hope. Afterwards, while chatting, the group began to handle the formalities at the front desk, and then went in 2s and 3s in different directions. Originally, the old players should lead the new players, but now, it is the new players who lead the old players, because they know more about the situation of the apartment. Lu Xiaoxia also came to Gu Weiwei at this time. I will temporarily serve as the captain of the 5th hour zone, representing our team to explain the situation to other teams, and I will tell you about the situation of other teams after summarizing it, okay? When Gu Weiwei came, Lu Xiaoxia had already understood Gu Weiwei's personality through the new players. After understanding, she made such an arrangement. Okay. Gu Weiwei responded without thinking. Just what she wanted. Then we live in the same room? Lu Xiaoxia said eagerly. She was really interested in Gu Weiwei, and of course, she also admired her. She wanted to get closer to her idol, learn more about her, and see if there was anything she could learn from her. Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded. Let's live in a double room together. Okay. Lu Xiaoxia nodded excitedly. Then the two of them went to the room together. When they got to the room, Lu Xiaoxia asked Gu Weiwei to go wash first. As for Lu Xiaoxia, she took out her phone to report the situation on their side. 5th Hour Zone Captain Lu Xiaoxia, we have built the apartment and are moving in now. There are no special situations. 6th Hour Zone Captain Yuzi, we have placed vending machines and recycling cabinets in the corresponding locations and are waiting for the survivors to arrive. Captain Huang Tianzi of the 10th Hour Zone, the plan is the same, looking for a suitable location. Captain Yu Xianming of the 3rd Hour Zone, the building has been built and the vending machine has been placed. The mission has begun in our hour zone. The mission is currently unknown and the search is in progress. Lu Xiaoxia was shocked when she saw this. Then she quickly said at Captain Yu Xianming of the 3rd Hour Zone, you try to contact the survivors first to see if you can get any information. Yes. So far, they have been active for so long and have not encountered any survivors. There is only one possibility. It is not yet time for a large number of survivors to move around. They may be hiding in unknown corners. The 3rd Hour Zone happens to have a mission now, so at the corresponding time point, the survivors in this area will definitely come out to move around. The 3rd Hour Zone may be the first area to encounter survivors. At this moment, all players are carrying out different actions in their respective hour zones. Gu Weiwei, who was washing up at this time, was not just washing up. She also took the time to chat with the system. Have you completed the transaction with your friend? Gu Weiwei really wanted to know what price the system paid. With the resources they were allocated, it shouldn't be enough, right? Yeah. The system nodded, then hesitated for a moment, and still said, I exchanged it with favors. And I got half of the resources in return. Gu Weiwei listened and sighed, is this favor heavy? Gu Weiwei has already assumed that the resources belong to the system. This is what the system deserves. It's okay, I can solve it. This is a small matter for the other party, so he won't embarrass me with something too serious. The system replied, there are some special potions in this half of the resources. What potion? Gu Weiwei asked curiously, and keenly realized that the purpose of the system mentioning this potion to her was not simple. Gene potion. The system replied, and it's the 1st generation. Is the 1st generation good? Gu Weiwei couldn't help asking. The 1st generation gene medicine has been eliminated from the market, and no civilization is producing it anymore. It is suitable for life below level 2 civilization and can improve their potential, including life, physical strength, brain power and other aspects. The system replied, these medicines are used on your experts and technicians on Blue Star to improve their potential. Similarly, there is an invisible standard for level 2 civilization, that is, more than 50% of life forms have experienced the 1st generation evolution, so this primary gene medicine is also suitable for your research. As the system said, it seemed that there was some power that was secretly helping this planet. What good luck! You know, the lowest level of civilization among the level 2 civilizations now are at least the 2nd generation of gene medicine, because newborns are born with the 1st generation of genes. The 1st generation of gene medicine has been eliminated for a long time. It's not that it can't be produced, but no one is willing to spend the effort, which is a waste of talent. As a result, the 1st generation of medicine that was eliminated was actually included in the gambling money this time. After listening to the system's popular science, Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment, and then her little heart began to beat wildly. Oh my god, isn't this a pie in the sky? Chapter 217. In the warm and quiet room of Doomsday Resort, Gu Weiwei stood in front of the wash basin, with hot water flowing and mist lingering, but her thoughts had already drifted away. When she completely understood the significance of this batch of medicines to Blue Star, she could no longer hold back and immediately asked the system in her mind, System, are you willing to sell this batch of medicines to me? In her opinion, buying is the most reasonable way. After all, from a certain level, these precious resources have already belonged to the system. No, these resources are useless to me, I give them to you. The system responded straightforwardly, without any hesitation. Gu Weiwei was slightly stunned when she heard the system's free gift, and then a warm current surged in her heart. After a little hesitation, she looked serious and sincere, and promised with a firm gaze, Thank you. If you need anything in the future, you can tell me directly, and I and Blue Star are willing to meet your needs. Recalling the time when she was in the game copy, she felt that she and the system were more of a mutually beneficial relationship. But as time went by, especially after returning to Blue Star together, the assistance and support provided by the system was far beyond imagination, bringing surprises and touching moments again and again, which made this relationship change subtly. Okay. The system simply responded. After receiving the system's affirmative answer, Gu Weiwei asked again, how do we send this potion back to Blue Star? I will put it on the shelves in the mall. After you buy it, you can directly put it on the vending machine and designate someone to buy it. While explaining, the system quickly put the product on the shelves. The mall interface quickly appeared in front of Gu Weiwei's eyes, and the product information of the first-generation gene medicine appeared clearly on it. Product: first-generation gene medicine. Price: 1 point. Gu Weiwei bought all the medicines decisively without hesitation. Just as she was about to put it on the shelf, the system reminded, I gave it to you, you can sell it at a high price and earn more points. No need. Gu Weiwei said softly, with a firm tone, I will earn what I should earn, and there is no need to earn what I shouldn't earn. In her heart, she has her own principles and bottom line. Blue Star is facing a critical stage of development. These potions are the hope to help Blue Star move forward, not a tool for personal gain. It's up to you, but remember to keep one tube for yourself. The system replied after a moment of silence. Yes! Gu Weiwei nodded in agreement. Since it was a potion that was beneficial to herself, it was naturally a good thing to improve her ability, so she would not refuse. Afterwards, Gu Weiwei took out some of the potions she bought and put them in her backpack in case of emergency. Then, she put the remaining first-generation gene potions on the vending machine, and this time, she designated a person to buy them. Due to system restrictions, the price cannot be set below 1 point, so she can only set the selling price to 1 point. After completing all this, Gu Weiwei finished washing, sorted out her thoughts, and walked out of the bathroom with a brisk pace. As soon as she went out, Lu Xiaoxia hurriedly came up and couldn't wait to tell Gu Weiwei about the situation of other players. The current mission challenge falls on the 3rd hour zone, so the 3rd hour zone has built an apartment. Now those players are temporarily staying there, trying to further understand the specific situation. Hearing this, Gu Weiwei nodded slightly, with a gentle smile on her face, and said, I know, I will check the group message again, you go wash up first. She looked at Lu Xiaoxia's slightly tired face, her heart full of concern. In the challenges of the Doomsday game, the petite Lu Xiaoxia showed amazing strength. She not only successfully passed the difficult and dangerous game levels, but also showed courage, carefulness, wit and intelligence, and extraordinary perseverance. Gu Weiwei saw countless shining points and excellent qualities in her. Yeah. Lu Xiaoxia nodded, relieved, and walked into the bathroom with a cheerful step. It must be said that with Gu Weiwei by her side, she felt much more relaxed, as if she had a solid support and could face any difficulties calmly. Looking at Lu Xiaoxia's back, Gu Weiwei smiled, then picked up her phone and began to carefully check the group messages and the situation of the players in each hour zone. After checking the situation, Gu Weiwei noticed that one bottle of the first-generation gene potion was missing. Her eyes unconsciously looked in one direction, as if she was thinking about something. At this moment, the future of Blue Star emerged in her mind. Those potions carried the hope of Blue Star's promotion. She expected that Blue Star could take solid steps on the road of science and technology and civilization with the help of these potions. The players of Blue Star saw all of this. Not only did the players in Gu Weiwei's hour zone live comfortably, but the players in other time zones were also relatively stable. This planet really makes you feel that they are visibly relaxed. Yes, there is a kind of calmness that everything is under control. I went to the 3rd hour zone to check the situation and found that their current situation is still under control. With the apartment, nothing serious should happen, right? But I think the safest thing for them to do is to get out of the 3rd hour zone as soon as possible when the time comes. Don't worry, the players value their lives more than we do. All the players who survived this batch are very powerful. The new players are also led by old players, so their mortality rate should not be very high. That's right. That's great. Yes, I feel much more comfortable sleeping at night now. It will get better and better. Hey, Boss Gu has put new products on the shelves again. When did you put them on? Just now, when she was in the bathroom. What did you put on? The first generation of gene medicine, only 1 point, but it cannot be purchased. A designated person is buying it again. While the audience was discussing it heatedly, Wang Jingze had already come to the vending machine. For some reason, He had a strong intuition that this first-generation gene medicine seemed to be specially prepared for him. Soon, Wang Jingze saw the first-generation gene medicine lying quietly on the shelf, priced at only 1 point. A closer look revealed that the total number of this gene medicine was only a little over 100,000. Faced with such a rare item, Wang Jingze thought for a moment and only bought 1 tube. He knew that this was not just a tube of medicine, but also the hope of the future of Blue Star, and must be treated with caution. After receiving it, Wang Jingze carefully examined the tube of first-generation gene medicine in his hand. The first-generation gene medicine is blue, liquid, flowing slowly in a transparent glass bottle, flashing a mysterious and charming light, as if it contains endless mysteries. However, when Wang Jingze carefully checked the tube of gene medicine, he was surprised to find that there was no relevant information on it. Not only that, even the other products displayed in the vending machine seemed to be normal, without any abnormality. Then, Wang Jingze looked at Gu Weiwei's live broadcast room. He thought that Gu Weiwei would definitely give relevant explanations. After waiting for a while, he suddenly heard Gu Weiwei speak. The first generation of gene drugs can improve the life, physical strength, brain power, etc. of living organisms. One of the criteria for determining a level 2 civilization is that more than 50% of the living organisms in the civilization must have evolved. Gu Weiwei finished this sentence quickly, and many viewers watching the live broadcast room did not react. When they reacted, they were all shocked. The first generation of gene medicine actually has this function? Isn't the effect of this medicine too amazing? It's a pity that we can't buy it. I looked at the number, and there are just over 100,000 in total. It seems a lot, but it's not enough compared to the world's population. Boss Gu should hope that we can study it carefully. I didn't expect that the level 2 civilization has such invisible conditions. If we don't know, even if we have reached the requirements of the level 2 civilization in terms of technology, we can't advance? It's highly likely. So how did Boss Gu know this? No matter how you know it, I just want to know if there is more of this potion. How can there be more? If there was, it would have been released long ago. These are assigned to one person, perhaps for us to study. Yes, if we don't study it, how can we make 50% of the world's people evolve? But by then, there will only be 50% of the people. What about the rest? Why think so far ahead? The key is to research it first. Should all these evolutionary drugs be tested on the researchers first? Of course. To improve intelligence, we need to not only research drugs, but also other technologies. Besides, there is no difference between being able to supply more than 50% of the population of our planet and being able to supply 100% of the population. That's right. When many viewers were excited, various speculations followed, some of which were positive and some were negative. But overall, people still choose to move in an optimistic direction. Mainly, there is no harm without comparison. Compared with the Doomsday Resort and before the players returned, they feel that the current life is much better than before. Instead of complaining about things that have not happened in the future, it is better to cherish the present. In particular, there are still many players fighting for them on the higher planets. If they really want to fight for qualifications, these players are more qualified than them. There is no sign of anything yet. What are they fighting for? Besides, what can they use to compete with those researchers? The future of Blue Star still depends on these people. As for Wang Jingze, he has not yet considered how to deal with these drugs, and he has received calls from all over the world. All countries are also very anxious about such drugs. After all, they are genetic drugs that can break the limits of the human body. At this time, the indie countries see again. It is really lucky to have a player like Gu Weiwei. Wang Jingze directly held an emergency meeting for various internal and external information. After all, the effect of this potion is beyond imagination. And more importantly, it is still unclear what heavy price Gu Weiwei paid for this. In this complex situation, each tube of potion is extremely precious and important, so he must ensure that each tube of potion can be used in the most critical place just right, so as to truly make the best use of it. At this time, no favors are useful. The meeting continued, and the participants expressed their opinions and had heated discussions, and finally successfully formed a team specifically responsible for handling matters related to this batch of potions. There is no doubt that Wang Jingze directly served as the core person in charge of this group. All medicines were allowed to be used only after they were strictly checked by him. Of course, certain special personnel are indeed qualified to apply to the group to use medicines, but these applicants must go through layers of rigorous review processes. Only after passing all the review links can they have the opportunity to obtain permission to use medicines. In this way, due to the emergence of this gene medicine, All official agencies became extremely active in an instant, and everyone was engaged in busy work. At this time, in the 12-hour rule planet, the story of the players is still continuing. In this world full of unknowns, they continue to explore the path of survival and development, and strive for the future of Blue Star. Chapter 218. After Luciacia finished washing up quickly, she walked out of the bathroom with a brisk pace. Seeing Gu Weiwei still in the room, her eyes sparkled, and a bright smile bloomed on her face. She asked enthusiastically, "Would you like to go downstairs to eat together?" For Gu Weiwei, she naturally admired her. Gu Weiwei listened and nodded. When the two arrived at the restaurant downstairs, many players had already gathered, and the small restaurant was full of people. Every table was filled with a variety of rich and delicious meals, and waves of tempting aromas filled the air. Every player was immersed in the joy brought by the food, enjoying the long-lost normal diet. It had been a long time since they had eaten such normal food. One by one, they were all eating hard, as if they wanted to make up for what they had not eaten during this period of time. Luciacia and Gu Weiwei finally found a relatively quiet corner to sit down. As soon as they sat down, they couldn't wait to pick up the tableware and started to enjoy the food in front of them. At this time, other players around also noticed them, but everyone just smiled at them in a friendly manner and did not come forward to disturb them. At this moment, the whole restaurant was filled with a warm and peaceful atmosphere, filling everyone's heart with infinite peace of mind. Woohoo, it's so nice to have someone to hug. According to this standard, they felt that even if there were many crises outside, they could handle it with ease. Gu Weiwei slid her phone screen skillfully while eating, carefully checking the new messages that kept popping up in the group. As the captain, Luciacia was also not idle. She also focused on checking the dynamics of other hourly zones, so that she could make timely response strategies. At this time, all kinds of information were intertwined in the group, making it difficult to cope. We met survivors. After seeing the vending machines and recycling cabinets, they bought things crazily. Oh my god, the resources here are very valuable. A stone on the roadside costs several points. It's like picking up money. Don't miss this opportunity. The survivors here are very fierce. Don't have a direct conflict in the end. There are also many wild beasts that will attack people and are quite ferocious. But the wild beasts prefer the inner area. It should be said that people need to pass through the inner area to enter and exit the central city. The wild beasts have learned their lesson. If they wait there, they will be automatically delivered to their door, so they are too lazy to move. We also encountered them, but we were able to beat them for the time being. We hid first and waited for survivors to appear before we came out. Some of them built apartments, all single and double rooms, probably to earn points. We built an apartment and wanted to rob it directly, but we beat them away, and then we could only start to apply for points to move in. The survivors in this world are all crazy. Gu Weiwei watched everyone's complaints with interest, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously, revealing a faint smile. From these words, she could clearly feel that the players were growing and improving visibly. Now when they encounter difficulties, they will think positively, discuss solutions together, and take quick action to overcome difficulties. This spirit of unity, cooperation, and courage makes Gu Weiwei feel deeply gratified, and at the same time, it also strengthens her original decision to disperse the team. Only by allowing players to explore and grow with their own abilities can their potential be truly stimulated. Will we encounter survivors in our apartment? After reading the content in the group, Luciacia asked Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then turned her head to look at the control panel in front of her. Sure enough, the screen showed that a group of people were approaching the apartment. At this moment, a large group of people were staggering and being driven out of the bustling and noisy central city with a lonely look. There was a whole team of men, women, young and old. The faces of each of them were full of helplessness and despair, because they had long lost the time to continue to survive in the central city. Now, there was only a road full of unknowns and dangers before them, going out for adventure. When they stepped out of the heavy and tall gate of the central city, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a vast and boundless land. At a glance, it was boundless, as if it would never end. Faced with this terrifying scene, for a moment, this group of people did not know where to go. Or rather, they all needed time to adjust their mentality. It was really difficult to adapt from a comfortable environment to a difficult environment. Let's go, don't be in a daze. If you can't go to a farther place, it will be dangerous. It will be safer if we walk together. If you walk slowly and fall behind, no one will care. However, in this slightly confused team, not everyone is weak. Some strong men were seen holding sharp weapons and shouting loudly. Then they ran towards the outer area. Of course, don't think that they did this out of kindness. In fact, the reason why they chose to lead some people forward was nothing more than to find some scapegoats for themselves. After all, if they were in danger along the way, these people would become natural cannon fodder, which could buy them some precious time to escape. Seeing these people going away, the people left behind suddenly fell into extreme panic. Although they knew very well that these people who went ahead were not good people, and had no good intentions towards them, they also understood that if they did not keep up closely, they would probably die faster by relying on their own strength. One by one, full of anxiety and uneasiness, they quickened their pace and tried their best to catch up. At this moment, the only choice before them seemed to be to follow the large army to the central region, or even the more remote peripheral areas, and through unremitting efforts to dig or find various precious resources, they would have the opportunity to return to the central city. Of course, in this process, there are also many crises. Not only do they need to be always on guard to deal with those sudden time zone tasks that will be issued without warning, but they also have to be vigilant against the malicious robbery from others. Action. The team began to move forward quickly. But soon, they encountered danger. It turned out that some ferocious wild beasts around had already sensed the approach of this human team with their keen sense of smell, and had set up a trap on the road they had to take. They knew that the central city was well defended and difficult to break through easily, so they could only choose to retreat to the second best option, and choose to wait patiently in an area a certain distance away from the central city, waiting for the prey to fall into the trap. At this moment, under the dim sky, countless survivors were trembling and shivering. They had clearly seen that in the darkness, not far away, pairs of wild beasts with cold eyes were staring at them, like the fierce gaze of the god of death before he came. Watching, the hearts of the survivors trembled involuntarily, and a deep fear quietly crept into their hearts. At this moment, although they were full of timidity, they knew that they had no choice but to grit their teeth and walk out. After all, if they continued to move forward, they might have a chance to escape, because once these ferocious wild beasts had filled their stomachs, they would lose interest and motivation in chasing prey. However, if they chose to stay where they were and wait for death, then the end waiting for them would undoubtedly be death. Everyone was betting that they would not be the unlucky ones, who were unfortunately captured by the wild beasts. The distance between the survivors and the wild beasts was constantly shortening, and both sides were ready to go, and the tense atmosphere filled the entire space. Run! Suddenly someone shouted, like a thunder, breaking the silence. The next moment, a group of people rushed forward without hesitation like wild horses. The wild beasts also heard the news and moved, opening their bloody mouths and fiercely pounced on the human group that seemed extremely fragile in their eyes. The thin, slow-running, and short-bodied people instantly became the primary targets of the wild beasts. The wild beasts pounced forward at a lightning speed, and then opened their fangs and mouths without hesitation, biting the necks of the survivors fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the scene was bloody. The survivors who were intact had already become bloody fragments. Their lives were quickly taken away in screams, and quickly disappeared on this bloody and terrifying land. Those survivors who ran fast and were lucky enough not to be caught up, heard the miserable screams in their ears, and felt a chill. The message of fear filled everyone's heart. The survivors' minds were blank, and the only thought in their hearts was, run desperately, run forward desperately. At the same time, the surrounding wild beasts have almost captured their prey under their feet. For these wild beasts, it is not wise to chase the survivors who escape. After all, if they leave the place to chase, the prey left behind is likely to be eaten by their own kind. After a while, the wild beasts who have eaten and drunk enough continue to squat in the same place, quietly waiting for the next batch of survivors to fall into the trap. The survivors who escaped successfully did not mean they could have a smooth life. You know, the wild beasts that can appear in this innermost area are the strongest. They have already marked out their own territories. Other relatively weaker wild beasts can only retreat to territories slightly farther away from the central city. This means that the survivors will encounter many obstacles on the road to escape, and they must overcome all obstacles to have a chance of survival. But relatively speaking, the later they get, the more they can resist, and even kill the wild beasts. You know, there is a star core in the body of the wild beast, which contains huge energy and is naturally an important resource. Therefore, everyone always remains highly vigilant against the wild beasts during the exploration process, and decides on the response strategy based on their strength. If they encounter a strong and difficult to contend with wild beasts, they will choose to escape quickly without hesitation, but if they encounter a relatively weak wild beast, it will be a fierce battle until it is defeated and the opponent's star core is seized. In this way, The number of people in this originally large team gradually decreased, but at the same time, the rewards obtained by those who stayed behind became increasingly rich. It was also at this time that suddenly, someone's eyes turned to the distance, and the expression on his face froze instantly. His eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen something beyond imagination. There is a house over there. How can there be a house? Look over there. Oh my God, it's true. Who has the strength to do this? Is it a trap? Should we go over and take a look? Let's go. In the wild, it is very important for survivors to have a place to stay and rest. They are just worried about where to spend the night. Now that a building has appeared, it is their first choice. As for danger, they think that fighting people is more advantageous than fighting wild beasts. For a moment, a group of people ran quickly towards the apartment in excitement. Chapter 219. A group of people ran wildly in the wilderness for a long time, panting, and finally approached the apartment. At this time, the night was deep, and the surroundings were dead silent. Only the light from the apartment was particularly eye-catching in the darkness. The bright light poured out from the door, like a beacon in the dark, guiding them in the direction. At the same time, bursts of noise came from inside, which seemed particularly abrupt in this quiet night. The group of people who were originally bold and daring hesitated at this moment. The appearance of a building in this wilderness was already strange, and the building in front of them was not only huge, but also had a store, which made them even more afraid. They had a strong premonition that the people inside might not be easy to mess with. Who can survive in this cruel world and enter the central city without being meticulous and well-versed in the way of survival? However, soon, their attention was attracted by the two huge machines standing on the side. They subconsciously walked towards the machine, and when they saw the various foods and equipment displayed on the vending machine, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. That was the light of hope and despair. Then, they couldn't wait to reach out and frantically click on the screen. Please apply for a tourist card at the recycling cabinet and recharge points. This notification kept popping up on the screen, and everyone's attention quickly shifted to the recycling cabinet next to it. One of them didn't hesitate at all and directly put the ore he was carrying, which he originally planned to take to the central city to exchange for supplies, into the recycling cabinet. Congratulations, you get 100 points. The moment he saw this number, the person who exchanged it widened his eyes in shock, and the people around him were also surprised. One ore can be exchanged for 100 points, which can be exchanged for 50 bottles of water or 50 loaves of bread. It's worth it. One of them shouted excitedly, his voice full of disbelief. Yes. In the inner city, one ore can only be exchanged for 2 days of water and bread. Another person echoed, his tone revealing the helplessness of the difficult transactions in the past and the emotion of the surprise in front of him. I want to exchange it too. Others responded one after another, eager to exchange their ores for points, as if the points were the light of hope for their survival in this cruel world. My name is on this card. It's so magical. Someone was holding a tourist card that he had just processed and looking at the personal information clearly displayed on it. He was amazed and full of curiosity and awe for this magical machine and the power behind it. There's a building apartment on this vending machine. It takes 2,000 points to buy it. A sharp-eyed person found the purchase information on the vending machine and couldn't help but say, "So this apartment was bought and operated by a survivor?" Someone asked doubtfully, with a look of inquiry in his eyes. Yes, 2,000 points, at least 20 ores, this boss must be extraordinary. Another person analyzed, with a tone of speculation and awe for the owner of the apartment. But if it is run, wouldn't the points be endless? Someone seemed to see the hidden business opportunities, with excitement in his eyes. Let's exchange the points first, and see what happens later. Everyone discussed and decided to exchange the points first, and then learn more about the situation. Can we buy something first? Someone raised his concerns. After all, what if it's fake, and we are being cheated? As soon as this question came out, everyone fell into a brief silence, and there was a hint of hesitation in their hearts. While everyone was talking about it, someone suggested that Godfrey, who redeemed points the earliest, try to buy it first. At the urging of the people around him, Godfrey took a deep breath and walked to the vending machine with trepidation to buy water. He carefully placed the card in a fixed position, and after clicking on the mineral water, a bottle of water soon fell from the window below. Godfrey received the water with trembling hands, unscrewed the bottle cap immediately, and drank it up with his head tilted back. He drank the whole bottle of water in the blink of an eye. They have long been accustomed to the behavior of eating food immediately after getting it. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, food is the guarantee of life. Keeping it in your hands will only attract the covetousness of others. Rather than being snatched away by others, it is better to enjoy it first. Seeing that Godfrey actually bought and drank all the water, and was still safe and sound, the people around him could no longer hold back, and rushed to the recycling cabinet, and began to exchange points quickly. Those who moved quickly bought water and food and began to feast on them. When asked why they were so relieved, it was because they could exchange more resources by turning the minerals and other resources on their bodies into points, and then buying other things from this vending machine. This was obviously a profitable business, so who would give up easily? The most important thing is that it is obviously safer to hold points than to hold resources. In critical situations, they are not afraid of being robbed by others, but once the situation stabilizes, they are really worried that someone will secretly rob them. Such things happen from time to time on their planet, making it hard to guard against. As for the vending machine that suddenly appeared, since it can really produce food and water, its origin must be not simple. In their opinion, trusting this mysterious machine is much more reliable than trusting the people around them, who have bad intentions. At this time, the players also heard the noise outside, and came out one after another. A group of survivors appeared in front of them, like wild men. Their bodies were covered with bright red blood, the weapons in their hands had turned black, and they exuded a chilling aura. Obviously, these were a group of guys who had fought in a cruel environment, and were not easy to mess with. Gu Weiwei and Lu Xiaoxiao were also at the scene. The moment they saw these survivors, they finally understood why other players said to be wary of the survivors. These survivors were all tall, more than twice as big as them, and they were obviously not of the same race. The fierceness and vigilance in their eyes made people shudder. At this moment, the survivors also noticed the players. When they saw the players, they showed a bit of vigilance and scrutiny in their eyes. However, after seeing that Gu Weiwei and other players looked weak, they snorted and walked straight into the apartment with disdain on their faces. Gu Weiwei and other players gave way directly. If possible, they did not intend to start a conflict with these people. Of course, they would never allow them to act recklessly in the apartment. Gu Weiwei was thinking, and a clear voice suddenly rang out in the entire apartment. Apartment Rule 1. No attack or harm to others. Apartment Rule 2. A series of rules echoed throughout the hall, but the survivors who heard these rules sneered. Including Godfrey, in his opinion, this so-called rule is just a joke of the survivors who built this apartment. He was confident of his strong body, and didn't take these rules seriously at all. Unceremoniously, Godfrey and his companions walked towards Gu Weiwei and Lu Xiaoxiao. In his eyes, these survivors were very weak, and the two female survivors were even more fragile, making them the easiest targets to bully. Who built this apartment? Call him out. Godfrey shouted aggressively, with unquestionable dominance in his voice. And then? Gu Weiwei raised her eyebrows, looking calm and composed, and asked calmly, not frightened by Godfrey's momentum at all. This apartment is mine. Godfrey said recklessly without hiding his ambition. He was indeed wary of vending machines, but this apartment was not a vending machine. It was impossible for them to buy it by themselves. Since they couldn't buy it, they would have to rob it. In his opinion, the law of the jungle is the law of survival in this world. Gu Weiwei felt a little funny when she heard this. This man was really thick-skinned and big-hearted. Your words may not count. Unfortunately, I bought this apartment. It's mine. Gu Weiwei spoke calmly, with an inviolable dignity in her tone. Godfrey was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect the weak-looking woman in front of him to respond so strongly. Then, he laughed as if he had heard a big joke. I didn't expect my luck to be so good, just give me this product. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Gu Weiwei directly. In his opinion, Gu Weiwei, who was petite, could be easily crushed to death with one hand. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoxiao, who was standing by, was extremely anxious and wanted to come forward to help immediately, but was stopped by Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei's eyes were calm, as if she had expected this to happen, and was confident in her defense mechanism. Just as Godfrey's hand was about to touch Gu Weiwei, suddenly, an invisible but huge force directly knocked him out. His body was like a kite with a broken string, drawing an arc in the air, and finally, bang! He hit the ground heavily. At the same time, a cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the apartment hall. A visitor attacked the owner, activated the protection mode, issued the first warning to the visitor, and the second time directly added to the blacklist, prohibited from purchasing vending machine products, prohibited from entering all buildings. After being knocked away, Godfrey fell to the ground, and he subconsciously wanted to get up and fight back, but when he heard this stern warning, his movements froze instantly. For him who has experienced the magic of vending machines, he knows what being added to the blacklist means. It will completely cut off his hope of obtaining resources in this apartment. In this cruel world, losing resources is equivalent to losing life. Thinking of this, although he was unwilling, he could only stop, but his vicious eyes were still fixed on Gu Weiwei, as if he wanted to cut her into pieces with his eyes. Then, he hurried to check in a dejected manner, not daring to act recklessly again. As for the others, after seeing the scene, they also realized that Gu Weiwei was not easy to mess with, and they all restrained their thoughts. At least in the apartment, they dared not act rashly, for fear of violating the strict rules and ending up like Godfrey. As for Gu Weiwei, Lu Xiaoqiao couldn't help but ask, why don't you just ban them from entering? These people are ruthless characters at first glance, their hands are stained with blood, and I don't know how many lives they have taken. The rules of survival here are different from the world we live in. We can't stay here for too long, and we can't control them. If we follow the standards of our world, I'm afraid that only we can enter this apartment, and then we will become the target of public criticism. Gu Weiwei explained patiently in a low voice. The people on this planet, because of the harsh living environment, will do anything to survive. They are all evil. Lu Xiaoxia listened, paused slightly, and soon understood what Gu Weiwei meant. After all, they are just passers-by in this world, and they just need to live well for a month. There is no need to bring endless trouble to themselves because of a momentary dispute. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room also talked about this matter enthusiastically. I was really scared just now. The people on this planet are much bigger than us on the Blue Star. Yes, I'm like a child in front of them. Just now, I really thought that Boss Gu gave the other party a severe lesson and put him on the blacklist to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, but I didn't expect to give him another chance. Coming out of the live broadcast room of other players, I just want to say that Boss Gu is right. This group of people are all villains. There is really no need to provoke them. The Doomsday game is definitely sinister. If there is no apartment building, players who meet survivors of this world in the wild will really only be robbed all the time, or hide like in the previous world. Yes. So on this planet, players only need to protect themselves well. Yes, their safety is the greatest support for our blue planet. Fortunately, most players think so, and they protect themselves well. But the players' bodies are still too conspicuous. I saw it in another live broadcast room, and I was treated as a child. I think concentration is the essence, and being strong is enough. The live broadcast room I watched used equipment to teach those survivors who had bad ideas a lesson. The players mainly gather together to move around. Although they are small, they have weapons and equipment and can defeat these survivors. Anyway, I feel more at ease in this world. Yes. I feel that after the last planet, most of the following planets should not be difficult for players. As the Blue Star audience thought, after the impact of the last planet, the players in each hour zone are not afraid of the vicious survivors at all. They gradually grew up and became braver and more confident in the life and death tests. Now, when facing these survivors, they would kill anyone who stood in their way. With advanced weapons and equipment, they established their own reputation among the survivors. Of course, apartments in various hourly zones were also built one by one among the survivors, who discovered the existence of vending machines and recycling cabinets. Because they found that the situation in this world was different from what they imagined, all players raised funds to build apartments in their hourly zones. They knew that in this dangerous world, they would feel more secure if their lives were in their own hands. Of course, it's not just the players' apartments, some survivors' apartments were also built near them. For a while, the news about the apartments spread quickly among the survivors in the wilderness. It was also at this time that the players in the third hour zone discovered something strange. While exploring this hour zone, they noticed that the passage of time seemed different from what they had known before. After careful observation and calculation, they were surprised to find that an hour here was not the usual 60 minutes, but about 240 minutes. This discovery shocked them so much that their original plan to leave this hour zone was temporarily shelved. They realized that in this unknown world, every detail could be a matter of life and death, and they had to act with caution. So they decided to stay and learn more about the situation in this hour zone. At the same time, they also began to carefully inquire about the information around them, trying to uncover the secrets hidden behind this world. Chapter 220. The time here is different from ours. An hour is not 60 minutes, but about 240 minutes. We originally wanted to leave this hour zone, but later we found that the time was wrong, so we stayed here. There are many survivors doing missions in the hour zone. We are trying to get information. If the mission fails, it will be erased, but the reward for the successful mission seems to be very generous. The survivors traded in front of the vending machine and the recycling cabinet. The things they took out were exchanged for a lot of points, which should be worth a lot. Originally, the players in the third hour zone had not sent any news, and everyone thought they were on the way to transfer with difficulty. As a result, without anyone being mentally prepared, they suddenly posted a lot of news in the chat group. These news were like stones thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up thousands of waves, and Gu Weiwei and others' attention was instantly attracted. Each hour is 240 minutes, and a day is 12 hours. Isn't that equivalent to 36 hours on Blue Star? Lu Xiaoxia was surprised and couldn't help but raise her voice. So, do we stay here for a month or on Blue Star? Gu Weiwei listened to Lu Xiaoxia's question and didn't expect her to focus on this question. She frowned slightly and fell into a brief thought. After a moment, she came to a conclusion. It's not clear. It depends on how the Doomsday game is determined. According to my idea, I think 1 month in this world is good. 1 month in this world is equivalent to 2 months on Blue Star. In total, staying in the same world for 2 months has many benefits. Especially in this world that obviously seems to be very resource-rich. Players can obtain a lot of resources, and Blue Star can have more time to develop. Gu Weiwei thought of the various high-tech products she sent back from the previous world, and the first-generation gene medicine that was just sent back today. These things are enough for the scientists of Blue Star to study for a long time without sleep and forget about food. Especially the first-generation gene medicine, which can also improve the intelligence of scientists, and may greatly shorten the time for researching technology. The shorter the time for scientific research, the faster the development of Blue Star will be, which also means that the speed of Blue Star's promotion will also be faster. After all, they are always wandering among high-level planets, and no one knows when they will accidentally wander to a high-level planet that is not easy to mess with. It is more reassuring to return to Blue Star as soon as possible. Another reason is that she really feels that the Doomsday game is now determined to kill them. Compared with the previous time when they participated in the Doomsday game copy, the Doomsday game's means are more radical and frequent. She had a bold guess, that is, the aerospace starship that Lu Xiaochao got on the giant life planet directly damaged the foundation of the Doomsday game. On the previous planet, after learning that there were many advanced civilizations, and these advanced civilizations were more powerful than each other, she felt that the civilization behind the Doomsday game should not be considered too advanced. Otherwise, if they just wanted the resources of a blue planet, there would be no need to go through so many twists and turns. A direct invasion would be enough to put the blue planet in a desperate situation. Therefore, hundreds of spaceships must have caused a serious blow to the opponent, which led to the Colosseum on the previous planet. When she got another good deal in the previous world, it might have been a double whammy for the Doomsday game. In this case, she really had to be wary of the Doomsday game. Of course, in addition to being vigilant, she hoped that Blue Star could advance as soon as possible and completely get rid of the shadow of this Doomsday game. Yes, this world is just right for using apartments without being abrupt, so it's good to stay longer. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoxia lowered her voice, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and she spoke with great energy. The players in the live broadcast room, watching this scene, also spoke up one after another. Lu Xiaoxia is really relaxed around Boss Gu. If I had this big guy around me, I would be relaxed too. In fact, we all thought that Lu Xiaoxia was a big guy and was very powerful, and we almost forgot that she was also a young girl. Yes, fortunately, Boss Gu is here, so it's good to let her relax a little. Wow, really, since Boss Gu entered the Sky Curtain live room, I feel relaxed when I watch. The audience chatted, and Gu Weiwei also noticed the change in Lu Xiaoxia, smiled at her gently, and then cast her eyes on the control panel. The players in the third hour zone said another thing that made her particularly concerned, that is, the resources of this world. Afterwards, Gu Weiwei noticed that many things recycled in the recycling cabinet were worth 10,000 or 20,000 points, and that seemed to be just a small stone. The product notes say Star Core. What is a Star Core? Gu Weiwei asked the system in her mind. She is now used to exploring the unknown with the system, always wanting to learn more about the outside world from the system. Anyway, knowing more is always good. An energy crystal in the head of the wild beast contains huge energy, which can be used by both technological civilization and cultivation civilization. Does the wild beast have it in its mind? Gu Weiwei asked sharply. If it was really that important, would there still be so many wild beasts on this planet? When I used the energy detector just now, I saw that there were really many wild beasts within the range that could be detected. Good things will never be kept for a long time. Wild beasts need to devour flesh and blood to grow well. The system was silent for a while, but still answered truthfully. The system's words made Gu Weiwei's heart beat faster. Devouring flesh and blood, this method. How can it be so similar to the routine of the Doomsday game? What level of civilization is this planet? Gu Weiwei asked directly. Level 1.5 civilization. The system quickly calculated and gave the answer. Could it be that this is also a playground for the Doomsday game? Gu Weiwei asked. The Doomsday game is plotting against the planet Blue Star, and does not need the life forms of Blue Star, so it created a game with the intention of killing everyone. The mysterious existence is plotting against the resources of this planet, especially the star cores of the wild beasts, so it created such a game to give the wild beasts a large amount of flesh and blood every day, thereby promoting the growth of the wild beasts. The life forms on this planet are just food for the wild beasts. As for the central city, she felt it was more like a probation for the people of this world, making them feel that there was hope in the central city, and then they would fight, but in the end, fighting meant losing their lives. The two were exactly the same, so similar that it was hard not to be suspicious. I don't know about this planet is relatively remote, but your guess is also based on facts. The system replied, based on this guess, what do you want to do? The system has been with Gu Weiwei for a long time, and it can be said that it knows Gu Weiwei a little bit. When she first obtained the Doomsday Landlady system, Gu Weiwei simply hid herself. While protecting herself, she would also help others, but she basically focused on resistance. But as the game progressed, her thoughts seemed to change, and she began to launch a counterattack against the Doomsday game. The subsequent games directly caused considerable damage to the Doomsday game. It was also at that time that it saw Gu Weiwei's fangs. It now understands Gu Weiwei. She will hide as long as she can, and then choose the right time to take action directly. It admires such a character. Gu Weiwei looked calm and said calmly when she heard the system say this, I didn't intend to do anything, I just felt that people in this world would not like to be always treated as food by others. Do you want to help? Gu Weiwei listened and said directly, if I don't help, I can't even take care of my own planet, how can I help? And because of this abnormal mechanism, there are almost no good people on this planet, so I can't help. It's just that after I leave, I can open some things for them to help them better deal with wild beasts, and let them have other places to live besides the central city. As for the customs of this planet, if it is not given enough time, it may not be changed, but that is their own business, she does not care. What she did was just to create some trouble for the Doomsday game. If it succeeds, it will be a great victory, and if it fails, she will not suffer much loss. Another point, if the star core is valuable, the people of this planet will definitely exchange it with us, and the gains of the Doomsday game will be less, which is also a good thing. When Gu Weiwei said this, a cunning look flashed across her eyes. She communicated with the system through brainwaves. This calculation was not recognized by the Doomsday game at all, and she did not have to worry about the plan being leaked. Therefore, Gu Weiwei was really happy. Listening to Gu Weiwei's words, the system paused, and then the tone seemed to be slightly smiling, not bad. With the approval of the system, Gu Weiwei went over the plan in her mind again, and then added various details. Lu Xiaoxia, who was standing aside, saw that Gu Weiwei was obviously checking the panel, and she did not want to disturb her, but when she noticed the smile in Gu Weiwei's eyes, she was stunned unconsciously. She clearly felt that Gu Weiwei's smile was full of gloating, but it was definitely not directed at them. Is there something good? Lu Xiaoxia guessed in her heart. Although she was curious, Lu Xiaoxia did not intend to ask. After Gu Weiwei finished chatting with the system, she returned her attention to reality, and said to Lu Xiaoxia, you group up the players, and ask them if they are interested in fighting wild beasts. We can go out and fight wild beasts together. Okay. Lu Xiaoxia responded without thinking, and notified the team group while looking for people to gather. As for Gu Weiwei, she put this message in the big group. The crystal cores and bodies of the wild beasts on this planet are quite valuable, and can be exchanged for a lot of points. Within your ability, everyone can try to fight. It requires teamwork, and do not act alone, so as to ensure your own safety. At least the points are also useful for players. If conditions permit, she still hopes that they can earn a little more. The more points you have, the more you will be willing to equip yourself, and you will live longer. Obviously, the players also have this awareness one by one. After Gu Weiwei sent this message, she received a response soon. Received. We encountered a wild beast. We originally thought that we would not fight it, but just avoid it. Now we find that we can fight it. Teamwork, prepare weapons and potions, and we can still go out and have a try. The strength of wild beasts varies. You can pick the ones with smaller strength to fight. As for the strength, the energy detector in the previous world can come in handy. We are no longer mortals. Most of the teams echoed. It is obvious that after a baptism, the players are getting stronger and stronger, and their ability to deal with crisis is getting stronger and stronger. Gu Weiwei looked at everyone and retracted her gaze after seeing that everyone had a bottom line in their hearts. At this moment, other players were also summoned by Lu Xiaoxia. All the players participated. For them, with Gu Weiwei, they have full trust, and believe that under Gu Weiwei's leadership, this wild beast operation will be successfully completed. Afterwards, the group began to arm themselves in the apartment. Various protective equipment and weapons were taken out. They carefully checked the equipment and helped each other to sort it out, ensuring that each piece of equipment could be used normally. These equipments shone with metallic luster under the light, exuding an invisible deterrent force. This scene stunned the eyes of the survivors. They had never seen such complete and advanced equipment, and they were shocked and envious. When Gu Weiwei and Lu Xiaoxiu led the team out, the survivors were shocked. Godfrey was one of them. He really didn't expect that Gu Weiwei and Lu Xiaoxiu, who looked petite and weak, were actually the leaders of this group of people. "Boss, should we follow them and see what they do?" Someone approached Godfrey and asked in a low voice. Godfrey listened and felt a little moved. He also wanted to know what these mysterious people were going to do, but after thinking about the lesson he had been severely taught before, he still had lingering fears and said, "Forget it, let's see how many of them come back safely first." "Boss, you are awesome." Godfrey listened and snorted. He was not awesome at all. This was the way of survival he had summed up in this cruel world, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He firmly believed that as long as he implemented this principle, he would definitely be able to survive well in this world where the strong prey on the weak. Chapter 221. Gu Weiwei led Lu Xiaoxia and other players, wearing solid protective equipment and holding energy detectors. Everyone looked serious and prepared, and steadily advanced towards the area where wild beasts appeared nearby. Having just arrived in this unknown world, they knew that they could not act rashly. Those wild beasts that were rumored to be powerful would only increase casualties if they challenged them rashly. So, they chose the wisest approach, step by step, starting with the relatively weak wild beasts, accumulating experience in actual combat, and slowly building up confidence in dealing with crises. Normally, weaker wild beasts mostly move around in the outer areas, so the team headed in that direction without hesitation. Along the way, they were cautious and slow, carefully observing the movements around them with every step, not daring to slack off. After all, in this world full of dangers, a little carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Not long after, in just a few moments, they successfully found the first wild beast of this trip. This was a lone wild beast that they had carefully selected. No one knew the true strength of the wild beasts. Only through actual combat tests could we formulate effective strategies to deal with the wild beasts according to the actual situation. "Let's go together. Let's try it out." Gu Weiwei's voice was steady and firm, breaking the brief silence. With Gu Weiwei's order, the players' blood boiled instantly. They really hadn't experienced a battle for too long. On the previous planet, because of their deep fear of higher life forms, they could only hide and watch many companions sacrifice. The feeling of helplessness and frustration was suppressed in their hearts for too long. Now, this rare opportunity to fight finally came, and everyone's heart was burning with fire, eager to release the depression in the battle and avenge the previous shame. In an instant, everyone tacitly took out their weapons at the same time, with a firm light flashing in their eyes, and launched a fierce attack on the ferocious beast without hesitation. For a moment, various attack methods intertwined together, the light flashed, forming a torrent full of lethality, like a sharp blade, rushing straight towards the ferocious head of the beast. The players with control skills took the lead, and invisible forces bound the beast's movements. The players with the ability to imprison followed closely, making the beast's struggle futile, and the players who were good at impacting burst out with all their strength, and the powerful impact shook the beast's body. Almost at the moment, when everyone attacked together, the originally majestic and arrogant beast felt a shadow of death quickly covering it like a dark cloud. It widened its eyes in fear and let out desperate roars, but it was too late to make any effective resistance. Under the powerful attacks of the players, it quickly dimmed, its body slowly lost strength, and finally collapsed to the ground. The moment the wild beast fell to the ground, the surroundings instantly became quiet, and the players looked at each other in surprise. They were still immersed in the excitement of the battle, and they didn't expect that the wild beast was so fragile, and the battle ended so quickly. Everyone looked at Gu Weiwei in unison, their eyes full of questions and expectations. Since this wild beast is so vulnerable, can we let it go and fight it out? Gu Weiwei paused for a moment, secretly amazed in her heart the players were more powerful than she had imagined, or in other words, the players with powerful weapons had a fighting power beyond imagination. In this case, they could indeed have fewer concerns and fight with all their might. Let's go. Let's find a herd of wild beasts to practice with. Gu Weiwei's voice sounded again, full of fighting spirit and determination. With their numbers and strength, it should be no problem to deal with some herds of wild beasts. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes flashing with excitement, and then they set out on the journey to find the herds of wild beasts. Of course, they did not forget to deal with the dead beast. They skillfully dug out the star core and carefully put the body into their bag. Then, the group started a crazy hunting journey. Wherever they went, the beasts fell one after another. One batch after another of the beasts became their defeated opponents, and their harvest became more and more abundant. In this way, they walked and stopped along the way, constantly looking for new targets. Finally, another group of beasts appeared in front of them, but they were surprised to find that this group of beasts was surrounding another group of survivors. Those survivors had obviously experienced a fierce battle, and the scene was horrible. The people responsible for protection on the periphery were already covered with shocking scars, some of which were so deep that the bones could be seen, and the flesh was turned outward. The blood kept flowing, dyeing the surrounding land dark red. Their eyes revealed fatigue and despair, but they still guarded their companions behind them tightly without any intention of retreating. Seeing this scene, Gu Weiwei and others did not hesitate at all, and immediately changed their strategy and quickly attacked the wild beast. The sudden attack caught the wild beasts off guard. They were originally focused on attacking the survivors, but their attention was instantly drawn to them. Gu Weiwei and the others seized this opportunity and attacked with all their strength with their weapons. Rays of light flashed, and the wild beasts fell down screaming. Their attack speed was so fast that the survivors on the side couldn't help but smack their lips. Their eyes were filled with envy and desire, especially for the mysterious weapons and equipment held by the players. Their eyes were full of curiosity and yearning. After completely destroying the ferocious wild beast, Gu Weiwei and her group were about to leave, but were stopped by the survivors. "What do you want to do?" Lu Xiuxia asked bluntly, with a hint of vigilance in her voice. At the same time, other players clenched their weapons, took defensive postures, and cast their eyes on the group of uninvited guests. After all, according to the information they had learned before, the survivors in this world often do whatever it takes to survive. They really couldn't empathize with these survivors. All they could do was stay away from them. They had just helped them destroy the wild beast, which was already their utmost kindness. "We don't want to do anything, we just want to ask, where do these weapons and equipment come from?" A woman walked out of the team and spoke softly to Gu Weiwei and Lu Xiaoxia. Obviously, she knew that Gu Weiwei and Lu Xiaoxia were women, so she took the initiative to step forward and try to reduce the other party's vigilance. In addition, from the detail that she pulled one of the survivors with ease when she appeared just now, it can be inferred that her status in this group is definitely not ordinary. Gu Weiwei calmly looked up and down at the woman and the other survivor in front of her. The other survivor was tall and strong, holding a weapon that flashed with cold light in his hand. From his momentum and posture, it was not difficult to judge that he must be the core combat force of this team. Thinking that they were able to protect people in the inner area just now, Gu Weiwei spoke, "You go straight ahead, and you will see a building. It is an apartment there, providing accommodation and food, but you need points, which can be exchanged for some ores, star cores, and other resources." "Thank you." The woman thanked sincerely, and then introduced, "My name is Afra." Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei simply responded, and then she led people to clean up the scene and left. Afra and other survivors stood there, watching Gu Weiwei and others skillfully dig out the crystal core of the star beast, and then unexpectedly collected the body out of thin air. This amazing scene made all the survivors present dumbfounded. Their pupils involuntarily shrank suddenly, and their faces were full of shock and disbelief. They could actually take away the body of the star beast out of thin air? What kind of magical treasure is that? Could it be that building called an apartment also has such a magical thing? Are we really going to the place they said? I have never heard of anyone daring to build a building on this land. The leader of the team, Colton, said subconsciously. He has been wandering between various time zones for a long time with this team, and he knows the conditions of most time zones very well, but he has never heard of anyone daring to build a building on this land full of unknowns and dangers. "Have you ever seen such powerful people and weapons like them before?" Afra asked. "No, not only have we never seen their weapons, but we have never seen people like them. They are too small." As Colton said this, he did remember the strangeness of these people. The players standing in front of them looked so small, like children, but once they started fighting, Their fighting power was amazing. From this point of view, these people are indeed not like them. 12-hour rule. The natives of the planet. So where did they come from? Hurry up, there is still the smell of their death. The wild beasts will not come so soon. If we are late, we will be in danger. While others were thinking, Afra hurriedly urged. Afra's words were still very credible in the team. After listening to her words, the whole team acted quickly. As for Colton, he listened to Afra to a certain extent. First, they were husband and wife. Second, he knew that Afra was much smarter than him, and could often come up with more wise and effective ways to deal with various crises in the past. This team had experienced a fierce battle and suffered heavy losses, and many companions had been killed. However, compared with other teams that were also struggling to survive in the wilderness, they were able to save relatively more people, which was a blessing in disguise. The group was anxious and rushed forward aimlessly. Along the way, no one dared to take it lightly and always paid attention to the possible dangers around them. But as they walked, they really saw a building standing there. Really, there is a building there. One person exclaimed excitedly. With this shout, everyone looked forward. Not far away, a tall and upright building suddenly appeared in front of them. The building was like an indestructible fortress, standing quietly in this desolate land. Then, a group of people quickened their pace and rushed forward with all their strength, as if the building was their life-saving straw. When they finally arrived at their destination after hardships, the scene in front of them made them dumbfounded. The building and its surrounding area had already been crowded with dense crowds, and the crowds were surging and extremely noisy. Various voices intertwined, forming a noisy sound wave. Looking at so many people, they couldn't help but feel a little worried and fearful, fearing that these people would attack and kill each other because of the competition for resources. However, to everyone's surprise, the survivors on the scene lined up in two long queues in an orderly manner, in front of two huge machines. One was used to exchange items, and the other was for people to buy what they needed. They waited quietly, without any signs of chaos or conflict, and everyone's face revealed an expectation and hope for the future. At this time, some people bought water and food from the machine purchase place, and then sat aside contentedly to eat. When others saw the scene, they showed envy that was difficult to conceal, and even a little excited. After all, in such a difficult environment, it is not easy to obtain basic supplies to sustain life. Let's go redeem the points first. Afra took a deep breath and broke the silence. Her voice trembled slightly, with a hint of indescribable difficulty. Obviously, the order and harmony presented in this place were too unusual for them. This place seemed to be a piece of pure land isolated from the world, full of unknowns, but it seemed to have a little more hope. Yes! Others responded in unison. Then they quickly gathered in front of the two machines as a team. They first exchanged some of their resources for points, and carefully checked the items that could be purchased from the vending machine. At this time, the conversations of the people around them also reached their ears. Let's go inside and eat the food in the cafeteria. I've never eaten anything like that. It's really delicious. The meat is so much better than the meat we eat. There are all kinds of flavors that I haven't experienced. Where did this building come from? The tone of the people around was full of emotion and amazement. Afra listened, and after exchanging the points, she did not go to the vending machine to buy things, but took people into the apartment. She wanted to go inside first to see what other unknown secrets this magical place had. Chapter 222. The moment Afra and Colton led their team into the apartment, they were stunned. The world outside the apartment was noisy and bustling, and inside it was also crowded with people in every corner. Unlike the survivors we usually see, the faces of the people here are less fierce and vigilant, and more comfortable and relaxed. This scene is so rare that Afra, Colton and others can't help but stand there, at a loss for a moment. At this moment, a mechanical but clear voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Apartment Rule 1. No attacking or harming others. Apartment Rule 2. No robbing others' property. Violators of the rules may be blacklisted by the apartment, permanently banned from entering the apartment, and permanently banned from using vending machines. Listening to these strict rules, Afra, Colton and others suddenly realized why the scene was so harmonious. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, everyone knows what it means to be kicked out. That means they will once again fall into endless danger and fear, so everyone carefully abides by the rules. Most importantly, such strict rules make them feel extremely safe in this apartment, as if they have found a long-lost safe haven. Will anyone really strictly abide by them? A voice with doubt and worry rang out in the crowd. As soon as the voice fell, someone next to him answered enthusiastically. Someone who didn't abide by them was beaten. Who did it? Another person asked eagerly. It's the defense system of this apartment. It's invisible and intangible, but very powerful. Several people who started the trouble were dealt with by it. Since then, everyone has been much more honest and well-behaved. This apartment is really amazing. The people around him talked about it, and enthusiastically helped to popularize the various magical features of the apartment. Afra, Colton and others listened to these words, and the big stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. It was really not easy to find such a safe place. They had been wandering in the wilderness for too long, experienced countless life-and-death battles with wild beasts, and witnessed too many brutal fights between survivors, and they almost forgot what the word safety meant. At this moment, their tense nerves finally relaxed, and a strong sense of fatigue surged into their hearts like a tide. Afra looked at her exhausted companions in the team and said softly, "Let's go check in first." Just now, she heard someone say that the cost of living in this apartment was not expensive, and it also provided hot water. They really need to have a good rest. Only after a good rest can they have the strength to fight wild beasts and collect resources later. In fact, many people have this idea. If possible, they are willing to use all their points to enjoy. After all, in this dangerous world, no one knows which will come first, tomorrow or death. It is their greatest luck to enjoy it while they are alive. Yeah. The people in the team nodded one after another, and their responses were full of joy and expectation. Being able to have a good rest was a great happiness for them. Then, a group of people came to the front desk and opened the beds without hesitation. Afra and Colton also happily moved into the new room. The room was an 8-person room, and men and women could not live together. Under this arrangement, Afra and Colton were separated, but they were surrounded by familiar companions, and they still felt at ease. In this way, after washing up, the group gathered in the lobby again. They sat together and enjoyed a delicious meal. "Oh my God! It's so delicious!" One person couldn't help but exclaim. "Where is this made?" Another person asked curiously. "It's amazing. Where did this building come from?" "I don't know, but it can provide us with a safe place to live at such a low price." "Why think so much?" "Yes. It's much cheaper than the central city, and we don't have to worry about being watched by wild beasts. In my opinion, this place is better than the central city. I just don't know if there are such buildings in other hour zones. Otherwise, after this hour zone is selected, it will be really hard to change to another hour zone. You think this building is so magical? Is it possible that if I stay in this building, I don't need to do tasks?" "You think so? If it's true, the future will be so beautiful." Everyone discussed it one by one, looking at each other, and there was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Since this apartment is so magical, they can't help but hope that it can be more magical, and it would be best if they can completely get rid of the constraints of the mission and live a stable life. In short, at this moment, the apartment is peaceful under the constraints of the rules. The situation in the apartment was continuously transmitted to Gu Weiwei through special channels. At first, the system kept transmitting many data of survivors who violated taboos and were punished by the defense system. As more and more guests checked in, the apartment gradually became peaceful. In addition, the conditions of several other apartments were also summarized to her, and the conditions of each apartment were similar. Most importantly, the number of survivors living in the building is increasing day by day. In addition to the ones controlled by the players, many of the apartments built were purchased and built by the survivors themselves, which is enough to prove that even in a harsh environment, some survivors still have relatively good conditions. Gu Weiwei was very pleased with this situation. She did not want to take full responsibility for the survivors of this world, but hoped that the existence of apartments, vending machines, and recycling cabinets would allow them to be restrained and understand that if they want to live longer and better, they don't have to slaughter other survivors, collect resources, or kill wild beasts. When this concept becomes mainstream among the survivors, the wild beasts that are rampant on this planet will become the primary target of the survivors, because the star cores in the minds of the wild beasts are very valuable. Before, the survivors had no place to live and no safe place, so they were easily wiped out by the wild beasts. But now, with safe apartments and various tools, the survivors will naturally no longer be afraid of the wild beasts. Once the main body of interest changes, the future situation will also change accordingly. In the next 1 to 2 months, at least during the time they stayed, perhaps they could slightly change the world's atmosphere. After confirming that someone had built a new apartment in her hour zone, Gu Weiwei stopped building apartments and had no plans to expand the scale. This apartment was not like her original apartment that could be expanded at will. She had already set an upper limit. She hoped to see apartments blooming everywhere, rather than a situation where one company dominated the market. As Gu Weiwei expected, as time went on, apartments began to emerge like mushrooms in the entire 12-hour zone. At the same time, the news quickly spread among the survivors, and countless survivors began to search for the legendary safe zone in the vast wilderness. Of course, the news that the star cores were valuable also spread in the apartments of each hour zone. In the past, the star cores of wild beasts were used by the survivors to pay the tasks assigned by the 12-hour rule in exchange for a chance to survive. Even if there were extra star cores, after entering the central city, one star core could only sustain life for 5 to 10 days. But now, you only need one star core to live in an apartment for at least 100 days. Not to mention, in addition to star cores, there are other resources such as ores that can be exchanged for supplies. With this comparison, countless survivors suddenly developed a strong desire for the wild beasts. Soon, teams targeting the wild beasts were formed in various hourly zones, like a prairie fire. Captain Yu Xianming of the 3rd hourly zone. The mission has been released. The content of each person's mission is different, but the main content requires star cores. According to the chat content of the survivors, the tasks of this planet are indeed mostly based on star cores, and occasionally there will be special minerals in the hour zone, and some plants. You can escape to the next hour zone, but after escaping, the next punishment will increase by 10% more each time, so many survivors will try their best to complete the task if they are accidentally selected, whether it is stealing or robbing. Now that they know that star cores are valuable, many survivors form teams to fight wild beasts. There are quite a few people who go there to collect. In the short term, the existence of the apartment seems to have reduced the fighting between them. Speaking of which, it is still very convenient to deal with wild beasts. Haha, the energy detector from the previous planet is really useful on this planet. How many wild beasts did you kill? We killed. The players reported what they knew in the group. As they talked, the topic turned to the hunting of wild beasts. In fact, since the apartment was built to divert the attention of the survivors, the difficulty of this planet for the players has been reduced to almost zero. Think about it, if there were no apartments, they would have to face the crazy attacks of wild beasts, the strict constraints of the rules, the cruel encirclement of the survivors, and the wilderness where they could not rest in peace. All these combined together would be an extreme dungeon. Although they felt a little sorry for Boss Gu, they still couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that it was fortunate that Boss Gu entered this world, which greatly improved their survival rate. Similarly, the audience on Blue Star were also shocked by the earth-shaking changes that took place in each hour zone in a short period of time. I thought the effect would be good before, but I didn't expect it to be so good. The scene I saw before was the survivors fighting each other, but now they are all trying their best to deal with the wild beasts. Because now dealing with the wild beasts can gain survival capital for a long time, which is more beneficial than killing the same kind. Yes, and there is another truth, those who kill people will always be killed by others. They kill others, and are also worried about being killed by others, but now they are focusing on the wild beasts, which is at least much safer. Yes, I saw some survivors in some players' live broadcast rooms thinking this way. But players still need to be careful, and not relax too much. If players act together, the probability of accidents is still relatively small. The players' combat power is really overwhelming on this relatively primitive planet. It's all thanks to Boss Gu. Yes, I think so too. Although it's not good to think this way, Boss Gu obviously has more means than other players. With her, the players are really much safer. Yes, I feel that this planet may be able to survive. Haha, I feel like the Doomsday game is going crazy. It clearly wanted to deal with the players and Boss Gu, but in the end. Don't gloat over others' misfortunes. The Doomsday game is not easy to mess with. Be careful of what tricks it might use again. Yes, the players and Boss Gu have bought us so much time. We have to work quickly. I'm working. Recently, many resorts need manpower. The salary is not high, but they can guarantee food and drink, so we all go. I'm an engineering girl, right? I've already gone to the country's call. Wait for our good news. Yes, let's move forward together. Enter level 2 civilization as soon as possible. Now everyone is really full of confidence. Whether on Blue Star or on the 12-hour rule planet, players are working hard in their respective positions. In order to improve the level of civilization, people on Blue Star work hard in various fields. And on the 12-hour rule planet, players fight fiercely with wild beasts for survival and peace. They all hold hope and strive for a better future. Chapter 223. In the next few days, the number of apartments in each hour zone increased rapidly, and of course, the number of survivors also increased. With the building complex as the center, A small and prosperous village gradually formed. As for the wild beasts, they have become the prey of some survivors with strong combat power. With the village as the center, they fight to other places. Especially because there are many survivors gathered here, there have been groups of wild beasts attacking directly in the past few days. Many survivors were panicking because the wild beasts were coming from all directions. A group of people quickly entered the apartment. However, they found that there was a small barrier with the apartment as the center, and the wild beasts could not enter. The survivors quickly sensed this little bit of abnormality, and they explored the scope of the safe zone and began to deal with the wild beasts in the so-called barrier. Taking advantage of this geographical advantage, the wild beasts were solved one by the survivors. After knowing this, the survivors became even more excited and worked very hard to kill the wild beasts. The most important point is that some survivors met survivors from other time zones when they were out and about, and learned that there were also apartments in other time zones. Especially when the mission came, staying in the apartment could avoid the 12-hour rule. This was confirmed by a survivor. This survivor was injured by the wild beast, and one of his legs was eaten. Later, he was lucky enough to meet a group of survivors, and was rescued. As soon as they entered the apartment, they found out that they were locked in the hour zone. Most of the survivors moved away in fear. As for this survivor, he was left in the apartment. Some survivors gave this survivor some points for the sake of experimentation, so that she could survive in the apartment at this time. When they looked back, they found that this survivor was actually fine. From then on, everyone regarded the existence of the apartment as a treasure. A large residential area was also formed. At this time, Gu Weiwei and the others were in the 5th hour zone. In addition to the apartment built by Gu Weiwei, 7 or 8 apartments have been built around it, neatly arranged, and even if they were built on the opposite side, a main road was left empty. It can even be said that this main road is within the protection range of the apartment. After the survivors calculated the range of the protective shield, they spontaneously built a stable village here. At this moment, there were many survivors moving on the main road between the apartments. These days, some business activities have also been extended. For example, wild fruits obtained in the wild, weapons that are not convenient to use, and homemade wild beast skin clothes. These are not available in vending machines, or they are used by survivors to upgrade. In just a few days, the survivors really found that their world has changed dramatically. Is there a team going out to kill wild beasts in the afternoon? There are several teams going, and they seem to face wild beasts of different levels. You can choose a team according to your ability. I want to go directly to mine ore. Is there such a team? Yes, you just need to wait near the vending machine. I never thought that a village like the central city would be built here. Haha, not only here, but in every hour zone. The world has become different. Then are you still going to the central city? No, there are so many safe areas here. Going to the central city is to deliver meat to the wild beasts, right? Now to fight the wild beasts, first fight the outer areas, and then fight inside. The wild beasts there are of high level, and the star cores are valuable. We will talk about it when we are at a higher level. Some of the new survivors were a little confused when they heard the different opinions from everyone else. But they were happy deep down, because they understood that the times had changed. And when they really understood the situation here, they no longer had any attachment to the central city. All they wanted was to stay here and live a good life. At this moment, Gu Weiwei and Lu Xiaoxia were also strolling on this street. Today is also a day for the two of them to rest. Although the current situation has stabilized, the players have not stopped their struggle, and still fight against wild beasts every day. The difference is that if you want to rest, you can rest. Gu Weiwei herself is not a person who particularly likes fighting. Seeing that the players are capable enough, she was lazy and stayed in the apartment. As for Lu Xiaoxiao, she chose to rest today, and accompany Gu Weiwei to check the situation of the 5th village. The 5th village is also the name given by the survivors according to their hourly zones, which also helps to distinguish them. The survivors have changed a lot. Lu Xiaoxia couldn't help but whisper in Gu Weiwei's ear. After all, the survivors they saw at first were really angry, but now, it seems that the fierceness has changed, and they want to live a good life. Of course, not everyone, but at least most of the survivors think so, and they even maintain order on their own. It is also because of the efforts of most of the survivors that this village can survive well. And the reason why most of the survivors are willing to obey discipline is because they are afraid of being driven out of the 5th village. After all, the survivors who built the apartment directly formed a so-called council to jointly maintain order. Gu Weiwei, as one of the owners of the apartment, also joined. And she joined in the hope that she could learn more about the situation of this planet through the survivors. Many survivors were skeptical about the appearance of Gu Weiwei and her group of players, but because they appeared at the same time as the vending machine, and because each player was strong, after experiencing the scene of them solving the wild beast in a short time, the survivors had no idea at all. I have never experienced a stable life before, or I just want to survive, no matter what means I use, but after experiencing the beauty of a stable life, not many people are willing to give it up, Gu Weiwei said. The survivors before had no choice, but now they have a choice. What about the central city? Lu Xiaoxia said. According to the situation of the central city, she checked on her mobile phone. Except that everything needs to be settled by time, it seems to be very stable. Gu Weiwei listened and said directly, the only city on this planet will only show what they want the public to see. The number of days the central city survives is actually just a carrot hanging in front of a donkey. Yes, according to the survivors, they fought half their lives outside to stay in the central city for a few days. The personnel turnover is too fast. Lu Xiaoxia replied. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he couldn't help but say, if the villages continue to develop like this, then the survivors will not enter the central city, and the survivors who come out will not either. After a long time, the central city will have problems with economic circulation without these hard-working people, right? The so-called economic flow is the flow of time. That is inevitable. Gu Weiwei said, the existence of these villages will sooner or later shake the foundation of their rule. Will they deal with the villages later? Lu Xiaoxia couldn't help asking. Their players are all in these villages. Gu Weiwei paused. Yes, but it should be after we leave. The development of the villages has not yet formed a scale. There should still be many people in the central city. The crisis will not appear so soon. Lu Xiaoxia listened, blinked, and whispered, Boss Gu, why do I feel like you are up to something? It seems that he is happy to see the chaos in the central city. This can be seen from Gu Weiwei's secret support for the establishment of the village. The survivors think that they built the village according to their own needs and efforts, but in fact, it was the players in each hour zone who took the lead in this collective construction after listening to Gu Weiwei's suggestions. Even recently, they are planning to clear a passable road between the villages to promote the flow and resource exchange between villages. If such a circular village circle is formed, it will definitely be a great force on this planet in the future. In addition, some survivors have proposed to build a wall around the village, like the central city, which is even more obvious. Yes, because I feel that the central city makes me uncomfortable, Gu Weiwei said bluntly. After all, she couldn't say that she suspected that this planet was also a product of the Doomsday game, and the central city was a means of maintaining it, so she wanted to destroy the central city and shake its foundation on this planet. After all, these players are still live streaming, and to a certain extent, they are also monitored by Doomsday game. Although she must be a traitor in the eyes of Doomsday game, and Doomsday game also wants to kill her, she does not want the other party to be desperate and use various means to deal with her. After all, who knows if Doomsday game has other hidden means? She will continue to hide, and occasionally take advantage of Doomsday game to promote the development of Blue Star. When Blue Star develops and advances to level 2 civilization, what will she be afraid of? Lu Xiaoxia was stunned for a moment when she heard what Gu Weiwei said. After all, this was different from what she imagined Gu Weiwei would say. After all, in her mind, Gu Weiwei was a mysterious boss, and she would not simply talk about likes and dislikes. Even to a certain extent, she was also out of the matter. But now she has shown her likes and dislikes so clearly. Lu Xiaoxia's thoughts suddenly diverged. This matter must be very complicated. Why did the central city make Boss Gu feel disgusted? It must be because the central city violated a taboo. What is it that makes Boss Gu so taboo? Doomsday game. These 4 words flashed clearly in Lu Xiaoxia's mind. After figuring this out, Lu Xiaoxia began to analyze the situation of this 12 planets law. Planet. After matching various clues together, she came to a conclusion. Perhaps this planet is also a planet. Gamified by the Doomsday game. The lives of these survivors have become tools to feed the wild beasts, and then the survivors are used to kill the wild beasts' star cores to obtain the hope of keeping them alive. Thinking about it this way, the survivors of this planet are also pitiful, and have been tools all their lives. They don't even understand why their world is like this. Because they have never enjoyed a normal life. Central City uses time to control their minds, so that they can't think of anything else except living. After thinking it through, Lu Xiaoxia said to Gu Weiwei, Boss Gu, I support you. Like you, I don't like Central City either. The two looked at each other with the same tacit understanding. Of course, it also means that the two of them will do something together. The Blue Star audience watching the 2 live broadcasts was a little confused. Why don't they like Central City? I don't know. The topic came to this matter while chatting. I always feel that they are saying something I don't understand, testing my IQ. I understand a little, but I can't say it. Anyway, from this point of view, Central City is indeed not a good place, and it's better to be banned. Yes, I watched these vicious survivors become gentle. It is understandable, different environments have different survival rules. Yes, we cannot distinguish them based on our perception of good and evil. But they are slowly getting better now. Boss Goo and other players are giving them hope. To be precise, Boss Goo's contribution is greater. The audience chatted in the live broadcast room, while the official staff was snooping around to get some information. What Luciosia could guess, the Sea Country officials also guessed. In fact, as soon as this planet entered their field of vision, they guessed that the current situation of this planet was inseparable from the Doomsday game. It was also watching that made the Sea Country officials more vigilant. Because they knew very well that if their blue planet lost, perhaps their situation in the future would not be better than that of the 12-hour rule planet. If they were a little unlucky, they would be completely wiped out. If they were a little luckier, it would be the same as the 12-hour rule planet, just living for the sake of living. After a few generations, the once brilliant civilization disappeared without a trace, and completely became a tool man. At this moment, the Sea Country officials understood a little more. They can't lose. They must work hard and continue to work hard. Chapter 224. That's how it was. With the magical golden finger granted by the apartment, and the silent support and help of many players, the small-scale village in this small area began to gradually show a booming development trend. At the same time, the survivors' team's extermination of those terrible wild beasts became more frequent and fierce. As their strength grew, they were no longer satisfied with just eliminating the wild beasts in the surrounding areas, but directly pointed their spearheads at those powerful wild beasts that dared to squat outside the central city and wait for the survivors. Speaking of these wild beasts, every survivor who escaped from the central city through untold hardships has a burning anger in their hearts. Because many survivors have witnessed their families die tragically under the sharp teeth of these ferocious wild beasts, and these pains are deeply imprinted in their minds. If it weren't for their low skills and weak power, they probably wouldn't even have the slightest idea of resistance. But now, with the passage of time, the survivors have enough ability to face these terrifying existences. They want revenge. In addition to the deep hatred, what makes them salivate is the star cores in the heads of these wild beasts. Through observations during this period, they found that star cores also have levels. The most basic star core is 10,000 points, and the higher the level, the higher the value. More importantly, although the strength of the wild beasts does differ, the gap is not insurmountable. This also means that as long as the survivors are willing to put in a little more effort and energy than usual, it is entirely possible to successfully hunt those higher-level wild beasts and reap more generous rewards. There is no doubt that this discovery is extremely attractive to all survivors, and it is simply a great opportunity to fight for it. Therefore, driven by the huge temptation of benefits and the resentment accumulated in the past, these originally dreaded wild beasts instantly became the favorites in the eyes of the survivors, and became their primary target for hunting. Countless survivors, with a small village as the center, chased the wild beasts in the direction of the central city with an unstoppable momentum. Not only that, in order to improve the hunting efficiency and ensure that nothing goes wrong, each hour zone quickly reached an alliance agreement. Everyone worked together to gradually push the compression inward, leaving no chance for the wild beasts to breathe. In this way, no matter which hour zone village these wild beasts fled to, they would eventually be unable to escape the net laid by the survivors, and could only become their prey. Yes, these days, in order to promote the exchange of what is needed between the hour zone villages, Guwewe not only brought out the car, but also opened up the mobile phone. And they also independently developed software for survivors to choose from. These software were developed by computer experts on Blue Star, and were specially prepared for the 12-hour rule planet. And it just so happened that there were computer talents among the players, and they worked together to create this software. If the survivors were allowed to act on their own and scatter everywhere, they would eventually be as fragile and powerless as a pile of loose sand without cohesion. However, once they have convenient and fast means of transportation as a link, they can greatly promote friendly exchanges and close ties between different villages. Take the present for example, we can clearly see that the buildings of many villages are gradually extending outward along the newly opened roads, forming a prosperous scene. In the future, it will directly become a ring. Once the ring is formed, it will develop vertically. The defense will only become stronger and stronger. Only in this way can we have the strength to fight with the central city. But that is the future. These small area villages have only one task to complete with all their strength, which is to continuously develop and strengthen their own strength. Because only by expanding their scale and strength can they be invincible in future competition. Of course, it is not easy to make the village rise gradually, and the most critical factor is the growth of population. For this reason, in addition to dealing with wild beasts, the survivors also have to shoulder another important mission, which is to actively rescue the survivors who came out of the central city. Originally, the survivors were worried when they saw other survivors joining. After all, in past experiences, newcomers often fight for limited resources by any means, bringing more pressure and chaos to the original living environment. So at the beginning, everyone was full of vigilance against these outsiders, but not long after, the facts proved that their previous worries were completely unnecessary. The more survivors there are in the village, the higher the development of the entire village. The reason for this is simple, that is, everyone can give full play to their expertise and skills. Those who are brave and good at fighting and proficient in tactics and strategies can join the battle to defend the village. Those who are clever and good at handling affairs can take on the responsibility of logistics support to ensure that everyone's daily necessities are sufficient and supplied in an orderly manner. Those who are smart and have unique insights into business operations are responsible for managing the economic activities within the village so that resources can be reasonably allocated and utilized. In this way, everyone performs their duties and contributes to the prosperity of the village together. Especially in recent times, a surprising change has occurred in the village. Vending machines have begun to provide them with a variety of seeds and eggs. At first, these survivors were at a loss when faced with these unfamiliar items, and had no idea what they were used for. However, when they looked carefully, they found that each product was accompanied by detailed information, which made them understand. Rice equals rice. Vegetable seeds equals various vegetables they eat. Eggs equals all kinds of meat. In this way, the two new fields of planting and breeding instantly entered the survivors' vision and attracted widespread attention. Thinking that they would not only be self-sufficient in the future, but also have the surplus to exchange for other necessary items, many survivors could not help but get excited and were ready to do a big job. In the past, their food sources mainly depended on the wild fruits grown in the central city and the wild, in addition to a small amount of meat obtained from wild beasts. However, it is not easy to obtain these foods. Every search and collection can be regarded as a life and death struggle. Only by risking one's life can one succeed. But if planting and breeding can be achieved, the situation will be completely different. Just send some relatively weak people to do this work, and you can ensure a stable and continuous supply of food in the future, which can not only solve the current problem of food and clothing, but also provide a strong guarantee for future life. In the past, the elderly among them often faced a tragic fate. When they were attacked by wild beasts, these elderly people with aging bodies and declining functions became bait to lure wild beasts in exchange for a glimmer of hope for other young and strong people. After all, the bodies of the elderly have become extremely fragile, and they are unable to participate in the battle. Instead, they have become a burden to the entire group. They themselves are well aware of this, so at the critical moment, they can only stand up and sacrifice themselves to fight for more survival opportunities for the tribe. But facing death is a last resort. Now, although they cannot kill those ferocious wild beasts, they have the ability to plant and raise livestock, which can also play a huge role. Under such circumstances, it undoubtedly brought extremely firm faith and hope to many survivors. After all, everyone will grow old. They are in their youth, strong and healthy, and can still fight hard. But what should they do when they grow old as time goes by? Is the only choice to go to death. In the past, they fought each other, holding the idea that they would die anyway, so they might as well live happily now. But now it is completely different. Even as they get older, they no longer need to worry about having no way out in the future, because they have found a new way to survive. Because of this series of changes in the small village, the survivors are eager for more survivors. In a short period of time, their thoughts have undergone earth-shaking changes. In this way, these survivors, holding powerful advanced weapons, gradually approach those ferocious and brutal beasts step by step. At the same time, in the central city, a new group of survivors were driven out of the city. At this time, they had neither enough time to waste nor enough resources to pay for the various expenses they needed to bear in the central city. Therefore, the only outcome before them was to be forced to leave the central city that had once given them hope and shelter. In fact, if people were always in the world outside the city that was full of dangers and unknowns, they might still be able to always have the firm belief of moving forward bravely and working hard, and be well aware of the way of survival of thrift and long-term survival. However, when they stepped into the central city, Everything they saw was completely different from before. The comfortable living environment and the prosperous scene made them gradually indulge in pleasure and unable to extricate themselves. The resources and time rewards that they had worked hard for outside were continuously entering the central city. Could it be that they knew nothing about this? No, in fact, they knew very well in their hearts that this was a carefully arranged trap. However, even so, they still hold the idea of drinking today and living one day at a time. Anyway, time and resources are used up. The worst thing is to venture out of the city again to earn money. Originally, they were mentally prepared to leave the central city and go outside. But recently, the situation has become worse and worse, and the whole atmosphere is filled with a panic. Because these days, all the survivors who went out have no news without exception. What does this mean? This means that something serious must have happened outside the central city. Those survivors who stepped out of the city gate may have met with an accident or even been wiped out. Woo woo woo, what should we do? Are there more wild beasts outside now? I don't know, but no survivors have come back now. Everyone is saying that something has changed outside. There is a high possibility of a big risk. We will probably die if we go out this time. We're all going to die anyway, so we might as well go out and fight. Yes, let's charge together. Although they were filled with deep worries, the cruel reality before them left them no other choice. So, a group of people gritted their teeth, drew their weapons from behind, and began to move away from the central city. As expected, when they were just a distance away from the central city, several crouching and eager beasts appeared in front of them. The eyes of these beasts flashed with bloodthirsty light, as if they regarded them as a delicious meal. Facing the greedy eyes of the other party, they rushed out with weapons. Yes! Everyone made the same choice. It was difficult for them to defeat the wild beast. The only choice at this moment was to run away with all their strength. Whoever could run faster might win a chance of survival. In this way, the scene became a running competition, and everyone ran as hard as they could. Those who fell behind the team felt more and more desperate and helpless, because they knew that if they could not catch up with their companions in front as soon as possible, death would be waiting for them. In the meantime, the sound of gunfire rang in their ears. In this life-and-death chase, time passed by minute, and everyone's physical strength was rapidly consumed, but no one dared to stop and take a breath, for fear that if they relaxed, they would be pounced on and torn into pieces by the wild beasts chasing behind them. Just when they were desperate and quietly waiting for death to come, suddenly, a deafening sound of gunfire suddenly exploded in their ears. When they looked in the direction of the sound, they saw a group of survivors coming towards them. The group of people were completely shocked. There were actually survivors who came to save them. However, what surprised them even more was yet to come. After successfully rescuing them, the survivors did not stay for too long, but quickly gathered their strength and launched a fierce attack on those ferocious and brutal wild beasts without hesitation. What was shocking was that in just a short moment, this group of seemingly weak survivors actually relied on tacit cooperation and superb fighting skills to completely defeat the originally powerful wild beasts. The new survivors were stunned. They had only been in the central city for a while. Why were the changes outside so drastic? The survivors now dared to openly confront the once feared wild beast, and they could also destroy it at lightning speed. But the scene that really made them feel incredible was not over yet. After a while, the survivors skillfully dug out the extremely precious star core in the wild beast, and used some magical means to instantly collect the whole wild beast, which was as big as a hill. The wild beast that was as big as a mountain just now disappeared in front of them. What happened? How could it suddenly disappear without a trace, as if it had never appeared? The survivor leading the team was Godfrey. Looking at the stunned faces of the survivors, he said directly, "Follow." Hearing this, the survivors who had just been ruthlessly driven out immediately followed Godfrey closely without saying a word. After all, the situation at this moment could not be clearer. If they did not follow the group of people in front of them, they would probably have no hope of survival. Therefore, the survivors quickened their pace and quickly caught up with the team led by Godfrey. On the way back, some wild beasts came after smelling the smell, but they were basically dealt with by Godfrey and his team. The newly joined survivors saw this situation and no longer hesitated to retreat. They gritted their teeth and rushed forward together. Seeing the decisive killing of these survivors, they knew that there was only a way out if they followed and killed together. They kept killing and breaking through like this, and when everyone was exhausted, a metal box suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Then the survivors were urged by Godfrey and others to get on the bus. The survivors got on the bus in a daze. Then they watched the tin box run all the way to the outer area. I don't know how long it took. When I saw a gathering place similar to the central city appeared in front of me, the survivors were even more dazed. When did the survivors build a city outside? So, this is the reason why the survivors never go back to the central city after going out. Chapter 225. This is the village in the 5th hour zone. You just made a move. I will share some of the points with you later when you redeem them. Godfrey turned around and said directly to the survivors he had saved, with a tone of unquestionable decisiveness. He then added, as for the future, it all depends on you. Those who are capable can follow the team to hunt wild beasts and collect resources. Those who are not capable can go and see if there is any suitable work in the village for you. The survivors had experienced a long escape and hardship. At this moment, they slowly raised their tired and frightened eyes and looked at the village in front of them. In an instant, the prosperous scene was like a strong light, directly reflected in their eyes, making them a little dazzled for a moment. Their hearts were full of shock and disbelief. In their original cognition, the outside world had long been ravaged by wild beasts and shrouded in despair, but everything in front of them now was very different from their imagination. They could never imagine that in such a short time, the outside world has undergone such earth-shaking changes. Their eyes looked around involuntarily, not missing any details, greedily collecting every bit of information. At the same time, their footsteps unconsciously followed Godfrey closely, step by step. After all, as people who have just joined this new environment, they always feel that they are out of tune with the surroundings, and their hearts are full of anxiety and fear. However, Godfrey's previous promise to give them points was like a glimmer of light in the darkness, giving them a little sense of security. Moreover, they were brought back from the brink of death by Godfrey and his team. This life-saving grace also made them trust and rely on Godfrey a little more. Soon, under the leadership of Godfrey, they came to a machine. In front of the machine, there was already a long line of people, and people in the line were either talking to each other or looking forward to it. How was your harvest this morning? In the line, a burly man touched the arm of his companion and asked. Not bad, our team killed 2 wild beasts. The companion who was asked had a proud smile on his face, and his voice unconsciously rose a few points. That's good. The burly man gave a thumbs up, his eyes full of envy. Then he continued to ask, what about you? Our team only killed 1, but we were very lucky and found a small mine guarded by a wild beast and dug up a lot of resources. Another voice came from the side, with a little bit of relief in the words. Then you are lucky. Yes, so I got a lot of points today and can have a good meal again. That's right. The food in the restaurant is very rich, and there are too many types to count. I really want to try every one of them. Braised pork, braised spare ribs, stewed eggplant with beans, dry pot cauliflower. Some people began to count the delicious food in the restaurant with their fingers. Don't read it, I'm almost drooling. The person next to him couldn't help swallowing his saliva and pretended to be angry. Haha, we'd be able to eat it soon. Everyone was talking, and the laughter echoed in the team, dispelling some of the gloom. At the same time, in the open space not far away, shouts came one after another. Recruiting people, if you need to run fast, come and sign up. The minimum score for our team members today is 10 points. A thin man with sharp eyes shouted at the top of his voice. I run very fast. In the crowd, a young man immediately raised his hand and responded loudly, his eyes revealing an eager expression. We need people to farm the land. We need people who are patient. We can farm 10 kilograms a day. Another voice followed. Aye. An old man with gray hair, but a vigorous spirit quickly raised his hand, with a hint of urgency in his voice. In the end times, it is rare to have such a stable job. We need people who can drive. Looking at the other side, there is a simple trading stall with various items on it, and one of the long knives is particularly eye-catching. A second-hand long knife, only 50 points. The stall owner patted the long knife and introduced it to the passers-by. How long have you used it? A customer stopped, picked up the long knife, looked at it carefully, and asked. It's only been a few days, and this knife is very sharp. I used it to chop wild beasts before, and it didn't take any effort at all. The stall owner assured solemnly. Then why don't you use it? The customer showed a trace of doubt on his face. I made money, and I'm going to change to a more advanced one. The stall owner explained with a smile, his eyes revealing his expectation for the future. I'd buy it for your luck. The customer hesitated for a moment, but finally made up his mind, took out the points card from his pocket, and completed the transaction. Okay, I hope you use it smoothly. The stall owner took the points card with a smile on his face. In the crowd, such conversations can be heard from time to time. Oh, the days now are really full of hope. A middle-aged woman sighed, her eyes full of satisfaction with her current life. Yes, who would have thought that we were still hovering between life and death a few days ago? The person next to him echoed, recalling the hardships in the past, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Now at least we have the confidence to survive outside, thanks to the appearance of this vending machine and recycling cabinet. Some people cast grateful eyes on the two machines not far away, which were the key to their life changes. I don't know where they came from. Someone in the crowd whispered, revealing a hint of curiosity and doubt in his eyes. Why think so much? I just thought that they came quietly, and they wouldn't disappear again one day, right? As soon as this sentence came out, the faces of the people around him changed instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? Why are you cursing for no reason? An old man interrupted quickly, his face full of displeasure. I was wrong. The man realized that he had said something wrong and apologized quickly. They will definitely stay forever. Everyone said it, as if to cheer themselves up. Yes, yes, yes. At the scene, all kinds of noisy sounds and lively scenes all rushed into the ears and eyes of this group of survivors. These were so novel and shocking to them, which made their originally calm hearts arouse strong curiosity. Of course, they also gained a lot of valuable information in this short period of time. It turned out that this village was not formed for a long time. At first, it was because two magical machines suddenly appeared. One was a vending machine, and the other was a recycling cabinet. The vending machine is like a magical treasure chest, selling all kinds of strange goods, from sharp weapons to food that can fill the stomach, from water that can sustain life to various special equipment with strange functions. However, if you want to get these goods, you must use points to buy them. The function of the recycling cabinet is to allow people to redeem points. People can use star cores collected from the wilderness, hunted wild beasts, excavated ores, collected plants and other items to redeem points, but different items have different redemption values. At present, the most valuable thing is the wild beast. In addition, the buildings in this village were actually purchased from vending machines. These buildings are very similar to the hotels in the central city, but the price is much lower than that in the central city. Moreover, these buildings have a magical function, which is to protect the travelers living in them, so that they have a safe haven in this dangerous environment. The most important point is that in this village composed of apartments, the chance of survival no longer depends solely on the level of force. As long as the survivors are willing to work hard, no matter men, women, young or old, they can find hope to survive here. There are many different ways to make a living here. Even the elderly and frail can find a job that suits them. After summing up this point, the survivors' eyes were slightly red. Those were tears of excitement, tears of joy that they finally saw hope after experiencing countless hardships. They are really very lucky to come to this place full of vitality and hope. At this moment, Godfrey had already replaced the star core in front of the machine. He turned around and called the survivors over, asking them to register their tourist cards on the machine next to him. After the registration, Godfrey divided their tourist cards into different points according to their performance in the previous rescue operation. Anyone who participated in the rescue operation could get 10 points, and those who participated more and performed outstandingly could get 100 points. Obviously, every move of these survivors just now was seen by Godfrey. After the distribution, Godfrey looked calm and said lightly, "The things are distributed to you, you can move around on your own." After that, Godfrey took his teammates and strode away. The survivors stayed where they were, looking at each other in bewilderment. However, looking at the peaceful and harmonious environment now, the uneasiness in their hearts gradually dissipated. Some people chose to wander around the block alone, curiously and cautiously, while others formed groups of 2 or 3 to explore this new world. They all longed to find more surprises here, and start their own new life. At this time, one of the people in Godfrey's group couldn't help but speak. "Boss, you have changed." The man's face was full of surprise and confusion. They really didn't expect that the boss, who was usually decisive and ruthless, would do such a thing. They really couldn't imagine that their boss was so humane. Not only did he not plunder these survivors, he was willing to give them points. You know, in the past, after they rescued people, they didn't use them as bait to attract wild beasts, which was considered a special favor. In the past, these rescued survivors were just tools for them to use. But now, they are so kind, and this huge change makes them a little difficult to accept for a while. Godfrey glanced at him, with a hint of deep meaning in his eyes, and then slowly said, "That's because they are valuable." "What value?" the man asked with a puzzled face. "Our village is still too weak. If we don't take in more survivors, we won't be able to fight the central city in the future." Godfrey frowned slightly, with a hint of worry in his eyes. "Why do we have to fight the central city?" Another teammate couldn't help but ask. What does the central city rely on to continue operating? It relies on us survivors working hard outside to earn resources, and then continuously spending resources inside. But now, we have a new village, with vending machines and recycling cabinets, and our resources can be exchanged here. When the rulers inside find out that there is no income, do you think they will be anxious? Godfrey asked with a deep look in his eyes. Of course they will be anxious. Everyone nodded, and the reason was clear. So, from the perspective of the central city, they definitely don't want our village to continue to exist. Godfrey's tone was heavy. Why? The price of the vending machine is much cheaper than theirs, and we don't care how much they squeezed us in the past. Someone said angrily, thinking of the injustices they had suffered in the central city, and their hearts were full of anger. This is not something we can decide. If we want to be able to decide our own destiny, we must gather enough survivors and accumulate strong power. Otherwise, the current stability and happiness will become a bubble in the future. Godfrey said earnestly, his eyes revealing a firm determination. Boss, you are right. Why is your brain so useful? Yes, I understood it immediately after you said that. Why else am I the boss? Godfrey looked calm and composed, but he was very proud in his heart. It's still a good place to raise people. The boss is much smarter than before. Yes. The other people echoed, looking at Godfrey with eyes full of admiration and trust. Godfrey was silent. In fact, he understood these principles because he heard those foreigners. He told some survivors, and then he wrote it down silently. Before, he was very angry. Because of the pressure of survival and the cruel environment, his style of behavior was simple and rough, and he even offended those people. Later, when he realized that these people might have some connection with the vending machine, he restrained his temper and became calm. After that, he often stayed in the hall, quietly listening to them talk, and learned a lot of knowledge and concepts that he had never heard before. In the past, there was no place to learn, but now, after being exposed to these new ideas, he found that there was such a way of survival and development. Moreover, after using their methods, their efficiency in killing wild beasts was indeed much higher. After all the survivors listened to their advice, the whole village really prospered gradually. In fact, deep in Godfrey's heart, he was a little grateful to them. If they hadn't appeared, perhaps these survivors would have always been like a group of barbarians. Just like that, blindly struggling to survive in this doomsday, you will never live a good life like today, which you never dared to think of before. Just when Godfrey was thinking about this, he saw Gu Weiwei in front of him. Boss Gu. When Godfrey looked at Gu Weiwei, he greeted her enthusiastically. He also shouted with a group of people. After observing and understanding these days, he already knew that Gu Weiwei was the leader of those people. As for the strong, he undoubtedly respected them. Of course, this respect came after his thoughts changed. Gu Weiwei heard Godfrey's greeting and smiled faintly. She nodded and said softly, "Hello, congratulations on your safe return." Godfrey smiled, and in that smile, there was a bit of gratitude and respect for Gu Weiwei. Then, the two passed each other. After walking a distance, Lu Xiaoxia couldn't help but speak. "I can't believe he wanted to rob your apartment on the first day." Gu Weiwei listened and was silent for a while. There was a hint of understanding and emotion in her eyes. She slowly said, "They just developed such a habit because their civilization development was suppressed in order to survive in this cruel end times." In fact, at the beginning, she herself was not completely sure, and just gave these survivors some rules with a try-and-see attitude. But she never expected that in less than a month, these people would undergo earth-shaking changes on their own. Fortunately, everything is moving in a good direction. That's right. Lu Xiaoxia nodded in agreement, then slowly looked at this increasingly prosperous village, and sighed sincerely. Everything is so good now. Recalling the first day they came, this place was still desolate and dead silent. Who could have thought that in such a short time, there would be such an amazing change? They have already started to rescue the survivors, Gu Weiwei said, with a hint of relief in her eyes. It seems that there are a lot more people. Lu Xiaoxia nodded. The survivors who have lived here for a few days behaved very differently from the survivors who just arrived. The old residents had a more stable and confident look in their eyes, while the new survivors were full of curiosity and longing. Thinking that they had spent almost a month here peacefully, Lu Xiaoxia was filled with emotion. She couldn't help but continue. "It will be a month in 2 days. I don't know whether we should stay here or move to another place." Now, she thinks it's good to stay here for another month. Everything here has become familiar, and the village is also developing and full of hope. We know in 2 days. Gu Weiwei was quite calm. She had already prepared for the future. No matter what the result was, she could face it calmly. Yeah. Lu Xiaoxia nodded. At this moment, the Blue Star audience, who were listening to their conversation, were also discussing it fiercely. The players are really amazing. I watched villages spring up one after another under their guidance. This world is not like a training ground for players, but rather like the salvation of the life forms on this planet. Yes, they have changed too much in a short period of time. But the ending is good after all. Yes, looking at the beautiful things will make people feel better. This month is not so bad. Yes, I really hope they can stay for another month. Yes, the new planet may be dangerous and need to adapt. At least everything is under control on this planet. Not really. The central city mentioned by the survivors is not easy to mess with. But according to the information revealed by the survivors, if there is really a tit for tat, it will happen after Boss Gu and his friends leave. Yes, the fate of the survivors still depends on themselves. Yes, just like us. We have to work hard. What we can do now is to work hard, earn more points, and make our economy active, which can be regarded as a little help to the country. Yes. In the expectation of the audience, time passed quietly like fine sand day by day. In the blink of an eye, it has come to the 30th day. Chapter 226. At this quiet moment in the night, there are only a few minutes left before the 1-month deadline set by the Doomsday game. The whole world seemed to hold its breath, and all the players were sitting in their rooms, quietly waiting for the fate to be decided. The dim light from the mobile phone screen illuminated their faces, which were either nervous or expectant. Their fingers slid across the screen quickly, and they chatted in the group. I don't know if I can leave. A player was the first to throw out his doubts. As soon as the message was sent, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. You still want to leave? Of course I don't want to leave, but it's not up to my will. That's right. If the Doomsday game wants to take us away, we can't do anything about it. Player C echoed, with a deep sense of powerlessness in his words. If it's up to us, we still hope to stay here for another month. Yes, this month is the most relaxing month I've had since I entered the game. It's the same for me. Although I'm busy, I feel fulfilled. After all, there's no danger to life, so there's no psychological pressure. Have you sold the apartment you sold before? I've sold it, and I've earned some points. I've sold it too. After all, I'm afraid that I leave suddenly, and the points I invested will be wasted. But I've already earned so much, so I don't mind the last month. And if I need it, I can buy more. Speaking of which, I wonder what's going on with Blue Star. I don't know who started it, but the group immediately went wild, and everyone was particularly concerned about the situation on Blue Star. Yes, we have received news from Blue Star. They are now doing serious research and continuing to sprint towards level 2 civilization. They also mentioned that Blue Star is now researching the first generation of gene drugs. What are first generation gene drugs? Many people were confused about this and asked questions one after another. It is said to be a standard for level 2 civilization. Is the technology of our Blue Star so advanced? Do you know the standards of level 2 civilization? Boss Gu told him, and provided 100,000 first generation gene drugs to Blue Star. Now a group of people have evolved after using them. The research speed is very fast. Awesome, we are on the same planet, how can they be so powerful? The country promised that if it is researched, it will be provided to us as soon as possible. Our country also promised. Everyone was talking, full of expectations for the future of Blue Star. The players spoke freely in the group. Everyone knew that Gu Weiwei was most likely holding the first generation gene medicine, but no one made excessive demands. They all struggled in the Doomsday game and survived by chance. Most of them were smart and knew how to make choices. They knew how to stop when they were ahead, and naturally would not force things that did not belong to them. Gu Weiwei silently followed the dynamics of the group. She saw the players' understanding and felt warm in her heart. In fact, she did have a small amount of the first generation gene medicine in her hands, and she had thought about sharing it with the players before. However, the effect of this medicine is unknown, and she dare not let everyone use it rashly before she is sure of it. Fortunately, news came from Blue Star now that some researchers tried it, and informed her of the detailed effect data. It turned out that after taking the first generation gene medicine, the human body will undergo a comprehensive transformation. This process can be called a purgatory, and the user will suffer great torture. The duration of transformation varies from person to person, ranging from half a month to the longest, which has not yet ended. Fortunately, the potion itself contains rich nutritional value, and no additional nutrition is needed during the evolution period. Knowing this, Gu Weiwei knew that it was too dangerous to give it to players in the game. And seeing that the players did not ask about the potion, she felt relieved. She thought to herself that if she could stay on this planet in the next stage, she would consider selling the potion to the players. After all, she is not a philanthropist, and it is not realistic to give it away for free. It is already a special care to provide players with this purchase channel. She was full of hope that after using the potion, the players would have an extra guarantee of survival in the subsequent high-level planet games. Just as Gu Weiwei was thinking, the countdown bell rang quietly. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The numbers jumped one by one, and each one hit the players' hearts hard. As the last second passed, the countdown ended. All the players breathed a sigh of relief, their faces full of surprise and relief. They were not taken away by the Doomsday game. Time really followed the rhythm of this planet. Boss Gu, we can stay on this planet for another month. Lu Xiaoxiao was the first to react, her voice trembling with excitement, and she immediately reported the good news to Gu Weiwei. Yeah. Gu Weiwei raised her lips and nodded gently. Give them another month, and they will have another chance to fight, and perhaps they can create a wider world in this dangerous game world. Sure enough, they didn't leave. Ha ha, that's great. The next month will be relatively easy. Hee hee hee, keep killing wild beasts, and then collect more resources and exchange them for a large amount of points. It must be very cool. Yes. Suddenly, I feel that Doomsday game did something for human beings. Haha, I think it is because Doomsday game did not do anything for us that we have this opportunity. Yes, because this planet is more difficult, Doomsday game wants to let us last longer, but it didn't expect that our boss Gu only needs to use a little trick to smash his conspiracy directly. The group became lively instantly. Players talked to each other, sharing their joy and full of energy for the next month. Just as the players were excited, Gu Weiwei released a big news in the group. Gu Weiwei, selling you the first generation gene medicine, 100,000 points per tube. You can go to the vending machine to buy it. Only open to you. Go now. Gu Weiwei. Precautions for the first generation gene medicine. Genetic modification takes at least half a month, and may exceed a month. The risk is borne by yourself. In addition, during the evolution period, it is best not to have other people in the room. As soon as the message was sent, the group was silent for a few seconds. Everyone was stunned, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. A moment later, the messages came like a tide, and it exploded directly. Ah, Boss Gu, I love you so much. We are willing to take this risk. Buy it now. Boss Gu, you are really so nice. Thank you. I'm going to buy it. I go too. Thank you, Boss Gu. The entire chat group was filled with cheers and gratitude from the players. Lu Xiaoxia saw the message and looked at Gu Weiwei in surprise, her eyes slightly red. Boss Gu, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. She knew that 100,000 points were nothing compared to this precious gene potion, and Gu Weiwei was really doing good for the players by selling the potion. Gu Weiwei looked at Lu Xiaoxia in front of her, without saying much, and directly handed a tube of potion to her. This is for you. Lu Xiaoxia took it in a hurry, subconsciously transferred 100,000 points to Gu Weiwei, and then said, I go open another room. She trusted Gu Weiwei from the bottom of her heart, and was willing to evolve with Gu Weiwei under the same roof. But she was afraid that Gu Weiwei was used to evolving alone and didn't want to cause trouble for her. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Gu Weiwei shook her head directly. It's okay, I trust you, and there are only 2 of us in the room. Gu Weiwei's advice was only for other players. Most players share a room with 8 people. Although everyone is fighting side by side, no one can guarantee that no one will cause an accident due to curiosity. Of course, the defense system of the apartment is trustworthy. She gave suggestions more to allow those players, who lack a sense of security, to have a private room legitimately. Hearing Gu Weiwei's words, Lu Xiaoxia's eyes instantly turned red, and tears rolled in her eyes. She silently sighed in her heart. How could she be so worthy of such trust and care from Boss Gu? Boss Gu, you are indeed the idol I have always followed and admired. At this moment, the players seemed to have received a charge horn, rushing to the vending machine outside the apartment to buy the first-generation gene potion. In their eyes, 100,000 points are too cheap. Compared with the potential benefits of the potion, it is simply a drop in the bucket. As for the risks, in the face of the temptation of strong strength, it is completely worth a try. After buying the potion, all the players hurried back to the room. Of course, many people were lost in thought. There was no need to hesitate too much when buying medicine, but the timing of use had to be carefully considered. After all, genetic modification might take more than a month, which meant that they might still be in a coma when entering the next planet. Once they encountered danger, their lives would most likely be in danger. Player Linyu, as a newcomer, was alone in the room at the moment, holding the medicine he had just bought tightly in his hand, his eyes full of struggle. He thought of his family far away on Blue Star. Since entering the Doomsday game, the safety of his family had become his deepest concern. What would happen to his family if he had an accident during the genetic modification process? But the desire to survive, and the desire for greater strength, like a surging tide, gradually overwhelmed the fear in his heart. Let's fight. Linyu gritted his teeth, made up his mind, tightly grasped the potion, raised his head and drank it all. There are many players like Linyu. Most of them choose to drink the potion with a vision for the future. For them, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once successful, they will have more confidence to survive in the Doomsday game. In Gu Weiwei's room, Lu Xiaoxiao was ready. She took a deep breath and slowly unscrewed the cap of the medicine tube, her hands trembling slightly. Boss Gu Ai. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Gu Weiwei. Her eyes were both nervous and determined. Don't be afraid, we do it together. Gu Weiwei gently patted Lu Xiaoxiao's shoulder, giving her warm and powerful encouragement. Yeah. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, and after returning to her bed, she drank the entire tube of medicine in one go. Instantly, a stream of hot heat ran straight through her body from her throat, as if countless ants were frantically shuttling and gnawing in her blood vessels. Her face instantly turned pale, bloodless, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead like beads that had broken off a string. Ah! Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Her body curled up uncontrollably, her hands tightly grasping the bed sheet, her knuckles turning white due to the force. But even though she was in excruciating pain, there was always a voice in Lu Xiaoxiao's mind that kept echoing. Hold on, this is a normal reaction to genetic modification. As time passed, the pain became more intense, and her body began to twitch uncontrollably, and each twitch seemed to challenge the limits of her body. After an unknown amount of time, as if it was a century, the pain finally dissipated, and Lu Xiaoxiao felt relieved and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, in other rooms of the apartment, the players who used the potion were also experiencing the same torture. In the small room, screams of pain came one after another, interweaving and echoing. But they all gritted their teeth and persevered with their tenacious will, holding on to hope for the future and never giving up. Gu Weiwei stared at the messages in the group at this moment, watching everyone send out the words. Have taken. One after another, and she breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she had already considered arranging the sale of potions at this time. Now is the time when they will be least disturbed by the outside world, and she believes that with the strength of the players, they should be able to wake up smoothly in more than half a month. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you will get the next one. System, I leave it to you for the time being. You can use my points to ensure that the village composed of apartments is not destroyed. Gu Weiwei made a solemn request to the system. This is also the key to her being able to enter a coma with peace of mind. With the system guaranteeing energy supply and the protection of many survivors, there is no need to worry even if something happens in the central city. Yes. The system responded concisely and agreed. Afterwards, Gu Weiwei returned to her bed and drank the potion without hesitation. The players fell into their rooms one by one, starting the unknown journey of genetic modification. At the same time, on the distant blue planet, some viewers who were still waiting in front of the Tianmu Live broadcast room late at night were shocked when they saw this scene. Their eyes were fixed on the screen, their hearts were full of worry and expectation, and they silently prayed for the players. Chapter 227. First Generation Gene Potion. All players have one. This message instantly filled the screen of the Blue Star Live broadcast room. This is actually normal. Only when the player's physical fitness is improved can they better serve the Blue Star. Yes, if they die less, the natural disaster suffered by our Blue Star will be reduced accordingly. Now, the entire Blue Star can be regarded as a community of interests. The most advanced talents from all countries have gathered in Country C, working together to research various high technologies. When facing foreign enemies, the overall strength of Blue Star is naturally as strong as possible. But this first-generation gene potion looks like it's quite painful. Yeah, even the players, who are so strong, can't stand it. Speaking of which, if we stay on the 12-hour rule planet for another month, it would be the best time. It seems that Boss Gu has already prepared this potion, and he just took it out at the right time. Yes, under normal circumstances, the Doomsday game will not give you 10 days or half a month to take the potion. In fact, after watching these two games, I suddenly felt that sending our Boss Gu into the Doomsday game was a wrong decision. Haha, it's a good mistake. It's enough for us that it's not a mistake. Yes, it's so happy. The live broadcast room was full of a cheerful atmosphere, but someone soon reminded them. You'd better keep a low profile. Yes, you must keep a low profile. Everyone knew that in this Doomsday game full of unknowns, it was best to act cautiously. But I'm still a little worried about Boss Goo and the others. They're all in the apartment. Will they really be alright? It shouldn't be a problem. We should trust the apartment under Boss Goo's control. Boss Goo is such a good person at preserving his strength. He would choose this time to evolve. He must have made sufficient preparations. It's just that the next 10 days will be boring. We won't be able to see their specific situation. It doesn't matter. We can just focus on our own affairs. The audience of Blue Star is generally very relieved. After all, if the players don't go out, in fact, their Blue Star will be safer. The officials of Country C have also noticed this situation. Seeing Gu Weiwei use the first-generation gene medicine so decisively, they are also very happy. In fact, they also want to let the players use it. After all, the players are now representing Blue Star in the fighting outside. No matter how many good things are used on them, it is not too much. In order to study the impact of the first generation of gene drugs on players, the official dispatched a biomedical team, and some professionals closely watched the players' reactions. In particular, they paid attention to whether there was any difference between players with excellent performance and new players. In this way, during the period of players' evolution, everything was progressing in an orderly manner. On Blue Star, the official continued to go all out to develop science and technology, investing a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, striving to make major breakthroughs in the field of science and technology. The people also responded positively, persisted in learning new knowledge, improving their own quality, and contributing their own strength to the rise of Blue Star. 12-hour rule. On the planet, the survivors also spared no effort to hunt wild beasts. They organized hunting teams, went deep into the areas where wild beasts appeared, and fought desperately with wild beasts with courage and wisdom. At the same time, as time passed quietly, the population began to increase, and the construction became more and more outstanding. All this was thanks to the careful guidance of the system. Since the system promised Gu Weiwei, it would naturally do things more properly, especially when it understood Gu Weiwei's thoughts. The system gave commodity guidance from time to help the survivors choose the most suitable construction materials and tools. With the help of the system, all the villages in the hour zone were growing rapidly, and the wild beasts began to be hunted in large numbers, from chasing the survivors at the beginning to being chased by the survivors now. The most ironic thing is that when the small hour area villages are developing so rapidly, the central city has not noticed anything unusual and is still driving out the survivors who have no time. Of course, one of the reasons is that some survivors have returned, but a large part of them want to recruit people, and a small part are set back by various small hour areas to keep an eye on the central city. Although the survivors seem to be reckless, there are still some people who have their own cleverness in the huge group. In addition to the foreshadowing laid by the players before, this part of the survivors has also learned how to prepare for a rainy day. They established an intelligence network inside the central city, collecting various information and providing important support for the development of the small area village. Time passed in the blink of an eye. After the 45th day, some players gradually woke up. It can be said that this proportion reached 1/3. As soon as this part of the players woke up, they immediately made an appointment with the players, who woke up with them to go out and hunt wild beasts. Actual combat is the most effective standard for testing strength. In actual combat, this group of players quickly noticed something strange, and they clearly felt that their bodies had undergone significant changes. Their strength, speed, and reaction ability have all been greatly improved. Their strength has been directly increased many times, and the boulder that originally required several people to move together can now be easily lifted by one person. Their speed can even easily catch up with the wild beasts when running, leaving them nowhere to escape. Reaction ability, the probability of getting hurt when fighting against wild beasts has been greatly reduced, because they dodge quickly enough and can easily avoid the attacks of wild beasts. Most importantly, their physical strength has also become much stronger. Originally, a battle would make them feel exhausted. But now, they are so energetic that they feel like they have to vent it through fighting. Not tired at all. The effect of this first-generation gene potion is amazing. A player shouted excitedly. Yeah, it feels like Superman. Another player echoed. In fact, it feels more like having superpowers. Some people express different opinions. But it seems that the development direction of these players is a little different. Some people keenly noticed the difference. Huh? Everyone expressed doubts. Those who prefer fighting will react more strongly in terms of combat power. Someone explained. I also found that those who were originally fast can run even faster. It seems that when all physical data are raised, people's specialties can be developed many times. Another player added. Wow! This is too powerful. Everyone was amazed. So smart people will become smarter. Someone speculated. I hope the country can research it as soon as possible, so that we can have a chance to evolve. Someone said with expectation. Yes, the country needs to cheer up. Everyone cheered for the scientific researchers on Blue Star. The player's situation was also noticed by the official data checkers. In fact, those who can use the potion are basically high-tech talents, in order to make their minds smarter as soon as possible. But the player's data told them that the first generation of gene potion is more powerful than they imagined. Leader, do we need to give it to the combatants? Yin Yinshan couldn't help asking Wang Jingzi. Give it to the operators of the spaceship, especially those who often work in space. Wang Jingzi thought for a while, and then said. They study technology on the Blue Star, and they didn't forget to do research in space. It can be said that space research is the focus of their attention, because the battlefield of the Level 2 civilization must be in outer space. At this time, in the villages of each hour zone of the planet of the 12-hour rule, the survivors also noticed the changes of the players at the first time. By the way, when the players suddenly disappeared, it also triggered a heated discussion. After all, the most speculated thing was that they were related to the vending machine. Because the two appeared in their world at the same time, and there were so many differences between them. But when they suddenly stopped appearing, they were also a little worried, but they were relieved to see that the vending machine was still there. However, it was also learned from some people who run the apartment that the players did not disappear, but were resting in the apartment. As the days passed, they ignored the existence of the players for their own development. But now, the players suddenly appeared, and they became so powerful as soon as they appeared, so they naturally noticed it instantly. Some brave survivors couldn't help but actively surrounded the players, and asked them how to become stronger. The players naturally couldn't mention the first generation of gene potions, and could only say that it was their own racial talent that could become powerful after a certain degree of experience. After the survivors learned about it, they put the matter behind them. However, stimulated by the players' enhanced abilities, the survivors in this small village are also working hard to improve themselves. Every night after returning to the village, they also spend a lot of time on physical training and learning combat skills. They set up a training ground in the village square to learn skills and exchange experiences. The players are already so strong, and they are still working so hard. How can they fall behind? As the days passed, more and more players woke up. Basically, the players who woke up seemed to have been reborn. Gu Weiwei and Lu Xiaoxia also woke up on the 20th day. When she woke up, Gu Weiwei could clearly feel the changes in her body. Of course, the most obvious change was her brain. She suddenly found that when she thought about problems, her thoughts seemed to become clearer all of a sudden. Some complex problems in the past were now quickly sorted out in her mind. Boss Gu, how do you feel? When Lu Xiaoxia saw Gu Weiwei coming out, she asked excitedly, I feel like I'm in great shape. I feel full of strength, and I find myself getting smarter. Lu Xiaoxia danced with excitement. The effect of this potion was beyond her imagination. She felt like she had reached the next level. Gu Weiwei looked at the excited Lu Xiaoxia, exhaled lightly, and said, Me too. Then, his eyes fell on the group. There happened to be a player in the group who was also discussing it enthusiastically. Let's go out and kill the wild beast together. Lu Xiaoxia looked at the players who had awakened before and talked about their explosive combat power, and the whole person was eager to try. Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded. Then the two of them made an appointment with the players in the same hour zone to experiment. Facts soon proved that they had become different. When Gu Weiwei faced the wild beast, her body instinctively reacted quickly, with a perfect combination of strength and speed, and every shot was accurate and powerful. Lu Xiaoxia was no less impressive. She was as fast as lightning, moving freely among the wild beasts and catching them off guard. After truly experiencing the strong physical fitness, even Gu Weiwei couldn't help but look forward to it in her heart. What kind of planet will Doomsday game take them to in the next game? The more oppressive, the stronger. They felt that their thoughts seemed to have changed. It seemed that they wanted to fight Doomsday game alone? Gu Weiwei soon discovered this, and couldn't help asking the system. It's a normal phenomenon. If it's data, it means that your data is dozens of times more than before, which will naturally amplify some elements in you. The system simply explained, you can now be regarded as a life form recognized by interstellar civilization. When the system said this, there was also a bit of joy in its tone. Gu Weiwei seemed to be closer to it. Gu Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the explanation. However, after feeling the desire to fight in her body, she aimed at 12-hour planet. The central city. Originally, they wanted to let the survivors overthrow it themselves. But now it seems that they can still make trouble before they leave. After all, it can make the Doomsday game more troublesome. Gu Weiwei's mouth corners slightly raised, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes, and she already had a bold plan in her mind, ready to bring about an earth-shaking change to the structure of this planet before leaving. Chapter 228. After having this idea, Gu Weiwei told Lu Xiaoxia about it. When Lu Xiaoxia heard it, her eyes lit up instantly, and she agreed, "Boss Gu, I think it's okay. I've been annoyed by the Doomsday game for a long time." Lu Xiaoxia lowered her voice when she said the latter part. This sentence can be regarded as a hint. Lu Xiaoxia also guessed that the situation of this planet is definitely related to the Doomsday game. Gu Weiwei listened and smiled. As expected, there is really no shortage of smart people. And the audience in the live broadcast room, watching their conversation at this moment, many of them were stunned. Isn't it aimed at the central city? What does it have to do with the Doomsday game? But even if they don't understand, when it comes to the topic of the Doomsday game, they silently speculate on the Tianmu live broadcast room. After all, there must be a teacher among 3 people. Who knows if there will be someone who guesses it by chance among so many people, so they shut up silently. As for Gu Weiwei, she also planned to communicate with the players. Of course, we can't say we're dealing with the Doomsday game, we're just asking players if they're interested in dealing with the central city. Once the message was sent out, it instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the players. Those players who had long since awakened and tasted the sweetness of becoming stronger by hunting wild beasts responded enthusiastically, eager to participate in this. Making trouble. Action. Sure, Boss Gu, whatever you want to do, we support you. Yes. Anyway, I'm a little unhappy with the rules of the central city. Yes, if we can't deal with the Doomsday game, can't we deal with this bully who is just like the Doomsday game? Just test the waters. In fact, we may not need to do it ourselves. The survivors want to deal with the central city themselves. Why? I saw that some survivors have taken some resources and entered the central city as undercover without any guidance. I muttered before that if more and more survivors come out, but few return, the central city may find out, and things may be troublesome at that time. A survivor heard it and asked me what to do. I gave a little advice. I didn't expect that when we went to evolve, they had already done such a big thing by themselves. All these schemes are left over from our ancestors. We only need a little bit of them to give them a hard time. Let's continue to stir things up. Haha, if we pry off all the lower-level staff in the central city, what else can they do? Yes. Let's continue to teach the survivors. The players were talking in the group, and everyone was eager to fight. But relatively speaking, the players were indeed more willing to be behind the scenes. They only have one life, and it is related to the disaster of Blue Star. How can they waste it here? After discussing, the players took action. They are strong in themselves, and they are smart, so the survivors are very convinced of them. In this way, with the participation of players, the situation of villages in various hourly areas began to change. First, the players continued to lead the survivors to build, and began to build walls in the outer areas of the village. Second, the players taught the survivors various military strategies and 36 strategies into their heads. 3. Players began to train qualified undercovers for the survivors. 4. Players led the survivors to clean up the wild beasts, using the star cores of the wild beasts to accumulate a lot of points, and then converted these points into various capital for rebellion. Under the leadership of the players, in just a few days, the villages in each hour zone have undergone earth-shaking changes. Each village is like a giant fortress. Don't ask why the wall was built so quickly, it's high technology. In addition to the rapid development of the small area villages, the survivors are rising even faster. You don't need to be very skilled, but if you are not strong, you can't survive at all. Now they know how to use weapons and tools to make themselves stronger. Of course, this is in terms of strength. As for other aspects, the number of survivors entering the central city has increased. Basically, they go in as undercovers, and then dig out more people. Unknowingly, many survivors in the central city have become the survivors' own people. They are working hard to strengthen their power. The leaders of the central city are unaware of all this. They all think that the survivors have gained more recently outside, so they just raise the prices. At this moment, in a store in the central city, compressed food, 6 hours. Water, 6 hours. Meat pie, 8 hours. Juice, 10 hours. Why is the price going up again? It just went up a few days ago. It's so expensive, how can we survive? The recent salary hasn't increased. The survivors in the central city looked at the increased prices of goods, and they were full of complaints. Not only these goods, but also other prices have directly climbed up a lot. Everything has increased, and the pressure on their shoulders is not heavy. At this moment, these survivors really feel a little resentful towards the recent survivors from outside. It's a harvest outside, so why be so high profile? Under the heavy pressure of the central city, some people who were already tight on money could no longer survive. Wesley was one of them. He was lucky and found a job with his skills. If he was alone, he would definitely be able to make ends meet. But he still had a mother and a sister to support. They were already hungry and barely able to survive. But now that prices have risen, they really can't stand it. Back home, Wesley forced himself to cheer up and handed today's lunch to his mother Hannah. Hannah looked at the food her son brought back, which was the same as usual, and said, "I'm old now, and I can't burden you anymore." "Mother, don't say that, let's save some more." "Save? How long can you save?" Hannah's expression was firm. She didn't want to burden her son anymore. "It's just that your sister is young and needs your care." "Mother, I don't want you to leave." Selena hugged Hannah and cried. Hannah's eyes suddenly turned red. Wesley listened. A trace of struggle flashed across his eyes, and finally said, "Let's go out together as a family." "Nonsense!" Hannah scolded quickly. "How can we survive outside?" "Mother, I'm not angry for a moment. A friend I knew before told me that the survivors outside are living better than in the central city." Wesley said directly, "I don't want to take this risk because I have a job, so I rejected him. But this time he came back safely and brought back a lot of star cores and good things I haven't seen before, so I want to trust him." "But, Mother, we can't survive here anymore. We have to try outside. Now it's you. If prices go up again, it will be me and my sister." They have never thought about how the lower class people live. When Wesley said this, his tone was filled with grief and anger. Before, it was his grandparents who left to avoid being a burden. Then it was his father. Now it's his mother's turn. He really doesn't want to. "We die together and live together." Wesley choked up. Hannah was silent, but looking at Wesley's emotional breakdown, she finally agreed, "Then go and take a look." The situation of Wesley's family is still happening everywhere. The next day, another group of people left the central city. The central city didn't care about it. Anyway, there was only such a safe place. The survivors inside kept going out, and the survivors outside would keep coming back. But the leadership of the central city didn't know. Their rule had already been hollowed out bit by bit without them noticing. Wesley's family was also in the whole team. They were very worried when they left the city, but fortunately there were many people around them, which gave them some courage. "Don't worry, we have cleared all the wild beasts in this area." Wesley's friend John whispered to Wesley, "You will not be disappointed." What happened next made Wesley's family a little dizzy. On their way out of the city, they did not encounter any wild beasts. They encountered one after walking a long distance. But the wild beast was killed before it even got close to them. When they saw a wall similar to the wall of the central city, they were stunned. Outside, there were survivors who built a city. After they entered and learned about the situation of the village, their worldview changed dramatically. When they ate the delicious food, Wesley's tears flowed. "Mother, sister, we won the bet." In fact, leaving the central city is just a bet, isn't it? Hannah and Selena's eyes were red. They finally ushered in a new life. In this way, the survivors quietly poached people behind the scenes, while also strengthening their own strength. While the survivors were working hard to build high walls and store up food, it was time for the players to leave. The players also told some survivors in advance. Godfrey and others were also informed. After all, Godfrey has become an important force in the 5th hour zone, especially since the other party is quite studious. "Can't you stay? Without you, we have no confidence." Godfrey couldn't help but say. In fact, the existence of players like Gu Weiwei really gave them a lot of confidence. There is a saying in our country that whoever wins the hearts of the people wins the world. If you win the hearts of the people, you will win. Gu Weiwei said to Godfrey, "And our departure is something we cannot decide." Godfrey understood, took a long breath, and then said to Gu Weiwei, "Thank you." He was sure of one thing now. These things were brought by Gu Weiwei and the others. "Then I hope you won't let us down," Gu Weiwei said. "Yes." Godfrey nodded. This response was not only from him, but also from thousands of survivors. It was late at night, and the countdown came again. Gu Weiwei and the others had received a reminder from the Doomsday game. This time, all the players are alive, and the star core minerals obtained by each player on the planet, the rule of 12 hours, are a large amount. After dawn, the players have disappeared on the planet, the rule of 12 hours, and the survivors on the planet, the rule of 12 hours, looked at the disappeared players, and then at the central city standing in the center of the planet, with their eyes full of fighting spirit. They knew that the road ahead was still very long, but as long as they worked hard, one day, they would be able to overthrow the rule of the central city and create a beautiful world that belonged to them. Chapter 229. At this time, there was a jubilation on the blue star. Great, this time, everyone is alive. It's really exciting to watch. This is the first time I see a player with 0 casualties. It's mainly because I encountered a bug. Hee, Doomsday game must be regretting it now. Of course, said Boss Guin. I hope everyone will be fine in every world in the future. These 2 months have been the most comfortable 2 months since the Doomsday game came. Speaking of which, has the country made any progress in the past 2 months? Especially the first generation gene medicine, which is really amazing. There is progress. Is it true? Of course it's true. Recently, various resorts have been planting some special plants, which are said to be the raw materials for the first generation gene medicine. That's really great. I really just hope that the country can make progress faster. There should be a lot of things that are 100 times more effective this time. Yes, I heard there are a lot of star cores alone. Haha, star cores are worth at least 10,000 points. The Doomsday game really lost a lot this time. Everyone was talking to each other in the Sky Curtain live room, and the audience was happily enjoying this joy. As for the country, it was indeed receiving the star cores, ores, and various special plants that Gu Weiwei and other players had brought back in an orderly manner. These things were like heavenly books to scientific researchers at first, and they naturally didn't know their uses, but fortunately the library had information. The research team has studied the things that Gu Weiwei brought back from the previous planet day and night for the past 2 months, and has obtained specific answers from the materials in the library. Not only the first generation gene medicine, but also other high-tech products have slowly made progress under the hard work of the researchers. In particular, after using the first generation gene medicine, some scientists seem to have opened the door to wisdom, their thinking became extremely active, and their research work progressed extremely quickly. A quiet revolution is unfolding slowly on Blue Star like spring rain moistening everything. Time is passing slowly in the busyness and expectation. Players led by Gu Weiwei are playing survival games on planets full of unknowns and dangers. With their tenacious will and extraordinary wisdom, they have continuously obtained countless resources for Blue Star. On Blue Star, whether it is the official scientific research team working day and night, or the people working diligently in their respective positions, they are all working hard for the future of Blue Star. 3 months later. Chief, the first generation of gene medicine. We have successfully developed the first generation version. Although the effect is only 1/10 of it, we succeeded. Yin Yanshang rushed into the office with sweat on his forehead and panting, and said to Wang Jingze with his voice distorted with excitement. Wang Jingze was originally reviewing the documents with his head down, and he stood up excitedly when he heard this. In fact, during this period of time, he had received some news about the progress of research and development. But I really didn't expect that the day of success would come so soon. Has anyone tried it? Wang Jingze suppressed his excitement and asked eagerly. Yes. Yin Yanshang quickly replied. It was the volunteer who signed up before. Great. Wang Jingze couldn't help but shout again, with a gratified smile on his face. In fact, not only the first generation of gene drugs, but also many other technologies have made surprising progress. A month ago, their carefully built space carrier successfully reached all the planets in the entire solar system after a long voyage. On each planet, the astronauts carefully collected special materials such as soil, and then brought them back to the blue planet for in-depth research. The researchers analyzed them day and night in the laboratory, and were surprised to find that some key elements that they could not find on the blue planet were found one by one on these planets. This major discovery directly achieved a breakthrough in some technical bottlenecks that had plagued them for a long time. This means that in the next step, they will set up small bases on various planets, and use unmanned machines to start efficiently collecting resources. If they can fully control these resources, the civilization level of their blue planet may jump directly from 1 to 1.5. As for the remaining 0.5, it is obviously more difficult. The key lies in controlling the energy of the sun, and having a strong military force that can protect the entire galaxy. Recalling this, Wang Jingze continued, the effect did not meet expectations. What is the reason? It's the extraction technology. Yin Yinchang replied seriously, the researchers have found the problem, so they are now racing against time to study a machine that can maximize the efficiency of plant extraction. Another team has also joined in to assist in the research, and there should be results soon. Good. Wang Jingze could not think of any other words except this one. Because everything is so wonderful now, it has exceeded his expectations. Let them keep working hard. Yes. Yin Yinchang nodded vigorously, his eyes full of determination. 6 months later, with the efforts of scientific researchers day and night, the extraction technology was perfected. After countless experiments and improvements, the final version of the first generation of gene drugs has been successfully launched. The only thing left is the problem of mass production. When the research was truly successful, the government announced such an exciting good news to the public. As soon as the news came out, the whole network was shocked. Major social platforms were instantly flooded with comments, and countless netizens expressed their opinions. It actually worked. Some people left a message in disbelief. It's so fast. One netizen exclaimed, I thought I would have to wait for several years. Yes, I thought I was dazzled when I saw the news. Another netizen echoed. It's too hard to believe. One netizen posted several exclamation marks to express his excitement. It is also because the first-generation gene medicine provided by Boss Gu has cultivated batches of talents for us. Another netizen analyzed rationally. There are many recent scientific and technological achievements, and our researchers are also very hard-working. Someone listed the recent technological breakthroughs. In addition, the players have provided us with more and more resources, and there are several more space starships. Netizens praise the players' contributions. Haha, Doomsday game gives money every month, and then every month it is in debt. Everyone finds the embarrassment of Doomsday game very interesting. TSK, I thought there was no hope for level 2 civilization, but now, I really think there is great hope. One netizen wrote with longing. I think that planetary travel will be just around the corner for us in the future. Some people began to imagine a better life in the future. Haha, in fact, we don't have to wait until the future to travel, maybe we can go to work soon? A netizen said. Work? Yes, it was operated by unmanned machines before, after all, it is not so flexible. I heard that the first generation of gene drugs can improve people's physical fitness and enable them to survive adaptably on other planets. So the first batch of people who use the first generation of gene drugs are likely to be those who will go to work. The netizen explained in detail. Yes, our department is already planning to recruit. An insider revealed the news. Ah, I want to go. Countless netizens posted comments to express their wishes. The selection is very strict. Someone reminded. While the discussion was heated on Blue Star, such good news was also delivered to the players through special communication channels. Gu Weiwei naturally received it. At this time, they were leaving a plant planet and came to an ice planet completely covered with ice and snow through the transmission mechanism of the Doomsday game. Looking around, all around was white, and the cold wind whistled past, rolling up the snow on the ground. Originally, such a harsh environment would make it difficult for them to survive, but now, there is no problem at all. Even a single player can stand on his own. When Gu Weiwei received the message, she was directing the mining robot to mine. Based on Gu Weiwei's rich experience, she has keenly discovered. These high-level planets basically contain various mineral energy. In the previous planetary exploration, they have accumulated a lot of experience in finding and mining ores. Now, after the survival problem has been solved, the players have begun to actively think of all kinds of ways to get the wool of the Doomsday game. Like treasure hunters, they do not miss any corner that may hide resources, and they have become addicted to it. And now, the facts tell them that they did the right thing. Not only is their strength rising steadily through continuous experience and resource acquisition, but the strength of Blue Star is also rising steadily under their efforts and the struggle of scientific researchers. Great! I see hope of returning to Blue Star. Is Blue Star getting closer to level 2 civilization? Yes. Oh my god, it's been more than a year. It's been 9 months for me. It's been 12 months for me. It's getting easier. I hope to return to Blue Star within 5 years. You can be bolder. Ha ha ha, yes, we have all evolved. The players chatted happily in the group chat, full of confidence in the future. Gu Weiwei looked at this scene, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. Days with hope are really not that hard to endure. This feeling of working hard for a common goal also made her full of motivation. 1 year later, the first generation of gene medicine has been mass-produced. In major production bases, advanced production lines are operating in an orderly manner, and bottles of medicine are produced and shipped to various parts of Blue Star. On the entire Blue Star, 1/10 of the population has used the first generation of gene medicine. The physical fitness of the personnel who have used the first generation of gene drugs has been greatly improved, and they can basically meet the higher physical and intellectual requirements of the school. Blue Star began to vigorously carry out literacy education. In the resort city, countless people entered the campus and received high-tech education. At the same time, various planetary bases have been initially formed. On the Moon, Mars, and other planets, metal buildings have sprung up, and unmanned machines are busy collecting resources around the bases, and continuously sending resources back to Blue Star through special transportation channels. 2 years later, 1/3 of the population used the first-generation gene medicine. The overall physical fitness and intelligence level of mankind have been greatly improved. With the help of science and technology, humans have made full use of all planetary resources. In space, various advanced collection equipment and transport spacecraft shuttle back and forth, bringing precious resources from various planets back to the blue planet. Researchers use these resources to continuously innovate and research, and new scientific and technological achievements emerge like a blowout. 3 years later, 70% of the population used the first-generation gene medicine. The technological level of mankind has reached an unprecedented height. Major breakthroughs have been made in the research and control of solar energy, and the energy of the sun can be used to provide a steady stream of power for the Blue Star. At the same time, it has a strong military force that can protect the entire star system. Blue Star, the city is prosperous and beautiful, full of technology, and various advanced aircraft shuttle between various resorts. In space, magnificent space stations and defense facilities stand, guarding the entire solar system. All of this indicates that the Blue Star has initially entered the second level of civilization. This also means that they can finally get rid of the Doomsday game. Chapter 230. In the command conference room of Blue Star, the atmosphere was solemn and full of expectations. Wang Jingze looked serious, his brows slightly furrowed, and his deep eyes revealed a thoughtful light. He slowly said, "According to our established standards, our Blue Star has reached the level of Level 2 civilization. However, we ourselves cannot confirm it for sure." His voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the empty conference room. Recalling the past few years of hard work, every day and night of struggle was played in Wang Jingze's mind like a movie. For the development of Blue Star, everyone has tried their best. Countless researchers have been working day and night in the laboratory, and frontline builders have been working hard in harsh environments. The source of all this rapid development is undoubtedly the first-generation gene drug, which is like a magical key that has raised people's intelligence and physical strength to an unprecedented level. With its help, researchers have become more agile in thinking and can overcome one technical problem after another that was once insurmountable. People have more energy and have accelerated the pace of infrastructure construction. Of course, the rich and diverse high-energy minerals also contributed greatly. These precious resources provide a continuous source of power support for the technological development of Blue Star, allowing various advanced equipment to operate efficiently. Otherwise, with the original conditions of Blue Star, to achieve today's achievements, the energy consumed would probably be dozens of times more than it is now, and it might take decades to achieve today's results. Does the leader mean to contact Boss Gu? Yin Yanshang reacted quickly. A look of sudden enlightenment flashed in his eyes, and he asked anxiously. "Yes." Wang Jingze nodded heavily, his eyes full of trust and expectation. Boss Gu should have a reliable channel to obtain information about the advanced planets. This inference is not without basis. The few words that Gu Weiwei revealed before, as well as the mysterious source of the first generation of genetic medicine, all point to the mysterious advanced planetary forces behind her. It is very likely that it is the powerful existence behind the Doomsday Resort. At this moment, Wang Jingze's heart is full of relief. Fortunately, at the most difficult time for Blue Star, a key figure like Gu Weiwei appeared, bringing the light of hope for Blue Star to escape the control of the Doomsday game. Otherwise, Blue Star would probably only be able to struggle under the cruel control of the Doomsday game, like a trapped beast in a quagmire, and it is unknown when it will find an opportunity to escape. "Yes." Wang Jingze nodded again, his tone firm and decisive. "We must be honest with each other, and send all the details of Blue Star to Boss Gu without reservation." He knew that only with complete trust could he obtain the most accurate information, and open up a bright road for the future of Blue Star. In Wang Jing's heart, the power behind Gu Weiwei was a powerful force. Once Blue Star officially entered the development track of Level 2 civilization, he sincerely hoped that Gu Weiwei would have a better way to develop. After all, people's hearts are complicated, and selfish thoughts will inevitably grow in some people's hearts. When Blue Star was in danger, everyone was grateful for Boss Gu's selfless dedication, but when the situation stabilized, facing huge benefits and merits, it was inevitable that some people would have different thoughts. Although Wang Jingze could stick to his original intention, he could not guarantee that everyone in the future could do the same. Therefore, he sincerely hoped that Gu Weiwei could stay away from the disturbances of Blue Star, live a peaceful life of her own, and no longer be remembered by some people with bad intentions on Blue Star in the future. Yes. Yin Yinshan took the order and left without thinking much about the deep meaning. In his opinion, Gu Weiwei played a great role in the earth-shaking improvement of Blue Star. It was normal to confirm key information with her. Under the official's orderly operation, Gu Weiwei, who was far away in the game world, received an urgent message from Blue Star without any warning. She was concentrating on the game, and the moment she saw the message, she was stunned. Although Gu Weiwei had long expected that with the blessing of the first generation of gene drugs, Blue Star would inevitably usher in rapid development. But she never expected that in just 3 short years, Blue Star could achieve such an amazing leap. Surprise and excitement surged into her heart like a tide, and she contacted the system without hesitation. Blue Star, has it been promoted to Level 2 civilization? Gu Weiwei's voice trembled slightly, her heart was beating wildly in her chest, and even her breathing became rapid, fearing that the answer she got would not be satisfactory. Confirmed, it has been promoted to Level 2 civilization. Someone from the Interstellar Civilization Council will go to Blue Star to confirm it in the near future. After the system confirmed the news, it gave Gu Weiwei a positive reply. Then the Doomsday game. Gu Weiwei asked immediately, her voice full of eagerness and expectation. We will definitely withdraw before they leave. Once we withdraw, you can return to Blue Star directly. When the system said this, its tone was filled with joy. Watching Blue Star coming all the way, he felt that Blue Star was not easy. Of course, he was looking at it from Gu Weiwei's perspective. I remember you said before that there were planets that wanted to take in Blue Star as a subordinate civilization, but 3 years have passed, and they haven't arrived at Blue Star. Could it be that it takes a long time for them to enter Blue Star? Gu Weiwei thought of the matter that had been lingering in her mind. I used special means to block the existence of Blue Star before. The system immediately informed Gu Weiwei of what it had done silently behind her back. Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment, with a flash of surprise and emotion in her eyes. She really didn't expect that the system had silently done so much for Blue Star in a place she couldn't see. Thank you, thank you. At this moment, thousands of words turned into simple thanks. Gu Weiwei felt mixed emotions. She once thought that everything the system did was for the purpose of exploitation. But now, the truth was revealed. She truly felt the silent dedication of the system behind the scenes, and was deeply touched. We are one of us. The system keenly sensed Gu Weiwei's gratitude and said, with a hint of smile in its voice. Yeah. Gu Weiwei nodded vigorously, her eyes slightly red. In her heart, the system was no longer a cold tool, but a close partner who walked side by side and supported each other. Without the help of the system, she might have been drowned in the cruel tide of the Doomsday game, not to mention bringing hope and change to Blue Star. She is just an ordinary girl who was lucky enough to get the golden finger, so she has everything now. Congratulations to the host, you will return to Blue Star soon. Then, the system continued. Hearing this, Gu Weiwei's eyes instantly turned red, and tears rolled in her eyes. This is exciting. Finally, after countless hardships and obstacles, they are about to truly return to Blue Star. This time, Blue Star is no longer a tool to be manipulated at will, but stands in the interstellar space in a brand new, independent state. Gu Weiwei's emotional abnormality has long been keenly captured by Lu Xiaoxia beside her. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room also left messages on the screen, expressing their concern for Gu Weiwei, but Gu Weiwei, who was immersed in her emotions, did not notice these. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxia's face was full of anxiety, her eyes were full of worry, and she hurriedly asked, Boss Gu, are you okay? She stared at Gu Weiwei closely, as if she was afraid that something might happen to her. Lu Xiaoxia had never seen Gu Weiwei so outgoing. Gu Weiwei listened, exhaled lightly, and tried to calm down her excitement. She raised her head and said to Lu Xiaoxia, It's good news. Blue Star is going to be promoted to Level 2 civilization. After the voice fell, Lu Xiaoxia froze in place, her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. At the same time, the audience in the Tianmu Live broadcast room also exploded, and the barrage was like snowflakes swiping the screen like crazy. Ah, what did Boss Gu say? Isn't it hallucination? Did Blue Star really advance to level 2 civilization? This is incredible. Great, our Blue Star has finally made it. Should the Doomsday game leave now? No wonder Boss Gu was so happy that he cried. If it were me, I would cry with joy too. I've already started crying and can't stop. This is normal. Everyone has been controlled by the Doomsday game for so long. This joy is too precious. When will the Doomsday game leave our blue planet? Now I really hope that the Doomsday game can get out as soon as possible. Soon, we have been promoted to level 2 civilization, and it can no longer use us as a playground. I can't wait to say goodbye to it. Don't say goodbye, it's time to say get out. Yes, Doomsday game, get out as soon as possible. It's too easy for it to get out directly. Can you know the information of the civilization behind it? I want to know too. If we have the opportunity to contact other civilizations in the future, we will always be able to find out through clues. Let the players come back first. They really haven't had a good rest in the past 3 years. They are too tired. Yes, yes, the players are the heroes of our Blue Star. We must welcome them well. Should we hold some ceremonies to welcome the players back? Of course, we must let the heroes feel our enthusiasm and gratitude. And the players who sacrificed their lives, they are always worth remembering. Our country has already done this. Whether it is the players who were selected to enter the game field in the early stage, or the players who were selected to enter the National Destiny game later, the country has made tombstones and placed them in the Martyrs Park. It has not been completed yet, and is still in progress. Wow, I cried again, the country is really warm. The country has never lost in this regard, and always keeps the heroes in mind. They deserve it. They paved the way for the future of Blue Star with their lives. The players in the Tianmu Live broadcast room were immersed in ecstasy, and Wang Jingze and his team also received accurate feedback. Information from Gu Weiwei's timely feedback. I really advanced. Yin Yinchang said excitedly, his voice trembling slightly, and his eyes were stained with tears of emotion. After years of hard work and dedication, they finally welcomed this moment of reward. Yes! Wang Jingze was also full of emotion. His eyes were slightly moist. Although they had been mentally prepared for a long time, when this great moment really came, he still couldn't suppress his excitement and joy. When will the players come back? Yin Yinchang asked impatiently, his eyes full of anticipation for the players' return. Soon. Wang Jingze replied with a smile, which was full of concern and relief for the players. There is just one thing, after the Doomsday game leaves, can we know which civilization is behind it? Yin Yinchang continued to ask, with a hint of determination and unwillingness in his eyes. They had no choice but to be slaughtered because of the disparity in strength, but this does not mean that they will always swallow this breath. In Yin Yinchang's heart, the flame of revenge always burned. Wang Jingze listened, looked at Yin Yinchang deeply, and then said earnestly, there will be a chance, but not now. He knew that in the face of absolute strength, all words of revenge seemed pale and powerless. Blue Star still has a long and difficult distance to the road of true strength. After hearing this, Yin Yinchang reacted instantly and nodded silently. He swore in his heart, a gentleman's revenge is never too late after 10 years. Sooner or later, Blue Star will make Doomsday game pay the price with its own powerful strength. At this time, Lu Xiaoxia was completely stunned after listening to Gu Weiwei's words. Advance to level 2 civilization? Lu Xiaoxia murmured to herself, as if she was still trying to digest this shocking information. Her eyes were full of confusion and surprise, as if she couldn't believe that all this was true. Yeah. Gu Weiwei smiled and gave a positive answer, and that smile was as warm as the spring breeze. Lu Xiaoxia's eyes instantly turned red, and tears rolled down uncontrollably. We can return to Blue Star safely. Her voice was filled with tears, which was the complete release of the long-suppressed emotions at this moment. Yes. Gu Weiwei gently patted Lu Xiaoxia's shoulder, giving her silent comfort. Lu Xiaoxia could no longer suppress her inner excitement, and immediately hugged Gu Weiwei and burst into tears. Over the years, she has been under too much pressure. In the cruel world of the Doomsday game, every mission is a test of life and death. In order to survive, she has to stay strong at all times and hide her fragile side deeply. Only when she was with Gu Weiwei could she occasionally let down her guard and feel a rare sense of relaxation. But this was far from enough. The fear, fatigue, and pressure accumulated in her heart surged out like a flood. Gu Weiwei looked at the crying Lu Xiaoxia, and her heart was full of heartache. She gently reached out and patted Lu Xiaoxia's back gently. At the same time, Gu Weiwei also sent this exciting news to the player group. She hoped that other players could also feel this joy at the first time. Although the specific return time is still uncertain, the sooner we know this good news, the sooner we can immerse ourselves in this joy. At this time, everyone in the player group was discussing enthusiastically how to easily get through the game this time. Suddenly, the message said by Gu Weiwei was like a heavy bomb, and the entire player group fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned by this sudden surprise. In a flash, the chat group was like an ignited gunpowder barrel, and it completely exploded. I thought I was seeing things. I thought so too. I watched it over and over again. I checked again, and even pinched myself. It's real. This is not a dream. Me too. I can't believe it. Happiness comes too suddenly. Ah, finally I've waited for this day. The hardship I've endured over the past few years has not been in vain. And I'm still alive, and can witness this great moment with my own eyes. When can I return to Blue Star? I really don't want to play this game for even a day. I feel it will be soon. Maybe I can go back soon. Great, I can finally go home. I miss my family and friends on Blue Star so much. I am so excited that my hands are shaking. I don't know what to say. I, Hu Han-san, will go back soon. Blue Star, I'm back. I never thought that I could go back alive one day. In the player group, everyone was talking about it, and their true feelings were revealed between the lines. Joy, excitement, emotion, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, converging into a warm stream of joy. They were happy in the end. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxia's emotions gradually eased. She took a long breath and slowly let go of Gu Weiwei. I'm sorry, I got your clothes wet. Lu Xiaoxia looked at the water stains on Gu Weiwei's clothes, said embarrassedly, and a blush appeared on her face. It's okay, I change it later, Gu Weiwei said in a calm tone. Lu Xiaoxia had completely recovered at this moment. She opened her phone and saw the heated conversation in the group. Then she realized that Gu Weiwei had just notified other players. Seeing everyone's excitement, her mood also became better. Speaking of which, they have been on this planet for 28 days. According to the original plan, this round of games will end in 2 days. A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Xiaoxia's mind. Will they be able to return to Blue Star directly after this game is over? Thinking about it, Lu Xiaoxia asked this question directly. Gu Weiwei paused, thought for a moment, and then raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a mysterious smile, and then said, If we can withdraw, we shouldn't wait until the last day. Huh? Why? Lu Xiaoxia asked curiously with a puzzled face. We have taken too much wool. Gu Weiwei smiled, with a cunning light in her eyes. In the past 3 years, under her leadership, the survival rate of players has greatly increased, and the number of goods obtained by each player through various means is enough to cause heavy losses to the Doomsday game. During these days, Doomsday game set traps for them one after another, but who let Gu Weiwei have the powerful plugin of the system. With the help of the system, all the conspiracies and tricks against them turned into bubbles in the end. There is no doubt that Doomsday game must have suffered a big loss this time. Lu Xiaoxia listened, and was stunned at first, then reacted and laughed with gloating. Imagining the Doomsday game's defeat, she felt extremely happy. And Gu Weiwei was indeed right. Not long after they learned about Blue Star's promotion, all players suddenly received information about the Doomsday game. Ding! The game ends early. Players please prepare to return. The cold electronic synthesized sound rang in the ears of the players, but made everyone feel unprecedented joy. As soon as the voice fell, all players were instantly sent into the virtual space by a mysterious force. Ding! Return to Blue Star then. There was another crisp reminder sound. In an instant, Gu Weiwei and the others only felt a flash of white light in front of their eyes, and the next second, they were sent back to the blue planet. At the same time, everyone in every corner of the blue planet heard the same mechanical sound. It is detected that the planet has been promoted to level 2 civilization, and it is not suitable for launching games. The Doomsday game is being uninstalled. Uninstallation completed, the planet's digitization status is lifted the next moment. The virtual screens that had been following all the players disappeared without a trace, and the Sky Curtain live broadcast room also completely disappeared. At the same time, the crops and animals that were once ruthlessly confiscated by the Doomsday game have been restored intact. All traces of the Doomsday game seemed to be completely wiped out by an invisible big hand. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Everything could no longer be returned to the beginning. But in the end, they won. They got rid of the Doomsday game. Chapter 231. The haze of the Doomsday game finally dissipated, and Blue Planet ushered in a new life. Doomsday Resort City. Gu Weiwei has also returned to her familiar yet unfamiliar courtyard. The bricks and tiles, the grass and trees in front of her seem to be covered with a veil of time, making her feel a little strange. In the past 3 long years, she was like a rootless duckweed, drifting among many planets. The countless thrilling, life and death experiences had already filled her memory. However, when her feet actually touched the land, the peace and sense of belonging from the bottom of her heart surged like a tide. It's great, everything is over. Then, she lazily laid down on the bed, scrolling through her phone leisurely, indulging in this short but precious tranquility and comfort. At this moment, the familiar voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Will you stay in Blue Star forever? Gu Weiwei was slightly startled. How could this Doomsday Landlady system that had always been with her suddenly throw out such a question? Her thoughts began to drift, and she fell into deep thought. After a moment, she slowly said, I will stay in Blue Star for the time being, but not in the future. You are worried that I will be disturbed by others in Blue Star. Gu Weiwei's mind was like a mirror. She had accumulated too many precious resources and advanced technologies in her hands after working outside for many years. It may be calm in the short term, but over time, it will inevitably attract the covetousness of those who are interested. After all, she knew very well that it was a crime to possess a treasure. Yes. The system responded concisely and straightforwardly. Don't worry, I understand. When the situation on Blue Star stabilizes, and we have a space terminal, I will leave. Gu Weiwei's eyes were firm, and her words were full of yearning for the future. Don't I still have an interstellar pass? I want to travel the interstellar space, and then continue to be a landlady in the interstellar space. Speaking of this, the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. You will always stay with me, right? Gu Weiwei's tone carried a subtle expectation. In those difficult years, it was this system that fought side by side with her, and accompanied her through life and death moments one after another. She had become accustomed to its existence, and she would have to rely on its help to open a branch city in the future. Of course, I will always be with you. The system's voice actually revealed a hint of irrepressible joy, as if it was also looking forward to the future interstellar journey full of infinite possibilities. At this time, neither Gu Weiwei nor the system had expected that this conversation between them would actually plant the seeds of a strange misunderstanding, and this misunderstanding would produce a big mistake that would make people laugh and cry in the future. However, when she heard the system's affirmative reply, Gu Weiwei felt much more at ease. She thought to herself, the golden finger is still there. I can continue to play around in the future. As she was thinking deeply, the phone screen suddenly lit up and an official message jumped into her eyes. Gu Weiwei looked carefully and found that it was Wang Jingze, who was going to come to Doomsday Resort City to find her in person. Seeing this message, she instantly cheered up, stood up, tidied her clothes, and then hurried to open the door. After welcoming Wang Jingze and his party into the house, as soon as everyone sat down, Wang Jingze said straight to the point, the Doomsday game has left, but we don't have any other information, so we are not sure. I don't know much information either. Gu Weiwei frowned slightly and responded solemnly, but the Doomsday game was withdrawn so quickly, which only means that the team that will confirm that Blue Star will be promoted and join the Star Civilization is likely to arrive soon. Then, she told all the information she knew without reservation, including the various situations in which those forces that attempted to turn Blue Star into a subordinate civilization were intercepted by mysterious forces halfway. Did the Doomsday Resort system help? Wang Jingze's eyes flashed with surprise, and he couldn't wait to ask. Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded without hesitation. Now that the shield is open, other civilizations may arrive on Blue Star one after another. Even if they come, it's useless. Wang Jingze breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression was obviously much more relaxed. I'm just guessing whether the civilization behind the Doomsday game will be mixed in with these civilizations. Although the Doomsday game has become a thing of the past, the shadow it left behind still looms over people's minds. They are worried that the civilization behind the Doomsday game will not give up easily. After all, if they fail to achieve their goals in the game, no one can predict whether they will secretly plot a more sinister conspiracy. It should not be there. The Doomsday game knows the coordinates of Blue Star. Gu Weiwei analyzed calmly. Besides, Blue Star is just one of them for the Doomsday game. If it is lost, it is lost. He will also erase all traces. Then there is no way. Wang Jingze stopped talking halfway. But the two of them understood each other's strong desire to find the culprit and avenge their hatred. We can only slowly find clues. In addition, we should help those planets controlled by the Doomsday game to resist the Doomsday game so that the civilization behind it cannot benefit from it. Gu Weiwei answered firmly. We should help them. If they advance, we have similar civilizations, and can help each other in interstellar civilization in the future. Wang Jingze nodded in agreement. He knew very well that Blue Star was relatively weak in the interstellar world, and might need to go through a long period of hiding its strength. But for the future of Blue Star, they were willing to do their best and make unremitting efforts. Only by becoming stronger can they have more say on the interstellar stage, have the opportunity to seek revenge, and defend the dignity of Blue Star. Then, the two began to discuss various details in depth. Gu Weiwei informed Wang Jingze of all the information about interstellar civilization obtained from the system without omission, so that he had a clearer understanding and plan for the future development direction of Blue Star. After this in-depth exchange, Wang Jingze asked with concern, "What are your plans for the future?" "I will probably travel around." Gu Weiwei answered almost without thinking, "I can open the Doomsday resort to other planets, and by the way, I can also find some advanced technology to sell in vending machines. In this way, she can avoid the possible power disputes on Blue Star and contribute to the development of Blue Star. More importantly, she can continue to pursue her original dream and be a free and easy landlady." After many twists and turns, she seemed to have returned to the starting point, but the ups and downs along the way had already changed her state of mind. "That's good." Wang Jingze listened to Gu Weiwei's plan, and was sincerely happy for her. The vast interstellar civilization is indeed worth exploring boldly. Gu Weiwei also truly felt Wang Jingze's sincere kindness and care for her. "Don't worry, I won't let anyone disturb you," Wang Jingze solemnly assured. "Everyone should focus on the construction of the planet." "Yes." Gu Weiwei nodded to express her gratitude. In a place like Doomsday Resort, few people could easily disturb her. However, with the protection of the country, those trivial troubles will inevitably be reduced. Afterwards, Wang Jingze stood up and said goodbye. After seeing him off, Gu Weiwei returned to the room, picked up her phone again, and began to pay attention to the dynamics on the internet. At this time, all countries on Blue Star were immersed in a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. Various grand and solemn celebrations were held in various places to celebrate the success of Blue Star in getting rid of the threat of the Doomsday game and ushering in the dawn of hope. The main city of Doomsday Resort was also very lively, with a crowd of people. Many people were full of reverence and curiosity, eager to see the great hero who saved Blue Star, Gu Weiwei. However, Gu Weiwei was not willing to be exposed to the public too much. She rarely showed up. After a long time, people stopped disturbing her frequently. In this way, the entire blue planet was immersed in a sea of joy and celebrated for several days. Until the fifth day, the blue planet officials suddenly released a shocking news to the global public. Other interstellar civilizations were visiting. It turned out that as early as the third day, a group of space starships with strange shapes and full of technology arrived in the solar system quietly. However, the present is different from the past. Today's blue planet has been reborn. The space fleet of Blue Planet responded quickly and decisively intercepted these space starships in space. Although the overall strength of Blue Star may not be comparable to these interstellar civilizations that came from afar, they have an absolute advantage in the number of space starships. Hundreds and thousands of starships appeared in space, like a steel torrent, majestically blocking dozens of starships from other civilizations, and mercilessly intercepting them outside the solar system. After a difficult and tense communication, the people of Blue Star finally figured out that these starships were sent by other civilizations to try to accept Blue Star as a subordinate civilization. However, they lost their way in the vast universe, and could not find the coordinates of Blue Star accurately, which resulted in wasting a lot of time in space. When they arrived at Blue Star after going through untold hardships, they were surprised to find that the Blue Star in front of them was completely different from what they imagined. These alien civilizations, which originally intended to take Blue Star as a subordinate civilization, only realized at this moment that Blue Star civilization had successfully upgraded to a level 2 civilization. Faced with such an unexpected change, they were helpless. After all, Blue Star has now been recognized by interstellar civilizations, and has its own sovereignty. They can only stay in space helplessly. It was not until 2 days later that the delegation of the Interstellar Civilization Council finally arrived at Blue Star. The space fleet of Blue Star warmly welcomed their arrival with the highest courtesy, and then led them into Blue Star together. On this day, the sky of Blue Star seemed to have turned into a huge and spectacular space starship exhibition hall, densely packed with various space starships of different shapes. The people of Blue Star have long been accustomed to this. After all, Blue Star itself has thousands of space starships, and most of the time, they stay in space. Everyone has long been accustomed to the existence of these behemoths. Therefore, even though the sky was filled with starships, the people of Blue Star did not feel any worry or fear. When the official announcement of the arrival of the delegation of the Interstellar Civilization Council and the formal inclusion of Blue Star into the interstellar civilization was made, the people of Blue Star could no longer suppress their excitement and once again burst into deafening cheers. This day is destined to be engraved in the history of Blue Star civilization and become the most important milestone. Blue Star has finally entered the ranks of Level 2 civilization. However, the Interstellar Civilization Council's delegation obviously did not show much interest in Blue Star. They simply followed the prescribed procedures, confirmed that Blue Star civilization had indeed reached the standard of Level 2 civilization, and then hurriedly delivered the Interstellar Civilization confirmation letter and some related items, and then prepared to leave in a blink of an eye. In their eyes, Blue Star civilization was just a remote, featureless, low-level civilization, and it was not worth their staying here for long. As for the other civilizations that arrived 2 days earlier, seeing that the plan to take Blue Star as a subordinate civilization had come to nothing, they left unwillingly. After sending these alien visitors away, Blue Star could not wait to study the precious gifts sent by the representative team of the Interstellar Civilization Council. 1. Interstellar Civilization Network. After the base station is built and the program is introduced, they can connect to the Interstellar Civilization Network. Once connected, Blue Star can check all kinds of rich information on the Interstellar Network. 2. Interstellar Civilization Navigation Map, which details the exact location of each planet, route planning, and the surrounding cosmic environment, providing crucial guidance for Blue Star's future interstellar exploration journey. 3. Interstellar Civilization Space Transportation Station Design Map. With it, Blue Star can build a space transportation station that meets interstellar standards according to the design plan, thus truly achieving seamless integration with interstellar civilization. In the following days, Blue Star worked together and invested all its time and energy in the construction of these projects. Because everyone knows that only when these construction projects are successful can Blue Star civilization truly integrate into the big family of interstellar civilization. However, before that, an unprecedented and globally watched commendation conference was held in a grand manner through live broadcast. The participants of this commendation conference include not only those players who fought bravely for Blue Star in the game of national destiny, but also scientists and staff who worked silently and selflessly in the process of Blue Star construction. They have used countless days and nights of hard work to promote the leapfrog development of Blue Star technology. The atmosphere at the commendation meeting was very warm. The lights on the gorgeous stage were dazzling, and the seats were full. Gu Weiwei also sat quietly. The live broadcast on the stage stayed on her from time to time. I saw Boss Gu. It's great to see her. Yes, Boss Gu is definitely the first contributor to Blue Star. She deserves it. But except for her, everyone is very good. Yes, everyone has made great contributions to Blue Star. They are representatives, and everyone should be honored. And the players who sacrificed their lives for Blue Star. Speaking of this, I want to cry again. I want to cry too. Although we have restored peace now, looking back on the way, we have paid too much. Yes, the lives of billions of people. I am holding the tablets of my family members and looking at them together. Me too. Me too. The official has said that it is both a celebration and a commemoration. Amid the audience's expectant eyes, this meaningful celebration officially kicked off. Wang Jingze walked onto the stage with steady and powerful steps. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, his eyes were firm and sharp, and he slowly scanned the crowd below the stage. His voice was clearly and powerfully transmitted to every corner of Blue Star through advanced live broadcast equipment. Today, we gather here not only to celebrate Blue Star's successful promotion to the second-level civilization, but also to remember those who have given everything for the future of Blue Star during the difficult years. The audience burst into applause, which lasted for a long time, as if it would break through the sky. Wang Jingze paused for a moment and continued, "Under the terrifying threat of the Doomsday game, our blue planet is like a lonely boat in the wind and rain, which may be swallowed by the surging waves at any time, but it is the perseverance and unity of every blue planet person that allowed us to survive the darkest time with difficulty." His eyes slowly turned to the players who represented Blue Planet in the National Destiny game, including Gu Weiwei. Although these players come from different countries and regions, with different skin colors and languages, at this moment, their eyes are all shining with the same determined tears. The hardships along the way are really hard to describe. These brave and fearless players, they face many unknown dangers in the game, are not afraid, and move forward bravely, winning precious resources and opportunities for Blue Star. They are the heroes of Blue Star and our pride. Afterwards, Wang Jingze turned his grateful eyes to the scientists and staff who silently contributed to the construction of Blue Star, and said with deep emotion, "And you, countless days and nights, you have devoted yourself to research and hard work, which has enabled our technology to achieve a leap forward." The commendation session officially began, and the winners took turns to walk onto the stage to receive their honors. When Gu Weiwei walked onto the stage, the cheers from the audience instantly reached a boiling point, like surging waves, one after another deafening. Standing on the stage, Gu Weiwei looked solemn and sincere, and slowly said, "The real hero is everyone who works hard for Blue Star." In fact, Gu Weiwei's speech on the stage was also a special request made by Wang Jingze. He hoped that Gu Weiwei could become a symbol of the spirit of Blue Star, and inspire more people to work hard for the future of Blue Star. After that, Gu Weiwei returned the center of the stage to Wang Jingze without hesitation. Wang Jingze took the microphone and gestured to the staff in the audience. Soon, the big screen behind the stage slowly turned black and white, and vivid names began to flash on it one by one. These names are all people who heroically sacrificed to protect the blue planet under the ravages of the Doomsday game. Talking about this, Wang Jingze's tone suddenly became choked. He held back his tears and said in a trembling voice, "Each of them was once a living life, with their own dreams and concerns, but under the ruthless destruction of the Doomsday game, they left us forever." Everyone in the audience bowed their heads in silence. In the live broadcast, countless Blue Star people were in tears. The entire Blue Star seemed to be shrouded in a heavy haze of grief and immersed in deep sorrow. After a moment, Wang Jingze raised his head, his eyes became firm and fiery again, and he said loudly, "But their sacrifice will not be in vain. They used their lives to pave the way for us to interstellar civilization. Now that Blue Star has successfully advanced, we must not let them down. We must carry their dreams and expectations, and continue on the road of interstellar civilization unswervingly. Until one day, we can use the blood of our enemies to commemorate their souls in heaven." After this meaningful and touching celebration, everyone's eyes and energy were focused on the future development of Blue Star. In the months after Blue Star successfully advanced to the second-level civilization, the scientific research team worked day and night and devoted themselves to the construction of the interstellar civilization network. They repeatedly discussed those complex and profound technical materials and conducted countless simulation tests in the laboratory. Finally, with tenacious perseverance and unremitting efforts, the interstellar civilization network was completed, and the Blue Star network was successfully connected to it. But people soon discovered that, except for the mobile phones provided by Doomsday Resort City, local mobile phones could not use the interstellar network at all. Thus, a global wave of communication upgrades was launched. Time flies, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, the construction site of the Space Transportation Station has always been a scene of bustling activity. The workers worked tirelessly, and the designers kept a close eye on the progress of the project, constantly adjusting and optimizing the design plan according to the actual situation. Finally, the construction of the Space Transportation Station was completed. At the same time, the work of upgrading the Blue Planet network was also successfully completed. With the successful debugging of the last node, Blue Planet finally completely connected with the interstellar civilization. In the following years, Blue Planet seemed to be injected with an extremely powerful driving force for development, and it was full of unprecedented vitality. The researchers were like a raging fire of exploration ignited in their hearts, and they were immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge obtained from the interstellar civilization network day and night. In those laboratories, they were concentrating on conducting in-depth research on those advanced theories and technologies. New inventions and creations emerged like mushrooms after rain, and people were overwhelmed. Blue Star's infrastructure construction also took interstellar civilization as a benchmark and tried to catch up with the advanced pace. At the same time, Blue Star began to mass-produce the first generation of gene drugs. Bottles of gene drugs carrying hope were continuously delivered to Gu Weiwei, like messengers of hope. Gu Weiwei provided these precious medicines to other planets that were being ruthlessly invaded by the Doomsday game. In this process, Blue Star also gained a lot of points. These points also became a valuable resource to promote the development of Blue Star itself, further accelerating the process of scientific research and infrastructure construction. Gu Weiwei always stayed in the Doomsday Resort, silently paying attention to every subtle change of Blue Star. She witnessed with her own eyes that Blue Star, under the concerted efforts of everyone, was like an eagle spreading its wings, breaking through many obstacles and taking off step by step. Now, the time is ripe, and Gu Weiwei's heart that yearns for the stars can no longer be suppressed. Before leaving, she met Wang Jingze again. Wang Jingze's eyes were full of deep concern and earnest expectations. He said very seriously, "I hope you have a safe journey. If you have the opportunity in the future, come back more often. I hope that every time you come back, you can see a more surprising blue star." The road to Blue Star is still long. Gu Weiwei nodded slightly, her heart filled with reluctance and concern for Blue Star. However, there was more expectation for the unknown interstellar journey. On a quiet and peaceful morning, when everyone was still asleep, Gu Weiwei quietly boarded the carefully modified space starship. Gu Weiwei skillfully operated the console and started the power system. Then, in silence, the space starship gradually disappeared into the depths of the vast universe. "System, where do you think the next stop is?" Gu Weiwei asked the system. "Chris Star." The system responded concisely. "Is there anything special here?" Gu Weiwei asked curiously. "You know when you go there." The system's answer was mysterious, as if it was hiding a huge secret. In fact, this was the system's base camp. As soon as Gu Weiwei arrived, he would accompany Gu Weiwei as Chris, a close partner, and start an interstellar adventure full of unknowns and surprises with her. Gu Weiwei knew nothing about all this at the moment. With full of expectations, she accurately located the coordinates of Chris Star in the starship's navigation system. Then, the starship rushed towards Chris Star like a bright meteor. An interstellar adventure full of unknowns and surprises officially kicked off.